Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Seoul, Jamsil bus stop. Joe was talking to his manager and asking him not to worry. He said that as soon as his bus arrived, he would try to get to the designated place as soon as possible. The manager convinced the guy that this meeting was very important, so he should not make stupid mistakes. Joe said that he understood and asked him again not to worry. The person on the phone was not sure that these words could be trusted, but his speech was interrupted. Suddenly, a strong shaking began, which was felt by everyone around. A crack appeared right above the road, the background of which was black. It resembled a crack in space. Joe and all the passers-by near him were stunned and hoped that they were wrong. Monsters burst out of the crack, which walked along the city roads. One of the guys passing by shouted that it was a flash and asked everyone to run. The rift is a phenomenon where monsters can enter their reality using the dimensional gates that connect these two worlds. People started running away from the angry monsters in panic. One guy turned to the others and asked them to report the outbreak as soon as possible. The other guy didn't understand how exactly that was possible in their situation. Joe looked at the running people and saw the monsters, realizing that he also needed to get away from here as soon as possible. Suddenly, the guy looked at the place where the crowd had just run. There was a girl lying on the ground, calling for her mother and crying. The guy ran up to her and asked her to hold his hand. He took the child in his arms and was ready to leave, but the monsters came close. Joe decided that he was too late. The guy narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth, thinking that he was finished. He heard some sounds and didn't understand why he didn't feel pain. Joe heard a voice asking him if he was okay. The guy and the saved girl looked in surprise towards the saviors. Those who deal with monsters that have entered their world from the gates of dimensions are called Awakened. The girl with red hair turned around and said that they can rest easy because they have already come to their aid. He was already happy that he survived and remained in one piece. In the guy's office, the director was already counting down. He insisted that he had already been notified several times about the importance of this meeting. The man was furious that Joe had returned without even attending one meeting. The director insisted that if there was a flash near him, then he should have just run to the meeting place on foot. The guy was forced to agree with him and listen to all this. His colleagues were talking about him and discussing that a flash appeared right above the road. At the end of the conversation, the director threw a folder with papers at the guy and said that this was the last straw in patience. He demanded that the important contract be signed by the evening. According to him, if Joe fails to cope, he will definitely fire him. On the way from the office, the guy discussed this with his colleague and said that he could not influence the outbreak in any way. He also added that he would like to become awakened and earn more money. Mike said that they usually do not start this conversation just like that, so he suggested that he just forget about it and calm down. Joe began to dream about how he would become awakened from his favorite game, because this was the only thing he could be sure of. Mike again asked him to stop talking nonsense and think about something more feasible. The guy was upset and admitted that his interlocutor was most likely right. He was unhappy that the director scolded him after all this. Mike put his hand on his shoulder and asked if it was his bus coming. Joe jumped up and said goodbye already running. The guy also wished him luck. 6 o'clock in the evening, sunset. Joe was very tired because he came very much to sign this agreement. He believed that his director would not make any more concessions to him, so he had to sign this agreement no matter what. Suddenly the boy felt a sharp earthquake. He was shocked that this was happening to him again. Seeing a crack right in front of him, Joe realized that this was happening for the second time that day. A stranger saw his situation and called him to follow him. The boy thoughtlessly ran towards him. The monsters had already started coming out of the crack and catching up with him. They ran faster than Joe so they could catch him. The boy tried his best. He understood that this was his last chance. One of the monsters grabbed his briefcase and began to scratch him with its claws. The boy turned around and was shocked that his important contract was being ruined. He swung his fist in rage. Joe hit the monster hard, saying that there were documents there that were more important than his life. He tried his best to save his documents, but the monsters were getting closer and closer, crushing him with a crowd. The stranger who called him to himself did not understand what he was doing and ran to save him. He grabbed the guy by the collar and pulled him back. The iron gates closed behind them and the monsters were outside. When the stranger pulled the guy to a safe distance, he pressed the remote. The iron gates were electrified and the monsters felt a strong discharge. He turned to Joe and said that this would delay them for a while. The stranger said that the Awakened should arrive soon. Several cars quickly drove up to the rift. They stopped diagonally. The Awakened looked out of them and were amazed at such a large number of goblins. One of them noted that they would get a lot of money for this job. The main Awakened stepped forward and shouted at the monsters. It was a guy nicknamed Fireball. Carl shouted to everyone else that they would fight today. The rest of the Awakened took their weapons with them and began to attack. The goblins paid attention to them and went on the offensive. Each of the Awakened was busy with his role, so the cleanup was carried out systematically. Some summoned lightning with a staff and slew the goblins. Some engaged in close combat and destroyed them in direct combat. Carl jumped up on the last pile of goblins and swung his weapon. After falling to the ground, a strong blast wave was created, from which all the monsters were defeated. The Awakened breathed a sigh of relief. Special people after their battle began to carry away the bodies of the goblins. Joe, seeing their work in action, realized that they were cool. The guy came out from behind the gate and began to look for his profile with documents. The guys from the Awakened asked him not to come closer because they were not finished yet. Joe apologized and said that he just really wanted to find his briefcase. The guy handed him a shabby briefcase and asked if this is what he was looking for. Joe looked at the briefcase in despair and thanked the finder. Carl raised his finger and said that Awakened people like them should always help weak people. He came closer and said that the power that Deus gave them was needed for this, to restore justice in the world. The other Awakened looked at Carl and said that he had started doing it again. One of them decided to argue, but how long would he work with them, Captain? He did not notice how he was hit. Everyone present turned around and were shocked. A huge goblin was holding the guy's head in his hand. His eyes were glowing red, and he was furious. The monster screamed loudly, causing the guys to panic. Carl ran to his side and told Joe to hide quickly. He felt a strange stiffness in his body. He told the guy that his body was not moving from fear. Carl looked at him and realized that he did not have time. He demanded to run away as soon as he could move. The guy ordered everyone else to help him, whoever was able. The guys were perplexed, seeing his mood. Carl rushed to attack, activating his 2 gloves. He screamed that he would just buy them some time. A second later, Joe saw the captain collapse. The guy was lying on the ground and couldn't move. The goblin came up to him and stepped on his head. Joe was shocked by what he saw. The Awakened ones understood that they couldn't handle it with such forces and asked the guy to run away. The monster licked its face, which had the blood of its victims on it, and began to move towards the target. Joe couldn't believe that his life would end like this because he hadn't really done anything for it. He screamed loudly that he didn't want to die. The goblin swung his club at him, but the guy still couldn't move. A moment later, Joe saw that he had awakened. The monster hit the ground again, and stones flew everywhere. He thought he had killed the guy, but he looked back, seeing him again. The goblin looked at his club and the destroyed asphalt, not understanding how he managed to survive. Joe was safe and sound and sitting behind him by the car. He didn't understand what was happening to him because he began to see a notification that he could use the skills of an awakened person. Joe was shocked that he woke up at such a moment. He read the notification and realized that in order to familiarize himself with the system, he was given access to all the necessary experience. The stranger behind the electric gate asked him to run to him as quickly as possible. The monster blocked the way and ran towards Joe, waving a club. The boy looked back at the message and heard that the control over his body had been changed due to danger. Before he could turn around, the monster had already pointed its club at him. Joe, without thinking twice, put his hand forward and shouted, summoning a magic projectile. The Awakened, who were watching the battle from the side, assumed that he belonged to their ranks. They did not know what rank the boy was because he used attacks that were unfamiliar to them. Joe slipped between the monster's legs, dodging the attack. He stopped behind it and stood up, putting his hand forward. The boy activated the ability of Flaming Palms. At the last moment, the monster only managed to turn around and see a flash of light. Everyone else watched as he fought the monster alone. Joe looked at the goblin in surprise. He did not even have a scratch from his attack. The boy decided to activate the shield to save himself from its blow. The goblin swung his club, but it hit the surface of the shield. Joe saw the sword lying behind him. The guy jumped to the side and grabbed the weapon. He was amazed that the sword was enchanted and glowed blue. Finally, their duel was even. Joe ran to attack again, and the goblin swung his pellet. The guy reached his target in lightning speed and cut the monster into pieces, and he did not even have time to react. He stopped behind the goblin and saw how his body began to crumble. The monster disappeared, turning into ash. In the end, the goblin's head turned into black fragments. His entire upper part was burnt and rotted. The guy read that the danger to him was eliminated, so body control and skills were returned. The Awakened watched his actions in shock and assumed that his role was a duelist. The guy assumed that it could be an even higher rank. Joe received a notification that his training was complete, and from that moment on, he became awakened. 20 years ago in the year 2000, magical towers began to appear in capitals around the world. They were made of materials previously unknown to the world. Some people said that a creature called Deus lived there. In their time, these towers were under the control of states. For some time, various rumors circulated around these towers, and then outbreaks began to occur around the world. To resist them, those who were chosen by Deus appeared to contain the creatures that came out of there. And now, 20 years later, the whole world has recognized the Awakened, and this time is called the Heyday. Joe was awakened on March 27th at 1812. The guy woke up in his apartment late in the morning. He got out of bed and scratched the back of his head, remembering what happened yesterday. Joe looked at his suit and realized that what happened was not a dream. The clothes were shabby. The boy remembered how he had single-handedly destroyed a huge mutant goblin. At that moment, he had acted unquestioningly and cold-bloodedly. As soon as the danger was eliminated, control over his body was returned. After this happened, Joe fell into confusion. He began to frantically look around, not understanding what had happened. The boy looked at the iron sword and could not recognize it, not even knowing why it was in his hands. Joe began to remember that he had just seen a goblin warrior. He remembered his fierce look and red eyes. The boy turned around in panic, hoping that he was no longer alive. Only the monster's club lay on the ground. Joe did not understand how it happened that the monster had disappeared. He thought that it could not return back. The boy turned his attention to its weapon and saw some strange low-ranking crystal. Blue tablets floated above the objects that were related to the flashes. Joe looked at his sword and couldn't believe that he had actually been carried out and destroyed it. Suddenly, he heard the other Awakened calling out to him. The girl shook his hand and said that she had seen him deal with that goblin with his magic. The guy still didn't understand what he had done. The Awakened admitted that Joe was rather modest compared to the other mages they had met. The girl's partner asked him to speak informally. The guy decided to change the subject and asked if they needed to clean up the place after the devastation. The interlocutor replied that this was absolutely normal in places after the outbreak. Joe couldn't perceive the death of people as normal. The guys started begging him to lead their team because they didn't really know how to do anything, and he could teach them. The guy looked at them and realized that just a few minutes ago they had abandoned him in a panic when their friend died, and now they called it normal. Joe asked him to give him time to think. The guys insisted and tried to get an answer here and now. A silhouette appeared behind them and a female voice asked them to stop doing that. All three of them looked back. 2 guards were standing behind the girl and demanding that they follow their instructions. The Awakened were surprised that they had arrived so quickly. Joe hoped that someone from the administration had finally arrived and that the team would leave him alone. Briefly about the administration of the Awakened. 20 years ago, due to the appearance of the Awakened, guilds began to form in the world. The tasks of one organization are to protect the safety of ordinary citizens and the state. This organization is called the Administration of the Awakened. Laura noticed that they really did arrive faster than usual this time. She asked the 2 spawn to go to her. While they were distracted, Joe managed to hide. The guys noticed how the guy was quickly running away. They did not understand what to do and decided to just run after him. One of the men in uniform asked what they should do next. Laura turned around and said that there was no need to ask about such things. She demanded that the boys be brought back. A moment passed, and the Awakened were already lying on the ground, and their hands were twisted. The agent turned around and saw Joe, asking what to do with him. Laura bent down for his briefcase and said that it was not necessary. She picked up the thing with the documents and said that they would meet soon anyway. The guy woke up from the ringing of the alarm clock. He woke up with a headache, not understanding whether the director would believe him if he said that he could not sign the contract because he was awakened. Joe slapped himself on the cheeks and decided that the past should remain in the past. He tried to cheer himself up again and slapped himself. The guy did not understand how to activate his abilities, so he thought it was better to start by studying them. Joe understood that in order to survive as an awakened one, he was definitely written something about the abilities from the game. He read the message that he can use special skills. The guy continued scrolling the blue window, studying his characteristics. He saw his rank and each quality numbered by level. Joe noticed that all the indicators were at 5, magic 3. He thought that he had seen this somewhere before. The guy looked closely at the table of contents and remembered that it was a combination of classes. This reminded Joe of his first character from his favorite game. He was very surprised to realize that he had simply repeated 3 classes, just like in the game. The guy knew that those who had 2 classes were called double awakened. They were very rare, and guilds were willing to pay them huge amounts of money. Joe realized that he was triple awakened and was very excited by this thought. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, rejoicing. The guy decided not to hold back and screamed loudly, spreading his arms to the sides. His scream was heard in other apartments. The neighbors knocked on the wall and demanded that he enter more quietly. The guy turned around and apologized to them. He thought that going to the dungeon now would be too stupid, because many awakened ones die on their first visits there, and he should first improve his skills. Joe started looking for a way to earn money without straining himself. He wanted to earn money without fighting anyone. The guy was thinking and drinking milk. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He looked back at his stats and started looking for something among the mechanic spells. When Joe found doubling the maximum level, he decided to use it. The guy took the glass in his hand and decided to start with it. He turned to the noble and magical power, asking it to double this thing. A voice was heard inside the item saying that the maximum level was being doubled. Joe saw a strange blue cube made of many intertwining lines in front of him. It covered the glass. The guy hoped that he would be able to do what he had planned. After the glass fell out of the cube, a voice was heard saying that the copying was complete. Joe took it in his hand in amazement. He tried to weigh it and realized that it was a perfect copy of his real glass. The guy decided to compare his skills with the skills in the game and realized that the awakened one had much better skills than theirs. Joe enthusiastically declared that since he was done with the check, it was time to look for jewelry. The guy stopped and thought that maybe he should look for relics as well. Relics are special objects that absorbed enormous energy during the largest outbreak in the year 2000. They are divided into several levels. The value of relics of rare level and above reaches tens of billions. People who had antiques that suddenly became relics and acquired powerful energy changed their lives dramatically, becoming truly rich. The only problem was that many old objects became relics, but none of the awakened had the ability to sense them. Dew started to get off the bus, thinking that he had that identification skill. The driver turned around and said that they had arrived at their destination. The guy got off the bus and started thinking about where he was going. It was the nearest antique shop. Joe hoped to look for relics here. 3 hours later, he was still looking at the things in the shop. The guy was amazed that there were even such cool things as the one he was holding in his hands. It was a rare level orth ring. Joe thought that this find was pretty cool. He turned around and looked at the things he had put aside for himself. The guy was pleased that he had found more than just one ring, so he decided he could leave. There weren't many things. The salesman was interested in the fact that Joe had been persistently searching for something since morning. The guy replied that it was just his hobby to go out on weekends to look for interesting antiques. Finally, he left the store. The phone rang in Joe's pocket. The guy took out his mobile phone and saw that it was the director calling. At first, he was worried, but he decided that he didn't have to worry about it now. When the director answered the phone, he shouted loudly, asking why he wasn't at work yet. The guy said that he was no longer going to work in an office that didn't value its employees. The director was furious and began to convince Joe that there were very few companies in the world that treated their employees well and paid a large salary like they did. The guy said that the man required him to go to work even on weekends and didn't give him vacation pay. According to him, even some tramp off the street would laugh at that. Joe screamed that from that day on he would never set foot in his office again and hung up. The guy exhaled nervously and calmed down. He decided that work was over, he could go home and start selling items. Suddenly, a street fight caught his attention. The guys were talking very angrily about each other and grabbed each other by the collars. One of them started to aggregate on the other because he accidentally touched him. Then their conflict moved to the insult stage. Joe heard passers-by talking about how they were awakened and they should move away because they could hurt them with their squabbles. The guys pushed each other and began to attack with their skills. They were ready to destroy each other. Laura intervened in the conflict of the awakened, who began to separate them. The girl grabbed both guys by the hands and threw them to the sides. The participants in the conflict did not expect that they would be separated so quickly. The girl said that fights between the awakened were strictly forbidden and that they should read the instructions carefully. She said that she would forgive them the first time, but the next time she would send them to prison. Laura turned to the passers-by and heard compliments directed at her. The girl noticed Joe among the guys who were showering her with compliments. She called out to someone by the description of his clothes and things with him. The guy realized that she was calling him. After Laura called him by name, Joe, in the aggressive look of the passers-by, went to her. The girl asked him to take his thing, which he left last time. The guy did not understand what they were talking about. Headquarters, the apartment of the awakened. People work in the office next to the building. Laura brought him here and said that they only have instant coffee. Joe said that there was nothing wrong with that. They sat down at the table and the guy asked about his things. The girl put a briefcase on the table and said that the guy forgot it at the site of the last outbreak. He thanked her for the find. Laura apologized for having to rummage through his briefcase to find out who owned it. The guy said there was nothing special about it and the main thing was that he had found it. The girl said that they should finish the formalities and finally get down to business. According to her, the Awakened reported that yesterday they could not cope with the monster that came out of the gate and she thought that Joe did it. The guy asked why they were looking for him and if they wanted to hire him. Laura said that she was not going to hire him, but if he had power, he should register as an Awakened. She decided to tell how the check was carried out. Joe took a glass of coffee in his hand and continued to listen. After some time, the guy got out of the iron cell and he was told that the check was over. The guy could take his things from the registration table. Laura went up to Joe and told him to sit down. The guy wondered if the results of the check had come yet. The girl looked at the paper thoughtfully and asked him to wait so she could explain everything to him. Joe didn't understand why he was so worried. The girl continued to look at the test results with suspicion. The guy didn't understand what was wrong and asked if his results were too low. Laura asked him to wait while she sorted out the paperwork. She showed him the test results and said that his skills were approved. The girl addressed him formally, causing the guy even more confusion. She wished him luck as an awakened one. At the end, Laura added that she wished him a long life. Joe understood that she was not an eloquent person. The girl showed where the exit was. One of the employees approached Laura and addressed her. He was interested in why she was talking so nicely to that guy, although he had no prospects at all. The interlocutor answered that she was just curious. Joe left the building and looked around. He saw how some newbie was being lured to work right at the threshold. The men in uniform were trying to persuade him to join their guilds, which would provide full support and prospects. The guy turned to the doors of the building and breathed a sigh of relief that they were not interested in him at all. Joe decided that it was much better for him to stay alone now, without attracting attention, because his plans included making money. The guy was already at home and again asked the noble for magical power to double some item. A voice notification sounded that the doubling of the maximum level was being done above the ring. Joe watched as a large blue cube was built around him. The guy saw that the copy had failed because his current level was not enough, and he realized that with his level it was too early to try to copy a rare relic. He sat down on the floor and looked at the remaining 3 items: the champion's belt, the writer's fountain pen, and the granny's teapot. Joe decided that he would put on the ring himself for now. The guy decided that since he now had an awakened registration, he could use DeusNet. Thanks to him, he decided to find out the price of this ring. Joe looked at the other items and decided that he would simply copy them and put them up for auction. Briefly about DeusNet. Over the past 20 years, many awakened ones have appeared all over the world, and DeusNet has become a kind of space that unites them all. News, information about dungeons, and other things are shared here. There is also a platform with an auction where you can exchange or sell items. Japan, the city of Nagoya, in someone's house. An awakened girl entered DeusNet. She noticed something interesting for herself and clicked on it. The stranger thought that such ordinary things rarely became relics, and they must be good at raising the level of wisdom. The girl ate a candy and said that such an item was difficult to lift, so she should definitely buy it. She continued scrolling the page, realizing how many people do not give up because of such a price. An awakened one from Japan successfully bought a fountain pen. At the same time, Seoul, Yoksan Station, White Lotus Guild building. In the office on the top floor, a girl asked a man if he knew that she was receiving a list of the latest transactions on DeusNet. George asked in surprise, what did she want to tell him? The interlocutor shared that someone had recently put up 1 rare and 1 common relic. According to her, one of them had already been bought. The guy inquired about the seller and asked if he was a regular one. Agnes said that he was a completely new user about whom there was no data. According to her, with 1 awakened license, you can only create 1 login. George asked what she was getting at with this phrase. The girl decided that there was something fishy here, because these were relics that you would hardly find even if you went around 30 dungeons. The guy suggested that she meant that this seller had a hidden ability to find relics. Agnes said that perhaps this was so. She added that expensive relics are usually sold at the Gangnam market, but weak ones can be easily sold through DeusNet. The girl got out of the bath and picked up her clothes on the hanger. She said that this seller did not seem like the type who often sold common and rare relics. George confirmed her words and said that they could not be in the possession of just anyone. The guy said he would contact the development team and ask for more information about this person. Agnes thanked him. Joe was working out in the park. He was doing push-ups and counting them. The guy saw a task in front of him where he had to do 50 push-ups. He barely did the last of them and completely lost his strength. Joe received a notification that he had completed the task and received skill points. His level was increased to 11. The guy learned that he had reached the 2nd class of the magician. He got up from the ground and began to shake himself off, saying that he did not think that he would be able to raise his level like in the game. Joe was also amazed that he could distribute points among the necessary stats. He looked at the table of his characteristics, where magic had the highest number. The guy began to tie the laces on his sneakers, thinking about the fact that his magician's characteristics were slowly adding up. He decided to get other passive skills. With these words, the boy quickly got up and ran. He thought that he needed these abilities in order to resist monsters. Joe remembered that in the game these spells are mandatory, and every mage fights with them. The boy thought that the skills can only be acquired through training, so he continued to practice diligently. He tried to use the skill of strong and durable armor by swiping his finger through the air. Joe saw a notification that the spell concentration was unsuccessful. The boy decided that nothing worked the first time, so he continued to try. He continued to run through the park, looking around. Joe decided that it was worth trying again. He swiped his finger through the air again and tried to activate the new skill. The boy again saw a notification that the spell concentration was unsuccessful. Joe did not understand what the problem was because he had already tried 20 times before. Random passers-by paid attention to him and noticed that he ran a lot and for a long time without getting tired. The boy called out to his friend and asked where his ball was. He apologized and said that he would find it now before he got lost. He ran towards the ball very quickly. The boy only had to cross the road to get the thing. He was glad that the ball had not rolled far. His friend shouted at him to watch his back. Joe noticed a truck driving towards him, and the boy did not even notice it. The boy quickly ran to help. He understood that every second counted, and he had to help the child. The boy was still trying to get his ball, not paying attention to the truck. Only at the last moment did he see the approaching car. Joe tried to run even faster and decided to use that same skill again. He shouted its activation and stood right between the boy and the truck. There was a strong impact of the collision. The boy finally managed to activate his new skill, and he tried to stop the truck with his weight. Joe stood with all his might and tried to brake. He noticed that a cut had appeared on his cheek. The boy paid attention to it and was surprised that the protection did not cover his entire body. Joe asked the boy if he was okay. The kid was shocked to see his ability and bravery. He excitedly asked the boy if he was a hero. The boy decided to remain silent and thought about it. He looked at the notice that his ability had been activated. Joe looked at another sign in surprise and saw that he had acquired another skill. He turned to the boy and said that he was safe and that was good. The boy patted the boy on the head and the boy laughed. The passersby were worried about this incident and started calling the emergency services. Joe looked at them and told the boy that he had to go. As he started to leave, the child tugged at his clothes and asked him to wait. The boy asked him to tell him his name. The boy was surprised and did not know what to answer. He thought that if they found out about him, they would talk about him all over the area. He had a choice of what to answer. Joe finally came up with an answer and said that his name was Top Secret. He asked him not to tell anyone and said that he was a superhero or something like that. The boy asked the boy to keep it their shared secret. The child promised never to tell anyone. Joe asked him to be careful when playing near the road in the future and jumped up, disappearing from the boy's sight. Passers-by did not understand where he had gone and decided that he had run away. They did not understand why he had done this because there was no reason for it. A random man approached the boy and asked if he knew the guy who saved him. The child said he did not know. He closed his eyes and happily said that he had no idea what his name was. In the evening, Joe was walking along the streets with an agent. The man said that everything was fine and they had confirmed the deal. He looked back at the suitcase where the pen and belt were. The agent began to count the amount they would pay him. His partner slammed the suitcase shut and he himself said that the money had been transferred to his account. The man asked to tell him when the confirmation would arrive. Joe opened his phone and asked him to wait a little. He saw a notification that a lot of money had been deposited into his bank account. The guy pressed the button to go to the app. Joe was shocked by the amount that was in his account. He was confused because he had never seen more than 10 million won in his balance. The guy could not comprehend that he now had 1.5 billion in his account. He closed the phone and said that he checked everything and the money was there. The agent thanked him for the deal and said that they would take care of the relics. The guy was left standing alone on the street. He thought about how much had happened today, so he decided to buy and eat a chicken on the way. The next day, Joe got off the bus and looked around. He went to the bus stop and looked at the poster. The guy was interested in which bus goes to the road of the Awakened. He saw the bus number and decided that there were still 15 minutes to go. Joe looked at the sign again and realized that it was not that long. Suddenly, the guy felt a sharp shaking under him. He knew it could be what he thought it was. A picture of him facing the previous flash flashed before Joe's eyes. The guy, although very worried, began to look around and look for the gate. Suddenly, a passerby next to him fell. Joe looked at him and asked if he was okay. The stranger could not really say a word. A second later, he screamed that trouble was coming from above. The guy looked up and was shocked. A crack formed right above the bus stop. Joe saw 3 bright flickers moving towards him. They were arrows, and they almost reached his head. The guy skillfully dodged the attack. He looked at one of the spears and realized that they were able to pierce the ground. Joe assumed that these were not ordinary monsters. The guy looked ahead and saw something appear. It seemed to him that this silhouette was familiar. Glasses and an old face. In contrast, Joe saw a young body. It was the one who creates incredible things that no one had ever invented before, which were made by the hands of a monster. It was him that the guy was playing the game out of boredom. Joe wondered out loud if he was a gnome. A short, wrinkled creature with a crossbow in his hand stood in front of the guy. Suddenly, both opponents heard a female voice from the side. Clara threw off her coat and took out a sword. She demanded to fight only with her. After these words, the girl jumped into the air and headed towards the gnome. She was getting closer and closer, swinging her weapon. At the very last moment, the gnome shouted to all his brothers that he was announcing a general assembly. Clara was amazed and saw a second later behind his back many other gnomes. An army of several creatures pointed their crossbows at the girl. They began to attack their target, trying to kill her. Clara understood that she did not have time to dodge and, most likely, would die right there. The arrows almost caught up with the girl's body. Somehow it was covered with a blue shell. Clara looked at her body in surprise and did not understand why the arrows did not kill her. It was Joe who used the skill of his newly acquired defense. The girl looked at the guy and was amazed that he covered her. He demanded that she stop looking around and get down to business. Clara turned to the monsters and saw a small gnome who was in the air above her and swinging. The girl put her hands in front of her head, which were wrapped in iron armor. Joe activated his magic projectile skill with a shout. After his words, several lasers were created, which were directed towards the gnomes. With one touch, they were able to cut the heads of the creatures. The girl was amazed at the guy's strength. Joe said that it was dangerous here, and she should leave, to which Clara insisted on staying, because she was also awakened. The guy pointed to their next opponent and said that she would change her mind after she saw him. A giant iron robot was running towards the boys. In one hand it had a hammer, and in the other a shield. It moved loudly along the ground. Right in the center of its helmet a red fire was burning. Clara was shocked when she saw her next opponent. She stood there in a stupor, not understanding what it was. The guy came up to her and said that it was a special intimidating ability of higher monsters, and if you were afraid of it, your body would no longer be able to move. Clara asked in surprise how Joe himself had dealt with this power. The interlocutor said that he had already experienced something similar once and picked her up. The girl did not understand when he had managed to experience this. The guy jumped very high to save Laura. She, in his arms, was perplexed. When they fell to the ground, the girl dropped her sword. Joe decided to insist that she rest for a while, because even though he used the shield, she still experienced stress from the shooting. Clara thanked him shyly. The guy asked if he could borrow her rapier for a while. The girl gave her approval and told him to be careful with arrows, because the sword was not very effective. Finally, Joe picked up the weapon and began to scan it. After looking at its characteristics, he said that it would do just fine. The guy jumped again and disappeared behind the building. When he wanted to land on the road, he saw many gnomes below him. Joe counted 10 gnomes with hammers and 9 shooters. There was also one captain among the rivals. The guy understood that with such equipment, he would never be able to take him with a magic projectile. For starters, he decided to start with the minions. Joe also noticed his shield, which, in his opinion, looked suspicious. The guy rushed to attack and activated the pole coordination skill. He created many magic projectiles and fired them at the gnomes. Joe landed on the ground and looked around. He looked at the hit targets and made sure that the effectiveness of the magic projectile in reality was better than in the game. The remaining gnomes saw him and ran to attack. The guy ran his finger through the air again, activating a new spell. He called these stupid creatures to meet the Great One face to face. Joe became visible to them as something terrible. One of the gnomes was very scared of what he saw, although at first he was hostile. In front of him, he saw a dragon with red eyes. The huge creature roared. The monster tried to fight him and shoot from a crossbow. One arrow even hit him right in the head. The gnome did not have time to notice how he himself was hit by an arrow. Joe knew that fear is much more effective than many skills because under the influence of wisdom, it can cause hallucinations. He took a fountain pen out of his pocket and noted that it was not for nothing that he kept a copy of it. The guy understood that its effect would not last long, so he would need to hurry and deal with the boss. He again activated the magic projectile skill and fired it at the target. The monster covered himself with a shield and did not feel the damage. Joe was confused, realizing that the shield had high resistance to magic. He assumed that there must be another way. The guy took the rapier and began to ask nature to allow him to use the power of the enchanted weapon. The sword was modified and improved to a rare level. Joe prepared to attack and swung the weapon. He jumped up and ran towards the target. The monster covered itself with the shield again, but it seemed to be useless this time. The guy pierced it with his new weapon right through. Its blade passed cleanly through the helmet. Joe declared that his opponent trusted his shield too much. Many giants squinted. The grill on the helmet began to hang loose. A second later, it fell off and exposed the warrior's face. The guy was very surprised by what he saw. He could not believe that there was emptiness hidden inside the armor. Joe jumped back in confusion, dodging the enemy's attack. The boss was advancing forward and swinging his huge hammer. The guy managed to dodge, and it rumbled and broke the asphalt in its place. Joe noticed the red fire that was in the enemy's helmet. An idea occurred to him and he decided to use magic again. The guy jumped very high and used a magic projectile, aiming straight at the helmet. The monster tried to cover itself with a shield and reflect some of the projectiles. Joe was exhausted from such an attack. The monster's armor became red hot and its front part fell to the ground. The guy saw a small gnome inside the armor, who controlled the entire large body. Previously, he did not know what the boss of the gnomes looked like from the inside. Joe noticed his broken shield and realized that it seemed that his spells were starting to work. He turned around and looked at the other gnomes, whom he disoriented. The guy understood that soon the effect of fear would wear off and they would attack him again. Joe decided to end this as quickly as possible and decided to strike again. He again ran his finger through the air and summoned a magic projectile, which he then directed towards the iron shell. There was a lot of energy, and it heated the dwarf's armor more and more. The monster tried to hold on and cover himself with an already broken shield, of which only small parts worked. His armor had withstood previous blows well, and he covered the empty part with a shield. When the dwarf opened his eye from under the shield in order to look at the guy, he was amazed. Many magic projectiles were directed at him at once, from which he was forced to urgently close himself. The dwarf did not expect such an attack and did not notice how Joe walked around him from the side while he was defending himself. The guy activated his skill again and sent many magic projectiles into the monster's back. All of them heated the dwarf's armor greatly, rendering it unusable. Joe continued to move around him and create many magic projectiles that attacked him from all sides. The monster was unable to defend himself from all sides at the same time. The dwarf held on and still covered himself with a shield as before. The guy, running around him once again, said in his mind that he was wrong if he thought he was a simple magician. Joe jumped up sharply and decided in his head that he wanted to finish this. The guy saw an unprotected part of the dwarf from above and pointed his rapier there. He began to run his finger through the air again while flying down, what summoned many magic projectiles that attacked him in the blind spot. Half of the iron suit disappeared behind the blows of blue magic. From such an attack, the dwarf was destroyed. The smoke cleared at the sight of such a stormy battle. The guy proudly looked at how he defeated his opponent. Joe turned to the rest of the dwarves and said that they were the only ones left. The monsters still could not recover from fear. The guy treated them arrogantly and called them puppies. He jumped up and ran to attack them. In one blow, the dwarves were always defeated. After Joe defeated everyone, he sat down on a bench and decided to think about what had happened. The guy was glad that this time the leader only had an enchanted shield, but he did not know what could happen next time. Joe decided that he needed to find the second-class spells as quickly as possible. Laura came up to him and greeted him. The guy recognized her and asked if he remembered her name correctly. The girl confirmed and said that they began to meet often. She looked around the former battle site and asked if he really dealt with all of them alone. Joe answered unquestioningly that this was so. Laura asked what about that girl Clara. The guy said that she was wounded at the beginning of the battle, and then he carried her away. The girl listened to him thoughtfully. Joe decided to continue the conversation himself and said that he was worried about compensation for this outburst. The Awakened are entitled to compensation from the spoils when they are involved in stopping an unexpected outbreak. Laura asked him not to worry about it. She counted 19 dwarves and 1 leader, as well as the crystals that they had left, weapons, armor, and corpses. The girl said that if all this was counted, he would receive about 500 million. The guy got up from the bus stop and walked back, thinking that it was time for him to move on. Laura asked him in confusion where he went. She offered to give him an interview. Joe said that he did not want to be seen by people, so he asked to settle it this way. Laura listened to his request and said that then the Awakened administration would handle it. She wished the guy luck, and he ran off to do his business. The girl was also ready to leave, but she was stopped by reporters who asked to know more about this guy. According to them, there must be an Awakened one here who fought these gnomes alone, in an elite building in Seoul. Agnes scolded Matthew for not knocking before entering her. The man apologized and said that he could leave and enter again correctly. The girl asked him to stop and quickly get down to business. Matthew said that there was an outbreak in the area, but no deaths, only 1 injured. According to him, there were 2 Awakened F ranks on the scene, and one of them dealt with everything. Agnes asked him to stop dragging it out and better to immediately say what he was getting at. The man expressed his fears that some newbie in F rank could deal with a pack of gnomes with only magic and a sword. Matthew also added that he was rumored to be using spells instead of magic. The girl was surprised and asked him to explain. The man said that he was simply moving his hands and chanting spells. Agnes suggested that it might be a special kind of awakened ability, as she had only heard of such things before. Matthew also said that it was the first time he had seen someone use awakened powers in such a way. He also added that he was also using something like crowd control and a magical force field. The girl couldn't believe that an F-rank awakened person was doing this. She suggested that they take the initiative before the other guilds woke up and paid attention to him. The voice said that besides everything else, he used something like crowd control and a magical force field. The girl said that an awakened F-rank did this too. Agnes said with a smile, well, while the other guilds are not awakened, they will take the initiative into their own hands. She asked Matthew why he came here after hearing this news. The guy asked again and said that of course, to report to her. The girl closed her eyes in displeasure. Then she exclaimed that in this case, he should have immediately rushed to the scene to find and hire this newcomer. The guy asked again about hire. Agnes said with displeasure that both she and he heard about such abilities for the first time. Isn't it? It's something unusual. He doesn't think it would be worth bringing such a rarity to their guild. Matthew apologized and said that he was heading out right now. She shouted that she had stopped chatting and that he should get lost. The girl threw the guy out of the room. The sun was shining on the high-rise buildings. The car was stopped at a traffic light. Monica was driving and listening to the radio that the next news was coming. This time the outbreak had occurred in the Shining District. The voice continued that, however, the main topic was that during this outbreak, a rookie F rank named Joe had dealt with the gnomes with one blow, according to the interview of the awakened one who was next to him. The screen said that the incoming call was from a child. Monica asked her darling in surprise what was going on. George asked why he was having fun. Yes, she had left all the work to her beloved. The voice replied that they had agreed that she would have external relations. By the way, what price would they set? The man asked again about the price and said to try 3 billion. Monica said that she thought that would be enough to attract such an unusual awakened one. They would raise more. The guy replied that it would be 10 billion and that she would pass the guild's internal test in exchange. Monica asked if it was necessary and that it was okay. She understood. The girl drove and said that she would use all her charm and would definitely bring him. George replied that she should not flirt with other men and that he should get down to business. A clear sky hung over the empty street. People were standing at the doors, and someone said that he didn't even know if he was that amazing or just crazy. The guy said that it was simply an unwillingness to sign the contract. They answered that they thought they were that cool. Another guy said that he had definitely moved. The car stopped at the curb. Women's footsteps were heard. The guy asked in bewilderment that this was the deputy head of the White Lotus. The girl opened her mouth and said that it was the best guild in Korea. The voice said that Monica had also come to hire him. The girl said that so many small flies had flown in here. Someone asked if they could go, thinking he had no plans to sign a contract. Another person added that he had already negotiated with the Lotus. Monica looked at them and said that they had no chance to begin with, but they still decided to come. The girl continued with a smile that only with the wealth of the White Lotus could they get such an unusual recruit. After a moment, her eyes widened. The sign said 100 billion won. If they were not going to pay that much, please let them go. Monica asked again about 100 billion in shock. Then she turned around and said what they thought about that figure. Franklin angrily replied that she should not say his name with her filthy mouth. He continued that besides, what kind of guild would pay that much money to an F-rank awakened for some incomprehensible spells? Monica frowned and replied that these were not spells. She said unusual. Had he ever seen anyone use spells? The guy turned away and said no, but that was a crazy price. He would never be able to get them in his life. The girl replied that she didn't know. She thought Mr. Joe wanted to find a place that would appreciate his talent. Monica called the protagonist. She shouted that she would leave today, but offered to meet next time with conditions that would satisfy both parties. A moment later, the car moved. The window was closed. A voice asked if they had already left. The hero put his hands behind his head and said, "Well, it's nice when so many people try to get his attention." He continued that he doesn't plan to join the guild for the money yet. He put his hands on the table and said that, besides, working in the guild requires some sacrifices and his freedom can be said for now. He looked at the map and said that all he needed now was strength and growth. Well, with this data he could raise his level. He smiled and said that he thought it was time to act according to the plan. 5 days later, the board said that there was a warning. The probability of monsters appearing in this area was increased. Entry was prohibited. In case of unauthorized entry into this area, they themselves are responsible for their own lives. The security department of the Awakened Management. It flashed through his mind that he was finally here. The guy was standing in front of the gate. He thought that the relics that he had been collecting for 5 days, a gravel bracelet, a rosary for passing the entrance exam, 2 bracelets, the Great Emperor's binoculars, and a belt. The guy said that as well as a suit that he managed to assemble from what was left in Shining. He stood next to the car and said that he would even spend 500 million on an armored transport. The guy continued that his stats were much higher than 5 days ago. He thought he was done with the preparations. The man behind him said that he checked his license, he could pass. The guy shouted for the gates to open. A moment later, they began to open. Joe said with a grin that they were starting. Dungeons and territories. It has been 20 years since the Awakened appeared. During this time, dozens of dungeons have appeared all over the country. However, most of them belong to either UPs or guilds. In order to use the dungeons, you must follow a number of sacrosanct rules. And for an Awakened who does not belong to any guild, going there will be an extremely difficult task. However, territories are different from dungeons. This word refers to places where, due to the differences in the ecosystem, monsters appear most often. They are surrounded by a high fence 10 meters long, and monsters live and breed inside. The reason for such content is that by killing monsters you can get magic crystals and raise your level. Mainly it is the awakened ones who go to such places. The goblins stood in a circle and laughed. There was some substance between them. They began to eat it. The protagonist watched them from a tree. A voice said that it was the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles. He shouted that it was a magic projectile. Something flew towards the monsters. A bright flash illuminated the space. The goblins were lying on the ground with their heads torn off. The protagonist smiled and said that his stats had finally increased, so now he didn't have to run around like crazy after these goblins, trying to hit them. It flashed through his mind that he felt like he had seen something like this before, although this was certainly not bad. Unlike how he was before, he seemed to have gotten used to it. He continued to think that this was what was meant when it was notified that he had received all the experience. He held the box in his hands and thought that this system didn't seem so bad. Pieces of meat flew past him. The hero opened his mouth in shock. The goblins bared their teeth. Someone's paw stepped on the ground. The wolf's eyes glowed blue. The voice said that since he had already understood the level of monsters in this area, glowing eyes looked at the guy from all sides. The guy grinned. He asked that they have some fun. Receiving monster corpses, the voice said 47. Dead carcasses lay in front of the man. The voice continued 48, 49, 50. He held the corpse in his hands and said that for the first time he saw such a well-preserved goblin corpse. The same applies to other corpses. He looked at the protagonist and said that thanks for coming to sell them such good corpses. Joe asked how much it would be. The man replied that altogether it would be 300 million won. The guy said in surprise that it would be 300 million. Another said that he had been here for 5 years and that it was also the first time he had seen such a thing. The third added that it was the first time he had seen someone receive 300 million at once. The man leaned over and said that he would calculate it right away. By the way, they had received a package. He apologized and continued that they had to open it for safety. They had not damaged the item in any way. Joe took the book in his hands and said that it was okay, thanks for taking it for safekeeping. The man closed his eyes and replied that they were grateful that such a talented person had come to them. Joe said that he was just lucky. The hero thought that he so wanted to do without all this fuss and looks. The guy silently watched what was happening. He called his partner and told him to just look at that guy, and that judging by what he heard, he got 300 million just from monster corpses. The partner asked again. He stretched his hand out to the side and continued that they somehow scraped together 30 million ons in a few days. He was already tired of eating noodles alone. The guy continued, looking at the man, and said that this worker had never been so nice to them. All three turned to the protagonist. One of them said that he seemed to think he was so cool since he could use magic. The protagonist held the package with a smile. The voice said that otherwise, why would he act so arrogantly? The guys angrily thought that he was a pathetic idiot. They would like to squash him, kill him. One of them called his brothers and offered to kill this idiot. The brothers turned around in surprise at the third guy. He continued that he had earned so much today. He would probably come back again. They had been here for 2 years and had never met him, so he was sure that he was new. Looking at the protagonist, he continued that when he would be stuffing the corpses into the truck. He swung at Joe and said that they would come up from behind and finish him off. He continued that they would take the truck, saying that they were his fellow travelers, and then leave this territory forever. The guy said that, in addition, when entering the territory, everyone signs an agreement that he is responsible for everything that happens there. Another brother said that great, his money. The second added that the armored truck, crystals. The third finished that they would take everything. The next day, the protagonist approached the truck. He rubbed his head and said that it seemed much more difficult to collect all these corpses. Parker said that he went, let them cover. Peyton agreed. The hero turned around in surprise. A moment later, his eyes widened. A guy ran into him and he parried the blow. There were sounds of blows. There was nothing in the protagonist's thoughts. Parker with a crazy look said that this is what happens when you turn on your brain. The brothers happily shouted that great, it worked. Then they shouted for Parker to hit him. The guy swung. Then he made a sharp blow. Joe stopped the bat with his hand. He held his head. The protagonist opened his eyes and said that he attacked him. Then he stretched his hand forward and continued that with such and such skills. He touched his hand to his face. The voice said that to kill the man who tried to attack him. Joe's eyes widened. He continued that it is called self-defense. The spell of flaming hands sounded. Everything around Parker caught fire. Joe looked at the light in front of him. The guy in front of him opened his mouth in pain. Peyton pressed his lips together. Priestley bared his teeth in fear. The protagonist stretched his hand over the guy lying on the ground. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The hero heard something happening behind him. He turned around. 2 brothers were looking at him from the bushes. Peyton's eyes widened in fear. Priestley called his brother and asked why he missed. He replied that no, he definitely hit. Peyton shouted sharply that this guy was not a newbie, as they thought, and told his brother to run faster. Priestley called Peyton. The protagonist created magic spheres and said that their skills and ability to work together left much to be desired, and they decided to go against him. The voice said that the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles, a magic projectile. Something flew into Peyton's back and he screamed in pain. The voice called his brother. Priestley's eyes widened. The guy thought that he would not leave this like this. Then he bared his teeth and frowned. The guy ran forward with a shield and thought that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't use his spells forever. He continued to think that with this shield he would be done with it. Joe cast a spell of colorful death, his hand glowed. He cast a spell of a jet of color and extended his hand forward. Priestley asked in bewilderment that he was going to limit his vision. A jet of color can affect the enemy's vision, and also, if used for a long time, also stun him. However, his wisdom level had grown enough, now this spell can direct vibration waves into the enemy's body. Blood poured out of the guy's eyes. Priestley looked ahead in shock. He fell to his knees thinking that he did not feel the blow. What kind of nonsense was this? Footsteps began to approach the guy. It flashed through his thoughts that they were wrong. Priestley with a bloody face looked up. Joe stood in front of him and he thought that he was not an ordinary beginner. The protagonist made a sharp blow. Then he frowned and said that they wanted to take his life, so let them pay for it. He stood straight and said that he was alone. Peyton hid in the bushes. A moment later, he turned around to look at the protagonist. The guy screamed for mercy, he would never catch his eye again. He begged. Magic spheres flew around the guy and he replied that he was not so holy as to let go of the one who tried to kill him. The guy cast a spell of a magic projectile and the energy flew towards Peyton. A moment later, it hit him in the back. He screamed sharply in pain. The energy was rushing towards the guy standing in the bushes. Joe watched this carefully. Peyton, with blood on his face, was kneeling in the bushes. There was nothing around the guy. The guy fell face down on the ground. The hero was holding a sword in his hands and saying that they could not withstand even one spell. How sad. Someone's footsteps were heard. The guy turned around at the sound. The guys asked in shock what was going on here. The hero was standing near the truck and there were dead enemies lying around it. The man in the suit asked if he could explain what happened here. Joe answered affirmatively. The hero began to vividly describe his battle. The man answered him that okay, they got it, they would still check the footage from the video cameras, but he thought it would be considered self-defense. However, they still asked for their cooperation. Joe answered that okay, he got it. The hero turned around. The man behind him said that in that case, let them remove the corpses and move on. The hero's thoughts flashed that because of these idiots, he would have to finish for today and lose money. Joe stood straight and looked ahead. A moment later, he turned back. The guy asked if they felt this magic. The man asked what he was talking about. The protagonist answered that he was talking about the magic that was coming from there. Black magic was shining in the air. Someone told him that he thought he was too sensitive after the fight. He would go and check. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He shouted sharply to run now. The man went into the bushes. He asked in bewilderment what he smelled there. A huge wolf suddenly appeared in front of the man. He opened his mouth wide and began to growl. The wolf looked at them from the bushes with fury. It flashed through the protagonist's mind that this was the leader of the wolves in this territory. He continued his thought, looking ahead, which he hunted in DNF. The wolf began to rush at the man. A voice shouted that a shield, a protective barrier, appeared in front of the man. He looked in shock at the barrier that had appeared in front of him. The hero shouted to run here immediately, then cast a spell of fireworks on his fingertips. He continued that fiery hands, magical energy flashed in front of them. The wolf furiously rushed towards the magical light. Something crashed into the protective barrier. The animal bounced off the protagonist's magic. He frowned furiously. The hero stretched his arms forward and said that such attacks wouldn't work, he was too fast. Then he looked back and thought about his roar. He continued to think that he had also called his pack. The men looked at what was happening in bewilderment. They shouted, what nonsense. Where did they come from? This pack of wolves of this territory. The hero stood straight and thought what he needed to think. He turned to the men and thought to get into his truck and leave here. It was armored, so he would be able to get out without any problems. The man shouted what he was talking about. They would help him. The protagonist shouted furiously that they had just almost died. The wolf was approaching the hero and he said that their absence would help him much more. The guy put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that he was also against it. But nothing could be done. They should leave and call for help. The man replied that it was okay. The wolf growled furiously and the guy turned around in fear. The wolves surrounded the guys from all sides. The guy got into a fighting stance and said that he would stay here, the rest of them in the car, and let them leave. The wolves around were growling at the people. The monster clamped its jaws right next to the man's face. Then he received a fist in the muzzle. The man waved his fists and shouted that even without armor, it was possible. He turned around and realized that several more wolves were standing around him. A moment later, they pounced on the man. Teeth reached for the man's head. A magic projectile spell was cast. Beams of energy pierced the space and killed the attacking wolves. The guy got out of the car and shouted that they were ready. The guy stood there with a shocked look. Then he replied that he understood and that they were moving. A voice from the car shouted that they would come with help. The hero went straight with the thoughts that great, finally sent them away. Well, a moment later, his eyes widened. A huge wolf pounced on the protagonist. Energy swirled around his paw. Claws cut through space with their power. A powerful explosion thundered beneath him. The hero looked at it and thought that a jump and a blow with a paw. He continued to think that and then a swing of the tail. Looking at the wolf's movements, the guy thought that he had definitely seen this in the game. Joe landed on his knee and continued to think that if he dodged this attack, then the rest would attack. Wolves rushed at the protagonist from all sides. A crushing blow was heard. The hero landed on the ground and the wolves lay in one heap. Joe frowned and thought what happened next. A huge wolf glowed with magical energy. A moment later, magic shot into the sky. The hero opened his mouth and looked at what was happening. Lightning bolts of energy cut the air and destroyed the earth. The wolf rushed forward at full speed. There was a thick, impenetrable smoke all around. The wolves approached a deep hole in the ground. Then they looked up at the light. A moment later, bright flashes cut the heads of the animals. The blows landed on a large wolf. His body was electrified and he stuck out his tongue. Joe said with a smirk that, like in the game, he cannot move after using the ability. He raised his finger and continued that it was time to end it. Glowing spheres appeared everywhere. The guy cast a spell of fireworks on his fingertips. Then he continued that fiery hands. He frowned angrily. He cast a spell of magic projectile. A bright flash flashed in front of him. Beams of energy flew forward. They were rapidly approaching the wolf. He looked angrily ahead. A huge explosion shook the ground. Joe stood in front of the wolf he had defeated. The workers who appeared checked whether the leader was really dead, and he was questioned about the three. So he got to the interrogation room. Thanks to the black box that was built into the truck, he was able to easily prove the guilt of those guys. However, Joe thought about it. He admitted that they could not be the only ones who could come up with the idea of stealing items from other Awakened, so he decided to stay alert. The protagonist decided that relying only on armor and weapons is too dangerous, which means he needs a satellite. He believed that his current level would be enough for some kind of mini drone. Joe was located on the roof of a fortified car on the territory. He had a level 5 mechanic profession. The guy realized that he could do this at home, but he was too impatient to check. He laid out some items in front of him and thought about the fact that, in addition, all the necessary parts that he ordered from the Deus Market have already arrived. The protagonist admitted to himself that he was nervous, like before the first use of doubling. Looking at the system interface, he decided that the dimension stone covered with metal would make a great drone, and cast the mini drone crafting spell on it. The system reported that the crafting was 10% complete. Joe watched the process of creating an item he had only seen in games with curiosity. The percentage increased to 25. The guy was happy watching this. The drone was halfway done. He suddenly remembered something that he could not forget, and took 2 recognized Avland wands of the magic level in his hand. They are capable of increasing magic by 20 and have a built-in magic projectile spell. The protagonist stuck the wands into the drone crafting magic field, and the system confirmed the addition of the Avland wands to the mini drone. The process was 75% complete. The sphere glowed brightly. The crafting was complete. Joe was glad that it finally happened. In the silence, a rustling sound was heard in the bushes. Several aggressively minded goblins came out from there. The protagonist smiled and thought it would be a good idea to test the drone on them. He launched 2 drones forward without getting off the roof of the car. Although their appearance was no different from ordinary drones, but due to the fact that they were created using a mechanic spell, they can gain great speed. Against monsters that do not have high skills, such as goblins, they are like top predators. The drones recorded the goblins as their targets. Blue dots appeared next to them. Lasers fired from them at the greenskins. Joe could not contain his joy. He looked at the piles of ash that remained from the monsters and joked that now even their relatives would not recognize them. The protagonist admitted that the drones, one of which was flying above his palm, had enough power and decided to test other functions. For starters, he was going to try to increase his mechanic level with their help. He wanted to create a golem that required at least level 11, because then he would only have to fulfill one condition. Videos of an Awakened Joe fighting 3 opponents and a wolf pack leader went viral on the internet. The video showed him stopping enemies with magic, counterattacking, and creating epic explosions. The commentators were stunned. Mint Chocolate couldn't believe what he was seeing. Albatross asked if this wasn't the one who single-handedly dealt with the recent outbreak. He thought the protagonist was an F rank. The viewer with the unpronounceable nickname was shocked that an Awaken's magic could do such a thing. He didn't know how to even explain it. Gangnam MVP said that since he was a D rank Awakened, he knew for sure that such a thing was impossible. He thought it was all a montage. Tanker couldn't say anything about this monster, but he thought that Joe had dealt with those guys because they were weaklings, because they didn't even have time to raise their hand. Fake 2 agreed that it was a montage. The girl noticed that thanks to this video, the number of subscribers and likes was growing. She, Lily, was glad that she had uploaded it, because thanks to it she would be able to gain subscribers. Lily secretly wished that Joe would become more popular. The girl looked at the screen in front of her. She thought that this was a win-win situation. Somewhere in the office in the skyscraper, a loud indignant scream was heard. Agnes approached Matthew, leaned on his shoulder and asked what happened. He replied that he had found a video and offered her to watch it. The woman was not particularly interested in what he saw there. However, when she noticed that the video was of Joe, she could not hide her surprise. Matthew admitted that he thought it was just a video of his hunt. After watching the entire video, they were both speechless. Agnes stood up abruptly and addressed the man. She decided that this time she would have to personally go and talk to the protagonist. Matthew was surprised that she was going to go herself. Agnes was angry, thinking that he did not understand anything from the video. Her subordinate said that Joe was unusually strong for an F rank. The woman leaned towards Matthew and exclaimed that it was obvious since he killed 3 Awakened and a wolf leader. The man thought that offering 100 billion to a newbie was too much. Agnes put her hand on his shoulder and asked if it was easy for Matthew to kill such a monster when he was an F rank. Her subordinate frowned and said that it was too hard. The woman agreed with this. She said that she had never heard of such a thing, and since this Joe was already so strong, then if he became even stronger, even 1 trillion would not be enough for him. Agnes grabbed Matthew by the tie and said that they didn't have time to sit around doing nothing. She firmly concluded that they needed to move. Guild number 54 Big Picture also came to a similar conclusion. Guild number 101 Black Comet thought that if they could get the protagonist, they would immediately break into the top, so they were also in a hurry. Guild number 70 Ju decided that they had to get him. Joe walked out of the building, looking at his phone. 700 million won had been transferred to his debit card, which already had almost 2.5 million won on it. The protagonist walked to his car and noticed that he was no longer surprised by such amounts. His phone rang. He remembered that the Matthew who had called him was the deputy head of the Plum Blossom Guild, who had recently invited him to their place. The guy picked up the phone and brought it to his ear. The woman who introduced herself as the guild leader, Agnes, was glad he picked up the phone. Joe hadn't expected to hear her voice since it was Matthew's number. Agnes, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the car, said that he was currently driving. She admitted that she would like to talk to the protagonist in person and then asked where he was now. The protagonist said that he was currently busy on the territory and was going to hang up unless it was urgent. The woman jumped up and asked him to wait. She understood that he could be busy and thought that there was nothing wrong with that. Agnes said that she wanted to talk about accepting him into the guild. The guy was ready to listen to her. The guild leader exclaimed that this time they posted a price of 100 billion and added that if what they saw on the video was true, they would consider paying the protagonist that amount. Matthew listened attentively to their conversation. He hesitantly admitted that it was still too much. Agnes put the phone away and urged him to shut up and look at the road. Joe asked what happened there, and the woman sweetly asked the protagonist whether he liked these conditions and whether he agreed to them. The guy was interested in the part about the video. Agnes said that a person named Lily posted a video of him on NeoTube and asked if he really didn't know about it. The protagonist admitted that he was hearing about it for the first time. He thought that he should first figure out the situation and announced that he was hanging up. The woman tried to stop him from finishing the conversation. She shouted Joe's name into the phone, then louder again. Agnes sat silently and looked at the screen. She was in shock. Matthew advised the lady to give up these stupid thoughts. The head of the guild got angry, grabbed him by the neck and began to strangle him, asking if he really had nothing else to say. The man had to be reminded that he needed to watch the road. Joe checked and made sure that someone really had posted a video of him. He hit the car with his palm out of anger. The guy calmed down, deciding that it was done only for the sake of subscribers. However, he was worried that someone might misunderstand and think that he was some kind of killer. The protagonist thought that since everyone knew that he uses spells, he should take advantage of the moment. He was not going to join a guild, but he understood that in this case he would be able to go down into dungeons, thereby increasing his level much faster. The protagonist unlocked his phone and sent a message to all the guilds that wanted him to join their guild. The guild representatives read what was written there almost simultaneously. Joe said that despite the fact that it was not he who posted the video of his hunt, his skills are no longer valued at 100 billion. He said that today at midnight he will tell them the reason, and if they are interested, they can come to see for themselves. In the evening in a skyscraper, the Gyeongsang building. The leader of the Gyeongsang group, Tom, was upset when he saw what Megan was wearing and reminded him that he had told her to dress more modestly. Megan, wearing a sports bra and shorts, had a towel around her neck and held a sword in her hand. She replied that she was uncomfortable moving around in the dungeons in other clothes. The girl was the leader of the Gyeongsang guild. Her father took out a tablet and showed her a version of the costume that the guild had made for her. He did not understand how Megan would defend herself in her current clothes. The girl said that this armor was much worse than hers. Tom was shocked. She looked her father in the eye and admitted that she wanted to participate this time. Tom noticed that she was also attracted to this guy. The girl confirmed it. She was convinced of this when she watched the video. Her father turned off the tablet and said that he contacted the UP, who told him that he was an ordinary mage. Megan asked Tom if he knew why mages were usually rated so low, and she answered it herself because it was impossible to develop your skills in several directions at once. Often mages specialize in one thing, for example, in the fire or water element. However, after watching the video with Joe, she became sure that he was not just an awakened mage. Tom frowned and asked if she really thought he was worth such a huge amount of money. The girl replied that she did not know yet. She smiled widely and said that her intuition usually did not fail her. Her father's mouth fell open in surprise. He closed his eyes and thought that he had not seen her so lively for a long time. The man thought that this Joe was an ordinary F-rank rookie, but he was ready to give in to his daughter, who was so excited about this. Tom smiled and noted that this was exactly why the girl came to him. He clarified how much she needed, estimating that 10 billion would be enough. Megan said an approximate amount of 200 billion. She seemed very confident and was not joking when she said it. Tom was shocked, not knowing what to say. He reluctantly agreed to prepare everything, but asked not to waste the money. The girl was happy to hear his consent and hugged her father gratefully, after which she said that she loved him. Tom chuckled. 12 at night, Gangnam, Deus Market. The girl with two ponytails on the sides wished good evening to the assembled ladies and gentlemen, and introduced herself as Melissa from the Awakened administration. Matthew looked at her in confusion. Agnes was nervous and biting her nails. Melissa put one hand on her hip, with the other she brought the microphone to her mouth and announced that today they would hold a slightly strange auction. She understood that many already knew why they came here. However, the girl pointed her hand behind her to introduce the most hotly discussed face of society in recent days to those present. The spotlight shone on the guy Melissa introduced as the awakened spellcaster Joe. The protagonist said into the microphone that it was a pleasure to meet everyone. He started by saying that everyone could see in the video that, unlike other awakened mages, he did not need time to rest and accumulate mana after using magic. One of the people who came, who was sitting on a chair, Dan, exclaimed that this was a lie because there had never been anyone who could use magic without wasting mana. He sternly demanded that Joe stop this circus, otherwise he would meet his abilities. Dan began to prepare magic. He announced that he was sure that the video was edited. The protagonist moved his finger, installing a shield and armor. Dan was surrounded by a protective sphere. He was shocked. The system politely announced that the shield and armor spells were activated. The viewers noticed that there was really no delay, and everything happened very quickly. Joe asked Dan if his speed was different from usual. He smiled with satisfaction, hoping that everyone was happy now. Dan did not like this situation, but he did not know how to object. The person present suggested that with such a simple skill as shield, it was quite easy. The woman agreed, thinking that with attack spells, Joe would hardly be able to do the same. The protagonist said that he expected them to doubt, so he prepared himself. He announced that he would show everyone his skills on his assistant, summoning his device from under the floor. One of the spectators raised his hand and apologized. It was Megan's hand. She said that she would like to help him with the demonstration. The protagonist did not quite understand. Megan turned her head, explaining that this was a tank of their guild Gyeongsum. She thought that a person would be much more helpful than a simple mannequin. The girl's name was Gina. She was dressed in good armor and was quite nervous. Megan asked if Joe liked this option. A little about the difference between skills and spells. To use their skills, awakened mages like the protagonist need to create spells. However, regular magic takes a certain amount of time and does not allow movement while creating a spell. Therefore, they are defenseless when monsters, such as giant robots, attack them alone. They often have to turn to tanks for help. But in Joe's case, everything was different. As long as he can pronounce the spell, they work at the same time. In addition, because he does not waste time creating them, he can move freely and dodge attacks, such as a giant robot. His attack power, compared to regular skills, does not need to be accumulated, but he could easily jump above the robot's head. Joe was able to easily defeat him alone, since his attack power is, on the contrary, stronger. This is his specialty. Gina came up on stage to the discussion of the audience. It was said that if someone wanted her to go on a raid with them, they would have to pay a huge amount. The girl told Joe that it was nice to meet him and prepared a shield. The protagonist was unsure if she could handle it, but Gina assured him that he didn't have to worry. She looked at the guy's assistant and said that she would definitely be better than him. The girl made eye contact with Joe and admitted that she wanted to personally experience the power of his spells. She announced to those present that her name was Gina and that she worked for the Gyeongsong Guild. The girl explained that for this demonstration, she would show the audience her combat stats and suggested that they take a look at the system windows in front of them. Agnes assessed her strength and thought that with her help they could really find out Joe's strength. Matthew looked at her and listened. The woman added that the defense level cannot be increased by other stat points and can only rely on relics and skills. Jin's physical defense was 101 and his magical defense was 155. Agnes noted that these indicators only indicate her normal state. She smiled, thinking that during a fight they must be even higher. The protagonist remembered how he blew up an enemy by putting his hand on his face. He remembered how he hit another with a weapon, how he sent a third one flying. He was impatient, because not counting those 3 weaklings, this would be his chance to test his magic on a tank that specialized in defense. The protagonist smiled and confidently declared that he planned to show all his power. Jin raised her shield and set up a barrier, after which she replied that she was ready. The girl looked intently at Joe. They both stood opposite each other. The loudspeaker announced that in this case, for the safety of the audience, the stage would be fenced with a shield. Lasers shot out of the holes. They formed a grid between the audience and Joe and Jin. The protagonist ran his finger through the air and said the name of the spell, Harmony of Magic, Coherence of the Poles. Fireflies appeared next to him. He launched a magic projectile, and beams flew from the fireflies towards Jin. They crashed into her barrier, creating an explosion. The girl was shocked, taking this bombardment. She knew that each of these blows was incredibly powerful, but Joe launched 5 at her at once. Meanwhile, Joe read the next spell, Fireworks on the Fingertips, Flaming Hands. A fiery comet went to its target. The audience was amazed at such destructive attacks, which, moreover, the protagonist does not waste time to create. Jin was very difficult under these blows. Suddenly, her magical barrier flew to pieces. She didn't expect it. Megan watched grimly as Jin, one of the strongest D-rank Awakened, had his first defense destroyed. But then she smiled at the realization that this guy had managed to destroy her shield. Joe was slightly distracted, and his opponent asked if he could show her anything else. She stated that she could still continue and shielded herself. The girl admitted that she hadn't felt anything at all and urged the protagonist to show her everything he could do. She smiled at the end. Megan touched her chin after noticing that Jin, who rarely acknowledged mages other than the most outstanding ones, had finally shown interest in someone. She figured that if they could get the protagonist, they would make a great team. The protagonist understood and decided that he had enough of playing around. He prepared many more fireflies from the first spell and fire from the second, wanting to use them at the same time. The boy looked at Jean with excitement. He used flaming hands and covered everything around him in fire, but he still had fireflies. The girl couldn't understand what would happen next. Then there was a huge explosion. The net protecting the observers began to collapse. Agnes was shocked. Monica was also shocked, but George barely reacted. Melissa joined in their confusion. The beaten Gina held the defense. She was stunned. Joe looked guilty. He apologized for the damage because he didn't mean to hit her that hard. The girl assured her that everything was fine. She said that it was an honor for her to be injured after all this time. The boy extended his hand to help her up and thanked her for her help. Gina offered him her palm and admitted that it would be great to see him in action one more time. Joe lifted the girl up and they smiled at each other. The voice from the speakers announced that the demonstration was over. The protagonist turned to the audience, wanting to state his condition. He said that he did not plan to join any guild, and that he wanted to sign the contract not as a guild member, but as a mercenary and partner. George got angry, not understanding the point of paying them so much money if he was not going to join the guild. Joe told him that it was his choice. Furious, George thought that the guy was just bragging about his skills, and told Monica that they were leaving. The first viewer was disappointed to hear about the mercenary contract, although he admitted that the protagonist's skills were good. Another decided that there was no point in paying him 100 billion. The third said that their guild would not benefit from a mercenary. The protagonist smiled. He noticed that there were only 2 guilds left. Agnes asked why they would spend so much money on a mercenary and not a guild member. Megan sat next to her and tacitly supported her question. Joe explained that he was not satisfied with the idea of just getting money for the contract. He snapped his fingers, summoning his drone, and explained that he was going to sell such items. Matthew was amazed that he could make items. Agnes could not believe that he could do more than just cast spells. She asked if he was a double awakened. The guy put his finger to his lips and said that it was a secret. Agnes exclaimed that she accepted Joe's terms and was ready to pay 100 billion. She offered a 5-year contract and said that their guild needed him. Megan said 150 billion. She promised to give the protagonist 1.5 times what the Flower Guild offered him. The battered Gina, standing behind her, was not surprised at all. The news appeared among the headlines that F-rank rookie Joe signed a contract with the Gyeongsun Guild for 3 years as a mercenary. Another headline claimed that rookie Joe had broken the contract price record by 30 times. He was in the spotlight because of the unusual mercenary contract. The protagonist shaking Megan's hand even appeared on the TV news. One commentator couldn't believe that some rookie could be worth 150 billion, and thought that the guy had either tricked Jiangxian or Megan had gone crazy. Another commentator also thought that the guild leader had lost his mind. He thought that as the leader of one of the top 10 guilds, Megan would be smarter about managing money. A third commentator said that he had seen Joe using his skills in Deus Market with his own eyes yesterday, and that the guy could defeat any mage with his skills alone. A fourth commentator pointed out that his ability to use spells was not a lie. He thought that he should acknowledge him then. He was worried about whether the protagonist could use different types of spells, such as attack, defense, and the like. The protagonist walked down the street, reading the news on his phone. He thought that rumors were spreading too quickly. After all, it had only been one day. The boy did not even tell his parents, because he was afraid that they would worry, but it seemed that they did not mind very much. He smiled. His father wrote to him that, no matter what, he should value his life and take fewer unnecessary risks. His mother agreed that safety was above all else and asked him not to do anything that would make her cry. The father added that they were both very worried and hoped that his son would not overdo it. Joe closed his eyes and smiled, thinking about the fact that during the break he had collected a few more relics. It was a rare bracelet of Stephanie's grandmother, increasing wisdom, magic, and attractiveness. Also, if used in the temple, it increases magic defense by 10 times. This effect is restored in 3 days. Robert's rare level marathon shoes greatly increased agility, but did not change the stats while idle. The old prayer book slightly increased wisdom. Nobulus's magic level Twilight Ring increases mana and allows you to restore mana by 100% when its reserve runs out, with a cooldown of 1 day. Joe decided it was time to check his statistics. His rank was also at level F, the mage level was 14, the mechanics 11, the alchemist's 1. The guy had outstanding wisdom and magic stats that went beyond 300 points. He assessed what the statistics window told him and assumed that with this, he was already reaching rank C. The protagonist decided that now was the time to focus on learning spells, not relics. It was time to begin. A business district full of skyscrapers. Joe was standing near the lobby of the Jiangsong Guild building, with people walking around him. The other guild members noticed him and started discussing the guild leader's stupid decision to invite a newbie. The guy imagined that there would be a lot of discontent because of his presence. Joe thought that there was nothing he could do about it, because for them he was just an F-rank newbie. He went to the reception and said that he came to meet the guild master. The girl smiled widely and asked him to wait a second, returning to her laptop. Someone with a smug smile mockingly asked who had come to see them. He smirked when he saw the super newbie Joe. The protagonist turned his head to him. The two who were discussing the protagonist a while ago noticed that Chuck had started doing his thing again. They were wondering how Joe would go through the newbie initiation rite. The protagonist overheard them. Now he was warned. Chuck extended his hand and said his name. Joe introduced himself and shook his hand. Chuck grinned evilly. He squeezed the protagonist's hand as hard as he could. The guy frowned. He was even disappointed that the rite of passage was in fact just a cliched handshake, like in the movies. Chuck was literally burning with anger. Joe decided that he could not just give up. With one phrase and a movement of his hand, he applied the armor. Chuck did not understand what was happening, since he believed that with such strength, the guy in front of him should have reacted somehow, but he did not care. Joe was dressed in armor. He whispered in Chuck's ear that he did not believe that this was all he had and offered to show more. This hurt Chuck's pride. The whole building began to shake as if from an earthquake. In the middle of the broken floor, two guys were shaking hands. The guild members thought it was too much, but they continued to watch. They noticed that Joe didn't care. The guy stood there and continued to smile confidently. Chuck was as angry as ever. The protagonist sarcastically asked if that was all and said that this rite of passage was nothing. Chuck smiled the smile of a maniac ready to kill. He warned Joe, a super newbie, not to regret this. The protagonist was surprised at how easy it was to anger him. Power met power, and shockwaves spread around. The guild members were almost panicking. They were about to call someone. The protagonist was still emotionless. Chuck screamed in rage, like an animal. Suddenly, he felt a blow to the back of his neck. He began to fall in front of Joe. Chuck collapsed on the floor in front of the reception, which meant his defeat. Someone's heel clicked. Megan, fully dressed in armor and holding a weapon in her hand, was not happy that, having just come from the dungeon, she saw them doing something incomprehensible. She sighed and instructed teacher Colin to work on Chuck's manners again. Colin agreed that he had trained him too poorly and decided to take him seriously. He began to lift the boy from the floor. Joe thought that it was very similar to the army since they trained and taught everyone personally. Megan turned to him. The girl looked at him and smiled. She admitted that she heard that he came to meet her and said that they could go. The protagonist noted that they came at a very convenient time. He assumed that they wanted him to show his abilities in front of everyone. Joe silently looked at Megan, who did not understand what he wanted. He closed his eyes and decided that this could not be and that he was imagining things too much, after which he agreed to the proposal. Colin picked up Chuck. Megan went ahead. Together, they came to the office of the Gyeongsang Guild Master where the girl had left her katana. She approached the desk and explained that this was the office of the guild leader and the master's room. The guy looked around and asked if Megan used it as a room. The girl replied that there was nothing special about it because this place was practically her home. She admitted that she was surprised in any case and picked up a notebook from the table. The girl thought that Joe should be busy spending money for the contract. The protagonist said that this was not his priority. He added that he came here for a specific reason. He needed a special dungeon for his abilities. Megan was surprised and asked for details. Joe asked if she had heard of, for example, the Dungeon of Goblin Mechanics. The girl said that it was on the list, showed him the recording and told him the location. The goblins there were angry and muscular, with armor and body modifications. Megan read the information that it was an E-rank dungeon with a goblin engineer as the boss. She threw a notebook with a list of guild dungeons to Joe, saying that it was a gift. The guy was surprised. The girl explained that she was helping the protagonist since they signed a contract with him as a mercenary, and with his growth, they would get even more benefits. The guy understood everything and looked at the notebook. Although he came to the dungeon to get the golem diagram, it turned out that he could get more. Joe was happy reading the contents of the notebook. He noticed that this dungeon was too similar to the one in the game, so he was sure that the diagram was there. Megan called him, tearing him away from reading. She informed him that the place was now under the guild's control, so she wanted to ask for a favor in exchange for permission to enter. The girl smiled, extended her hand to Joe, and asked if she could come with him. The underground training pavilion of the Gyeongsang Guild. A room lined with iron sheets in which there were 3 ground drones. Gina was equipped with a training shield and a baton. She was sweating all over from fighting them. After defeating them all, she proudly straightened her shoulders. A towel flew towards her. Colin, who was carrying Chuck, asked if she was tired from training this morning. Gina noticed the teacher and asked what was on his shoulder. He turned his head and understood what she meant. The man threw Chuck to the ground and explained that the master had seen him when he had a confrontation with Joe in the hall, and he had been assigned to teach him a lesson. Gina dried herself with a towel and admitted that she had heard that the protagonist had received a contract for 150 billion. Colin confirmed that this was true and added that this amount was considered the largest contract sum of all time. He asked Gina about Joe's strength, who had blocked his attacks and probably knew about it. The girl looked at her bruised hand and said that it was the first time in a long time that she had been injured. She smiled, raised her hand and said that it was the first time she had had so much fun. Gina wanted to have another normal fight with him. Colin put his hands in his pockets. He was glad that the girl had found herself a worthy ranged fighter. She agreed with him. The man touched her chin and incidentally asked her why she did not stop talking like she did in the army. He believed that if she finally stopped talking like that, she would become more like a beautiful young girl. Slender, strong Gina explained that it was just a habit since she grew up in a military family. She apologized for that and continued to wipe her sweat. Colin replied that everything was fine. He promised to try to keep Jin's spot anyway, as he thought that it would be a great idea to team up with him. The man advised her not to overdo it with training, as nothing good would come of it. The girl understood everything. 6 a.m. near Shindoram Station. Megan was glad to see Joe there. The guy noticed that the master worked quickly. He didn't expect to go on his first raid as an Awakens so early in the morning. The girl approached him and said that it was nothing special, and the protagonist should get used to it, as he was now part of their guild. She said that she also called the porters, so only the protagonist remained. Most often, porters are ordinary people who collect corpses, but, as Joe expected from the 7th best guild in the country, even their porters are awakened. The porters chatted with each other carefreely. It seemed to him that this was like a training session for newbies to learn what dungeons were, since the chances of encountering monsters except during outbreaks in the territories were almost zero. The protagonist asked if he could enter. Megan knew it was too late to ask, but she was worried about whether Joe was sure he could handle it alone. The protagonist looked her in the eye and declared his confidence that he would not die. The guild leader thought he was too arrogant. The guy said that his arrogance was based on precise calculations. He stood in front of the portal to the dungeon. The portal glowed green and was a rift in space. Joe could not hide his admiration because this was his first dungeon. Megan announced the beginning and they both entered. A dark foggy forest was located ahead. The protagonist came out of the portal on this side. The first thing he did was stand up and look around. Megan explained that the structure of the dungeon was always different, but she noticed that this dungeon looked like some kind of forest. She looked around and did not see anything unusual. The girl turned to Joe with a smile. She said that she would just watch from behind so that Joe could show what he could do. The protagonist walked through the forest, trying to decide where to go. On one side there was a deep forest full of tall trees and bushes. On the other side there was a meadow, which at first glance looked very well groomed. The guy realized that usually people would choose the meadow, but he decided to go to the forest, having previously used armor and shield spells on himself. Joe came out into a clearing. He believed that the goblins, having intelligence, would use cunning in battle, setting traps in the meadow where they expected all the people to go. The protagonist took a step. He went further, making his way through the dense forest. Then projectiles flew at him. There was an explosion. Smoke spread through the forest. The shelling was caused by goblins equipped with something like bazookas. The smoke and fog mixed and almost nothing was visible in the forest. Joe burst in from there, sending deadly rays at the monsters. 3 were destroyed immediately while he ran past them. Another group of goblins were located in the trees. The protagonist admitted that he already knew where they would be. He ran, and his rays continued to hit their targets. The goblins on the branches were defeated. The protagonist began to look for the rest with his eyes. At that moment, several melee goblins with hand modifications jumped out from above him. One of them charged his mechanical fist with magic and attacked Joe. The guy swiped his finger, preparing a spell. He erected a large shield that protected the protagonist from all the explosions created by the goblins. The protagonist smirked and said that they were too stupid if they thought such an attack would work against him. He prepared his fingertip fireworks spell, and his hand turned orange. The light fell on the monster's face. Joe used flaming hands, and a huge wave of fire magic shot into the air. The flames enveloped the goblins. There were several flashes. The guy stood alone in the forest with his hand raised. The coals left by the enemies fell on him. The protagonist proudly concluded that there was nothing special about it. The goblins and their parts fell on the grass behind him. Joe looked back, noticed that there was no one left here, and decided to continue. He walked further through the forest covered in fog. Ahead was something that surprised him. The guy thought that this was the same giant mechanical labyrinth famous for its multiple traps. Joe went inside between the concrete walls. He exceeded all of Megan's expectations. She thought that the goblins with bazookas would certainly cause him trouble, but she was much more surprised by the accuracy of his spells, especially when he ran past the monsters. She knew that usually awakened mages of his level had an accuracy of 35% or so. The girl could not believe that this guy had received his abilities only a month ago. A mechanical labyrinth stood ahead. Those who went the wrong way would be awaited by vampire wasps, poisonous thorns, and various traps with saws. Megan was surprised by something. The protagonist suddenly stopped. She assumed that he wanted to give up. The girl noticed that the protagonist pulled out a drone from his pocket, which he ordered from the Deus Market. Joe launched a couple into the air and smiled. Megan was amazed that they worked in the dungeon. She sincerely thought that no human product worked in the dungeons. The drones flew above the labyrinth and scouted the way. Joe used a vision spell. Now he could see where the goblins hid the traps, of which there were many. The protagonist remembered that he could attack monsters to gain experience. With these thoughts, he moved on, accompanied by drones. With their help, he believed that he was unlikely to get lost or fall into a trap. The guy looked out from behind the corner, confident that he was further. Then he fearlessly walked out to a group of goblins, some equipped with bombs, some with bazookas, some with melee weapons. The main goblin shouted a call to attack. To their surprise, Joe jumped into the air above them. The leader ordered the others to aim. After giving the command to shoot, shells flew at the jumping protagonist. He did not expect this and instinctively covered himself with his hands. There was an explosion. Joe was hit and lost consciousness. It was an illusion taken for real. The protagonist felt like a winner. He asked the goblins what it was like to attack an illusion. His next move was a combination of a shield and flaming hands, something like a fireball. The burning shield was sent towards the monsters. The enemies did not have time to react. They were instantly pinned down by the ball. The guy furiously attacked the goblins. He continued to pour magic into the spell. Several level up messages came in, which certainly made him happy. Joe silently walked on after he burned his enemies here. Megan continued to watch him. She crossed her arms over her chest and smiled. The guild leader thought that the protagonist would repeat his techniques, but he drove the goblins into a corner and killed them. Looking at Joe, she was only surprised. Even an awakened S rank like her cannot attack, defend, and strengthen herself at the same time, and he also has drones. Megan was convinced that 150 billion was a great investment. A large red portal appeared in front of the protagonist, the entrance to the boss room. He decided to take a look at it without hesitation and went inside. Sticking his head out, Joe looked around. There were cannons on both sides of the room. A goblin sat on a throne in the center. The guy assumed that this was the Goblin Lord. He believed that the emerald in the monster's forehead was connected to the cannons around him. Joe believed that they were at least 5 times stronger than those used by his minions. However, he smiled, although he thought that he would hardly survive with only armor and a shield. The cannons had a 1-minute cooldown, and the protagonist decided that this was more than enough for him. He cast a magic harmony spell when he stepped in front of the boss. He was still accompanied by 2 drones. The opponent's gazes met. The drones prepared to shoot lasers. The protagonist used a magic projectile, and beams were directed towards the goblin. They were already very close. Then they crashed into something that appeared in front of the monster. The goblin rose from the throne and headed towards the mechanical structure. He climbed into it and grabbed the levers. The emerald in his forehead flashed. The guns responded and flashed too. Joe looked at them. The guns did not attack. The boss ordered someone to come out. Someone's mechanical limb broke through the ground. Then a body resembling a goblin appeared. There were many such mechs. They appeared around Joe and were not connected to the guns in any way. Soon the robots dug themselves out completely and stood on the surface. The mechs prepared their weapons and were ready to attack. One of them did so, attacking the protagonist with a lunge. The guy looked at him calmly. He rushed to counterattack, creating several fireflies on his palm. The protagonist touched the robot's armor. At that moment, he was pierced by the protagonist's magic projectile. Joe held his hand against the through hole in the metal of the mech's body. The robot was smoking. The guy realized that this was enough to deal with the boss's servants. The mech in front of him flashed its red eyes. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He ducked, barely dodging the robot's clap. The boss followed him in his car. The goblin attacked, but an obstacle appeared in front of him. His mech crashed into the shield dome. Debris flew off the robot. The boss held onto the levers, attacking the protagonist with his iron hands. Joe prepared a magic harmony spell, standing under reliable protection. The drones flew up to the goblin to shoot him. The guy confidently used a magic projectile. A powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist recoiled from the goblin mech, wanting to repeat his magic. The robot abruptly entered his blind spot. The guy was thrown back by a punch, but remained balanced and did not fall. The boss grabbed his wounded eye in bewilderment. Joe made a dash to the side, but the robot's blade blocked his way. He had to slow down so as not to die. The guy created several fireflies near his hand for a counterattack. Then he fired the mech's helmet, a magic projectile. The iron golem's head was torn off. The robot fell, and it rolled further. The head lay separately, showing no signs of life. Joe watched this with satisfaction. The goblin with a bloodshot eye was angry. He raised the mech's iron hand and pumped fire into it. The projectile was ready. The launcher looked towards the protagonist. The goblin fired a volley. The protagonist was truly stunned. He took a direct hit. Suddenly, the first layer of his defense was destroyed. Joe was carried back by the shock wave. He tensed up because he understood that after the shield was broken, things would be bad for him if he didn't have armor. The guy looked to the side. He noticed that the cannons were almost fully charged. The boss was preparing a new shot. The protagonist realized that he didn't have much time and ran towards his main enemy. Two goblin mechs blocked his way. They formed a wall in front of their boss. The guy smiled confidently. The robots punched him. Joe's body dissolved. It was just his illusion with which he deceived the mechs and ran past. Nothing and no one stood between him and the dungeon boss. The protagonist realized that the goblin was ready to shoot. He pushed off his drone to jump higher. He was high in the air when fire flew under him. The boss was shocked. While still in the air, the protagonist prepared his fingertip fireworks. After casting the Flaming Hand spell, a powerful stream of fire was launched at the goblin. The burning dungeon boss screamed in pain. Joe was happy and smiling. Suddenly, charred hands appeared in front of him. They grabbed the guy by the neck, preventing him from moving. The gun was loaded and ready to shoot. The protagonist looked at his enemy in surprise. The heavily wounded goblin was not going to give up. Megan, who was watching all this, panicked. The goblin lifted the hero off the ground. The guy looked at him in fear. The enemy did not look away. Megan took the sword, thought that she could not allow Pac to be killed like this. Sparks appeared in her hands from the weapon. She thought that she should intervene. The girl prepared to attack. Suddenly she stopped, not understanding what was happening. Pac began to draw a heart with his finger. A purple light appeared in his eyes. He said, a sweet whisper of temptation. Rose petals swirled around. The guy said, charm. Magic enveloped the goblin. He removed his hands from the hero. The hero thought, great, it worked. The cannons near the wall fired. Shells flew at them. Pac froze. The robot stood in front of him. He bent down to protect him from blows. There was an explosion. Megan watched the smoke clear. She pressed her lips together, thinking the boss had just protected Puck. The passing smoke revealed a view of the robot. The destroyed mechanisms began to spark. Wires were sticking out from under the rubble. The robot fell apart. The girl ran to Puck, shouted, he's okay. The hero raised his fist, exhaled, and replied that it could have been dangerous. Megan responded with excitement. No words. He said he was surprised. He didn't expect the boss to be such a tough nut to crack. He shook the dust off his shoulder, adding that he thought he would finish him off with flaming hands. The guy put his hands on his hips, said, and yet everything ended as he expected. The cannon by the wall went out. The goblin lord was dead. Puck raised his hands. Blue windows appeared with messages that his level had increased. He was a level 20 mage. The hero asked with delight, so much experience, because he killed him alone. He noticed that the boss had left behind a bunch of items. Megan turned to him and said that she had a lot of questions about the spells he had just used on the boss, but she would go ahead and give him time to check the dropped items. She frowned and added that today's raid had proven to her that he was truly worth the money, and she couldn't wait to work with him further. The master left after saying that. He began to check the items left behind by the boss. The first was a mid-level 1 space stone. Next, the second class spell books, strength, web, and mirror image, as well as the scrolls with the golem schematics he wanted. He thought that he could finally leave this dungeon with peace of mind. Puck looked at the scroll and said that since he had obtained the second class spells and schematics, he could begin right away. 3 days later, Gyeongsang Guild, Underground Training Hall. A voice from the intercom asked Pak if he was sure he could handle it. He replied that he could, asking to set them to the maximum level. The employee pressed the button on the screen several times. A young man with a scar on his cheek, sitting at the table, asked him to be ready. Since the robots were set to the maximum level, they would attack as soon as they spotted a target. Megan entered the hall. She crossed her arms over her chest, noticed that they had not long ago left the dungeon. What was he planning this time? The hero smiled slightly, answered that he had an offer for her. Drones appeared in the hall. She looked at them and clarified that they were something like the drones he showed her last time. He offered to take a look. The employee shouted that the robots were set up and would attack immediately. The targets were aimed at the heroes. He shouted to them that it was dangerous. The red indicators on the drones lit up, and they began to move. The guy gave the order to rise. A portal appeared on the wall. It called Akron. The robot hit the floor with force. A green glow appeared around his hand. His eye flashed red. The devices were destroyed. Heroes were standing next to Akron. One of the drones was standing on the floor. The robot hit it hard. Then it delivered a powerful double blow. Akron slammed one fist against the other. Megan was amazed at what she saw. She asked Pak if he was going to sell this golem. The guy was embarrassed, replied that, unfortunately, he made it for himself. He explained that he brought it to check before going down to the dungeon. The girl answered, so that's how it is. When Pak called the golem, it turned around and said, Akron is answering. The young man waved his hand, told him that the master is waiting, let him show how he will deal with the rest of the robots. The golem answered that he understood. Akron extended his hand forward at the drone. His hand heated up, he said, flaming hands. A bright flash of fire burst out of it. A melted drone stood on the floor. Akron dealt with all the opponents. Megan stood, stunned by what she saw. She frowned, lowered her eyes. She apologized to Pak, as she seemed too surprised. She had never met such golems. The guy said that he understood. It was the first time she saw his Akron. The girl asked if he was not going to sell this golem. Then what? The hero put a skull bomb on the table, answered, for starters, this giant bomb. He took out another one from the portal, added, and also an ice bomb with a surprise. The guy showed Megan a blinding bomb. The girl's angry voice interrupted him. He looked at her questioningly. She put her hands on the table, shouted, what kind of space is this, from where he pulls out bombs? The guy said, oh, this. Pak spread his hands, answered that he somehow got this ability. Megan pursed her lips, noticed that an interdimensional ability is not something that is obtained for free. She knew that only S-rank awakened ones can use this ability. He looked away, said that he must be lucky. She objected in bewilderment. Lucky? He had just demonstrated a characteristic that exceeded his rank. Pak tilted his head to the side, replied that this was probably why he was unusual. Megan sat down at the table. The guy asked the employee who had come to open the doors of the hall. The hero threw a bomb with a skull in his hand, said that instead of words he would show them what these bombs were capable of. He threw it, shouted, for starters, a giant bomb. The bomb flying at the drone lit up red. There was an explosion. The flames rose up. The employee was amazed, exclaimed, this is incredible power, master. He noticed that the walls covered with stones of space were simply melting. Everything could end badly if they did not reduce the temperature. Pak took the blue bomb, told them not to worry, he would figure it out with this. He threw it at the site of the explosion, said that the second in line was an ice bomb. A giant ice crystal seemed to grow out of the ground. The walls and ceiling were covered with ice. The boy told Megan that the ice was temporary and would disappear in 10 seconds. He asked, well, the girl exclaimed, she liked it, asked to show the last one. The hero gave her glasses and said that before that, she needed to put this on first. The girl put on the accessory, noticed that he was well prepared. The guy threw the last, blinding bomb. A flash of light illuminated everything around. Puck covered his eyes with his hand. After Megan took off her glasses and asked, all 3 bombs seem very useful. What is the cost of their production? He said that it is a secret. He plans to sell them to the guild for 6 million and to others for 10. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, answered, it is a pity that he cannot name the production price. The boy explained that Pandora's box is most beautiful when closed. The master decided that the price he named sounded quite acceptable, even without the cost of production, because they can be used not only in dungeons, but also in other places. Puck confidently stated that it was a small price to pay for saving a life. Megan extended her hand and said that she wanted to make him an offer. He asked what the terms were. The girl replied that if he sold them only to them, their guild would pay him 10 million apiece. They shook hands, thus he made a deal with the master. The next day, the deputy head ran down the hall. Agnes put her hand to her chest. Matthew ran into her office, shouting that they were in serious trouble. She asked what happened. He showed her the chart and shouted to just look at it. The girl asked what it was. Agnes froze with the tablet in her hands. Read that the Gyeongsang Guild, thanks to their exclusive contract with Park, began selling explosives that can be used in dungeons. She slammed her fist on the table. The girl gritted her teeth. She saw his manufacturing skills. She had to get it no matter the price. Matthew smiled nervously, noted that Park's contract expired in 3 years, then they could invite him. Agnes addressed him in a cold and gloomy tone. She put her hand on his shoulder. Her scream echoed throughout the office building like an explosion. She said, "Let him think before opening his mouth." The employees were embarrassed. The guy with the documents asked, "Are they again?" The girl added, "It seems they dispersed today." One suggested that it was because of the news about the Gyeongsang Guild. Matthew was kneeling in front of Agnes. She shouted that Park, who is now at the F rank level, is worth 150 billion. The girl threw up her hands, shouted, "Does he think that he will be at the same level in 3 years? The man said, "No way." The deputy head sat down and crossed his arms over his chest, asked the master where she was going. Agnes looked back, shouted angrily, "And what does he think? Of course to negotiate with Gyeongsang," ordered him to get ready too. Sales department of the Gyeongsang Guild. The managers were having a hard time serving visitors who were interested in how to conclude a supply contract, the volume of goods. The reporter raised his hand, loudly asked, "Did he hear that they were created by Park? Is that true?" The employee answered, "Yes, that's right. They sell them on the basis of an exclusive contract with him." Another clarified, "They concluded an agreement with him for monopoly rights." The manager replied that he did not know the details since the negotiations were led by the master. Megan watched from the top floor. She looked back at the unexpected question of why she was here. She answered, "After all, it was the first day of sales." She added with a smile, she thought it would be fun. The girl in the white shirt crossed her arms, clarified what she meant. Megan asked if she remembered what happened 2 years ago. 2 years ago, due to the problem of exclusive rights to the dungeons near Namyeon Station, Gyeongsan and Plum Blossom became rivals. At that time, Agnes began to spread dirty rumors about Gyeongsan and Megan, who was only 18 years old at the time. In the end, she won the rights to the dungeons, and the bad reputation has followed Gyeongsan to this day. Megan frowned, said that she understood why she did it then. She noticed Agnes and Matthew among the customers. The corners of her lips lifted slightly. She said that she didn't want to miss the opportunity to look at her face today. She turned to her partner and suggested that they go down. Agnes hugged herself. She was shaking. She asked Matthew if it wasn't chilly in here. He was surprised, really. Suddenly, she was called out loudly, saying that it had been a long time. Agnes smiled timidly. Megan tilted her head to the side, remarked that if she had warned in advance, she would have met her. Agnes raised an eyebrow and grinned. She asked Megan why she was here. The master answered, "After all, it was the first day of pack bomb sales. She couldn't miss such an important day for their guild." Agnes blushed, smiling, said what a coincidence, she just wanted to meet her. Megan nodded, really, suggested that they talk separately in the reception area. They exchanged glances. The tension between them increased. Their meeting was broadcast on the TV screen. Pack was sitting at the table with a blue sphere around his hands. He grinned and said that he would not like to be there. A man with boxes came into the room, asked where to put the new crystals. The guy replied that they could be placed near him. The girl put them on the table. He looked in her direction, said that he could not move during assembly, so he was grateful for the help. She replied that it was okay, it was not a burden to her. The guy shuddered in surprise. It was Gina. She said seriously, they had not seen each other for a long time. There was a bomb lying near his hands. He asked how it got here. Gina replied that she was looking for him, and the master said that he was here. He clarified, she was looking, she wanted something from him. The girl narrowed her eyes, answered yes. Her gaze became stern. Gina asked him to fight her again. She looked at him and waited for an answer. He asked in surprise, to fight. Gina reminded him that last time she only blocked his attacks, but this time she would like to fight him one-on-one. She put her fist to her chest, adding that that is why she was asking him for this favor. His hand trembled. Puck thoughtfully said, "Fight." He turned to her, smiling, said that he agreed. Gina was happy. The girl raised her fist, said that then she would go get ready. The guy asked if she could wait a little. He was a little busy right now, and it seemed to take some time. Gina pulled out a chair. She sat down, folded her hands in front of her. He nervously said that she could come later. The girl objected that she would wait here. A sweet smile lit up her face. She said that if he needed anything, he could talk. He froze. Puck closed his eyes and sighed. He suddenly stood up from his seat. The hero looked around, said that he seemed to have done enough for sales, and besides, it was too boring to just sit and design, so he looked at her, called to fight. Gina, full of joy, hurried after him, answered, "Yes, great." The guy was wearing equipment. When he put his hand to his chest, one of the items of clothing made a short beep. Puck turned his wrist, touched the button. Gina asked him if he put on all the equipment. He said yes, asked what it was. The girl looked at her suit, answered that it was protective equipment that adapts to them and helps increase stamina depending on the state of health. It will glow green, yellow, or red. She added that it also absorbs most attacks, and when health drops to 0, the suit will turn off, as if you die, in this case the match will be over. Puck was surprised. This suit costs 25 billion each. Gina looked at him seriously, said that the master said that it was cheaper than getting wounded guild members every time. The young man folded his fingers, said that since they have such an expensive item, it is somehow a pity to fight for nothing. He spread his arms and asked how about a little bet. Gina raised an eyebrow and asked again. A bet. Puck suggested that if he won, she would be his personal tanker. If she defeated him, he would be her personal mage. The girl asked how long the contract would last. The hero showed 3 fingers and answered, 3 months. With a confident smile, he added, and of course, the loser would work for free. He waved his hand and asked how she did. Did he think it would be fun? Gina thought about it. They looked around. Suddenly the master appeared to their right. She said that she thought it was quite interesting. Puck told Megan that he thought she was talking to Agnes. She was surprised. He saw them. The master raised her finger, noted that thanks to his inventions, she was able to have a lot of fun with Agnes, thanked him. Gina called out to her, asking if Pack needed a handicap, since she was a D rank and he was an F. Megan turned her head. The hero replied that he refused to fight then. He could do without it. The master asked Jin what about her. The girl frowned, replied that they would fight without concessions. The master raised her hand, telling them to get ready. Gina put her sword forward, declared that this time she would give it her all. A thin magical smoke rose from Pack's finger. He replied that he was no longer the same as she saw him in the Deus Market. Megan shouted. They began. Gina thought that she had to defeat him before he could launch his spells. Red flames appeared around the girl. Red smoke enveloped Pack. He looked at his feet. They moved on their own. He thought, this is her provocation skill. The floor under the hero's foot cracked. He ran at Jin, said, strong and steadfast, armor, harmony of magic, coherence of the poles. Shimmering halos of light appeared around him. He said, magic projectile. The girl raised her shield, shouted, iron wall. The guy figured that she had used provocation to make him come closer, and now iron wall to increase her defense. She was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, a fairly standard defense strategy. A circle of light appeared around the hero's finger. Puck thought he could just break through with fire. Lines of light reflected off the wall. He decided that this was not the outcome he wanted. They fell on the place where Jin stood. The girl turned around. She was surrounded by thick, dense smoke. She thought, a smoke screen. Jin's eyes flashed. She said, mana locator. Green dots appeared in the clouds of smoke, showing mana. A bright light flashed above her head. Gina was surprised. He had already used so many spells. Her eyes widened in surprise. The lines of light crossed at one point, creating a flash. The girl raised her shield, thought he must have used quite a lot of mana already. She looked to the side, thought that in order to finish her off, he would attack. The guy jumped from the side. She decided that then she could counterattack. Gina swung her arm to strike. Puck said, another me inside me. Several copies of him appeared around. He said, mirror image. Each of the incarnations said synchronously, harmony of magic, coherence of the poles. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. She attacked one of the copies. Another Puck ran up behind her. Gina looked back. He pulled his hand back. Glowing spheres appeared around it. He hit her in the back, exclaimed, magic projectile. The hero stopped, the air filled with smoke. His eyes darkened. Megan smiled contentedly, thinking, Gina, the tank that their guild trained with special diligence. Gina's eyes sparkled. The master knew that she would not give up so easily. The girl turned around sharply. She struck with lightning speed. The hero jumped back. He clenched his teeth tightly. Gina hit him with her shield. A pink flash erupted from the collision. Puck literally froze. The blow was very powerful. He was thrown against the wall. The girl bent down, exclaimed, iron wall cancel, swift wind. She rushed forward. Gina pulled her hand with the sword back. The blade of the weapon glowed. The guy was amazed. She continued to strike. The girl raised the sword, concentrated. She jumped forward. The sword cut the air. A beam of light burst out of the weapon. Puck was thrown against the wall. The wall crumbled into fragments. Gina looked ahead tensely. She stood in front of a pile of rubble. Megan crossed her arms over her chest, exclaimed. As expected from Jin, she was able to improve her skills in the short time they had not seen each other. Suddenly, the girl was engulfed in glowing threads. The master was shocked. They pulled Jin's body parts tightly together. They wrapped around her head, neck, and arms. Then they pulled her body and legs together, immobilizing her. Megan screamed what it was. She touched the tape, guessed that this sparkling and sticky thing was a web. The master raised her head. The entire room was covered in a network of shimmering threads. She exclaimed, it was all a web. Jin looked away, muttered through clenched teeth that she couldn't move. Puck appeared in front of her. She asked what it was. The young man turned away, replied that while the smoke was here, he installed them. He hit himself in the chest with his fist, added that no matter how these suits protected them. He looked Jin in the eyes, said that he still didn't want to hurt her. The girl was embarrassed, said that it turned out that he came closer not because of the lack of mana. Puck explained, yes, he wanted her to attack and remove the iron wall, although it was quite dangerous to release the armor. The girl listened to him with her mouth slightly open. She slowly closed her lips, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. She said that she lost this fight, but next time she would definitely win. Puck agreed, they would definitely fight again. Her cheeks slightly blushed. She added, well then. She awkwardly asked if he could free her. The guy waved his finger and removed the glowing web, apologizing for forgetting about it while talking. They both turned their heads towards the sound of clapping. Master clapped her hands. With a confident smile on her face, she said that they both did a great job. Megan took Puck's hands, said that he was the winner of this fight. Master nodded, asked him to take care of Jin. The hero calmly confirmed, yes, of course. White Lotus Guild office. Monica looked out the window. A subordinate came into the office and said that the mercenaries had just arrived in the country. She asked how. The girl sternly clarified, they had assigned security after all. The man in dark glasses replied, of course, the transaction was made through the Ghost Ant account. It would not lead to her. The deputy thanked him for his excellent work, said that he could go. The employee headed for the door. He went out and closed it. Monica looked at the phone. On the screen was the news about Park signing a contract. She stared at the photo, said that his abilities were like a goose that lays golden eggs. Her gaze was gloomy, but he decided to go to these Jeongsangs. She decided, so what if she didn't get him? The screen suddenly cracked. Monica said that no one would get him. The bus pulls up to the stop. People with suitcases are walking. 3 people got off at the stop. Hank says on the phone that yes, I have arrived and asks to send information on this bastard. John tells Will that Seoul is truly a wonderful city, for it is the land of beauties. Will asks, uninterested, what is the point of this unnecessary talk? For tomorrow you will return to your snake pit anyway once you have sorted out your affairs. Approaching Will, who says that we will leave as soon as we deal with this puppy. John says that he understands. Hank interrupts them and says that Joe is so popular, it seems that we will find him quickly. Will turns around and says that then we can split up and start looking for him. Hank enthusiastically asks if you think that the price on his head is a bit high for an F rank. Will replies that they only need to follow orders. The 3 smile villainously, and Will says that it is time to begin. A cave in which blue crystals glow at the foot of the walls. Goblin attack. Something flew at the goblin. Gina attacked the goblins. The goblin gets cut. Gina stands with a shield and a glowing sword in a fighting pose. She is attacking 3 goblins. Something glows brightly with blue light to her left. She looks ahead in shock as something rushes past her. It rushes past her very quickly. She even stopped. Gina is standing near the dead goblins. Gina turned around and thinks that I felt it during our sparring, but the power of his attacks. Joe calls out to Gina. Joe calmly tells her that let's finish here quickly. These guys are driving me crazy. Joe and Gina feel awkward, while the latter thinks that with such power of spells, he doesn't even need it and I feel like some kind of mule. Approaching a tense Gina, who continues to think that I can't afford to become a tank from which there is no help to the team and I should find something in which I can help. Joe interrupts her thoughts asking what she is thinking about. Gina awkwardly replies that nothing special, just a little stuck, and she is also a little surprised. A drone flies behind Joe and Gina continues that who would have thought that your drones could be used in dungeons. Joe points at the drone and says that if we continue, you will see something more interesting. Gina listens awkwardly while Joe says that by the way, Gina, I told you that you can talk to me informally or are you still having trouble switching? Gina does not comment. She is more embarrassed. Joe smiles softly and continues that I think if there are a lot of people who have a hard time switching to informal speech, so you can take your time. Gina agrees. Joe continues happily that since it is our first day, I will be buffing myself, so you can move more freely and even though you do not have to follow my rhythm, the main thing is for us to be on the same page. Gina looks at him and agrees. The stomping of large monsters is heard. Both are wary of the sound. Huge monsters with red eyes are grinning. Gina is dumbfounded, and Joe notes that here are the main monsters of the dungeon. A close-up of a troll and information about him, which says that trolls are huge, slow, and have high regeneration, but they are not very difficult to defeat. However, there are exceptions. Both exchange glances while Joe says that I would like to ask you to aggro these goblins and trolls. She agrees, but notes that she is afraid because it will be difficult to hold out for long. Joe, ready, says that okay, and I'm in for now. A crowd of ominous monsters are watching, and he continues that he will deal with the Goblin Shaman. The Goblin Shaman stuck out his tongue and stands in a cloak with a red backlight. The trolls attack with a red glow, while the reference says that when goblins are accompanied by a shaman with the help of a buff, both goblins and trolls are reborn into powerful berserkers. The Goblin Shaman angrily uses the ability. He commands his glowing berserkers to attack. They attack Joe and Jin. Joe says Akron. A blue glow appears. A gray-blue golem appears, which counterattacks the berserkers. He throws the troll aside. The golem's eyes glow red. Jin is taken aback, because she does not understand what kind of robot it is. She stands with a shield and turns to Joe, who tells her not to worry because this is his golem Akron and he will leave it to help her. Joe stands emitting blue particles and continues that the reality that is not subject to the eyes is invisibility. He dissipates into these very particles. Gina turned around and thought that I was already surprised by his drone and golem, but to use invisibility, which is only available with a rank. She tensed and wondered how much longer he will surprise her. Akron attacks the troll. She goes on the attack with Akron and thinks that it seems like I am still far from being of real help to Joe. But she goes on the attack angrily. She continues that I should try my best to support him. A fire escape and a fence with inscriptions. A beaten guy with broken glasses asks who you are and why you are doing this. Hank angrily replies that we are just cleaning up the trash from the floor. Is there a special reason for this? His eyes glow madly and he continues that you were just unlucky. Blood splatters diagonally across the fence. Hank tells Will that we are done and did you find anything? Will replies that I noticed Joe's tracks while I was surveying the area. I didn't think it would be this easy. Hank looks at the knife and says, by the way, Mr. Will, shouldn't those Koreans be punished for not guarding the gates well, and wasn't it too easy? Will replies that Korea is a small country. Do you think they have extra hands to guard, and besides, it's a D-level dungeon so they put the first one they came across. Hank points out that Will knows a lot. Will frowns and tells him to stop talking nonsense because the mules should be arriving soon, so we need to deal with Joe before they do. John and Hank both say let's finish it and get out of here. Gina and Akron fight back the trolls. Gina lands a critical hit. She spreads her arms out to the sides and wonders if Joe will be able to get past so many monsters. The Goblin Shaman casts a spell, and she continues that she can go straight to the shaman. An aggressive shaman with a staff. Part of his face is darkened in an evil way. Joe is gathering from particles behind him. The shaman notices him and turns around. He casts the Alohomora spell. A huge number of red threads appear around him. Joe uses the ability Whispers of Pain, which glows green. He points his hand at the shaman and says Whispers of Pain. The goblin is shocked. A targeting beam flies at him. Blood spurts in all directions. The beam made a hole in the back of the shaman's head. The hole is through and Joe is visible through it. Joe stands inspired. The troll attacks with his left hand. Gina blocks the blow with her shield. Then, with a turn, she delivers a counterattack to the troll. He quickly goes around the troll from the side. Gina confidently attacks him with her sword. The sword makes a vertical cut. The glow is reflected in her eyes. The troll grins and shows a regenerating hand. Gina is depressed. She walks, and two goblins attack her from the side. These goblins are struck by some kind of energy wave. She looks at the goblins in surprise. Akron saved her. Gina looks at him and thinks that it is Joe's golem. Akron says that he is following his master's orders. Gina looks stunned. Joe happily shouts to Akron that he did a great job. Joe attacks the troll from above. His hand glows yellow and he says sudden wave. Everything glows and he says lightning bolt. The shockwave from Joe's ability lights up the entire dungeon. Gina closes her eyes from the light wave. A piece of the troll's torso is smoking. Joe stands contentedly next to the corpses of the trolls around him. Joe says that it looks like things are finally getting tough, and Gina tells him that you are completely different from who you were in our fight. She asks warily if it is because you met with the guild master after the fight. Joe replies that we needed to discuss something personal. The frame explanation is that after the fight, with the help of the guild master, I acquired 3 books from the Gyeongsang storage, and from the outside they seem like completely useless books written in ordinary language. But thanks to the identification spell, I was able to find the spells I needed. The books glow. A frame with the inscription invisibility, the user instantly hides, in the addition that the effect disappears during the attack. The second with the inscription poison arrow, which launches a poison arrow forward. The third lightning bolt, spherical lightning can be launched forward, allowing it to hit enemies nearby. He looks at Gina contentedly and asks if they will continue. A huge explosion is heard in the background. Gina stands behind the shield and delivers slashes. Akron stands epically in the smoke of corpses. Gina looks at Joe and says that it seems there is not much left, to which Joe replies that she can rest for a while. She confidently tells him that she is not that tired. Joe softly says that let's rest together. Joe looks ahead, stunned. Both look at some object off screen. It is something quite far away. Joe frowned and said that they just wanted to rest. He holds a stone in his hands and says that the reality that is not subject to the eyes is invisibility. A drone flies. Joe closes his eyes and uses the ability to look. 3 people in masks and suits are walking through the cave. Will approaches and Joe thinks that these people are not from their guild. Joe stands with his eyes closed and thinks that the entrance was definitely guarded by people from the administration. Then who are these strangers? He turns his gaze to Gina and she asks what happened. He asks her what to do if people got into the dungeon without permission. Gina confidently answers that first we need to check if they really do not have permission, but in case of an attack from their side, as far as I know, we are allowed to kill. Joe asks, is that so? Joe looks angrily and says that then that's what we will do. Joe attacks the troll from afar. The troll looks madly at the projectiles in his direction. Behind Joe, someone's red eyes stick out of the cave. Hank from behind the stone says that Mr. Will, it seems his magic is not as strong as they say. Will confirms and adds that who knew he would have such a hard time in a D-rank dungeon. Will smirks and says that although we are getting paid, I don't think there is any point in complaining. Hank replies that I am just curious how such an unremarkable guy became our target. Will mockingly asks if he sees the groups of trolls and gives the order to aggro them. Hank notes that Mr. Will, you are trying to take the easy way out and want to hide behind and attack them when they run from them. John smiles evilly and says that you see, you understood everything even without words and now go and do something. Hank accepts the order. Hank quickly goes on the attack. Will tells John to make sure they do not do anything strange and John takes the order. Gina and Joe took down another troll. Joe is tired and says let's take a break, because this is harder than I thought. Gina points out that their regeneration abilities are higher than we thought, but I think we have enough power. John tells Will that he still can't believe that guy is worth 150 billion. Will tells him to stop talking and look over there. It looks like angry monsters are already on their way. A crowd of monsters is approaching, and he continues that there are 6 trolls and 9 goblins. Joe stands in horror, and Gina says that she hears trolls. Joe says that they shouldn't even be moving in our direction unless they were aggroed. John smirks behind them. He tells a pleased Will that Mr. Will, I think we can finish them off without even a fight, do you think? Will replies with a question about whether you think you can handle it. John uses his ability with satisfaction and says that this task could not be simpler. He licks his lips and says that we need to kill the target, but what about the girl? He attacks both of them from behind with knives. A troll stands in front of Joe and knives are thrown at him from behind. He smirks. When he is hit, he begins to dissipate. John is taken aback. Joe commands Akron to attack and he attacks John and Will from behind. Will turns around in surprise. He asks in horror, what is this? Akron attacks. Will was taken by the face by the golem. Akron says that Akron is thrown. He throws Will to another part of the cave. Joe calmly walks towards the crowd of trolls with his hands in his pockets. John holds his head and asks what is happening, and Will replies that he has no idea. Joe arrogantly asks them how it feels to be attacked like that. He continues that after you, like rats, plan to attack from behind. John curses and goes on the attack. Joe looks angrily and says that there are sparks on the tips of his fingers. He holds out his palm forward and a flame flares up on it with the words flaming hands. Will watches as his comrade is burned. Will is taken aback and wonders if his powers are on a completely different level than what we saw during the fight with the trolls and why he didn't show his full power, or if it was on purpose. He realizes and says that Joe realized we would attack from behind. Will sits on the ground and continues that he knew and planned the trap. Joe asks if he is going to just stand there. Will looks away, stunned. The troll smiles evilly and takes Will. The troll is drooling. Will asks for help. Hank attacks Joe from behind. The man with gray hair is rapidly approaching. Joe disperses into particles again. Hank is shocked, surrounded by particles. He lands on the ground. Hank is stunned. Joe materializes in front of him and prepares to attack. A magical directional attack is launched at Hank. The man with the goatee is on one knee. The wounded Hank thinks that he noticed my attack, but how? Joe directed his drone. Hank looks at it and doesn't understand what it is. They zoom in on the drone and Hank reasons that Joe most likely revealed their location with the device. Joe looks at them with displeasure and says that you rely too much on your skills. There is already a crowd of angry trolls behind him. Hank thinks that in the end we just played according to his plan. Joe's face darkens. Joe says goodbye to him. Gyeongsun Guild Tower. Joe and Megan are sitting opposite each other. Megan puts some kind of questionnaire in front of him. She is drinking something from a plastic cup. She looks at him with displeasure and says that the UP has received the results of the investigation into yesterday's incident. In front of him are the questionnaires of those 3 attackers, but she continues that, firstly, all 3 are quite famous mercenaries and it seems that they were hired by a ghost ant. Joe asks who a ghost ant is. Megan, with China in the background, says that this is an Awakened from China, but no one knows his name, so we call him by his nickname, an ominous silhouette with claws, and she continues that no one has ever seen his face. Joe raises his hand and says that I have never heard any news or rumors about such a thing. Megan replies that this is not surprising. Megan continues seriously that a ghost ant, a cold-blooded killer who is known for being partial to killing only famous Awakened ones. Joe takes the forms and says, then why did he send intermediaries to me? Megan replies that he probably has a group that works under his protection. I think in your case, he just ordered mercenaries through him. Joe asks if anything is known about the customer. She puts the glass on the table and says that this is just her guess, but she looks him in the eye and continues that thanks to the sales of bombs, our guild stock has increased significantly, which is why I think it's someone who is interested in stopping us. Joe is puzzled, for does he know if it is someone from the White Lotus or the Plum Blossom? Megan looks down and says that yes, someone who thinks, if I can't have you, then no one can. She closes her eyes and adds that, moreover, I think I know who could do such a thing. Joe cautiously asks who it could be. Megan remains silent. Bracing herself, she replies that since I don't know for sure, I'd better keep quiet so as not to cause any problems. Joe agrees. It is enough for him that she knows who it could be. She holds up a card with the number of a home repair company and says, Joe, here's the deal. He holds up the card and asks what it is. She crosses her arms and says that there is a chance that this will not be a simple attack and so they are thinking of assigning you guards and installing an alarm system in your house. Joe smirks and thanks her for her concern. He gets up and says that he still has things to do. She asks again what kind of things they are. Joe smiles and says that I received a quest to increase my rank by level in Gwangwalmun District, entrance to Deus Tower. Joe is walking down the corridor. Something is glowing in front of him. He looks at the board with names, and next to him is a guy in sunglasses. He thinks that it is brighter inside than he expected. The guy in glasses notices him. He turns to him and asks him to come here. He says that the quest to increase your rank is just starting, get in line. Joe asks what kind of monitor is this. The guy replies that it is a rating of the time spent on completing the quest. The results are also registered in the UP database. Joe asks if there are people who are interested in this information. The guy replies that of course, it shows the level of skills. Joe smirks. Joe gets in line and thinks that although I have already attracted enough attention, if I set a record this time, I will be able to draw the attention of the management and gain access to the archives. He smiles and continues to think that after that he will find traces of the customer. His thoughts are interrupted by a man with a scar and asks if this is his first time here. He confidently asks him how it was possible to come to the quest in such a beggarly state. Joe calmly replies that he fights from afar and therefore does not really worry. The man glows with armor and says, so it is not because you do not have money, but I think that in such a miserable state you will not be able to return back. Joe replies that I do not even know, but it seems to me the opposite, although, judging by how you waste money on unnecessary junk, it is not for you to judge who will pass the quest and who will not. The man got angry at the guy's familiarity and asked since when they were on first name terms, does he even know who he is? Approaching the emblem on the armor and the man asks if Joe sees the mark on the armor. He yells at him that he is a member of the White Lotus Guild and orders him to look and remember. Joe tells him to shut up and prove his words with skills. The man is still angry and says that he is a pathetic piece of trash who couldn't even get into the guild and also wears cheap clothes. The ring is on his finger and Joe thinks that's a logical conclusion if you look only at what I wear. He smiles and says that everything will be known from the results. Both look at the green passage and the frame says that the dimension door is opening, resetting the settings. Resetting the settings is complete. The man tenses under the sign saying that the awakened, meeting the requirements, prepare. He glares at Joe. You can begin. The sword hits the ground. The man warms up and says that it's a piece of cake. His memories from training. While he thinks that I am a newbie who got into the White Lotus Guild for 5 billion and how can some trash and cheap items compare to me? He spreads his arms in satisfaction and says that I definitely spent only 4 hours, now I am third in the ranking. People run to the scoreboard with surprised exclamations. They shout that he completely shifted the entire ranking. The man thinks that they are talking about him and tells them to envy his result. He is surprised and says that as he thought, there is still a reason why Joe was paid 150 billion. First place goes to Joe, the time is 59 minutes. He shakes Megan's hand and the man thinks that the one who made a contract with Gyeongsong for 15 billion and recently created bombs that can be used in dungeons. He is shocked. He falls to his knees in deep despair. He looks at the man in front of him. Joe asks, well, how does it feel to lose to trash? The scoreboard announces that the quest is for raising The I rank has begun. Another one with the task of destroying monsters in your territory and going to the specified location. Monsters are preparing to attack. The counter of killed monsters is 0. Monsters look madly and wait for the attack. Akron is in a fighting stance. Akron is serious. He uses the ability Flaming Hands, launching a column of flame at the enemies. Intense heat comes from his hand. Monsters are burning alive. Akron turns his attention to the monster, who decided to attack from behind from above. The monster hits the ground, breaking it. Joe turns around in surprise and thinks that who would have known that he could withstand Akron's attack. Akron withstands the blow of the halberd and Joe doubts his conclusions. Akron's eyes light up, as does the ground under the enemy. An explosion accompanied by Joe's thoughts that this does not mean that Akron will not be able to defeat him. Joe sees the passage and wonders if this is the finish. The scoreboard shows 100 killed monsters out of 100. He steps on the glowing circle. The board congratulates Joe on completing the quest to increase his rank. It also displays the time of completion, equal to 59 minutes 35 seconds. A high rise with a caption that this is Joe's house. He waits for the water in the kettle to boil and thinks that the quest was quite simple. The identification ability gives him data on the kettle. Grandma Kim's 67-year-old kettle, 100% recognized. The level is normal. Ability number 1, if you brew and drink tea from this kettle, the level of magic increases by 100th part for every 100 milliliters. Ability number 2, the tea in this kettle never spoils since it has antibacterial properties. Joe thinks that Akron and the drones were not strong enough for trolls and ogres. He pours boiling water and continues to think that first it is worth raising his alchemist level, because then I will strengthen not only myself but also the golem with drones. He pokes at the holographic screen and says that he needs to change his profession. The board highlights the change of profession from mage to alchemist. The class stats are alchemist, mechanic, mage. He says that he used the points he had been saving up all this time. The window with the requirement to update the rank gives the options to choose yes or no. Joe chooses yes. The board notes that Joe has increased his rank to I. He looks in surprise while the board says that the user Joe was given the opportunity to choose a special spell. The options for special spells, while Joe reads that special spells work passively and are given depending on the character of the user. Option 1 is Miracle Alchemy, Option 2 is Enhanced Mage Wisdom, Option 3 is Mechanic Duplication. Joe continues that in the game you can only get this spell at the beginning of the game when you create a character. After that there will be no such chance. He looks at the profession stat and thinks that I never thought that I could get a special spell with my current abilities. He continues to think how lucky I am to have this. He looks down and thinks that for someone like me who already has attack, defense, and summoning spells, this is what he needs most. He clicks on the healing spell. It's a special spell, level 1, priest skill. The description says that the skill costs 200 mana and instantly heals the person the spell was aimed at by 60%. If used again within 30 seconds, it costs twice as much mana. Joe says the name of the priest healing him. He looks at his hand with enthusiasm and says that I can handle him even without a healer. He clenches his fist and thinks that this is how it feels, as if someone is always looking after you. The private building of the White Lotus Guild. A brunette sits in the bedroom and says that this is very unexpected. Monica fixes her hair and says that I haven't contacted you since that meeting at the Deos Market, and you decided to visit me so early in the morning. She says enthusiastically that I wanted to meet you, Joe. He asks again if this is true, to which she gives a positive answer and explains that you are the super newbie that everyone is talking about. He frowns that I don't plan on being here for long, so I'll get straight to the point. Monica notes that she also likes to move straight to passionate love, without wasting time on foreplay, so what did you want to talk about? Joe asks why she tried to kill him. She asks him, confused, what does he mean? Joe seriously says that he knows that she hired people through the Ghost Ant to kill him. She still does not understand and tells him so and adds a question about who the Ghost Ant is, if not a mercenary. She awkwardly continues, what do you say I tried to kill you? She comes over and takes his hands and sympathetically asks if something happened. Joe looks at her sad face and notices that she looks worried. He pulls his hand away. He thinks angrily, no, the White Lotus has long been famous for its unclean reputation and I can't trust them. He realizes that she is being hypocritical and thinks that Monica especially is not worth trusting, since she is known for being ready to do anything for money. Joe goes to the chair and says that I was prepared for this answer and offers her 2 options. Monica says that she does not understand what he is talking about. Joe confidently continues talking about options. He says the first option is that if you give me enough compensation, I won't hold a grudge against you or make enemies of you. Monica is taken aback and asks what he means, but Joe interrupts her by saying that he is not finished. He offers the second option, that if you don't give me anything, I will expose your attempt to kill me. Monica frowns and says that nothing you have said has anything to do with our guild. He stands up and says that you are free to choose either option. He puts his hands in his pockets and continues that you know who would suffer first if I made all this public. He leaves and says that we will pretend that this conversation never happened. He puts his hand on the doorknob, but Monica asks him to wait. She seriously asks how much he wants and specifies whether it is $1 billion or $2 billion. She nervously asks about $3 billion and asks again how much he wants. He turns around and asks for $10 billion. She screams, because how can you ask for so much when you are not even sure that I did it? He replies that judging by your reaction, do you think that you have exposed yourself? She bites her nail nervously. She sighs and agrees. Her evil aura comes out and she says that if it comes out, approaching her evil face, and she continues that then she will definitely kill him. The hero remembered that he needed to pick up a couple of books, so he decided to go back. Park, not far from the Isu station. Shin did not understand what the problem was. In his hands was a financial planner. The hero thought that everything would work out for him when he started working as a financial planner. The result was not what the hero expected. Shin's displeased gaze was directed to the side. In the group chat, one person was telling how he got 10 million from one dungeon. The hero looked at him with displeasure at how he was showing off. The guy stood up. Shin walked away, realizing that it was not his fault that he was born unawakened at such a time. The entire area began to shake. The hero began to wonder what kind of vibration it was. A portal was appearing behind Joe. The hero decided to take a look at it out of the corner of his eye. A few seconds later, people were quickly being sucked in. Joe did not understand what it was. He had never seen people being sucked in like that. Joe understood that the portal was sucking in ordinary people, not awakened ones, which meant that they would be immediately killed by monsters. The hero decided to hurry. His gaze looked away with incomprehension. Someone began to cross the road. The man was showing a sign not to enter. Jun and Mins began to loudly shout for people to evacuate due to the attack of monsters. The main character quickly ran to the guys, answering that he wanted to help. Joe was given a special stick so that he could go and regulate the roads. The hero did not understand what they were talking about, since people needed to be saved immediately. Jun laughed, not believing that the hero was going to save. Hands grabbed the guy's shoulder. Jun suggested that Joe, instead of creating new problems, go regulate the roads. The protagonist calmly decided to say the Charter of the Awakened, Chapter 1, Article 1, which states that in the event of an emergency, all awakened in South Korea are obliged to protect citizens. Jun laughed, asking the guy that he could save everyone. Joe quickly turned on the instant power surge. The hero confidently ran forward. The portal continued to open. Shin was in the forest. He could not understand where he was. Something was happening behind the guy. The hero's leg was crippled. Shin realized that he could not get up. The leg was moving slowly. Something was happening in the bushes. Suddenly, a monster came out from behind the trees. Shin began to scream loudly, looking forward in fear. The monster confidently flew towards the hero. The muzzle looked frightening. Shin ran away through the pain, screaming loudly. His hand grabbed the ground. The monster continued to run. Shin began to understand that during all this time he had not managed to help his parents. The paw grabbed the hero. The monster opened its mouth wide. Shin screamed at him not to do it. His face was displeased. The guy asked at least someone to help him. Shin closed his eyes in fear, saying that he would do anything. A stream of magic flew from the sky. The power quickly went to the monster's fist. Shin began to fall into the mouth. Something did not let him do it. One of the paws was cut off. The guy asked Shin if he was okay. The hero asked who he was. Joe looked at Shin, answering that he was here to save. The man answered Joe that he injured his leg and because of this he could not move. The protagonist noticed the wound. The hands began to heal it. A hymn of healing began throughout the area. In a few seconds, the wound healed. Shin thanked Joe for his help. The protagonist offered to go behind him, since Shin would be able to get to the Isu station there. The hero looked away in surprise. The monster continued to scream loudly, opening its mouth. A robot came to the rescue. He did not let the guys be killed. The assistant confidently held the monster by its hind legs. Joe offered to send the monster flying. The robot looked at the guy. After a few seconds, he said that he understood everything. The monster looked up with incomprehension. The monster quickly flew into the sky. Shin looked at all this with incomprehension. Joe looked at the guy, answering that there could be others who needed help, so they needed to hurry. People were shouting for everyone to evacuate, since it was very dangerous. Someone approached the heroes. Mins answered that this area was fenced off and you can't just step outside it. The deputy director slowly approached the guys. The man asked the guys if they checked inside. Mins bowed, saying that it was an honor for him. Jun calmly said that they were regulating traffic in this place, but one crazy awakened one ran in there. The man held his hand to his face in displeasure. The deputy asked the guys what they were doing while the hero was entering the gate. The man asked if the monsters had appeared. Harris was getting angry and telling people that they hadn't thought about helping the citizens and the awakened one. The guys were quiet, not saying anything. The girl didn't think they had time for this. Harris was telling her to follow him. A flying ship was flying in one place. The hero noticed the last survivor in the distance. A bright light appeared. Joe was jumping out of the bushes. The guy was using the Whisper of Pain. A poisonous arrow was flying at the monster. The guy looked at the monster carefully. Joe closed his eyes in confusion. The hero noticed that the constant use of spells caused a headache. Joe decided that he could be patient. The light was starting to thicken. The monster looked at Joe with displeasure. The fist was heading for the hero. The protagonist directed his power at the monster, grabbing the girl. The monster's hand missed. Joe asked the girl to be patient for a little while. The guy directed an instant influx of power at the monster. Explosions swept across the area. Joe quickly ran away from the monster. Balls of power were flying at the monster. Magic power enveloped the monster. The heroes looked at it all with bewilderment. Joe decided to use the embodiment of Hellfire. A fireball appeared in the sky. Harris and the heroine looked around. The man suggested splitting up to search. The heroine began to notice something with bewilderment. The girl pointed into the distance at a fiery spot. Firecrackers flew at the monster. The monster did nothing. Harris and the girl covered their faces. The heroes looked ahead. Harris did not understand who it was. A robot was coming out of the bushes. The heroes looked away in confusion. One of the guys answered that he had arrived. The heroes noticed Harris with a girl. The guys were happy because they realized that they were from the administration. The man was surprised that these were all those who were sucked into the portal. Harris looked at the golem in surprise, not understanding who could have created it. The robot looked ahead, answering that its mission was complete and it could return to its owner. The golem answered that it belonged to Joe. Harris thought that the main character was just a magician. The hero thought that the administration database was incomplete since Joe had such abilities, and not a word was mentioned about them. Harris asked the girl to take the people away. The man decided to look some more. Harris flew confidently. Something stopped him. There was a huge hole next to him. Harris could not understand what it was. The hero noticed a dead anglerfish with fire protection. Harris noticed that the guy used some kind of slime. The man began to notice someone off to the side. Joe replied that he had saved the last person and was about to leave. Harris replied that he was the deputy director of the rural administration. Thus, the outbreak at the Isu station ended, and that evening the news about it occupied the front page of Deucenet, with one of the articles being devoted to an interview with the awakened man. Harris was talking about Joe, replying that he had rushed to help with only one thought, to save people. In the news, Harris replied that all 10 citizens who had been sucked into the portal had been successfully saved thanks to Mr. Joe. The girl asked the hero if this was why he had been busy all these days. Joe calmly said that he had some things to do that had taken a little longer. Before the outbreak at the Isu station, the hero had received third-class spells. After Joe had destroyed many sea devils, he had received many relics and had been able to obtain the 9th level of alchemy. The hero then tried to strengthen the Akron. The golem's attack power began to grow rapidly. A new slot was added for the Akron. Joe used an instant flow of power. The addition of a new formula began. Akron stood quietly to the side. The hero noticed that the golem had become even stronger. Joe asked to take care of it. The golem replied that it would protect its owner until death. The girl began to scream that the next monster was approaching. The golem stood opposite them. A whole army of monsters appeared. One of them began to scream loudly. Joe suggested that the girl repeat the attack. The heroine stood near the monsters. Joe began to direct the magic web. The threads took possession of the monster. The sword burned brightly. The magic did not allow the monster to do anything extra. The golem looked at his wounds. The girl watched him. The monsters looked confidently forward. Joe directed his power at the heroes. There was confidence in the girl's eyes. The heroine began to protect herself, casting spells. The monsters' bodies began to turn red. Armored trolls are distinguished by the fact that they cannot be defeated by attacking from the front, so they must be approached from behind. Joe was pleased that the girl distracted them. The hero began to shout loudly to the girl. She answered that she was ready. Fireballs flew across the territory. The fire continued to burn brighter and brighter. The flames filled the entire territory. Joe hoped that the girl was okay. Legs ran through the fire. The heroine flew to Joe, protecting herself with a shield. The girl looked confidently at the guy. Joe was happy. His gaze began to look forward in fear. There was someone behind the girl. Gina quickly pointed her sword to the side. Explosions began to occur to the side. Joe shouted fearfully to the girl. Gina answered with a smile on her face that she was okay. The girl told the guy to be careful. The fire continued to advance. All the troll's legs were burning. Joe wondered if there was a way to knock him out in one blow. The hero decided to send a super fast wave of lightning at them. Joe decided to concentrate the charge. The man decided that it would be able to penetrate his armor. An instant influx of power began. The wind blew across the entire territory. The trolls were on fire. Gina screamed in fear at the guy. The hero understood that it would be better if the girl trusted his skills. The power penetrated the troll's body. Blood flowed from the body. The troll looked away in confusion. Joe was lying on the ground. The quadcopter was flying in the sky. The device was slowly flying into the cave. Joe began to tell the girl that she was not yet experienced. The hero replied that he was worried that the girl would not get hurt. Gina said that she was a tank and small wounds did not affect her in any way. The girl called the guy. Gina was worried that something would happen to the guy. Joe looked at the heroine in confusion. The guy thanked the girl for her work. Joe said that he had definitely thought everything through and only then attacked. Gina replied that she was afraid that she could lose such a partner. The hero asked the girl to use safer methods next time. Joe began to notice the quadcopter. The guy suggested that the girl take a rest. The main character replied that now he would go place drones around the area. The guy knew it could be too dangerous. Joe was telling the girl he would leave the drone here to watch over the girl. Joe started to walk away slowly. The guy was approaching the cave. The guy looked at the place in surprise, saying he hadn't seen it. The hero decided that the artificial structure was there for no reason. Something started flying at the hero. The cave was pitch dark. Joe walked forward in confusion. The body was on the road. There was a red liquid at the bottom of the road. Joe couldn't figure out where he was. The guy was wondering what it was. Something was starting to appear in front. The hero couldn't believe it. Long gray hair was showing for the shoulders. Wine-colored robes. A staff with a shining blue stone at the end. Burkhatter was surprised that he was called by name confidently for the first time. The man asked Joe where he knew him from. The hero didn't understand how he ended up here. Joe laughed, saying that in their world there was a game where the character was exactly like him now. Bernhard laughed. Joe was full of surprise and misunderstanding. The hero calmly answered that they got to them through a crack in time and space. These are those who live in another world. This place was called the Examination Arena, which was made for strangers to pass the tests. Bernhard answered that no one could complete it yet. Many had to suffer because the final task is always different. The man asked Joe if he was ready to accept the challenge. This is a test that allows the one who passed to accept it with joy and modesty, and the one who failed to humbly accept his defeat. Joe decided to accept the challenge, thinking that he could handle it. The conditions of the exam were simple. The main goal was to get to the top of the tower without dying. The road had many traps and moving objects, and there were also many unknown monsters. The exam will be considered successfully passed if you manage to overcome or bypass. On the way, you can meet giant black lions guarding the magic tower. 5 attempts are given for everything. At first Joe had 5 attempts. After a while there were already 4. When a little more passed there were 3 left. The lion ate Joe. 2 attempts remained. Finally, the hero had 1 attempt left. Joe thought about the monsters with fear. The guy didn't think that the feeling of being healed was so realistic. Joe didn't think that all this was possible. The main character understood that he knew how to get around the trap, but the black lions were on a completely different level. Joe understood that he would never be able to defeat them with his current level. Bernhard called the guy. The magician told Joe not to be afraid of new attempts. The hero didn't understand what he meant. After a while, Bernhard left. Joe thought that maybe there was another way to go this way. The path in front of the guy was the same as in previous attempts. The cliffs on the sides were a direct path to death. Joe didn't understand that he was behind. The hero looked to the side in surprise. He didn't understand why there was a wall on the other side. Joe knew that this map had a standard layout where all paths except the road to the tower led to death. A smile appeared on his face. The hero remembered that there was one guy from the movie who came up with something that others could not come up with. Joe decided to follow his path and think broader too. Joe confidently walked. He knew that he did not need to be afraid of new attempts. Joe confidently walked forward. The hero began to create an instant influx of power. Magic began to accumulate. The hero's own power was around him. The entire space began to disappear. Joe tried to find Bernhard with his eyes. The guy understood that he was in another dimension. The magician stood calmly. The black lion lay on the territory. The shadow of the black lion approached the hero. Joe understood that he could pass by them. The muzzle radiated anger. Fear was visible on the hero's face. The black lion ran at the guy, opening its paw. Joe decided to direct colorful death at the animal. The force hit the lion's body. A colorful flash passed through the territory. The lion looked away in confusion. Joe quickly jumped to the side so that the lion would not see him. The hero looked away in anger, continuing to direct the force. After a while, the system window told Joe that he had passed the exam. Bernhard smiled, telling the hero that he had passed and now he could not worry. The magician replied that Joe was the first to pass this test, which required a lion's share of creativity and stubbornness. The guy began to shake Bernhard's hand. The magician replied that he could give Joe his blessing. The guy asked Bernhard to increase the power of the ring. The man said that he would do everything and now it belonged to Joe and only he could use it. The man asked the magician what effect it gave. Bernhard replied that with this relic he would no longer have to pronounce spells out loud. For the guy, this was the best offer. The power began. The magic circle created magic. The hero laughed, answering that it was Berhard's magic. Light passed through the territory. Something from magic began to be created. A few seconds later, a ring of faith and light appeared in new strength. The ring was shining brightly. It was a ring of faith and light, which increased defense against magic by 125, using the light around, and the ring also stored an additional 125 mana points that could be used at will. Franklin's hands held the ring. The boy was glad that this was his first legendary ring. A silhouette began to approach the hero, who asked Franklin if he liked this ring. The boy answered that he did not just like it, and now he felt like a different person. Berhard looked at the boy with a smile on his face, saying that he was very happy. The old man began to extend his hand, telling Franklin that it was time to send him back. The hero asked if this was forever. Berhard looked at the sky, saying that perhaps the day would come when their worlds would merge, and if this happens, they would meet again. Franklin looked away with a smile, telling himself that he could not even talk to the old man normally because he was too concentrated on the test. Berhard began to look at the guy with interest, saying that he did not even know her name. Franklin, with a farewell smile on his face, looked at the old man, saying his name. Berhard looked at the light, because of which the guy disappeared, and said that he would remember him. The hero looked away in surprise, because only 30 minutes had passed since his departure, and Gina even looked for him when she saw the guy coming out of the distorted place. The girl fought with a huge monster, saying that she was glad that Franklin was fine. Gina swung her shield at the monster. A huge wind from the robot's fist went to Gina, who was not afraid of it. The robot looked at the girl in surprise, without saying anything to her, and then began to approach the monster. Gina watched as the robot was in a fight. A huge beam of light rushed into the ground. The stones began to show smoke from the laser beam. The robot looked down, and Franklin watched this and said to himself that the golem used to look much different, but now it was stronger. The guy's mouth began to open wide, shouting at the girl to be careful. Franklin began to show a fireball in his hand, confidently looking forward. In the guy's other hand was a green poisonous arrow. The hero began to throw this entire magical projectile at the monster. A huge amount of power of different colors was directed directly into the monster's body. Gina covered herself with a shield from the strong flame that was produced by the guy's powers. The girl covered her eyes, hiding from the flame. The smoke hid the monster that Gina was looking at. The girl looked in surprise at the body that was lying on the ground. The heroine looked closely at the monster, thinking that she, too, was using the same defensive techniques. Gina began to look at Franklin, who began to approach her. The girl decided that the guy's spells had become stronger and he no longer cast spells like before. The hero calmly looked at the girl without saying anything to her. The guy looked at Gina with a smile on his face, telling her to move on. The girl did not understand what could have happened in these 30 minutes. The Gyeongsung building is high. Franklin sat on a chair, telling himself that he had a great day since he met Barchard, who gave the guy a legendary ring. The guy was even able to get a fire arrow spell, which sends a charge of fire in the form of an arrow forward. Someone began to stand near Franklin. Megan sat on a chair, asking the guy with a smile on her face, "How are things with Gina?" The master answered that according to the guild report, the girl fights in C+ level dungeons. Franklin looked at the master with a smile on his face, telling her that they are doing great and Gina is wonderfully protecting the guy, taking more damage. Megan waved her hand, saying that she is happy, and it seems that Gina became interested in something, since the girl began to come to train even on weekends, and it would be better if the girl rested. The master looked at the hero, telling him to take care of her, since Gina, although she looks strong, but because of the situation at her home, she is a very sweet girl. Gina looked ahead in surprise. Franklin began to tell Megan that he should be grateful that she allowed them to fight together. The master smiled and asked the guy if he would tell her why he called her. Franklin began to calmly and seriously tell the girl that there is an item that he would like to sell with the help of the girl. Megan was interested in what this item was. The guy began to put a scroll of paper on the table. The master looked at the paper in surprise, not understanding that it was a recognizer of magic spells. Megan began to look at Franklin, asking him about this thing. The guy answered that the whole point is this whistle. Franklin calmly looked at the girl, telling her that with the help of this whistle you can find out the hidden abilities of objects. The hero looked down, telling the girl, but the master began to show his hand to the guy so that he would wait. Megan, with a smile on her face, began to tell the guy that maybe they could use it on a more important object. There was a sword on the table. The master liked to use it. The guy looked at the girl who was holding the sword and said whether she knew about its capabilities. Megan replied that she had been using this sword for years. Franklin began to smile, unwrapping the package and telling the girl that he would show his power. The hero began to tear the package with both hands. In Franklin's hands was an object that glowed brightly. The guy, with a smile on his face, looked at this object, glad that everything was ready. Megan began to examine the sword with surprise and incomprehension. The master's eyes were surprised. Megan held the weapon in her hands, saying that he had a new ability. Franklin smiled, looking straight at the master, saying that this is recognition and this is the power that can pull out the hidden capabilities of objects. Many items in the game had hidden abilities and almost all players tried to learn this basic spell. There were buildings with weapons in the world, and there were also many relics that were impossible to recognize, and people who had the ability to do this simply did not exist. Franklin smiled, realizing that this was until he mastered this spell. Megan looked at the guy, telling herself that 10 years have passed since she became awakened, and being the head of the guild, she met people with all sorts of abilities. The master held the sword, smiling at Franklin. The guy smiled back at the girl. Megan knew that she had never met anyone like him. The hero calmly looked at the girl, asking her about how he thought about it. The master began to close her eyes, saying that she needed time to think. The master closed her eyes, touching her forehead, and said that she had an irreplaceable item and that this was the only thing Franklin could do. The master looked at the guy in surprise, asking how many of these scrolls he could make at a time. Franklin looked at the girl worriedly, saying that he could make 120 and that more would be impossible. The guy looked at the girl, saying that he would like the Gyeongsang Guild to have exclusive rights to sell and that the minimum price for the whistle would be 20 million won. And the guy also answered that he plans to raise the price depending on the market reaction. Megan looked askance at Franklin, telling him that if he gave her 10%, she would take over the sales. The hero smiled, saying that he liked it and that it sounded very good. Megan smiled, looking at Franklin, and began telling him that this scroll would cause quite a stir. The guy smiled, saying that he was already looking forward to it. The news showed only these scrolls. After 5 days their appearance completely changed the view of relics. This became the basis for disputes about levels, capabilities, and much more. The price of scrolls was rapidly rising. For all this reason, the media began to pay attention to Franklin, who invented all this, and after a short time he began to be invited to TV shows, and entire fan clubs were created. A girl sitting on a chair watched all the news. The girl's face was sad. The girl started asking Harris if it had been 5 days since the scrolls were shown to the public. The man put coffee on the table and said that it was in the starting price was 20 million won, but now it had grown to 33 million. Harris smiled at the girl, saying that he would never have thought that this could happen. The guy calmly answered the heroine that he did not believe that just one awakened one could bring so much in just a couple of days. The heroine agreed with the guy. Harris answered the girl that if news about the inventor of the scrolls reaches other countries, everyone can definitely start to act, so they should be the first to do something. The heroine opened her mouth and said that she heard that Sola knew the guy. The heroine sat on a chair, calling Harris. The man listened as the girl said to contact Sola and set up a meeting. Franklin was looking at something. The guy was holding a phone in his hands and looking at it. He said that, as expected, his influence had increased. Franklin looked seriously to the side, saying that now it was only increasing at high speed, so the guy needed to act on a larger scale. Franklin stood on a huge world that belonged to him. In a huge building, Franklin's thoughts were going, who decided that for this he needed to establish relations with an organization associated with the state. Sola tucked her hair behind her ear, asking the guy how long he had been waiting for her. Franklin looked at the girl, telling her that he had just arrived. Sola, with a smile on her face, asked Franklin if this was his first time in this building. The guy was glad that the management found him itself. The hero looked at all the working people and replied that the Seoul branch looked very busy. Sola waved her arms, saying that all the reports went through them, so there was no time to rest at all. The girl began to pull the door, telling Franklin that they needed to go there. Sola started shouting through the door to the director that she had come with Franklin. The man looked away, telling them to pass. Franklin looked at the man in surprise, realizing that this man was the head of the village administration. Neela started looking askance at the guy, asking for forgiveness for calling him here. The girl said that she wanted to meet Franklin in person, but was afraid that there would be too many eyes. The girl began to slowly and smile at the guy, saying that her name was Mila and that she was the head of the Seoul administration. The guy looked at Mila and her assistant and said that they were SS-ranked people from their country. Mila sat opposite the guy, telling him that she wanted to get straight to the point. Franklin wanted that too. The girl began to open her mouth. The guy looked at Mila in surprise, who was saying that they in the administration believed that Franklin would become the next star to represent South Korea. The guy did not understand how he could become a rising star. All the fights were displayed in different pictures. Mila told the guy that attack, defense, buff spells, golems, scroll creation, and other things. Franklin knows all this since he is strong in more than one area. Mila calmly told the guy that in such a situation they need to do something. Franklin thought that they were planning to put pressure on him. The hero smiled, confidently looking forward and saying that he was going to make deals with them, but not to be on their errands. Mila looked at Franklin, saying that they were ready to provide the guy with full support, including raids on dungeons and in other areas. Franklin smiled, was happy, surprised at the same time, and asked Mila if there was any special reason for such a decision. Harris began to look askance at the guy, telling him that the administration always provides support to promising awakened ones, and the main reason for this is not to give other countries the opportunity to lure them away. In addition, their organization was created in order to maintain order among the awakened ones, as well as to ensure the safety of citizens and the country. Harris calmly looked at Franklin, telling him that they have no ulterior motives regarding him. The guy looked away thoughtfully. Franklin began to look at them, saying that he understood everything. The guy began to look askance, telling them that he would accept support. Franklin looked at the girl with a smile on his face, saying that he would wait for news. The guy's face became surprised and frightened, looking at something. Everything began to shake. Mila and Harris looked at it in fear, not understanding what to do. Franklin sat on a chair, screaming loudly and asking what it was. A red light began to appear in one of the places, which Franklin began to look at with interest. Mila looked away in surprise, not understanding what it was. The hero began to point his finger forward, telling them to look away. A huge red color appeared in the middle of the city, similar to a beam. Mila looked at it in surprise, not believing her eyes. Franklin asked the girl if she knew what it was. The girl turned her head to the guy. Mila angrily began to say that this was a large-scale outbreak. In total, about 78 large-scale outbreaks had gathered in the village. People had to evacuate to the nearest underground shelter. The car was rushing quickly along the road. 8 years ago, a large-scale outbreak occurred in Gangwon-do, and previously there were only 30-40 outbreaks of no rank, so there were not so many victims. The girl looked at Franklin in the car, saying that this time there were 78 outbreaks and now it makes people worry. The hero began to ask Harris if it was okay that he was also going with the SS ranked. Harris looked askance at Franklin, saying that depending on the request, they can make a specialized translation, so everything is fine. The girl began to look menacingly forward, saying that the territory of the outbreak was noticed. Harris began to say that he would go there with Mr. Franklin, and the girl was ordered to go with the director to the department and be in touch. The hand held a bloody wound. One guy was sitting on the ground, holding his hand. The hero began to be surrounded by many insect monsters. One insect began to approach the guy, surrounding his head with sharp blades. The frightened guy began to scream loudly. The monster's gaze became surprised because it saw something. Behind the hero were someone's huge hands. A huge golem stood behind the guy, not allowing the monster to do anything to him. The monster looked at all this in surprise, not understanding anything. The robot's eyes began to confidently look at the insect. The robot's huge hand was heading towards the monster and began to emit light. A huge flame covered the monster's body as the robot turned on its flaming hand. The guy smiled, thanking the robot. A green light began to show on the black surface. The beam strip passed upward. The robot looked at it carefully. The flame passed without touching the monster or injuring it. The golem began to massively emit flashes of light, directing them directly at the monster. The insect began to open its mouth wide in anger. Its blades began to point at the robot. The monster wanted to cut off its head. Meanwhile, Harris began to run along the roof, telling himself that the location had been established. The monster did not notice anything except the robot. A huge gust of flame began to point straight at its head. The guy began to run up to the robot's beam. One of the iron hands filled with flame and became incredibly hot. The robot watched the guy, who was looking at his hand. The golem's face said that he had cleared everything and now he needed to evacuate the citizens to a safe place. The guy looked at the robot, surprised at how good it was to use. Franklin directed his magic to the ground with one hand. The hero began to speak into the earpiece that he had no response and that he needed to follow the drone. Mila walked down the street and told Harris if he was destroying buildings now, since after that video from Franklin, the girl needed to check it. Harris smiled slyly, saying that he would not do that. The girl stood in the square, looking around. Mila looked away. Huge spiders were sitting on a magical web, making various sounds. Mila began to hear how she was told in the earpiece that they had received signals from several survivors outside. The girl began to head there, telling everyone to hurry. Huge spiders began to form a group. They crawled towards the girl, looking at her legs. Mila covered her body with her spider legs, not allowing the spiders to crawl to her. The girl's gaze was confident, filled with red eyes. The girl's back began to glow and sparkle. Mila spread his paws so that all the spiders flew in different directions. The girl quickly pushed off and flew up. Mila's golden web took over a huge territory. The girl stood on the ground, watching the spiders that were above. All the monsters stood in the web and could not pass. Mila's web began to suck into the spiders, causing them to fly apart into small pieces. Mila walked forward, despite the back, where there was a loud flame and light from the web. The girl confidently looked forward, saying to show her the way. There was a huge fire with flames in the city. Brittany and Tiffany were sitting on the roof and watching it all with a smile on their faces. Brittany looked forward and said that this was a really rare sight, to which Tiffany replied that she saw a lot of big shots. The guy was standing below on the ground, fighting with a huge snake. The monster flew up and directed all its anger at the guy, but the hero did not give up and fought back. One of the girls with a smile on her face looked down and asked about whether one of their people was there. A girl was sitting on the ground, next to the lying one, who was holding her stomach. The girls looked at the lying one and asked each other about the fact that it looked like she got hurt by them. There was a huge bruise on the girl's stomach. Brittany began to smile, saying that she would be of great help to them if she died. Franklin began to watch this from the side. The girls saw a guy off to the side and began to ask if it was Franklin. Brittany began to smile, saying that the guy was their main reason. The girls decided to test his skills. 3 guys stood near the girl's body, humming a healing hymn. The hand of one of the heroes touched the stomach of the lying girl. One of the girls looked at the body in surprise, telling Franklin that his healing powers are incomparable. The guy replied that this girl takes a lot of mana, so Franklin does not use his power so much. The girl looked forward and told the smiling guy that his powers are higher than the recovery skill of a B-rank healer. The girl immediately got up from the ground and began to thank the guy for his help. All the people began to wonder how versatile the guy is. Franklin began to look at the girl, telling her that the wound had healed on the outside, but most likely the poison was still active inside, so it would be better for the heroine to sit at home for a while. The girl took the wounded woman and quickly ran away, shouting to Franklin that she would leave everything else to him. Mila stood with the guys, looking forward and saying that she found several civilians who were hiding, and one of them said that he saw a huge monster inside the department store. Franklin listened carefully as the girl said that she had not found it yet. The guy decided that it could be the boss. Franklin looked away, telling Mila that he could go in their direction, so they should be careful. There was a huge insect behind the hero. The huge spider began to jump on the guy. The insect was on the ground, looking at Franklin. The girls were sitting on the roof, realizing that it was a poisonous arachnid and most likely it was an B-rank boss. The girls watched as Franklin stood near the spider and were surprised that he was dodging them so quickly. Brittany looked down in surprise, asking Brittany if it was possible that it was because the boy became a guild master at such an early age. The boy's magic quickly flew towards the spider. The girl said that those who are lower in rank do not even know how to deal with attacks of this level, so it must be difficult. A huge flame began to be directed towards the spider he was in. The 2 boys looked at the monster, not understanding how such a number of firepower attacks should be more than enough even for a boss. Franklin looked at the spider in fear, thinking that things were bad. The monster began to look at everything with anger and rage. The hero understood that the poisonous arachnid has the ability to resist the first type of attacks. However, it should have just been the fire attribute that many of them have. The heroes looked at the spider in surprise, surprised that it had no reaction and that this boss was resistant to magic. The guys quickly started running at the monster, shouting that the magicians should move away and they would go on the attack. The hero began to open a shield with his magic, defending himself from the spider's power. The guy completely covered himself with a shield so that all the monster's power would not hit him. The magic completely broke the hero's shield. The guy looked forward at the spider in fear, not knowing what to do. The hero quickly began to fly away, and Franklin, meanwhile, just looked forward. Brittany smiled, saying that they would hardly be able to hit when their defense against physical attacks was reduced by half. The girls, with a smile on their faces, answered that if they did not have people with such good teamwork as they did, it would be impossible to do this. All the power penetrated the guys. Franklin confidently looked forward, saying that if he could avoid these attacks and get closer to the spider, he would be able to hit it. A girl started approaching the guys, asking if the spider was weak to physical attacks. Franklin turned to the girl, telling her that if he could do at least some damage by getting closer to the spider. The girl quickly started running towards the spider, asking the guy to help her. The spider wrapped the boy in a web, not paying attention to anyone. The monster looked in one place, angry and furious. The girl quickly started flying up to the spider from the side, holding a weapon in her hands. The heroine quickly ran, trying to avoid all the spider's power, which he threw at the girl. The girl confidently looked forward. With her weapon, the heroine began to repel all the spider's magic. The girl looked away, not afraid of anything. Franklin smiled, saying that if he hit her and knocked her out, she could finish the battle. The girl started looking up, noticing how many spiders were heading towards her. The guy began to look at this with fear, directing armor, shield, and acceleration at the heroine. Franklin's magic began to cover the girl. The heroine began to direct a fiery arrow at the spider. Franklin watched this fight and with a smile on his face understood that he needed to help him properly. The girl's magic began to open a huge shield. The spider angrily looked at the girl, trying to kill her. A long trail of the heroine's power began to head towards the monster. Magic began to fill the entire area, trying to kill the spider. The girl's surprised eyes began to look at something. The heroine quickly directed all her forces at the monster's belly with her weapon, dividing it into 2 parts. Franklin began to look at the girl with a smile on his face. The girl turned to the guy, asking him if he remembered her. The heroine began to smile sweetly, saying that her name was Julia. The girl looked at the guy, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Franklin could not believe that she was also awakened. Julia smiled, saying that she worked for the guild in Britain and recently her contract expired, so she returned to Korea. There was a huge light behind Franklin. Julia looked away and said with a smile on her face that it seemed like they didn't have time to chat. The guy began to offer the girl to take care of the flare. RAREST began to look at the guy with anger, saying that he would join at point B. Mila flew quickly, saying that she was almost there too and they needed to spread out. Franklin looked away, saying that he would join too. Julia looked at the guy, saying that she was here to support this area. The heroine began to put a mask on her face, saying that as soon as the flare ended, she would look for Franklin in the Gyeongsang Guild. The hero smiled, telling the girl that they would see each other. Tiffany looked at the girl, asking her what she was thinking. The girl began to say that she was not sure about the power of his spells. After all, the guy's strength is very different from the average awakened. Brittany looked ahead, thinking about the guy's strength and said that Franklin has a healing skill. The girls sat quietly on the roof, thinking about all this. Franklin confidently looked ahead, and the girls decided that now they just need to watch them. 3 days later, the large-scale outbreak was completely suppressed. All of Franklin's data began to appear on the system windows. The guy looked at the system window, saying that his level had increased quite well during this battle. Franklin looked at the window, happy that he finally reached class 4, and his wizard level was raised to 31. The guy with a slight smile began to look at the paper, which had a class 3 spell. Franklin looked at the system window in surprise, saying that he would be able to find something worthwhile on the local DuseNet server. Someone became Franklin. Shin smiled at the guy, telling him that Franklin saved him from the outbreak. The hero smiled, telling him that they could talk. Shin began to look at the papers, telling the guy that he was glad, since he did not think that Franklin could contact him. The hero began to say that he just needed help with his long-term assets. Franklin smiled, telling the guy that he could talk to him informally since they were the same age. Shin was scared, not understanding how else he should talk to Franklin. The hero smiled, repeating that he should be spoken to informally. Shin began to say that he understood everything. The guy scratched his head, telling the guy that he would speak more freely. Franklin thanked Shin, telling him that it was much more comfortable. The guy looked at the papers in surprise, asking Franklin if there was anything else he needed help with besides financial planning. The hero smiled, telling Shin that he was right and that he had recently become interested in the linguistic books of another world. The guy's hands began to touch the paper, saying that in addition to managing his assets, he wanted Shin to find and collect the books and tools he needed. Franklin smiled sweetly, telling the guy that he would pay for everything he needed, like an office, salary, and rent, and then the guy began to hand over the contract. Shin was surprised and asked about making him a manager. Franklin looked at the guy confidently, telling him that he was right and that the most important thing now was collecting the linguistic books of another world. The guy wanted Shin to collect them all. The guy read the contract, listening to Feng ask him what he thought about it. The hero didn't even think. He started to hit the table, shouting that he agreed, and then started asking when he should start. Franklin started to smile and thank the guy. The guy started to hold out a card, telling Shin that there was an amount with a limit of 1 billion won on this card and the guy should use it for purchases and be in touch during the process. Shin looked at the card with admiration, which had 1 billion won. The guy started to look at the hero, asking if he was leaving already. Franklin started to say that he had one more meeting and Shin needed to try hard. Shin smiled, shouting that he could be relied on. Franklin looked askance at the guy, hoping that he would receive a useful spell. An explosion occurred in one of the places. Gina and the girl looked at each other, fighting. The girl looked at Gina with a smile on her face, saying that she was getting used to it well. Gina started to loudly shout that it was incredible power. The girl held the shield, not allowing her to be hit by force. Franklin stood calmly in the building. The hero looked at the girls in surprise, telling them that they had come too early. The heroines fought each other, not noticing the guy. The girl began to look at the guy, saying that she thought that maybe she should take a look since he had returned to Korea, but Gina was here, so they decided to have a duel. Franklin began to ask the girl how she liked Gina. The heroine began to say that even in Britain she had not met anyone who was so good at the role of a tanker. The guy began to look at Gina, asking her how she liked the heroine. The girl began to answer that if she had been distracted for even a second, her armor would not have withstood. The girl looked at Gina with a smile on her face, listening to her say that she had a feeling as if she was watching her physical attacks. Franklin began to smile, saying that he was glad that the girls had a first impression of each other. The guy started looking at the girls, saying that the reason he called them was because until the girl finds a guild, the guy wants to hire her into their team for a while. Gina smiled, saying that she would be glad since they would have an attacker, which they needed in the raid formation. Julia smiled, saying that she would be happy to join. The girl looked at the guy, telling him that she can go further without worrying about her surroundings. Franklin remembered how Julia can fight. The guy with a smile on his face began to look at the girl, telling her to trust and start going crazy, and the guy will look after her. Julia with an angry face began to say that she does not want to hear anything. The guy began to ask her about whether he said something wrong. Gina watched as the girl told her to stop messing around. Gina began to look at this with confusion. The girl with a sad look began to tell them that apparently they were very close. Franklin began to say that he forgot to introduce them properly. Julia smiled, while the guy was talking about how they had been friends since high school. Julia's hand began to pass between the guy's hand. The girl with a smile on her face began to say that she was his girlfriend. Gina with a surprised face did not understand if this was true. Gina with a calm face looked at the couple. Franklin began to tell her that maybe they had dated Julia, but 10 years had passed since that moment. Julia looked at the guy, telling him that he was her first love. The girl's lips began to spread into a smile. The heroine looked at Franklin, asking if they had done anything shameful. The guy began to smile, telling Julia not to joke like that. The guy's hands began to wave in different directions, asking about how about going to the dungeon and checking their connection. Franklin looked at the system window in surprise. It said that their rank up quest had been activated. Franklin walked on the ground. There was magic around him, and the system window showed that the start of the D-class rank up bushes had begun. Franklin found himself near an abandoned building. The guy began to wonder in surprise if this was really the place. A calm, moderate world. That abandoned building was a temple of nightmares. Valarax was a devil who wanted to conquer the middle world, while he was looking for a person to be his devoted servant. The monastery people lowered their heads down, muttering and praying, knowing what effect it would have. The faith would change in the wrong direction, so the devil chose the most valuable monastery in Desingwen as an object for the curse. The monks began to turn into something else. Their appearances changed. The curse of Valarax fell on the monastery, and the sacred place itself began to obey the devil. All the monks began to turn into monsters. Black silhouettes walked into the monastery, leaving a red light. One knight looked ahead, so the temple turned into moral decay. Franklin walked up the stairs, not understanding why such a world is associated with quests for promotion. The guy remembered that he recently met Berhard. Franklin remembered all the books and everything that was associated with leveling up and everything he did. The guy went down the stairs, noticing that a red light was approaching him. Franklin thought that it was a small mechanism that affected only him. The hero began to confidently look ahead, understanding that this world is the world of the Awakened, and if he is an important element, they need to look at the game in more detail. Franklin looked at the monks who were sitting and looking at the guy. The hero decided that he would think about all this later. A huge bunch of monsters began to fly at the guy. Franklin raised his hand. Using force, the hero decided that they need to test new spells. Blue smoke began to go throughout the temple. The guy put his hand forward, using an ice storm in a rough voice. A huge whirlpool began to spin all the monsters, preventing them from approaching the hero. A huge ice storm wrapped all the monks. Somewhere in the distance, light began to appear. Franklin calmly directed yellow light at the monks. Someone's huge paws began to appear in the temple. Franklin began to stretch his hand forward, using stone skin. The guy smiled and said that the ice storm did not have a large radius of destruction. The guy began to use force on himself, including acceleration and flight. The hero began to rush forward very quickly. Franklin looked askance to the side, realizing that everything was not happening so quickly, but this was enough to win the duel. Franklin was in the air, looking at the main monk himself. The guy began to direct a huge cloud of power at the monsters. Franklin began to throw a fireball at all the monks with quick movements. The hero was in the air, watching as pieces and different objects began to break. The guy looked at the hole in the floor, realizing that they fell to the lower floor. Franklin began to slowly descend down to the ground. Franklin's feet began to stand on the floor. The torches shone brightly. The red, angry eyes of the monster began to look at the guy. The monster began to say that no one has the right to disturb the peace of the Lord. The Lord looked angrily at Franklin, saying that all violators will be killed. The monster's sword glowed brightly blue. Franklin understood that this is a statue of Lakato and there is a special spell on his sword, so you should be wary of any cuts. The Lord began to swing the sword, cutting and inserting it into the floor. Franklin quickly flew from side to side and said that many attacks do not work on the Lord, but poisonous attacks should be enough to cause damage. Franklin threw a poisonous arrow straight into the Lord's body, cutting one part of it. The monster stood in front of the guy, holding a sword in his hands. The hero quickly ran away from the Lord from side to side. Franklin began to stop abruptly, looking at the monster with a smile. The guy's eyes began to smile sweetly at the Lord, telling him that he found him after the 50th raid and then continued to use him in secret. The Lord quickly rushed to the guy, trying to grab him, but Franklin stood calmly and looked at him. The Lord began to look at the guy with anger. Franklin began to watch as the night fell apart. The system congratulations were going on that the guy had completed the quest to raise the D rank. The hero began to glow blue. The system window showed that Franklin had reached the D rank, and the guy also got the opportunity to use special spells. The guy looked at the screen in surprise, saying that there were no connoisseurs before, that's why he chose the healing spell. There were girls standing near the hero. The guy decided that from now on he would work more in a team than alone. The system window began to show a special spell, a furious call. The hero looked at the screen in surprise, thinking that this time he would choose something with a buff. Two guys stood near the hero, asking how he achieved such success and whether it was possible to get his autograph. A bunch of people began to look at the guy, asking if he was recruiting for his party. A car began to stop near the guy. Someone's heels started getting out of the car, greeting the guy. The girl started smiling, saying that she was hiring people for the American Guild Freedom. The girl started smiling, looking at Franklin, and started asking if she could take some of the guy's time. The hero started smiling, asking what a large guild wanted from him. The girl started looking at the guy, telling him that after hearing about him, she came to talk to him about the dungeon. The hero calmly started telling the girl that he did not want to join another guild. The heroine smiled and said that she knew the reason why she was here and it was not to hire the guy. Surprised, Franklin looked at the girl, who told him how he thought they could discuss the S-rank dungeon. Bella started looking around, telling the guy that there were too many people here. The heroine opened the car door, asking the guy if he could talk in the car. The limousine began to drive quickly along the road. Bella began to look at the guy, telling him that a free guild was planning an attack on an S-rank dungeon in America. The girl looked at the guy seriously, telling him that the guild master wanted to invite Franklin as a mercenary to the party. The guy began to wave his hands in surprise, saying that he thought that America had enough strong awakened ones without him. Bella began to point at the guy, saying that it was true, but there were no people like him. The guy began to ask the heroine that they came to this place to hire an awakened D rank. The girl began to scream furiously, remembering all the guy's exploits. Bella began to say that he had many abilities that made the guy a buffer, a debuffer, and a magic damager, and also the guy alone works much more effectively than 3 separate people. Franklin calmly looked at the floor of the car. The girl's finger began to rise up, saying that, in addition, the master said that if the guy participates, he will allow Franklin to choose one of the relics of a unique rank. Bella looked at the surprised Franklin, who did not understand what a relic of a unique rank meant. The girl began to tell the guy that he can consider this a reward and after the raid they will divide the loot equally. The girl began to bring the guy a paper, saying that she is not lying and swears to the guy on behalf of the master of the Brock's Guild. The guy read the sheet and listened to the girl, who asked him what he thought about it. The hero began to look forward with confidence, realizing that he would not lose anything, and besides, there should not be any rank awakened ones since he was invited, and the dungeon that they were attacking was a chance to test their territory. The girl looked at the car window, saying that they were almost there. The hero began to look askance at the girl, telling her that he would accept her offer. The guy began to smile, saying that after he had completed his schedule, he would contact the girl. Bella began to smile and rejoice with admiration, saying that the guild master seemed happy and that she would immediately notify the guild master about it. Franklin got out of the car, and the girl shouted after him that she would wait for his call. The driver began to ask the girl in fear if it was okay that they had not told the guy about the guild membership. Bella looked at the floor of the car, saying that after what she saw, she realized that Franklin could not be bribed with money and that experience was more important to him. The girl held a lollipop in her hands and said that she would allow the guy to get an unforgettable experience, and then make it so that he could not refuse. Brittany and Tiffany were in the building. They were on Franklin's landing. Tiffany began to ask the guy about how everything was going there. Brittany was doing something with the lock and said that she expected this, but there was a lot more security here than she thought. The girl looked away, saying that there were a lot of mana sensors in this place, so if they overdid it, you could set yourself on fire to a crisp. Tiffany asked how much the guy would spend on such security. Brittany thought about the building and decided that he spent more than 50 billion. The girl felt the energy of the dimension stones through the building. The girls were scared and didn't understand how they could get through the defense. One of the girls decided that she would better let it go. Brittany said that it was better not to do that, and considering the stock prices, she was sure that the management was definitely involved. The girl confidently looked forward, saying that now they have a new director and in the past they gave her so much support, after which they were stabbed from behind. Brittany stood in the building, saying that she thinks about the past. The elevator began to go up to the 30th floor. The girls looked at each other, thinking that they were on the 31st floor. Brittany and Tiffany began to look back. The elevator door began to slowly open. The girls' eyes began to look angrily forward. The door opened and there was no one there. Tiffany looked at the door in surprise, not understanding why there was no one there. Someone's silhouette was behind the girl. One guy began to smile, looking at the girls. Noticing the strangers, Joe asked who they were, after which he added that he did not think that they were his fans. Then the boy asked what they wanted. In response to his question, one of them said that they would talk later because this was not the best place for a conversation. Suddenly appearing behind their backs, the magician declared that they should do as they wanted, and they immediately turned away and left. At the end, the girls looked at their opponent. Immediately after that, the elevator door closed. Sighing heavily, the protagonist was upset that he only thought that it had finally become quiet. For 2 days, he was busy finishing all his business in Korea. First, Joe created items for Jeongsong. After that, he explained the whole situation to Gina and Haley. In the end, he checked the book that he had recently received. After finishing all his business, the boy collected all the necessary things for the raid, headed to the airport where he went to the United States. Immediately after this, the story moves to the United States of America, to New York, to the Liberty Building. The unknown man extended his hand, greeting the guest. Shaking it, the magician was glad to meet him. This man was the head of the best guild in the United States, Freedom. At the same time, he introduced himself as Brox, the head of the Freedom Guild. Looking around his office, the protagonist noted that he had a lot of books from another world, and he replied that he had recently been studying the language of another world. The head of the guild also said that it was never possible to know when he would be able to talk to them. After such words, Joe did not understand who he was talking about. Before answering the question, the American offered to sit down first. The boy followed his advice and sat down on the sofa to drink tea. Having sat down in his place, Brock said that he had recently received quite interesting news. Then he added that in the dungeon, his people met a man who spoke the language of another world fluently. With regret, the head of the guild stated that he died immediately after their meeting because someone ordered him. At that moment, the mage asked if the dungeon they were going to this time was the same, to which he received a positive answer. At that moment, the American said that they hoped to find other traces of another world, but that this dungeon had a limit of 6 people. Upon hearing this, the protagonist realized that this was why he was interested in him. Then Brox explained that ordinary awakened people only had one ability and would spend their entire lives raising it to the SSS level. Releasing his power, he stated that he also had a similar one, but other than that, he could not use magic or other abilities. At that moment, the guild leader, lost in his dreams, stated that if they had him, who had different skills, they would be able to create as many combinations as they wanted. Looking at Joe sitting in front of him, he explained that this was why he decided that he was the right candidate. After listening to his opponent, the boy thought that he was talking as if he was only interested in him in terms of the dungeon, but he probably wanted to invite him to the guild. But now he had no reason to refuse, since he would be able to satisfy his interest with this raid, as well as use the unique relics. Abruptly getting up from his seat, the head of the guild declared that since he had finished with the explanations, he would fulfill part of his promise. Then he slowly approached the bookcase with the books. With a deft movement of his hand, the man moved several of them. At the same moment, a secret passage opened on the side. Without a second's hesitation, the American invited his guest to follow him. The two guys found themselves in a room covered with a red carpet. Right in front of them were shelves with artifacts, and Brox was telling them that he either did not need the relics in this room, or he did not use them, since he already had others that were much more useful than these. While examining the enchanted armor, the mage thought that even at first glance he could tell that these relics were above the unique level. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the rings. At that moment, the guild leader stated that he could take them after recognizing them, and he realized that he had done so on purpose to take advantage of his recognition. Placing his hands on the rack, the protagonist cast his spell. Immediately after that, a huge number of system notification windows appeared right in front of him. Among them, Joe saw something surprising. The boy chose only one unique level counter ring, declaring that he would take it. Hearing this, the American said that in that case he invited him to go to another place for a briefing before the raid. Then the mage approached the secretary, asking that they already Mr. Brox would not go, and she answered that he would not be there because he went to France on business. The girl opens the door to the office for the protagonist, stating that they are there. Following her, Joe went inside. Inside, several people were sitting at the table. Among them was S-rank Larson, who was the main tank. Also there was S-rank Sarah, who was a master of close combat. Also sitting at the table was S-rank Lincoln, the main attack tank. Ree was a master of long-range combat of a rank. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moves to a rainy day in the forest. A metal leg in armor stepped on the ground. Turning to Lincoln, Larson said that he did not think there would be poisonous rain here, and he agreed with this. They say that without Mr. Joe's armor, they would have had a hard time. Looking at herself, Sarah was surprised that he even had different buffs, while Bella noted that she had received so much effort for the first time. Suddenly, the boy heard something. Immediately after that, he notified everyone that they were coming. The boys prepared for battle when red magic circles appeared around them. At that moment, terrifying monsters came out of them. They opened their mouths as if they were hungry. The warriors activated their skills, preparing for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, the main tank slammed his shield into the ground. After that, a wall of brightly glowing golden light appeared around. The monsters tried to break through this barricade. Filled with seriousness, the man declared that he would never lose to them. Suddenly, something flew over him. It was a close combat master who was destroying the monster with her skill. Having made several kills, she was happy about it. The girl was approaching another monster with great speed. He in turn puffed out his cheeks as if he was going to do something. Suddenly, the monster began to spew a beam of green energy from his mouth. Dodging this attack, Sarah jumped up. She then quickly dealt a huge number of blows to her opponent. Looking at the melee master who had become enthusiastic, the protagonist thought that he expected nothing less from an S rank. Looking at his allies fighting the monsters, he thought that she was cutting through the thick skin of these creatures as if she was cutting ordinary meat, deciding that perhaps he should find the master of these guys for now. Immediately after that, the protagonist focused using the vision shift. Using his skill, he managed to find the controllers of the monsters. They were undead skeletons that did not seem to even notice the drones because they were busy controlling them. After finding their location, Joe remained calm. At this time, his golem was fighting on the front lines with the guys. Looking at him, Bella thought that looking at how he could control the situation with the drones and the golem. After which she added that she understood why the boy was not so interested in the team. Suddenly waving his hand, the mage opened the spatial door. The girl from the Freedom Guild team watched his actions closely. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind her. Then, terrible sounds began to be heard throughout the forest. At the same moment, something fell right in front of Lincoln. It was a dead black lick, from whose appearance the main attack tank was stunned. Watching everything that was happening, Bella, not believing in what was happening, understood how mages with the ability to control space are a real rarity. Looking at the protagonist, the girl also realized that he was also only D rank. Suddenly, she was interrupted by What, who asked why she was looking, noting that she needed to use her fire power. After which he ran forward, and Bella, looking after him, did not understand how it was possible to so easily build up abilities. Following his advice, she activated her skill and now wanted to know more about him. After this skirmish with the monsters, the raid continued. The longer the raid went on, the more Joe showed his abilities. One of these times, he destroyed annoying debuffs imposed on all team members. The next time, the boy used the opportunity to slip through dangerous places using invisibility. Thus, the team got to the boss faster than planned. The guys approached an unknown place that looked like an altar. Coming closer, they looked around, and the magician noticed that it seemed that he was here not the first time. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he did not want it to be reality. The protagonist understood that if this person was here, then it would be difficult for them, and Bella noticed his worries. Suddenly, Larson's voice notified the others that someone was here. Right in front of them, on the throne sat a warrior in armor. He held his blade with both hands, stabbing it into the ground. It was the S-rank boss, the Black Prince Arthas. Suddenly, the monster unleashed its dark power. Looking at it, Sarah remarked that it was the first time she saw a mob like the Black Prince Arthas, and Bella was talking about its chaotic energy. Immediately after that, the monster abruptly pulled its blade out of the ground. Then the guys noticed how the Black Prince suddenly evaporated. It turns out that he moved right behind his opponents. In a merciless voice, the knight declared that they must all die, after which he released a huge amount of dark energy. The entire battlefield was covered in dust raised in the air. Realizing his situation, Joe was very worried. His golem was badly damaged, which scared the melee master. All this was because he took Arthas's blow. Larson was amazed that their opponent was behind him so quickly. After his words, Rhys suggested that they first gather and come up with a formation, to which Sarah agreed. Hearing this, Bella asked the boy to leave quickly, and he thought that they would not defeat him with simple changes in formation. Realizing this, the magician suddenly drew attention to himself. When the others began to listen to him, he stated that after the first attack, Arthas would target him, the weakest. Then the protagonist added that he would explain how he knew this later, so for now he asked to listen to him. Joe continued his story about the rights of his subsequent actions, when suddenly the Black Prince suddenly appeared behind him, and he immediately opened a spatial door. Without a second's hesitation, the knight struck with his blade. He did not see anyone directly in front of him. This fact greatly alarmed him. Immediately after this, the magician continued to say that he would attack and hesitate after his teleportation, and the master of close combat was already heading towards him. At the same moment, she, together with Bella, struck Arthas. The girls used their skills to the maximum to damage the enemy. Looking at the result of their actions, Sarah did not understand why it was so difficult. Suddenly, the Black Prince called them pathetic bugs and wished for death. Having stuck his blade into the ground, he activated another skill. Noticing this, the protagonist spoke about swords underground. At that moment, blades of blades began to appear right from under the ground. This was the ability of the knight, who launched swords from underground at his enemies. The girls deftly dodged all his attacks. Joe did the same. Larson and Ree failed to return and received the soul split debuff, which after 90 seconds separated souls from the body and brought death. Noticing this, the boy called out to those who were touched by the sword, telling them to come to him immediately, and also asked Lincoln to aggro Arthas on himself. The main attack tank immediately followed his advice and used his skill. Thus, he attracted the attention of the Black Prince. The knight, affected by his influence, declared that he would be the first. Immediately after this, Arthas rushed towards him, striking with his blade. Barely holding back his onslaught, Lincoln asked to deal with everything quickly. At this time, the mage used Dispel Magic, but he failed to cancel the Soul Split debuff. Very worried about this, the protagonist assumed that perhaps the reason was the level of wisdom of the boss, which is higher than him because this spell works exactly on this principle. Then Joe used his magic again, and this time he managed to cancel the debuff with it. After that, the boy was glad that everything worked out. At this time, Arthas dealt another blow to the team's main attack tank. Thus, he forced him to kneel. Suddenly, the Black Prince called them all cockroaches with displeasure. Hearing this, the magician was very dumbfounded. The knight used his spell, summoning minions, which scared the protagonist. Immediately after this, monsters rose from the ground. Noticing them, the guys were very wary. Without a second's delay, Joe rushed to attack. Turning to the rest of the guys, he declared that he would take them on himself and asked them to help Lincoln. The rest obeyed his order, and Larson asked him to be careful. Then the guys rushed to attack Arthas, who said that they simply did not know when to stop. Approaching him, Sarah activated the Liberation skill. At the same time, huge gloves with claws appeared on her hands. While the Black Prince looked at her, a bright golden light flashed behind him. It came from Bella, who was also releasing her power. The girl rushed towards her opponent with a loud scream. Her example was also followed by the Master of Close Combat. The two girls dealt their strongest blows to the knight. Taking them on himself, Arthas said that they were very annoying, after which he directed his power towards Bella. Then the Black Prince did the same with Sarah. The knight released beams of dark energy in all directions. Immediately after this, he reached maximum concentration. At the same moment, a red barrier appeared around him. Seeing this, the magician realized that now was the moment. Releasing all his energy, he declared that now was the time to attack Arthas with the strongest attack because this was their only chance. At the same moment, the protagonist used a furious summon. After that, the battlefield lit up with red. It illuminated everything in the area. Tiered summoning was a buff that increased combat effectiveness by 250% for all team members within a 10-meter radius for 2 minutes, which greatly surprised Lincoln, who did not understand what kind of skill it was that made all the pain disappear. Its effect also extended to Larson, who was stunned by Joe's abilities, as well as Ree, who was just about to take a potion, but this was even better. Immediately after that, the boy stated that Arthas was currently invulnerable to physical attacks, but this skill lowered his magical defense, so he needed to use magic. Without thinking twice, he began to attack with his spell. The mage's attacks hit the Black Prince straight, who defended himself from them in every possible way. Noticing this, the team's main tank was about to block his movements. Taking his blade, he was about to thrust it into the ground, after which the warrior did what he had planned. Thus, he managed to use the skill of the Guardian of Light, pinning the enemy to the ground. The knight was overwhelmed by the strength of his opponents. Seeing this, Larson gave the command that now it was time to attack. Obeying him, the main attack tank of the team was about to enter the battle. He quickly approached the enemy, after which Lincoln used the skill of the Hammer of Justice, delivering his blow. With this, the American inflicted colossal damage to Arthas. At the same moment, the Black Prince was thrown back. Trying to recover from the blows received, the knight held his chest. Very angry, he called them pathetic insects. Then Arthas began to envelop himself in black energy. Raising his hand above his head, the Black Prince began to create a cloud of energy. With this, he was going to destroy his opponents. Without thinking twice, the knight directed his power towards the guys. At this moment, Ree entered the battle, calling her guns. With them, she managed to repel the enemy's attacks, protecting her allies. Realizing that it was the ranged master who had helped them, Larson thanked her. The girl continued to aim at Arthas, asking him not to lose his vigilance. At that moment, the Black Prince suddenly disappeared somewhere. Then he suddenly appeared behind Ree. Without thinking twice, the knight swung his blade. The ranged master dodged his attack and used her skill to respond. After that, Arthas's armor began to crack. Suddenly, Ree heard a voice behind her asking her to duck. It was Sarah, who was flying towards the enemy to deliver the finishing blow. She, using all her strength, attacked the enemy. It was as if a hammer had fallen right on the head of the Black Prince. He held him in place with great force. Suddenly, the knight saw something in front of him. It was Bella who was preparing to deliver her blow. With a deft movement of her hand, the girl sent forward several cuts of energy. Arthas tried to block them with his blade. At that moment, the protagonist decided to join the fight. At one point, he cast several spells around himself. Without thinking twice, he sent them all towards the Black Prince. After such a blow, a large explosion occurred. Bella, shocked by this, covered herself with her hand. Trying to see something in the dust, she wondered if they managed to kill him. At the same time, Arthas, barely standing on his knees, was coughing up blood. Descending, the magician approached him. Larson, watching from the side, noted that it was incredible, because he withstood their attacks even with Joe's buff, and Lincoln said that they needed to finish him off before he recovered. Suddenly, the Black Prince's blade began to glow. After that, he himself said that it would not end so easily. Everything around was illuminated by a bright purple glow. The guys standing to the side were shocked by the sudden attack. It also reached the boy. All team members immediately fell to the ground from shock. At this time, the knight's armor began to crack. Showing his true face, Arthas asked why him. Then he added not wounded, while the magician stood calmly in front of him. Answering his question, he said that he did not even know. Then the Black Prince assumed that this was due to the source of his power, which surprised the protagonist. Then the knight explained that all his energy was put into his last explosion. Imagining them as two parts of a single whole, Arthas stated that the fact that he was not wounded could only mean that their energy had a special kinship with him. Remembering his past, the Black Prince said that all his people died during their wanderings in time and space. Hearing this, Joe reasoned that there was something similar between him and Arthas, and he was just asking if he knew him. Realizing that this was due to the game, the boy declared that he knew him. After his words, the Black Prince used magic, collecting something to give him. Holding out a book, a pendant, and a ring towards the mage, the knight explained that if he ever met any of his people, they would recognize these things. As the protagonist took them, Arthas asked him not to make them go through hell and save them. His last words were a plea to grant this wish. Immediately after that, the Black Prince disappeared. Only ashes remained in his place, and John wished him peace. Immediately after that, the system notification windows notified about the level increase. The system also stated that the user had increased his level to 41st and became a 5th class mage. In connection with this, the spatial skill was stored on became a special spatial storage and now has improved characteristics. When it was all over, the boy sighed with relief. The book that Arthas handed him was a translation book that allowed one to translate from the language of the world called Aijin to the user's language within a few days. Seeing this, the mage was surprised that they really wanted to say that this book could translate the language of that world. Along with this, he also received 2 unique items, Desmond's Amulet, which increased characteristics and granted immunity to all debuffs, as well as the Ring of Infinity, wearing which he stopped feeling hunger even without food and fatigue without sleep, and also granted immunity to emotional and psychological attacks. Immediately after this, the protagonist accidentally saw something sparkling in the ashes left behind by Arthas. As he got closer, he found a book and space stones, realizing that these were the first rewards for the Black Prince, and he didn't understand why he should leave anything. Then Joe turned to look at his allies. Seeing that they were unconscious, the boy thought about taking the book because it could be a spell book. Using his recognition skill on it, he found out that this was a tier 5 spell book, Sun Flame. At that moment, he wanted to try it. Without thinking twice, the mage used Sun Flame. Immediately after that, a bright orange light spread throughout the area. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that this spell worked within a radius of 5 meters. Suddenly, Bella began to come to her senses. Having woken up, she asked what kind of heat was this. Canceling the effect of his skill, Joe was glad that someone finally woke up, and thus their raid on the S-rank dungeon ended. After that, they returned to the Freedom Edition and exchanged contacts with the team, and the boy thought that everyone was impressed. Bella also offered him a place in the guild, but he refused. Then the maids returned to Korea. Immediately after your story, they are transferred to the control building in this country. Inside, Harris was sleeping on the couch, sitting up. Trying to wake him up, someone put a cold can of soda to his ear. Feeling this, the deputy director jumped up sharply. With great displeasure, he asked why she did this to a man who worked all night, and Mila said that she had an important story about Joe. Hearing this, Harris said that it had been quiet lately, wondered what happened, and the girl said that he had recently been called by the US Freedom Guild, and she heard that they had raided a dungeon. Then the vice director assumed that they probably did it in secret, and asked how they could know such a thing since it was unbelievable, and she answered that information is life. Sitting on the chair, Mila said that the most important thing is that everyone who was with him in the raid was impressed by him, and after that, the Freedom Guild tried to take him. After her words, Harris said that such a large guild had already made an attempt to take him over, and they could not just sit back. Then the girl said that therefore, how about inviting him to an expedition to the dungeon on behalf of the management? Hearing her suggestion, the vice director thought that this was a great idea since even though he was a low rank, they could offer him experience points or rewards and was about to call Laura to contact him. At this time, the boy was looking at his status window. Looking at his stats, he was glad that they had risen. Turning away, looking out the window, the mage thought about the spell book Shin had found for him while he was in America. It must have been difficult to find one book from that pile of rubble, and so the protagonist came to the conclusion that he deserved a reward. Now he had another spell book. Immediately after that, John began studying the books, receiving the 3rd level spell Infrared Sight. Then he learned the 4th level spell Polymorph. He also received the 4th level spell Eye of the Mage. Having received all of this, the mage thought that the time had finally come for the spell that created great chaos in the balance of the game world, right down to the order of space. In the end, he learned the 5th level spell Unchangeable, which can keep the effect of any spell permanently, and was going to try it on a weak sword. To begin with, the protagonist enchanted the weapon, placing a buff on it. After that, Joe used the Unchangeable skill on it. Immediately after that, the timer of the buff applied to the blade disappeared, and the spell became permanent. Unsheathing the sword, the boy did not think that thanks to this, the item's level would also increase, and although the number of unique items is still limited. Inspecting the blade, he assumed that perhaps he should look for something for close combat, because if the user requirements are met, it would be nice to increase the gauntlet's level. Putting the sword in its sheath, the magician thought that he should call Laura then. At that moment, she suddenly called him herself. Answering the call, the protagonist noted that he was just about to call her, and she did not believe that it was true, that they looked like Siamese twins, and he asked what she wanted. In response, he heard only the words that it was not very important, so she asked him to speak first. Then Joe asked if there was a gauntlet for sale in the Deos market today, saying that he would like to buy one of a unique level, and the girl immediately began to look. After finding the information on her computer, she would say that there was such a thing. Suddenly, the boy would add that he would also like to put his skill up for auction, asking if it was possible. Hearing this, Laura was greatly surprised by this turn of events. Immediately after this, the story's additions shift to the Deos market in Gangnam. Walking down the hallway, Matthew asked the lady if she hadn't said that she wasn't interested in today's exhibition, and she confirmed that she had said so. Hearing this, the subordinate wondered what they were doing here then, and Agnes replied that she had received a notice of a special auction a few hours ago. Matthew was surprised by these words, and his lady said that he thought that if the market notified of such a thing, wouldn't it be a loss not to come? After which, with a smug smile, she suggested hoping that there would be something worthwhile there. The story's narrative then shifts to the moment when Laura declared that their usual auction was over. Then she suggested moving on to the special one, which they had been informed about, but before that she asked to greet Mr. Joe, the organizer of today's special auction. After her words, there was talk among the guests that she had just spoken about that very person and that they had informed about the special auction, but not about the unusual guest, not understanding what he was going to sell, since it was unlikely to be several manuscripts. At that moment, the magician began his speech, greeting everyone and introducing himself, saying that this was his second visit here. With great seriousness, he said that he was not here today to trade items, but to sell his skill. Hearing this, Matthew asked the lady about the possibility of selling the power of the Awakened. She answered that the items at the auction cost hundreds and thousands of dollars. After which she added that this meant that the skill he wanted to sell was very valuable, and that was probably why the market allowed this special auction to be held. Then the protagonist continued to say that only the first 10 buyers would be able to use this opportunity, stating that he could increase the level of your weapon by exactly 1. Hearing this, Agnes could not believe such a possibility. The rest of the auction guests were surprised that such spells existed, realizing that the only one who used them here was Joe. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard from the hall, asking if he was telling the truth. After that, the boy immediately looked at her. He did not believe that she was still here, and asked if she had ever heard him lie. Then he turned to Mrs. Monica, and she only remained silent in response. Then the magician stated that any weapon below the legendary category can be improved by 1 level, but there is still something else. Glaring menacingly at the White Lotus Guild manager sitting to the side, the protagonist added that if anyone perceived him as an enemy or tried to harm him, then the level of their items would immediately be lowered to the original. Hearing this, Monica was very angry at such a statement. She immediately stated that there were many people who could enchant things like precious stones and spatial stones. In response, Joe noted that if this was his plan, he would not have announced the sale of the skill, saying that she was thinking too primitively. Immediately after this, silence fell in the auction hall. Breaking it, the boy announced that if everything was clear to them, the auction would start at 500 million won. We were then transported to the end of the auction, when all the seats were bought. Looking at her tablet, Laura announced that the last one was sold for 2 billion won, making it 20 billion won in total, and all 10 buyers had deposited money, and then asked Joe to start upgrading. Agreeing to this, the boy asked everyone to put their weapons on the table in front of him. The buyers immediately obeyed him, taking out their equipment. Now the magician was ready to begin and began the action. When he finished, the surrounding area was illuminated by a bright golden glow. Seeing this, the buyers were dumbfounded. Agnes watched this with great admiration. Taking her blade in her hand, she could not believe that her Satido actually became a legendary weapon. The others were also amazed that their legendary weapon became unique, declaring that it was a scam. At this time, the protagonist was telling the auction host that he needed to go somewhere, so he was leaving, and she agreed with this and thanked him for his work. Then the boy left, looking back at the guild leaders standing behind him. They were clearly unhappy and followed him with their eyes. The magician still walked away from them, moving towards the exit. Remembering those very ill wishers, the protagonist thought that the other two who were staring at him, besides Monica, were definitely Ethan and Franklin from the Mukon Guild, and they probably would not try to catch him out of the blue like that girl. Walking further, Joe understood that caution never hurt, and it was worth remembering this when suddenly someone called out to him. It was Harris. Noticing whom, the boy said that he was glad to see him again because the last time was during a large-scale outbreak. In response, the deputy director confirmed that a lot of time had indeed passed, asking if he had already finished with the business in the market. Answering his question, the magician said that the auction went smoothly and he got what he wanted, and Harris was happy because this was great news. After which he suddenly invited him to go to the meeting place. At this time, a girl was walking along the dark corridor. It was Monica, who suddenly heard something behind her. Returning, the girl asked what she thought. Chasing a woman could hardly be called good manners. Ethan and Franklin were behind her. Guildmaster Mukon did not understand why she was showing off like that when she called them herself. After which he assumed that the reason for her secret call was that bastard Joe. Answering his question, Monica said that he understood everything correctly. Recalling his goods, she said that bombs, a scroll of recognition, and this time also a weapon enhancement. Then the girl added that if they left everything to its own devices, they would be nothing more than toys in his hands. With great seriousness, the head of the White Lotus Guild declared that they must destroy him by any means necessary. After which she proposed a temporary truce, because in the end they had a common enemy, and Ethan did not understand what the common goal was, Joe or the Gyeongsang Guild. In response to this, Monica said that they were both in the same boat, so they could not write off anyone. Imagining the ideal execution of her plan, the girl declared that if they could not get what they wanted from them, then they must destroy them. Immediately after this, the story moves to an unknown abandoned building. Inside it was a green portal to the dungeon. Looking at her watch, Mila said that 2 whole hours had already passed. After which she had already resigned herself to the fact that this time too, the girl suddenly noticed a bright golden glow behind her. Getting out of the car, Joe noticed that even in such a remote place there was a dungeon. Harris was standing behind him, explaining that the dungeon had appeared quite recently, so it was still unknown, which surprised the boy. Noticing their appearance, Mila came closer, confirmed his words, and noted that they had left it unattended for too long, so it was difficult to say when the outbreak would occur, and the mage who saw her was surprised that she was also here. In response, the girl noted that they had not seen him for a long time. Coming closer to the portal, she was going to explain everything briefly, since the protagonist liked to get straight to the point. Sitting at the table, Mila said that they had not initially planned to invite him to another private dungeon managed by the UP. Then Joe said that he had already heard this from Harris, and the girl added that after the report, they found out that there was an open dungeon here. Then the head of the department said that for the safety of the people in the area, they tried to quickly neutralize it by gathering as a team. Hearing this, the boy assumed that they had some kind of problem after they entered. Mila gave a positive answer, explaining that firstly, only one person could enter, and if they failed, that same person could not return, so there were already 5 victims in the UP. Bowing her head in disappointment, the head of the department continued to say that she and the SS rank deputy were caught off guard and failed. After which the girl angrily slammed her fist on the table. Suddenly, Harris intervened in the conversation, stating that they still did not know what to do. After listening to them, the mage asked that the monster inside was really so strong that even 2 SS ranks like them failed, wouldn't it be impossible to stop it? In response to his question, Mila stated that it was not a matter of strength at all. Recalling this dungeon, she said that there were invisible traps. The girl also added that there was a monster with attribute resistance inside and too many factors affect the outcome. While the protagonist listened to her attentively, the head of the department explained that this is why they needed him with his extensive skills. After her words, Joe said that he came only because he received an invitation to a private dungeon. Then Mila apologized for this moment, because they cannot simply ignore the existence of this dungeon. In response to this, the boy said that since he was obviously risking his life, then, hopefully, the compensation would be appropriate. Inspired by what she heard, the head of the department wanted to know what exactly he wanted. Without thinking twice, the mage said that he wanted to be assigned a ranked dungeon where he would have complete freedom and individual access. Hearing this, the deputy was stunned, explaining that this was too much. At that moment, Mila stopped her subordinate. She would then announce that she would take care of it and ask him to cool his ardor. As they talked among themselves, the mage mused that the dungeon was being restored after being conquered, so it was a precious place to gain experience points. Looking at his interlocutors, he also mused that he could understand their reaction to the request to give the dungeon to a single awakened, but he was risking his life, so they should be able to give him at least that. After a short discussion, the head of the department explained to Joe that the dungeon belonged to the country. She then added that transferring the ownership of the dungeon was almost impossible. Then the girl asked what if the ownership belonged to the app, but he could use the dungeon itself as he saw fit, and the boy, realizing that this sounded good, immediately agreed. Hearing this, Mela noted that there was a condition that he had to unconditionally accept. With great seriousness in her eyes, she stated that if the dungeon was open for too long and it caused an outbreak, then he would take full responsibility. In response, the magician said that, of course, he would take full responsibility for everything, and offered to talk about the pressing problem now. Immediately after this, the story moves inside this very dungeon. The head of the department said that as soon as he entered the dungeon, he needed to run, and he listened to her advice. She also said that he could not be late even for a second, which made the protagonist nervous. Looking back, he saw a poisonous cloud that was catching up with him. After he left the cloud, his path should have been blocked by lava, which turned out to be true. Mila assumed that he could use the walls to overcome it, and Joe was just about to do so. Pushing off from them, he overcame the lava lake. Having landed on a small rock in the middle of the lava, the boy wanted to rest a little. At that moment, poisonous arrows were aimed at him. They pierced the rock with great force. The magician managed to cover himself with a shield at the last moment and repel the attack. At that moment, he remembered the words of the head of the department, who said that there were countless traps in the dungeon and hoped that he would be careful. Then the protagonist still managed to cross the lava lake. After that, there should have been a place that is difficult to describe in words. At the end of the cave system, there is a straight road in complete darkness, which Joe was just approaching. Walking inside, he remembered that he should find light on the other side of this tunnel, thinking that from now on he would have to overcome everything on his own. Without thinking twice, the boy used the infrared vision skill. At that moment, a huge number of snakes headed his way opened up before his eyes. Seeing them, the magician reasoned that if we are talking about a high-ranking dungeon, then in complete darkness anyone would be easy prey. To deal with them, the protagonist was going to use his skill. He sent a lightning bolt forward to clear the way. With a smirk on his face, Joe realized that since this dungeon was difficult to clear, it gave a lot of experience points. Then he realized that in such a situation, when he could not relax for a second, he should take out all the drones, and he was doing just that. Approaching the unknown cliff, the boy was going to continue with even more caution. At this time, the heads of the Korean department were waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. Harris noted that he should have reached the unexplored part by now, and Mila said that they should check it out then. Suddenly, Laura joined them, saying that she rushed there immediately after the call without any equipment, and the head of the department noted that it didn't matter because she wouldn't have to conquer this cave. Then the deputy joined the conversation, saying that she would have a very simple task, because since only one person could enter the cave, they would check Joe's condition by whether she could enter, since they could no longer do so. After listening to him, the girl asked if this was all that was required of her, and he answered that yes, and she would not be able to clear a B-rank cave. After that, Laura asked the director if she thought the mage was okay, since it had been several hours since he entered, and she replied that he had a wide range of skills needed here, so they could only trust him and wait patiently. Interfering with their conversation, Harris stated that if the protagonist failed, they would have no choice but to ask for help from high-ranking guilds. Standing near the portal, they hoped that he would return with good news. At the same time, Laura tried to enter the dungeon to check. Inside, Joe dealt with more obstacles that rose in his path. Finally, he approached the boss room, and during this time, the mechanics level increased from 11 to 18. Remembering the entire path he had taken, the boy thought that if he had not used drones, he would have fallen into a trap 100% and maybe even died. Opening the gate in front of him, the mage was going to look at the bastard who runs this dungeon. Immediately after that, the protagonist entered the room. Looking around, he did not understand what it meant and where the boss was. Joe also noticed something to the side. A girl with blue hair was chained to the wall, which alerted the boy. Taking a closer look, he wanted to understand if she was even human. Suddenly, an unknown voice from his shadow asked who he was, after which a monster began to rise from it. It was the A-rank boss, the Lick Deluce, who was asking where someone like him got Arthas's things from. Looking at his opponent, the mage thought that he had never seen such a monster on the floors of the game and how he knew the Black Prince. After thinking for a while, the protagonist asked why he had to answer him, thinking that even though this monster was of a rank lower than Arthur's, he was alone this time. Hearing this, the Lick was beside himself, not understanding who he thought he was, and wanted Joe, who stood before him, to know pain. Preparing for battle, the boy realized that, fortunately, unlike the Black Prince, this monster was a magic type. Taking out the gauntlet of rudies from his inventory, he equipped it, thinking that during his time in the game, he loved to duel with other users and would be happy to fight again. Suddenly, unknown clots of dark red energy appeared around him. In an instant, they turned into spikes of darkness. At the last second, the mage managed to dodge the enemy's attack. Noticing this, Deluxe assumed that it seemed like he was not complete trash. At this time, the protagonist sighed in relief because it was close. Running around his opponent, he expected him to cast spells one after another and hoped that he was wrong. Immediately after that, the dungeon boss started casting a spell, and Joe, who saw it, realized what he was going to do. Without a second's hesitation, the boy used the shield skill. Seeing this, the Lick asked if he really wanted to block his attack with this pathetic shield. Then he used the Dark Spear skill, after which Deluxe sent it straight at his opponent. The mage, who was standing in the same place, tried to reflect this spell with his shield. At one point, the barrier collapsed under the onslaught of the attack. The protagonist had no choice but to dodge. Then he suddenly used the invisibility skill. Noticing this, the dungeon boss declared that this was very stupid. At the same time, Joe was lost among the dust raised in the air. The Lick tried to find him with his gaze. Suddenly, the boy jumped out in his direction, using a mirror image. He headed towards his opponent at great speed. While casting another spell, Deluxe said that his magic was just child's play, after which he was going to destroy everyone in an instant. Without a second's hesitation, the dungeon boss used the gravity confinement skill. Then a wall hung over the copies of the boy, pressing them directly to the ground. Suddenly finding himself behind his opponent, the mage asked him if he was really that stupid and thought that he would just rush at a mage like him. After which the protagonist used his skill, preparing to strike. Then Joe used his fist, surrounded by magic, directing it at the Lick's stomach. He continued to press harder and harder, using more mana. In response to this, Deluxe decided to counterattack, and the boy dodged. Without thinking twice, the mage prepared to use two spells at once, a fireball and a lightning strike. The dungeon boss, who saw this, was extremely dumbfounded. Then the protagonist released his power. Two of the strongest spells hit his enemy directly. After the attack, he thought that the difference between them was that this bastard couldn't use spells without casting them. Looking at the red glow in the dust, Joe understood that it was because of this that he would be able to. When the Lick became visible, opening his barrier, not understanding how he dared to do this, the boy added that he would defeat this bastard. The girl extended her hand to the glow. Lightning suddenly appeared near her. Suddenly, the girl looked forward in surprise. The boy looked in surprise and asked what was really a flash. Looking at the girl, he asked what she was doing, let her leave there immediately, to which she responded approvingly. The girl extended her hand to the side. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the smoke. Looking at this, the boy frowned. The protagonist was holding the girl in his arms. Looking down, the protagonist said that they almost died, to which they turned to him. The guy drank water. Then he sighed heavily. Standing in front of him, the girl asked that he had calmed down at least a little, to which he replied that yes, everything was fine now. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what then. He could finally tell what happened, who the girl was, and what happened in the dungeon. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that firstly, he had successfully cleared the cave, there were a few problem areas, but as promised, he did it. Looking at the skull, the girl said that good work, even if they asked for it, but the bones appeared. It was said that to think that he defeated a rank boss alone, unbelievable. Grinning, the protagonist said that yes, it was not easy. The battle appeared. The fight itself lasted only 5 minutes, but during this time, countless spells were used. Flames appeared around the protagonist. A blue glow appeared around the skeleton. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. The spirit flew at him. Suddenly, they collided with each other. The girl lowered her head and said that then they would not ask about anything obtained in the dungeon, since this was an unspoken rule. Mila looked away and said that the problem was the girl. This was already becoming quite problematic. Looking straight ahead, Harris said that yes, but if they still considered her part of the loot, then they had no right to do anything with her. However, if they considered her as someone who could pose a danger, then the approach to this situation would be completely different. Standing next to the hero, he added that since she was the only person who had ever been found in the dungeon, to which the protagonist replied that he understood. The protagonist looked away. The girl was lying unconscious. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he let them not misunderstand him, but he hoped that they would listen to him. The hero frowned and said that he would take her with him since he was the one who saved her from the dungeon. He should be responsible for it and take care of her, and then thought that if Up or someone else took her, then who knows what could happen to her. The skeleton looked straight ahead. The girl looked down. The thought arose that besides, he thought she was somehow connected with Arthas. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she agreed. Then she added that if her existence became known to the public, it would be difficult to manage the interests of organizations that deal with the Awakened. They would have to conduct research. Silence hung between them. Laura sat next to the girl. It was heard that so they would stick to this plan. Her existence would remain a secret. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that but if they needed to study or see something, then do not hesitate to ask them. They would be happy to help. The protagonist grinned and thanked her for her care. Looking at him, Mila replied that it was nothing. They were sincerely grateful for the help and therefore should respect his wish, to which the guy said that it was true. Thank you for his work. The car was driving straight ahead at a rapid pace. Sitting in it, the guy turned to the hero. The protagonist looked at him and heard that since there was now someone next to him who needed to be protected, he needed to know something, to which he replied that yes, he was listening to him. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that the Up has a program for monitoring and indirectly monitoring those associated with them. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered what it meant that from the moment they promised to help someone, they began to constantly follow them, and then said that he thought it was really possible. Harris looked to the side and said that according to the reports, someone was following you, and they were doing it quite professionally. They tried to track them, but it seemed that they immediately noticed it and hid. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said he understood and then wondered who it was. Those two were Monica again. The car stopped at a traffic light. It was said that he hoped he would be more careful from now on. The guy grinned and said that if any danger arose, then he should not hesitate to call them, to which the protagonist replied that of course, thank you very much. The girl approached the hero and said that he could call her at any time, no matter if it was for personal reasons or not. Sitting behind the wheel, the guy said that they were talking about serious things, to which Laura replied that he had already finished the conversation, so everything was fine, asked if that was right. The protagonist looked away and said yes, everything was fine. The girl grinned and asked that if he did not have a girlfriend, how about a date with her, to which the protagonist asked again. Suddenly the girl's eyes shone. The green light came on. Harris pressed the gas pedal. The girl looked forward in fear. Suddenly she was pressed into the seat. Clutching her head, she said it was dangerous, asked what he was doing, to which Harris replied that he should buckle up and sit still. The girl frowned. It was said that he found her attractive as a woman. Turning around, the hero said that first of all because she was charming. Grinning, the girl replied that good, she understood. A high-rise building appeared. The protagonist was sitting in a chair. It was heard that once in the dungeon his mechanic level increased by 10. Could he look at the statistics? The hero's statistics appeared. He said that first of all, he would invest all available points in magic. He thinks he can safely say that magic and wisdom are close to the A rank level. Grinning, the protagonist asked if he should check his prey. Sitting on the bed, the girl asked where she was. Turning around, the protagonist replied that in his house. The girl sat up, and he asked her if she had finally woken up. Brittany was looking away. Everything around the girl was shining. Suddenly she looked away. The protagonist was walking towards her and asked if something was new. Sitting on the couch, she replied that yes, it was very different from the place where she was used to living, to which the protagonist said that of course, they were from a completely different world. Stretching her arms forward, Brittany said that it was true. The protagonist, holding a mug in her hand, said that by the way, she spoke their language very well. The girl stretched her hand forward and said that it was all thanks to this translator. The protagonist reached forward and said that it was an interesting little thing. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she remembered what happened in the dungeon. Looking straight ahead, the girl replied that it was unintelligible, but she remembered a little. The protagonist stood in front of the girl. It was said that if she remembered correctly, her presence there was a kind of offering. Then he came, single-handedly defeated the monster and saved her. Sitting in front of the hero, she added that, if she was not mistaken, he also had her brother's necklace. An amulet appeared, and the hero asked what she meant by this, to which she replied that it was true. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that if he could give it to him. The protagonist closed his eyes in response. Sitting in front of him, the girl answered that it was clear, asked that then could she at least hear the message that he transmitted with this necklace. The protagonist said that if he met any of his servants or assistants, if he met any of them, they would instantly recognize both the necklace and the ring. Let him not let them know hell in life, begged, let him save them. The girl closed her eyes and turned to her brother. Suddenly she began to cry. In the D and F world that the hero knew, Arthas and the Desmond Empire were just a small side story, so little is known about them. For this reason, he could not even imagine that Arthas had a sister. The girl crossed her arms and said that that day, she thought she had gone to hell. Even now, the opportunity to just sit here is like a blessing, to which the hero asked what happened next. Images of girls appeared. They were the royal family of the Desmond Empire before its fall. It all started with the arrival of a dark mage who drove the fourth emperor crazy. Maddened, the emperor introduced tyranny and began to kill everyone indiscriminately, up to the closest and most talented subjects. And soon after, Ortenia, a neighboring magical empire, attacked them. Since everyone who could protect the country had already been killed by the emperor, the Desmont Empire collapsed in an instant. The complete destruction did not take even a year. And her brother, the one who couldn't just sit and watch all this, killed the fourth emperor and went to the front. But it wasn't enough against Ortenia's forces. In the end, he used the forbidden magic that was hidden deep in the dungeons of Desmont. The monster screamed, and as a result, the monster's eyes glowed red. The soldiers fought the monsters. The knight swung his sword. A pink beam appeared in front of the knight. Her brother received the power of dark magic. This allowed him to protect the empire from Ortenia. But very soon, the dark force began to absorb everything. The soldiers of the Desmont Empire, and even ordinary people, were all absorbed by dark magic and turned into monsters. She was ready from the beginning that sooner or later, trouble would come and tried to run as far as possible. But she could not go far and was immediately captured by the soldiers, after which she was shackled and left on the altar. Looking at her, the protagonist said that this was why she was in the dungeon, to which she replied that she was, and before falling asleep, he told her something. The girl looked down and said that because of him, he and his people got into a spatial crack, but he kept saying that they would definitely get out. Then she added that when that moment came, he said that he would kill her with joy and use her body as a sacrifice. The girl looked away, and it was heard that, so she assumed that that place was forever lost in a spatial crack, and then she met him. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked what his name was, to which she replied that they were so busy telling stories that they did not even have time to introduce themselves. The protagonist grinned and said that he was Joe, let her call him that. Looking straight, the girl replied that she was Brittany. Putting her hand forward, the girl asked that she knew that he had saved her, but could she ask for one more favor? The girl asked what would help her get used to this world, to which the hero asked again. Frowning, Brittany said that yes, she wanted to know why she had ended up here and to unravel the mysteries that her brother had left behind. Sitting in front of the hero, she added that she would definitely repay him for his kindness. A cave appeared. Suddenly, the bear rushed forward. The beast screamed furiously. Suddenly, it struck the ground. The protagonist rushed forward. Suddenly, he struck the animal. The animal looked at him in surprise. The bear abruptly fell to the ground. A girl appeared above him. Suddenly, she swung her weapon. The girl landed on the ground. Looking to the side, the girl said that now they will help Joe. Haley looked to the side in surprise. A guy was standing in front of the beast. Suddenly, the bear fell to the ground. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she thought that while they were dealing with one. Walking towards the hero, she added that he had destroyed so many by himself. Sitting on the couch, the girl said that in return she would definitely repay him and would be truly grateful. The main character grinned and said that he would gladly accept her then. The girl grinned and said that he should take care of her. The main character raised his hand and said that it was good. For starters, they should buy her some new clothes so that she could get used to them. She couldn't stay in this. Suddenly, the girl turned to the hero. The main character asked in surprise what, to which she replied that he should wake up already. They were going to the boss's room. Standing next to the hero, the girl asked what he was thinking about, to which he replied that it was nothing, he shouldn't worry. Looking away, Haley said that for sure, what was so special about the United States that he became even stronger. The protagonist looked at the girl, hearing that it was true, he and Haley would have spent several days cleaning up, but with him. Looking straight ahead, she added that it seemed to her that every time they met, they were getting stronger, to which the protagonist asked again. Approaching her, the girl said that it was true. The girls stood nearby. It was heard that the girl was working non-stop and she had a C rank, and Haley said that but every time they saw him, they began to wonder if there was any point in ranks at all. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked that she had been promoted to C rank, to which Gina replied that yes, while he was in the States, she had passed the recertification. The protagonist extended his hand to the side and asked that it was true, then they should celebrate her promotion, maybe have dinner tonight, to which Haley said that it was a good idea, he was paying. Looking to the side, the protagonist suggested that they decide everything after defeating the boss. Looking back, the main character turned to the girl. Cracks appeared on the wall. It was heard that he had increased fire resistance, so he would tank and let them attack his weak points from behind. Crystals appeared. It was said that his weakness was the same as those monsters earlier. The main character stood in front of the beast. A question arose that everything would be fine with him, to which he replied that he should not worry. Grinning, Joe added that this was already a past stage, a solar flare. The hero suddenly jumped up and shouted that he would start. Flames emanated from the beast. Everything around was covered in flames. Running past him, the girl thought that the heat was so strong that it was even difficult for her to breathe. Everything would be fine with him. The girl frowned and looked to the side. The main character rushed forward. He approached the beast. Suddenly the protagonist used a fireball. The beast opened its mouth. It was said that even if it was fireproof on the outside, it was unlikely to be on the inside. Things appeared. It was written about the bracelet. The recognition level is 100. The class is rare. Wisdom increases by 50 points. Endurance increases by 50 points. Reacts to all negative emotions within a radius of 50 meters. The bracelet absorbs and stores negative emotions, becoming stronger with this. The total number of emotions collected, 0 out of 1,000. The thought arose that after the defeat he received 3 things: a spatial stone, a bracelet, and a power projectile that works at short distances. The man flew up. The thought arose that compared to a regular spell, it is better in terms of speed, power, and number of uses. This is a very powerful spell. The protagonist stood in front of the beast and thought that this time he wanted to know its effectiveness. Suddenly the animal rushed straight. A flame appeared near it. The girl covered her face with a shield. She held back the flame. Bright rays appeared around. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that she had covered it well. The girl ran towards the flames. Haley was getting closer to the beast. Suddenly, the crystal split into 2. Frowning, the girl shouted that they were sorry, she couldn't break it, she needed more power. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that everything was fine, he would figure it out. Suddenly, the protagonist used a power projectile. Blue beams flew at the beast. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist smiled. The girl stood still. Gina stood in front of the mirror. Adjusting her hair, she said that she seemed ready. After they destroyed the boss. Looking straight ahead, the girl turned to Gina. Turning around, she asked what happened, to which Haley replied that she would not be able to join the C-rank celebration. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked why she wasn't going, to which she replied that she was. Looking at her, Haley said that she thought she needed to spend more time with Joe, let them go on a date or something. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked again. She folded her arms and said that judging by her reaction, she could confidently say that they had never met alone anywhere except for the dungeon, to which she replied that she had. Looking at Gina, the girl said that wasn't that a reason to suggest something new and enjoy the moment. Then she added that next time she wouldn't be so tactful. The girl smirked and replied that she understood, thank you. The girl stood in front of the mirror. Looking at her reflection, she said that since Haley gave her this chance, she should definitely try. A view of the main character's house opened up. The guy looked away and asked that he was sure that this guy was worth it. Sitting in the car, the guy said that of course, he heard with his own ears that the master was interested in him, and if they sorted everything out and dragged him straight to the master, he was sure he would reward them generously. He smirked and asked that they couldn't be hired guards forever. The International Organization for the Protection of the Awakened, unlike other organizations and the International Bureau of the Awakened, they exist only for their own benefit. Or, to be more precise, they do not differentiate between good and evil. If the client pays for the crime, they will do everything, and if he wants to do a good deed, they will do everything just as calmly. Their priority has always been only money. Smirking, the mercenary said that Joe still has a D rank. The guy behind the wheel looked to the side. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. An SUV appeared. Someone said that it was Joe's car. Sitting in the back, the guy offered to follow him. His house is a damn fortress, they only have a chance to catch him on the street. Grinning, the mercenary said that they would take care of him when he was in the dungeon or some other secluded place. The 20 shopping center appeared. The guys were standing above. The hero thought that 2 were on the 2nd floor. Looking at the man, he added that 1 was on the escalator. The man was sitting on a chair, and the hero added that 1 was on the 1st floor. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he noticed them, because as soon as he left the house, he was followed by a strange van. A portrait of the guy appeared, and he added that this is what Harris warned him about or not. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist thought that it would not be funny at all if he dragged Gina into this. The girl approached the hero and said that she was here, to which the hero said hello and said that he was glad she came. Looking straight ahead, Gina apologized for being late, saying that she was in a hurry as best she could, but the protagonist smiled and said that she looked great in casual clothes too. Looking away, the girl replied that she was glad, a little nervous, since this was their first non-work meeting. Turning around, the protagonist asked what they were going to do then, to which she replied that she was. The protagonist took the girl's hand. The guy stood on top. Looking back, the mercenary said that he was not here to admire their flirting, to which the other said that okay, let him enjoy life before he died, as soon as he relaxed enough, they would attack. Walking forward, the girl said that she read the message, asked what they were going to do now, to which the hero replied that first they needed to find a place where there were not many people, and after that they needed to cut off their escape route. Looking at the hero, the girl asked what and how they would lure them, to which the hero replied that they would go here. The protagonist held the girl's hand. Someone said that this bastard was heading for the emergency staircase. The protagonist leaned against the wall and said that he should be patient for a minute. Joe reached for the girl. The guys shouted that they would come and rushed forward. The mercenary approached the protagonist. Swinging his hand, he shouted for him to die. The mercenary hit the hero's side. Looking at the guys, he said that they were weaklings. A glow suddenly appeared near his feet. Looking down, the guy asked what, was it an illusion? The guy looked to the side and asked what happened, what was that sound? The guy was lying on the floor, someone asked him to answer. Looking straight ahead, the mercenary shouted that this bastard was still here, let them be careful, watch their surroundings. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was too late. Suddenly, the protagonist used ball lightning. A bright glow appeared in front of the hero. Joe looked at the guy. A pink beam appeared in the distance. Suddenly, he flew into the hologram. Suddenly, the girl screamed that one of them was running away. The protagonist turned around and said that everything was fine. The mercenary gritted his teeth and thought that the plan was perfect. Looking straight ahead, he added, what the hell went wrong? Suddenly, a robot appeared to the side. The mercenary, widening his eyes in surprise, thought that how could he not notice this? The protagonist and the girl watched what was happening. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that good job. The robot looked straight ahead. The robot took a step forward, and the hero turned to him. People hung yellow ribbons around. Looking at the hero, the girl asked if he knew that these awakened were mercenaries from the Guardian organization, to which the hero asked again that he meant the organization that would do anything for money. Images of mercenaries appeared. It was said that yes, the people who were assigned to pursue him were not high level, but still registered as professional mercenaries according to the documents, and most likely their target was. Looking directly, she added that his scroll rewriting skill, since the price for it is simply sky high. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist thought that the guards, then he became the target of these annoying bastards, and she said that from now on they will take care of everything. Looking directly, the protagonist and the girl heard that by the way, they are on a date. Stretching her hands forward, Gina asked again and said what date. Grinning, Laura said that she is completely incapable of lying. Her face gives away everything he will say. The hero smiled and said that they were going to celebrate the girl's promotion to C rank. Looking at him, Laura said that it was clear that's what she thought. The girl fell silent, and Laura added that then she wouldn't keep them any longer. Taking a step forward, the girl wished them a good celebration, to which the hero thanked her. Gina turned around. Looking back, she thought that it looked as if the girl stood still. A thought arose that she too. A high-rise building appeared. The protagonist entered the room and said that he was back. Suddenly, something quickly ran. A cat jumped on the hero's face. Holding it in his hands, the protagonist asked what kind of cat. The girl looked out from around the corner and said that didn't she tell her not to run everywhere, to which the protagonist asked that it was her cat. Grinning, Brittany asked that he had already returned, called the cat to her. Looking at her, the hero exclaimed. Looking at the pet, the girl said that this boy's name was Rukini, she tamed him when he was a child. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked if it was true, said that he had never encountered the taming skill before, so he was curious, to which she replied that she was able to summon him again after she had rested and restored her magic power. The protagonist looked away and asked if she had rested enough after he left, to which she replied that yes, she had even managed to study quite a lot with the help of the books and the internet that he had left behind. The dishes appeared, and Brittany said that it was the first time she had eaten such food, but she liked it, to which the protagonist replied that since she was from the royal family, he was worried that she might not like instant food. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what was bothering him, if so, then he could easily. The protagonist smiled and said that everything was fine and if she didn't mind they could talk informally, to which she replied that she didn't mind. The protagonist turned around and said that in that case he still had things to do so he would be in the office. Good night, to which the girl replied in kind. The protagonist looked at the door and asked what was that light coming from the office. The protagonist entered the room and asked what was going on here, was the translation complete, did he confirm it? The protagonist extended his finger. The thought occurred that the translation was complete but he didn't activate anything like that, maybe it was the book he received. Joe looked at the book. It said that user Joe had received the weapon blueprints. He received a reward for quickly completing the quest, Fighting Spirit, the ability to create weapons. He received a reward for quickly completing the quest, the ability to create enchanted bullets. He received a reward, User Manual for using weapons. Looking at the book, the protagonist thought, so what kind of translation is this? These are drawings for weapons. The translator is quite a useful thing, it turns out, so he will continue to use it. Looking at the offer, the protagonist thought that in this case, he knows a little, but it's great that the reward has increased the amount. The protagonist stretched out and said that great, create one or something. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. It was written that the required magical power is 0 out of 25,000. The following ingredients are needed: high level stones 0 out of 50, red troll skin 0 out of 2, goblin king's tooth 0 out of 5, metal of magical origin 0 out of 10. The hero stretched out his hand and said that he was lucky. These are the last ones, all the requirements were met. The required magical power is 25,000 out of 25,000. The necessary ingredients were found. The creation of weapons is ready 0 out of 100%. The man took notes and said that it was cold. It was written that Brittany adapted to life in a new environment even after the death of her blood brother, the Dark Prince Arthas. Her cat, Rukini, was always by her side and saved her from loneliness. This helped Brittany get rid of the sad memories of her brother. She decided to find the Dark Wizard who pushed her brother into a spatial crack and took revenge. After her brother's death, she never cried. Sitting at the table, the man thought that this is where Arthas' story can end, reluctantly, but he can say that his death was necessary. Thanks to this, Brittany became stronger. It was written that maybe it was because of her tearful prayers. After that, Brittany's body began to change. It was an awakening. The man said that great, now it's definitely the end. Looking to the side, he asked who was here. The C rank quest begins. The monster stepped on the ground. The golem's eyes glowed red. The protagonist stood near the B rank boss, the stone golem. White smoke appeared behind the protagonist. Two robots rushed upward. They looked straight ahead with an angry expression. The robot flew past the golem. Flying towards the monster, it said about the speed decrease. Suddenly, a blue beam flew towards the golem. The robot aimed a red beam at the golem. A bright glow appeared in front of it. Suddenly, it shot a fireball. Flames appeared around. The protagonist looked at the golem and thought that this was good practice for a level 21 mechanic and for a powerful attack, but he still thought that this was not enough to pass a B+ rank dungeon. Looking away, Joe said that okay, this is not bad. A glowing weapon appeared, and the protagonist thought that this meant that he could use this guy. It was written about the legendary level weapon can be combined with other weapons. Together they create a combined effect, automatically charges with spatial energy. But when using spatial stones, charging is faster. The maximum charge level is 20 high level stones, the feature of magical contact with bullets. All damage is inflicted with magic, which increases damage. The feature of physical contact with bullets, all damage affects the physical condition of the enemy. The feature of the sight, the user can shoot accurately at the target. The feature of magical exchange is that the user can extract magic from space and increase their firepower. The protagonist took up the weapon. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that first use high-level stones. The weapon was fully charged. The hero frowned and thought that, and most importantly, put in maximum magic. The golem looked straight ahead. Suddenly he swung his fist. He brought his fist to the protagonist. The robot rushed forward. Suddenly he crashed into the golem's fist. The protagonist pulled the weapon forward. The weapon was activated. Red particles flew around the weapon. The magic level dropped sharply to 10. Joe pulled the trigger. The protagonist fired a shot. A bright light appeared around. The shot rushed forward sharply. The fire flew at the golem. The golem's body was melted, and the hero thought that the power with which you can get rid of a B rank monster in one shot. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this is the maximum he can now. He completed the C rank quest. It was written about a special skill, immortality level maximum passive skill of the paladin. If health drops to 1, then, with the blessing of the angels, health and magic power are fully restored. All injuries are healed, and all abnormal effects on the body are cancelled. After using this skill, the spell name changes to mortal and its properties will also be changed. He received a rare skill, immortality. Looking at the menu, Joe said that using this skill, he may not be so afraid of injuries. Looking away, the hero thought that he would find at least something on the D and F page. The protagonist thought that, but there was no information about Brittany. He thought maybe there would be at least something about skills. The hero put his hand to his face and said that, but apparently it would be best to ask the D and F developers themselves about this. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist thought that he should ask to look for information. 5 days later, some house. Squatting, the man said that judging by the information from this place, he disappeared not so long ago. Looking away, he said that someone is always one step ahead, to which he was asked that he had any guesses who. Looking to the side, the man said that most likely someone who is pursuing the same goal as them. Turning around, the man in the cloak said that they would return to headquarters and report on the information they found, to which he was told that damn. The people took a step forward. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what he was saying here, to which he was told that it was true. The entrance to the building appeared. It was said that the person who wrote the history of D and F lived here. Standing by the stairs, the guy said that this writer did not have any noticeable activity, so he had to contact one of the D and F developers to at least find out something, to which he was thanked for his work. Looking at the hero, Shin said that when he came here, the lights were out in the house, but the door was open. He decided not to go inside, to which the protagonist replied that it was good. He really did not want anything to happen to him. The guy took hold of the door handle. The masked man said, "Hurry up, someone has arrived, let him hide in the darkness," to which he replied that he understood. Suddenly, the man disappeared into the shadows. The door opened slightly. Someone said that he would enter first. The protagonist said that it could be dangerous, so let them wait for him outside. The protagonist summoned magic missiles. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Sheets appeared. The hero thought that this was it. Inscriptions appeared, and the hero wondered how Brittany's story ended up here, which was not even in the world search. Looking at the note, the protagonist thought that this story also exactly matches what Brittany told him. The hero frowned, thinking about whether it was possible that history becomes reality. The man swung a knife, and the hero added that who is he really? The blade approached the hero. The knife hit the barrier. The man looked at him in surprise and thought that the special blade could not penetrate his armor. Turning around, the protagonist asked who he was. The hero stretched his hand forward. Suddenly, he used a magic projectile. The beams flew past the man. The man in the mask slid along the ground. Walking forward, he thought that they were leaving here, and someone shouted that he should stand where he stood. Looking to the side, the guy asked what those sounds were. Looking at the man, he asked what happened. The protagonist rushed forward. Running after him, the guy turned. Looking to the side, the hero said that he should not follow him, but wait here. The hero jumped forward and shouted for him to stop. Suddenly, the protagonist looked forward in surprise. The guy in the mask told him to die. Red particles appeared near the protagonist. The protagonist looked forward in fear. A red tsunami appeared. The protagonist crossed his arms and wondered what this skill was, what kind of skill it was. A glowing medallion appeared. It was written about an attempt to cloud the mind. The necklace successfully blocks the attempt to cloud the mind. An attempt to weaken physical strength. The necklace successfully blocks the attempt to weaken the body. A bright purple glow appeared. The glow was in front of the protagonist. The man in the mask was looking straight ahead. Suddenly, he grabbed his hand and wheezed, and the other asked what he was doing. Looking straight ahead, the man said that his skill was not working. All attacks were reflected back to him. Turning around, the man said that then they had no chance. Faster, they needed to leave. Blue rays were flying at the people. Suddenly, a glowing sphere appeared. The man was lying on the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, damn, one got away. Looking at the protagonist, the man thought that he was strong. Suddenly, he raised the blade up. Thoughts popped into his head. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought that there was no choice. The blade fell sharply to the ground. A glow appeared around it. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that they even killed their comrade, just to remove all traces. The hero stretched out his hand forward and shouted for him to stop. A bright glow appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that the hell. Immediately after the end of the battle, he found 4 pages, and Shin instructed him on 3 rules. The first is to find all traces related to the person. The second is to try to contact him by any means. The third is to contact everyone who is related to him. The inscriptions appeared. The thought appeared that in addition to the previous pages, which talked about Brittany, 2 more were also added, 1 page describing the contract. Then the hero thought that the second was about the spatial crack. The hero looked at the notes and said that the main question was where he disappeared to after writing these lines. The girl looked at the hero and told him to drink water, to which the hero thanked her. Sitting in front of the hero, Brittany said that she needed to tell him something, to which the hero asked what. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Brittany said that a couple of hours before his arrival, she suddenly received a message about awakening. The protagonist looked at the papers and thought that everything was the same as described in the novel. And the girl said that, by the way, although she has had the awakening system for a short time, it seems familiar to her. Looking at the menu, the girl said that it seems that the system is specially adapted for her, since everything is written in the language of the Desmond Kingdom, to which the hero asked what her rank and specialty are. Holding the pet in her hands, the girl replied that she has a D rank and a caster specialty. Now Rukini can always be nearby. As one of her achievements, she spends 100 times less magic on summoning and maintaining it. The protagonist smiled and said that she does not look so surprised. I remember. He was beside himself with joy. Sitting in front of him, Brittany said that, well, she was surprised at first. The view of the room opened up, and she added that but it was not as shocking as falling into a spatial crack and going to a completely different world. The protagonist put his hand on the papers. He comes into contact with the particles of the 4 worlds. The fragments resonated and created a small spatial crack. Desmond's rank dungeon is open. Only users Joe and Brittany can enter the dungeon. Looking at the notification, the girl asked if they were seeing the same message, to which the protagonist replied that it was true. The name of the dungeon was Desmond, a rank, so he thinks the pages of history will take them to the past of the Desmond Kingdom. Frowning, Brittany said that she thought so too. Looking straight ahead, she mumbled. The protagonist looked at her and said that it might be too dangerous for her. Her awakening was only a few hours ago, to which she replied that yes, she understands. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she still wants to go, even if it is dangerous. She wants to know about her home. The protagonist looked at her and said, well, if she is so determined. The protagonist thought that he does not want to miss a dungeon similar to the one he saved Brittany from. Most likely, this is a special dungeon in which you can collect a lot of experience and rewards. He cannot miss this chance. Looking ahead, the hero asked what then forward, to which the girl answered approvingly. A view of the village opened. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth. Suddenly, Joe and Brittany appeared in the sky. Destroyed buildings appeared. A view of a destroyed castle opened. The protagonist looked to the side and asked, "What is this kingdom?" The hero turned to the girl and said that it is so destroyed, to which Brittany replied that yes, this is the center of the Desmond Kingdom. This was the last thing she saw before escaping. The protagonist frowned and asked if she was sure everything would be okay. The cat looked straight ahead and the girl said yes, everything was fine. Suddenly, they landed on the ground. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that although it looked like a kingdom, they were still in a dungeon, so he should be careful, to which she replied that she remembered, so she shouldn't worry. A crack appeared under the girl. Suddenly, hands began to crawl out of the ground. The girl looked down in fear. Many monsters appeared in front of them. The creatures suddenly rushed at them. The monsters were approaching the girl. Brittany looked forward in fear. Suddenly, the monsters pounced on her. A blue glow appeared between them. Suddenly, the robot scattered them to the sides. The girl looked to the side. The robot summoned a barrier in front of them. It suddenly flew up. The robot looked straight ahead. Suddenly, it used an attack on them. The girl looked at the glow in surprise. Looking straight ahead, she wondered why there were so many of them. The girl said that dealing with ghouls was harder than she thought, to which the hero replied that they were indeed stronger than normal monsters. A glow suddenly appeared under the girl. Looking at the hero, she asked if something was wrong, to which he said that by killing monsters, she becomes stronger and will eventually be able to defeat higher level monsters. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that but before they continue, he needs to tell her something, to which she asked again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that just in case, she does not feel any emotional attachment to the citizens who turned into monsters, to which she replied that no, nothing like that. A ruined building appeared. It was heard that in truth, this place did not feel like the house she lived in. The hero stretched out his hand forward and said about a strange feeling. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this place would be the first step on the path of their development. It must be something she feels. The hero frowned and said that each kill of monsters increases her level. The girl asked what it meant. This is the source of his power, to which she replied that yes, he is also awakened. Brittany frowned and thought that he was awakened and turned to him. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that they will send them to the next world. People were lying on the floor. The protagonist and the girl rushed forward. The drone flew straight. Someone said that there was a pack of ghouls ahead. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she will deal with them, to which the hero asked that she can handle it. Brittany frowned and said yes, she thought she had leveled up enough, she couldn't hide behind his back forever. Standing next to her, the protagonist said okay, he would monitor the situation from here, so go ahead and clear the way for them, to which she responded approvingly. A glow appeared in front of the girl and she said that it was her first battle. Suddenly, two beasts rushed forward. Lightning flew around them. A blue beam suddenly appeared. Orange particles flew around the dog. The monsters flew up sharply. The stones fell to the ground. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that she was a good magician. The level had been increased. Joe was a level 47 mage. A bright beam appeared. Someone asked that they were the ones who set their houses on fire and killed the blessed citizens. The protagonist and the girl looked away. Yellow lightning rushed forward. The protagonist reflected the attack with a barrier. Joe looked straight ahead angrily. The mage left the room and said that he was able to block his attack, so he was not such a mediocre person. The mage smiled, looking straight ahead. His eyes were glowing red. The girl looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, she clenched her teeth angrily. The girl spread her arms and shouted the mage's name. Looking straight ahead, Brittany shouted that he was a great mage of the Desmond Kingdom, so why did he do such a thing? Isaac said that she was scum. How did she know him? The girl frowned, and he continued, what, Princess Brittany? The monsters walked straight ahead, and he asked how she was able to survive and get out of the spatial crack, to which the girl shouted that she should answer. The mage laughed and asked what they didn't know. Looking straight ahead, he said that he only helped the citizens who were blessed by that man. The girl frowned and said that he was a traitor. Looking at her, he replied that they would understand everything after they were blessed by this man. Grinning, he added that he would help them with this too. A glow appeared around the protagonist and he shouted that they did not need his help. A flame appeared in front of the protagonist. A hand appeared in the middle of the flame. The magician grabbed the hero by the hand and asked him if he thought he could defeat him with such a level of magic. Isaac looked straight ahead angrily and said that he would show him real magic. The protagonist stood in front of the magician. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and thought that the fireball had not worked. Suddenly, the protagonist used magic projectiles. Blue beams rushed towards the magician. The beams approached Isaac. The beams crashed, and he said that such magic would not work on him. Frowning, the hero asked what this anti-magic field could do. Lightning struck the hero, and the magician asked what he knew about such magic. Looking straight ahead, Isaac said that in that case he should already know that he can't win. Suddenly he struck forward with lightning. Lightning spread everywhere. The protagonist was lying on the ruins. Images of mages appeared, and the hero thought that usually an anti-magic field is formed as a shield around the mage, which nullifies certain damage. But this bastard uses a thin shield, like a second skin, which allows him not only to nullify damage, but also to strengthen his own spells. The mage took a step forward, and the protagonist added that such control requires an incredible amount of magic. The mage raised his hand up, and the hero thought, of course, as expected from the boss. The girl stretched her hand forward and screamed. The beast jumped towards the mage. Suddenly a beam hit him. The beast crashed into the field, and the mage said that it was impossible to attack him with such a weak summoned animal. The mage hit to the side. Turning his head, Isaac said that first he would take care of this guy, and then he would train her. It would be better for her if she stood quietly. The girl frowned and thought about what to do. Looking at the protagonist, the magician asked what to continue. The protagonist used reflection and mirage. Suddenly Joe jumped up. Standing still, the magician said, well. The clones rushed to the magician, and he asked that since he had already screwed up, he decided to show something more interesting. The magician stretched his arms out to the sides and said that his magic was weak. The magician jumped up and added that his physical strength was not developed at all since he was going to defeat him. Looking straight ahead, Isaac said that he did not know why he needed clones. Many clones appeared, and he added that he could do that too. The spatial stone was fully charged. The protagonist held a weapon in his hands. The bullet property was changed to physical damage. A shot from a weapon can simultaneously inflict physical damage to several targets. The sight was aimed at the magician, the target was found, and the hero thought that the weapon can recognize what is an illusion and what is reality. Gray smoke appeared near the magician. The protagonist pulled the weapon forward. Frowning, the hero thought that he would destroy it. Suddenly a shot flew out. The magician looked at it in fear. He summoned a shield in front of him. The bullets broke the magician's shield. The shots flew at him. Suddenly Isaac fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at him. Lying on the floor, the magician asked what but how he had never lost before. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist said that he would ask about it in hell. Looking at the girl, the protagonist called her to him. Pulling the sword forward, he said that it was time for revenge. The girl held the sword in her hands. Brittany frowned angrily. She went to the mage, and he asked her to stop. Lying on the ground, Isaac said that he must. This man, he must preach his words. If she lets him live, he will tell her everything. Brittany swung her sword and told him to die, to which he replied that he did not. The level was raised. The user Joe rose to level 51. He became a 6th class mage. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she thanked him for this opportunity to take revenge. They killed the boss. The dungeon Desmond is collapsing. The portal to the outside was opened. The exit will close in 10 minutes. Let them leave the dungeon. If the door closes, the users will never be able to get out again. Looking at the hero, the girl said that he should wait a second. Frowning, Brittany said that there was a place she wanted to visit before they left. A view of the room opened. There were 3 minutes left before the exit closed. The girl looked at the shelves. The protagonist turned around and shouted that they were running out of time. Looking away, the girl said that it should be around here somewhere. She pressed the button. A book appeared, and the girl shouted that she had found it. Turning around, she said that she had found it. They were leaving, to which the protagonist replied that it was great, they would hurry. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The ceiling began to collapse. Stones began to fall from above. Brittany opened her eyes in surprise, and the protagonist turned to her. A high-rise building appeared. A glowing portal appeared. The protagonist was holding the girl in his arms. Suddenly, the portal began to fade. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was close. The girl took a step forward. The protagonist looked at the book and asked what she was looking for. Looking at him, the girl replied that yes, she wanted to keep it. There was something in this book that could help him. It was the Desmond Kingdom's secret book. The ranked Desmond dungeon had been cleared. The reward was moved from the archive, and the hero asked if he wanted to look at it. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that no, she didn't think so. It was unlikely that she would be needed here, so it would be better for him to call when he actually needed help. And the hero said that okay, he would look at the rewards for now, she could go and rest, and the girl added that it was good, and thank you, he worked hard today. The protagonist looked away. On the table were 6 types of anti-magic shield spells, 6 types of chain lightning spells, to which the hero thought, well, 2 spellbooks. The protagonist held a crystal in his hands and thought that there were also 10 spiritual space stones. It was written about spiritual space stones. Spiritual space stones are very rare and have special energy. The world's first space spirit stone was found. People looked at the notifications in surprise. It said that space spirit stones were only found in ranked dungeons and above, and they could also be created using spiritual alchemy. The guy looked at the message. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the message, the protagonist asked that it seemed like they had added something new to the game, decided to introduce higher level stones. It was written that spiritual space stones were only found in dungeons of a rank and above, and could also be created using spiritual alchemy, and the hero thought that they were higher than a rank. The hero grinned and thought that it was good that he had an agreement with KBI for individual use of some dungeons. He thought it was time to clear them. The protagonist frowned and thought that he suspected that the dungeons would have bosses of the same difficulty as before. 3 assistants might be enough. He should look for more people. The hero put his hands behind his head and thought that that would be later. Now he just wanted to rest. There was a kitchen behind the hero. There was a phone on the table. The next day, a high-rise building appeared. The protagonist extended his hand to the side and said that he had arrived. The guy asked in surprise that he really came, and the other said that he told him that he would come. Standing in front of them, the protagonist asked that this was the person he wanted to introduce him to, and the guy said that it was true. It was Carlos, the novelist. He found out about him when he was checking the archives. The guy grinned and said that it was nice to meet him. His real name was Carlos. The protagonist smiled and said that he wanted to ask him about the person. Sitting in front of him, Carlos said that he heard about what happened, tried to contact him, but nothing worked. He would tell them everything he knew, to which the hero thanked him for his help, let him tell everything he remembers about his work. The image of the magician appeared, and he said that, well, first of all, even if it was not in the game, but the antagonist, the dark magician, his name is Bill. The image of the monster appeared, and he said that he turned Arthas into a dark prince. Because of him, Brittany fled. As a result, the kingdom of Desmond was destroyed. The protagonist frowned and thought that it coincided with what Brittany said. The old man looked down. It was said that 50 years later, the great wizard decided to understand this incident, and the root cause was. Monsters appeared, and he added that he lived on the continent, in the so-called Adamantia, where an entire legion of orcs disappeared without a trace, which plundered the ruins of Desmond. A pulse appeared, and the guy said that the signatures of spatial waves were the same as half a century ago, during the Arthas incident. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what it meant that the destruction of an entire legion in the kingdom of Desmond, all this happened because of Bill. The guy grinned and said yes. A red eye appeared. It was said that he also heard that Bill did not work alone, someone helped him. The hero extended his hand forward and asked what happened next, to which the guy replied that unfortunately, he did not know. At that moment he went on vacation, and then the man disappeared. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that thanks again for his help, to which the guy replied that it was an honor for him to meet him. Smiling, Carlos said that if he found out anything about him, he would immediately contact them, to which the hero thanked him. The protagonist stood in front of the door. A magician appeared, and the hero thought that Bill, a legion of orcs, this would be something far from the battles he was used to. The hero frowned, thinking that he must become stronger, otherwise this world will not escape destruction. The ceiling is covered with cracks. Someone's body lies on the floor. The ball lights up while the background voice says that someone was here. Against the backdrop of sparks in the room, he asks if this is a trace of a spatial crack and gives the order to punish the stranger because he does not want to dirty his hands. The people in cloaks confer whether to report this. Another tells him that they have no evidence to receive an answer to the question of whether this spatial crack is not his fault. The man says that this is just a small problem. He says that the stranger has already escaped to another world. In pursuit of him, they can get involved in an endless search and that they have little time left. Someone creates a spatial cube with their hands. Against the background of a necklace, a notification says that this is a necklace made of pebbles. Its level is normal. The first ability increases the wisdom indicator by 10 units and the second ability increases the charisma indicator by 5 units. Joe says that this is the last thing he needs to copy. Someone approaches him and asks what he is doing, to which he replies that they are copying items to then give them to her. She asks what about them, to which he says that they are his new spell books. The man looks at the piles of books and continues that he had to look through about 2,000 books to find them. He smiles and says that it was worth it. While the system notifies that user Joe has learned a 3rd class spell called Slowdown, also user Joe has learned a 5th class spell called Crowd Control, as well as a 5th class spell called Wit, and another 5th class spell called Dominance, and another 5th class spell called Chaos. He asks if her hair has grown. The girl gives a positive answer and says that it is for her determination. The guy asks again about determination and she says that she wants to get used to the awakened powers to improve her strengths. She clenches her fist and continues that if she can return to where she lived before. Hayes says that she wants to take revenge with her own hands, because she will do everything to become stronger no matter how difficult it is for her, and asks her to help her. Joe looks at her silently. He calls her by name. The lights in the room go out. The guy looks around the room in confusion. Hayes asks what's going on, to which he receives in response that he met people who were watching his house for an attack a long time ago. He frowns and continues that they didn't succeed, so he thinks that they have become more aggressive. A silhouette in a mask flies behind the girl. Joe prepares to dodge the attack. His fist is stopped by a force barrier. Joe uses the energy missile ability. The man in the mask is thrown back by a shockwave. The girl uses her energy. Joe steps on the windowsill. He looks down and asks if they decided to come to visit him without asking. The brunette gets angry and asks if they have completely lost their minds. The girl replies that she will be brief. She continues to waste her abilities in this small country. The girl extends her hand and invites him to go with them. The blue-haired girl screams that they cannot give him strength, wealth, power, and everything he wants. Joe asks what she is talking about because he will never go with them. She replies that they have no choice and the only way is to grab him. Two masked men attack the brunette. The guy dodges two well-aimed punches. Blue energy lights up. Behind the girls is a silhouette with a green power punch. He uses the acid arrow ability. The girl uses a barrier. It transforms into ice that rushes at the enemy. She looks forward in shock. Joe sneaks up from the side and strikes him in the head. Everything in front of him catches fire. The blue-haired girl screams that she is darling. The masked men attack the guy again. A black robot appears. Irene also appears in the room. Two robots protect the guy from the masked men. Joe asks if they can do anything other than control puppets. One of the sisters is lying in a block of ice. She looks out and asks if he thinks it is so easy to kill her. The girl stamps her foot and the ice grows. He heads towards Joe. The guy looks at the attack in horror. The ice gathers like a hedgehog. Everything around is covered with walls of ice. The robots are also inside. The mask wearers are grinning. The girl sighs in relief and says that this skill is still very strong. The blue-haired girl continues that just a little more and she could have frozen to death. The girl says that Joe's skills are much better than she expected, but nevertheless, he could not survive such a blow. Her sister, half frozen, looks at her. Someone is standing near the ice. Joe knocks on the ice walls while she is perplexed. The guy frowns at his opponent and asks if this is all she can do. The girl screams that this is simply impossible. Dozens of ice spikes rush at him. They close in a spiral around him. The girl disappears from sight. The blue-haired girl approaches him right and delivers a slashing blow to the chest. He smiles and looks forward. His opponent is still perplexed. The guy lights his hand on fire. She says that he knows very well that he can't defeat her with such a small flame. Joe replies that he definitely isn't going to go with them and uses a fireball. He holds out his hand and additionally uses a dimension gate. The grin on his face widens. Her sister screams at her to be careful. She sits in front of two maskers. Everything around her is covered in portals and flames. The sister turns around. Everything around is covered in flames. Joe looks away at a small explosion. The girl calls her sister. She is lying unconscious on her side. The blue-haired one brings her to her senses. Joe says that it's over. Someone touches his shoulder from behind. Tim replies that it's not like that. The brunette turns around in horror. There is no one behind him. He looked in the other direction and saw a silhouette with a pigtail. The blue-haired one falls to her knees and asks him for forgiveness. Tim continues that he even made dolls for her but she still couldn't cope, while Joe thinks that she just called him that way. The brunette looks at the man with the pigtail and wonders why she called him master. He turns around to look at him, while the guy thinks that he is the guild master. Joe asks why he is chasing him, to which he receives in response the words that isn't it obvious, because of his skills of course. The head of the guild continues that he is one of those people who always gets what he wants. At that moment he is no longer there. Tim goes on the attack on him. The blade stops right in front of the guy's eyes. The man quickly moves from one place to another. Someone flies out of the mission. The girl with the red strand uses the fire sword. She throws it right at the target. Tim looks at it with interest. Joe sees a flaming arrow in front of him. It hits right next to him but he dodges. Tim looks at the sword. He smirks and says that she came earlier than he expected. The leader looks at the girl and says that she is his dear. The girl with the strand gets angry and says that she is not going to play with him. She continues that he knows that his guild is currently dealing with the Awakened, to which he replies that he does not know. The girl explains that now all the dolls that are at the scene of the crime can be identified and they cannot use them as evidence. Tim agrees to leave the crime scene. He continues that this is only because there are too many extra eyes here. Tim waves his cloak and gives the command to leave. Black energy swirls around the ball. They disappear in a yellow glow. Joe frowns. The plot leaves us in the same mission. The girl is standing behind Joe. The guy says that he did not think that the branch manager would arrive so soon, to which he receives in response that perhaps someone mentioned this before. The guy remembers that he was told that he would be under the protection of the management. Triss says that she thought that she was late but the guy notes that actually no, she arrived just in time. Joe remembers that he almost lost an eye from Tim's attack. Triss thanks him because it makes her happy, to which he asks what kind of dolls are that the guild leader constantly talked about. She explains that they are used by the guild to kill the Awakened and all their identification marks are erased, so even if they understand them, they will not be able to find out what organization they are from. also that they do not go through a special consciousness blocking procedure, as a result of which all memories lose their individuality. She looks at the group of dolls and continues that these dolls are the main force due to which the guild is #1 in China. Joe thought about it and said that if Tim had reached this point, he was scared to imagine what would happen next. Triss added that they were also not sure that people would only be targeting him from China. She said that even remembering the incident in the mall, he was a target for many people. The girl said that the company should try to protect him in Hayes. The plot takes us to the next day. The voiceover shows us training in the Blue Castle in the basement of the guild in the training room. The guy is preparing to attack. He delivers a slashing vertical blow. A force barrier forms in front of him. He wonders what happened and why it is so difficult. A drone flies behind him. The guy screams. The red-haired girl says that this is good work and calls the next one. Joe behind says that it is good that they have that girl. Gina agrees and they both lack teamwork, so it is important to find a third person who would fill these gaps. She continues that thanks to the red-haired girl who has a lot of experience in teamwork, they will have to go through many different tests, so she thinks that everything will go well. Gina remembers about the drone and asks if everything will be okay with that guy. Joe replies that of course, because the drone is not that strong, especially since it was created specifically to select the third member of the team, to which someone shouts out asking if he can come over for a second. He asks in what, to which the red-haired girl explains that the person says that he knows them. The guy replies that the branch manager said that the company needs to become stronger, but he did not think that much. Claire asks him not to worry because she wants to join this team only to overcome the B rank barrier. She continues that therefore she hopes that they will not give her a special test, to which the red-haired girl begins to speak. She asks her if she should start, to which she agrees and the red-haired girl asks them to start. Claire prepares to attack with a bow. Joe thinks that she is an awakened B rank and he wonders what skills she has. The red-haired girl gives the command to begin and Claire immediately shoots. She says that they will start with physical attacks. The arrows fly towards the drones. They hit and do not cause them any damage. Someone notices that there is armor there. The red-haired girl says that in high-ranking dungeons, monsters are immune to physical attacks and asks what she is going to do, to which Claire states that everything is fine. The girl continues that she can also carry out magical attacks. She frowns and adds that. The red-haired girl notices that her arrow is getting colder. The shot flies faster. It pierces the drone through and through. It turns into an icy spiked ball. Gina notes that she is the first one who was able to break the drone, to which Joe replies that he did not expect that. The guy thinks that however, this is not all, because if she fights with a bow at long distances, then her close combat. Another drone is preparing to attack the girl from behind. Claire turns around at the last moment. She jumps off the ground. A slashing cross strike is performed. The girl flies in the air. She says that she feels great even without a bow. The cross scratch was left on the drone. In the background of the girl herself, the drone splits into 4 equal pieces. Claire smirks and holds 2 knives in her hands. Claire adds that she has her own methods. The voice says that after all the tests were passed, it was decided that Claire would join the team. Also, against the background of broken drones, he continues that she was accepted not only because she was able to destroy 2 drones. Among other things, Claire is an awakened one who can use physical magical attacks in composition. The girl opens her mouth and is about to say something. She smiles and asks to take care of her. In the chat, one of the users addresses the master with a statement that Claire joined their team, to which he receives an answer that this is good and now they need to strive for a rank. The girl looks at the phone and says that it looks like the team was successfully assembled. The assistant asks her for forgiveness. They ask if she can have a word, to which she agrees and invites her to come in. She says that at the moment the White Lotus and Soul Tree guilds have entered into an argument with them, to which she asks again what this means. She explains that it seems that both guilds have a license for the dungeon behind the station and are specifically extending the planned time for this cleanup. As a result, their attack team will join late and therefore they will definitely fail in their cleanup. The brunette replies that apparently their official complaint is useless, to which the pink-haired one says that this is true because they clean them in accordance with the laws and if problems arise, they can simply file a complaint with the company. The assistant continues that the company follows a policy of passive intervention aggressive forgiveness, so they probably trust and act according to it. The pink-haired one asks what they should do. She adds that their opponents are wild animals and they need to refrain from a head-on collision and run away and cause more damage. The brunette clenches her fist and says there is no need to rush and that this is the first one he usually loses there. The assistant agrees and says that they will do as she said. The brunette wants to finish saying something. She asks not to tell Joe about it, because she does not want to give him unnecessary trouble, to which she replies that she will keep it in mind. The plot moves to the dais spire. Joe sits and waits. He says that yesterday after he received the 11th level of Alchemist, he thinks that he has new skills and the system tells him that he has reached the 11th level of an alchemist. Now he has access to a 2nd level spell and his alchemy skills have also been strengthened. Upon reaching the 11th level, a slot has been added for a spell called Golem Creation, and the Energy Harmony skill has been learned. All stats are increased by 7% for 2 hours, and he has not yet been able to open the legendary Synthetic Alchemy, but he has received the Alchemist skill of creating legendary spatial stones along with a list of active Alchemist skills, and he has 0 out of 10 legendary spatial stones. The Blood of the Ogre Lord Ebenar is 0 out of 50, and the task condition for deletion is his Alchemist level is 11 out of 21, and the skill level of Miracle Alchemy is 0 out of 20. Joe continues that he also got the secret book of Desmont Palace, which the system notified him about, that its level is rare. It increases the speed of magic circulation in the body, increases the speed of using skills and aura blades, also that he received a skill called Crosscast, received buffs for the swordsman class. The level of all his swordsman skills was increased by 10 levels, and that he received buffs for the swordsman class, in which the damage of all swordsman skills will be increased by 10%, and it is highlighted at the bottom that the luck indicator cannot exceed 5 units. Because he received the debuff curse of Desmont Palace. The brunette thinks that he received it from Hayes only today, since the killer from China attacked yesterday. He continues that but the effects of this book are of course just a plague, and he thinks that the Empire and the Arcanes should have tried to use it for revival. He receives a notification that the user Joe has studied the secret book of Desmont Palace. The flow of magic in the body has stabilized, the magic has increased to 100 units. But nevertheless, the curse of Desmont Palace was blocked by Desmond's obesity and a new crosscast skill was obtained, and below that the 4th and 5th parameters cannot be applied to the user Joe. The man in glasses addresses him by name and says that all preparations have been completed. He thinks that it is better not to rush to understand all the secrets of this book. Joe says that he will first go and complete the B rank quest. The portal sparkles pink. A man comes out of it. Joe asks if this dungeon is in the forest. He looks at the mountains. The guy thinks that since there is a time limit, he should find the target as soon as possible and asks himself where to go. While the system notifies him that the dimension gates will be opened in 51 minutes and 20 seconds if after that Joe does not leave the dungeon, he will die. Something flows right onto the top of his head. The boy looks forward in shock. A lion stands behind him. His eyes glow scarlet. The boy curses and says, "Is this really the same black lion?" The monsters prepare to make an ominous roar. The sound wave throws the boy back. Joe covers himself with his hands and thinks that it is amazing because he feels such power just from his roar. He uses the ability and continues that however, he has changed since their last meeting. Fire Fist comes towards the lion. A large explosion is heard in the middle of the forest. Grandfather quickly moves and understands that it can't be. He thinks that this magic is definitely coming from young Joe. Grandfather continues that the power of the Black Lion is so great that even 6th grade magic cannot cope with it. While Joe grins, he continues that he does not even know how long he can hold out. Berhart wonders if they are somewhere here. He looks at the burning forest. Berhart is perplexed. The lion makes a slashing blow with his claws. Multiple blows are heard across the territory. Joe dodges each of them. The guy thinks that if this battle drags on for a long time, he will not be able to meet the time limit. He clasps his hands and continues that he needs to finish this. The lion emits sparks from his mouth. Berhart is puzzled why he is using spells that are clearly not enough to defeat the Black Lion. There are force shields around him and he understands that it will be bad if he does not intervene. He uses the ability to stupefy. Joe is puzzled why he cannot move. Joe turns his eye to the side. Berhart says that that's enough. He continues that they have not seen each other for a long time and offer to talk. Grandfather says that he did not think that they would meet again like this, to which Joe replies that he did not think so either. He continues that, by the way, how did he even get here? The guy says that he entered here through the gate of the dimension. Berhart is puzzled and asks again about the dimension gates. Grandfather clarifies whether they still use these rifts called dimension gates, to which he receives positive answers that he would be somewhere nearby and asks if he could take him to him. The plot moves 10 minutes forward. Berhart asks if this means that he still has a time limit of 50 minutes. Joe gives a positive answer because it was reflected in his status window. If he is even a little late, he will die. While the system notifies him that this dimension will be opened in 50 minutes and 11 seconds, and if after that the user Joe does not leave the dungeon, he will die. Grandfather says that the rifts he is talking about were created by the entity Deus. By the way, not long ago one appeared in this world. He continues that it arose on the continent of Idamancy, which is several months' sail by ship to the south of there. He imagines an army of ogres and continues that the entire continent was a place where the Carlon ogres once lived. Against the background of the snake, he says that they disappeared and now he is overrun with demons and entire creatures. Joe says that this cannot be and asks again about all the ogres, to which he receives in response that this is only his assumption. He continues that he thinks that some entity used the rift to bring all the ogres to another dimension. Joe asks if the gates were opened by accident. Berhart replies that if they were opened by accident, They would have the same wavelength as those that appeared in Desmond's empire 50 years ago. Grandfather continues that in addition, Ebenar, who is also the powerful king of the Karlon ogres, would not have disappeared into the rift without a fight. Joe asks again about the king, and he gives a positive answer and he clarifies that he is the lord of the ogres. The system notifies him about the legendary synthetic alchemy that I managed to open and that the active skill of the PL chemist was received, specifically the creation of legendary spatial stones and legendary spatial stones. He has 0 out of 10, also that the blood of the ogre lord he has 0 out of 50 milliliters and that the unlocking conditions are the alchemist class level 11 out of 21 and the skill level of miracle alchemy 0 out of 20. Joe says that his name is mentioned in his system and specifically there is a skill that uses his blood and spatial stones, to which he receives in response that apparently it will allow him to move between worlds. Grandfather continues that in this case he will tell him about the weaknesses of the Ogre King, to which the guy asks again if he has weaknesses. Berhard says that if you believe the records of the Sword Master Galen who fought him. He continues that the only unprotected place on his body is the back of his neck. If he encounters him, then it makes sense to take a closer look at this place. Joe says he understood about the back of his neck, to which his grandfather notes that they have gotten a little distracted from the topic of conversation. He continues that spatial rifts continue to appear in this world, the wavelength of which is the same as the Ebenar of the Desmond Empire. Bernhard continues that therefore he has a hypothesis. He says that if there is an entity that creates a large number of spatial rifts in order to intentionally increase the imbalance of worlds against the background of the planet, he says that this means that in order to prevent the catastrophe that will occur from this imbalance, there is another entity that created a system of awakened people on Earth to make people stronger. Joe asks if he thinks it was Deus, to which he receives in response that since the spatial rift connected their worlds, there must be a reason why he came to this dimension. Bernhard continues that if he is still interested in knowing, he should ask and not be shy. The guy puts his hand in the portal and says that he cannot fully understand this book and asks if he can help him with it. The system notifies that the dimension gate will be opened in 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Grandfather says that Joe is doing everything correctly. He asks him to feel the flow of magic in his body. He continues that usually there is only one inner core that can be used for magic, but perhaps since he is awakened and transformed correctly, he has 2. Berhard says that this is why, like in the previous battle, he can use 2 types of magic at the same time. The gray-haired man imagines the interweaving and continues that, however, the mana that was supposed to go in its directions got mixed up and he was unable to use its full potential. Joe says that he did it and the system notifies him that the crosscast skill is now available to him. Berhard asks if he understands this now, to which he receives a positive answer because everything is cool. Grandfather continues that he is glad that he was able to help him and wrote this book as an introduction to the study of magic classes and hopes that it will help him. Joe smiles and holds the book in his hands. Berhard suggests that they slowly move forward and at the same time continue their conversation along the way. They walk through the forest. Joe walks a little behind. Grandfather says that after he heard about the book, he wanted to ask something, to which Joe clarifies. Berhard continues that if he met the hiding last Emperor-Empress of the Desmond Empire 50 years ago, he managed to get this book, then 50 years later he manages to meet him again. He continues that the space-time continuum continues to distort as now, then the next Bernhard he meets may already be from another time and asks if he is right, to which he receives an ambiguous positive answer. The grandfather takes off something from himself and says that this is why. He opens a pendant with a photo. The grandfather's eyes turn completely white. Bernhard raises the pendant in the air and talks about memories. He squeezes it in his hand. The grandfather says that he should take this obesity with him. Joe asks if he can really take it, because it looks like it is very dear to him. Bernhard more precisely that this is exactly how this necklace was given to him by his wife who died about 10 years ago. He continues that he really does not know what else he can give him, so he asks to take it and if he meets him in another time, then for sure that Bernhard will definitely help him. Joe thanks him. They would look at the portal and Joe says that it looks like their meeting has come to an end, to which he receives in response that it is time for them to say goodbye and if fate allows them, then they will meet again. Joe says that he was glad to meet him. The system notifies him that the quest for increasing the rank was completed. The notification comes that he received a unique skill. Description of the unique skill, specifically absorption of mana of the maximum level. It is an active skill of the Black Magician. The user can absorb the mother of his opponent. She cannot exceed her maximum mana limit and the probability of success depends on the user's wisdom indicator. Also, the skill rollback time is 30 minutes. The man says that he tried hard and now he will help him get out of there. Joe asks if it is possible to wait with this because he wants to check his statistics, to which he receives a positive answer because then he will go first and he will be able to stay there as long as he needs. Joe continues that he should first organize his statistics. User Joe's statistics, specifically that his class is adjacent to the Alchemist, Mage, and Mechanic. His strength increased from 135 to 335, energy from 102 to 152, wisdom from 581 to 1264, magic level from 910 to 2115, agility from 152 to 202, luck from 130 to 180, and charisma from 43 to 38. His resistance to physical damage from 11 to 61 and resistance to magical damage from 136 to 186, and that he has no distribution points left. Joe looks at the necklace and says that this is the necklace that his grandfather gave him. While the system gives him a characteristic that his class is unique, obesity increases the user's magic by 500 units, increases the level of wisdom by 200 units, increases strength by 200 units, and thanks to the blessing of harmony, this item can be combined with others, and the offering of the necklace, the item's statistics are doubled. The guy says what else does Deus need besides a rank increase? He thinks that it would be much easier if he answered him. He continues that now I have no choice but to become much stronger to prepare for what is ready for him by fate. A red window appears in front of him. The system notification says that this message has been delivered to all awakened, for the Karlon Ogre tribe has chosen a dimension called Earth, and the army of the Karlon Ogre Lord II end in 48 hours. Joe curses. The girl looks out the window. Someone runs into the room and clicks on her. The guy asks if she saw the recent message about the new outbreak. She gives positive answers and says that now all the news is buzzing because of this mega wave. She turns to him. The girl says that if the higher-ups raise such a panic, then everyone else will pick it up, so they ask him to act like a substitute driver, to which he is coming, to which he agrees and says that he will take this into account. The girl adds that it does not look like he came to her just to report this and asks if something happened. He replies that she is going to ask Joe for help and asks if this is exactly the same as that time during the outbreak of the last one at the station, to which she replies that he is not associated with any guild, so there will be no problems. The guy adds that in truth, he asks her about this because it can improve the reputation of their company. The girl frowns and turns to him. The brunette asks what does her position have to do with the current world crisis? Shouldn't it be a question of how effectively they can deal with their enemies? He protests. The girl adds that Joe is not their competitor, but a talented, promising person whom the company wants to possess. Also, that accordingly his train of thought is incorrect. He asks her for forgiveness, to which she says that there is no need for an apology and that she still needs to tell him something, to which he asks again if this concerns the White Lotus Tree Soul Guild. The girl answers positively because it seems to her that they will soon attack the Blue Castle Guild, because these guilds know the company's trends better than anyone else, so they think that they will not have better opportunities than now. The guy replies that it is sad, of course, that the global crisis that will occur due to the Mega Outbreak can become favorable opportunities for some. Neela says that since they are thinking about the same thing, she suggests keeping an eye on them because passive intervention and aggressive treatment are their slogans. She suggests watching how the balance of power between the awakened world class will change. The outer wall of some building. The woman is tired of looking forward. Someone tells her that she does not look very good. She jumps up and asks who is here. There is no one else in the room except her. Someone materializes and apologizes if they scared her. Joe says that his visit is secret and he has something to tell her. She asks what he needs, to which he receives in response that he came there because of the rumor of the White Lotus Soul Tree Guilds. The guy sullenly continues that he thinks that now is the time to make a winning move. The girl asks in confusion what he means by a winning move and how much he knows. Joe sits down in a chair and replies that he knows everything up to the current unstable situation. The girl says that since this is a matter concerning the guild, she did not tell him because she did not think that he cares. She continues that nevertheless, it certainly makes her happy that all the guilds have launched their emergency systems in preparation for a mega outbreak. Joe jumps up and asks what is happy about this, to which she clarifies that at least this is how they are preparing for a mega outbreak, to which she receives a negative answer. Joe goes to her and continues that while the awakened ones summoned by this company are actively participating in blocking the mega outbreak, the White Lotus Guild and Soul Tree will undoubtedly take advantage of the time when the bans are lifted to target them. The girl is perplexed and asks if he means to say that all these shells are using their powers to target them. The guy replies that since the one who tried to kill him was hired by the White Lotus Guild. He remembers Carolina and continues that it is likely that this woman will not miss this opportunity. The girl says that she cannot believe it, to which he says that unfortunately it will be too late due to the company's method of passive intervention aggressive treatment. She asks how they can then defend themselves from the two largest guilds. Joe smirks and says that he has an idea. The plot takes us to the early morning of the next day. The location chosen is an abandoned factory near Sindoram Station. Several cars stopped near him. Agnes says that who would have thought that they would call them to such a place late at night. She frowns and says that besides, she continues that there are also a dozen other leaders of the best guilds of the country. Matthew answers that all the guilds are here except for the white-haired one of his Soul of the Tree. He asks if they want to lure them to their side, to which she replies that they will find out everything soon. Someone approaches them and says that he is glad to welcome everyone and thanks for taking the time to see him. The girl says that they have a small favor to ask of them. In the hangar, voices of people who were discussing something heatedly were heard. Megan stood in front of the guys and said that at the moment the Blue Castle is in an open confrontation with the guilds of the White Lotus and the Soul of the Dead. Frowning, she said that the reason they gathered them there is nothing more than cooperation. The boy asked with a serious expression if it would be possible to change anything by getting involved in a conflict between three guilds. The stranger asked why they should interfere in such matters since they were not KBI. The protagonist came out to them and answered that they were right. Surprised, Agnes asked if it was Joe. The protagonist frowned and said that this was not only a problem for the Blue Castle, since they could end up in their place in the future. Megan looked at him and thought that, as expected, he knew that words alone would not solve the problem. Megan began to leave and noted that the master was too soft in such matters. She wondered if it was a matter of a sense of justice. The boy asked what Joe was doing there. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he would be brief. Standing in front of the boy, Joe asked if there was anyone there who could proudly say that their guild was better than the Blue Castle. He added that if the White Lotus and the Tree Soul managed to take over the resources of the Blue Castle. The protagonist asked if they thought they would stop there. The guy asked with a displeased look if Joe thought that after the Blue Castle fell, the other guilds would end up in the same situation. Looking at the guys, the protagonist said that if the guilds united, no one would get hurt, but if another guild became a victim and they just sat and watched, then everything would fall in an instant. Agnes, dumbfounded, cried out that it couldn't be that KBI would just watch this and do nothing. Joe closed his eyes and noted that they would stay on the sidelines until the very end. He introduced the guy and the girl and said that if they could establish order among the awakened under the influence of the two guilds, then that would be more than enough for them. The protagonist asked if they really thought that KBI would always guarantee their safety. Sitting on a chair, the guy said that they could all just unite, excluding the Blue Castle. He opened his eyes and stated that in that case, even if the Blue Castle was destroyed, they would have no problem. The protagonist asked with a serious expression if they were sure about that. Turning around, Joe asked how about that. The plot moves to the main building of the White Lotus Guild. The windows on the top floor were glowing. The guys were asked if they had completed all the preparations in their guild. Holding the back of his head, Ethan replied that everything was ready. They had already agreed that all the low-ranking fighters would be located near the Deus Spire. He clarified whether there were any movements from KBI. Monica replied with a smile that there would be no problem with them. KB was currently busy preparing for the Mega Outbreak. George slightly narrowed his eyes and stated that they had also confirmed that the Blue Castle was also preparing for the Mega Outbreak. Ethan, with a satisfied expression, suggested that in that case they immediately divide all the property of the Blue Castle equally. George agreed with him. There was a photo of a girl on the table. George slammed his knife on the table. He stabbed the photo and said that it was time to get rid of this damn guild. A message popped up saying that there were 10 minutes and 25 seconds left until the invasion. We were being transported near Asu Station. It was cloudy outside. Joe was floating in the sky and thinking about what was about to begin. He calmly reasoned that he had prepared everything he could. Looking at the girls, the protagonist emphasized the fact that all of his team members were there, including Hayes. Looking at the map, Joe thought that the most important thing now was to find out where the main boss would appear. A message popped up saying that the invasion was starting. The guys were standing outside. One of them was suddenly taken aback. The ground under the guy's feet began to tremble. The asphalt began to split and purple cracks appeared on it. The guy was in shock. In front of him was a monster with glowing eyes. The stranger stood behind him and screamed for him to pull himself together. The monster's eyes were glowing red. There was a blow near the guy. The monster swung its fist. The guy saw the monster's hand in front of him. His comrade was lying in the rubble of the earth. The monster stomped hard on the ground. Other monsters began to come out. They were furious. The guys screamed that the mages had begun to attack. Streams of fiery energy emanated from the guys. They released streams of mana at the monsters. A powerful blow was heard. Joe was flying over the city and heard that he was told about strong activity that appeared near the Spire of Deus, and first of all they were asking him for help there. Frowning, the main character agreed, adding that he would be there soon. The guys stood in clouds of dust and asked if they had succeeded. Grinning, the monster asked if that was all they could do. He raised his hand above his head, in which the energy was concentrated. The mages were taken aback by what they saw. There was a huge bright sphere above the monster. He pointed his finger at the guys. An explosion was heard. The story moves to the area in front of the Kualamun market. There was a blue crack in space. Monsters began to come out. A monster was hit in the face with a fist. The guy was delivering powerful blows to them. His fist was burning with energy. Swinging, he told the monsters to receive. He released a stream of fire mana. The monsters began to burn. A shockwave came from his hand. Triss stood surrounded by orcs. There were spikes around her. Her gaze was serious. An electric line rushed through the monsters. It cut the monsters and appeared behind them. An explosion was heard behind her. Harris frowned and cried out that they were in trouble. Triss clarified what was going on. Harris replied that they had just been informed that an S-rank boss had appeared near Isu Station. Triss turned around and said that Mr. Joe was there now, so everything was fine. They saw glowing eyes in the crack in space. Looking at the monsters with grins on their faces, Triss guessed that it looked like this was just the beginning. The plot takes us to the outskirts of Isu Station. The monsters were standing there looking pleased. The orc held out his hand and shouted for the warriors to move forward. The crowd of monsters began to run and attack. A green sphere appeared in front of them. The orc was taken aback by what he saw. Several flashes appeared around the sphere. The orc's head was cut off. The protagonist stood in front of the orcs. He asked with a serious expression where Ebenar was. The enraged monster asked how Joe dared to pronounce the name of their great lord so casually. The monsters soared upward saying that they would crush him. Two orcs hit the ground. Looking at the protagonist, the orc said that this was a fucking mage fighting alone. Holding the monster's weapons with one hand, Joe asked again if he was fighting alone. The monster was taken aback by this question. The protagonist asked with a serious expression why he assumed that he was alone. Suddenly, there was a blow. The girls were flying towards the orcs. They frowned and screamed for Joe not to get into trouble and that close combat was their job. They launched a series of attacks at the orcs. They landed near the protagonist. The girls were surprised by what they saw. Rocks were flying in the air in front of them. Many arrows were flying at them. All the arrows suddenly exploded in the air. Laura looked down at them and screamed for them to support her and do whatever they wanted. She had a smile on her face. The girl turned around and thanked her. The girls looked at Joe. They looked at him and asked if he was fighting alone again. The puzzled protagonist replied that he was not and that he was the one who had to defeat this ogre mage. The girl turned around and asked him to wait. Looking at the crowd of orcs, she said that she would clear the path of these minions for him so that he could defeat that guy. A red aura enveloped the girl. The plot takes us to this time, to the main building of the guild, the Blue Castle. Dust rose around the building. George stood outside and said that they confirmed that all the main forces had left the Blue Castle. Ethan said that this was true, and Triss and Harris from KBI were fighting near Gwangholman. George smirked and noted that their team was at the main gate, and everyone else would enter through the back. A bright aura enveloped the people. Ethan walked ahead and suggested that they take action. Monsters were coming out of the portal. Haley swung her weapon around herself. She grabbed the scythe behind her back. Joe, covered in blue mana, said that he would take care of them now. Haley quickly jumped on the monsters, saying that she was leaving then. Haley flew past the orcs. She appeared behind them. She watched them closely. She flew at the monsters and declared that this was the scythe of the god of death. She dealt many blows to the orcs. Haley landed on the ground. Her face was serious. The orc behind her swung his fist and asked how dare she attack his subordinates. The enraged orc wished her death. Haley turned around, stunned. The orc swung his fist and dealt a powerful blow. Haley managed to put up a purple barrier in front of herself. She and the monster met eyes. Green webbing bound the orc's body. Looking at them, the orc asked if they really thought they could hold him back with this. A red aura surrounded him and he told them not to underestimate him. The green web began to break. The monster broke free from the web and began to scream. Holding her hand in front of her face, Haley wondered if she could hold him back for just a moment, even with her powers. She screamed that if that was the case, they were done for. A blue portal appeared. Joe, covered in flames, flew towards the orc. A smirk appeared on the monster's face. The protagonist struck him in the face. His fist reached the monster's face. The orc's face began to crack. A powerful explosion was heard. Gina put a shield in front of herself to block the shockwave. Laura landed on the ground and called out to the protagonist. Gina put her hand in front of her and said that everything was fine. Looking at her, she noted that it was dangerous to get any closer now. Laura wondered if she didn't care about him. Looking away, Gina replied that it was not so. She saw that Joe used skills before entering the battle. His fire resistance increased to 100%, so he would not receive any damage. Looking away, Gina added that besides, this is the protagonist. Loud sounds were heard in front of them. Looking at the charred corpse of the monster, Joe received a message that he defeated the Ogre Mage Crudelis. Leaving the monster, the protagonist read that he received 2 spatial stones. Now he receives additional damage to the attack of the Karlon Ogres proportional to the number of spatial stones he has. The current number of spatial stones is 6. The additional damage to the attack of the Karlon Ogres is 30%. Looking at the crystal, Joe wondered what other guys could drop these stones from. Looking at the organs of the monster, the protagonist wondered what kind of things are these. Notifications popped up that the user Joe had absorbed the energy of the heart of Crudelis. His stamina was increased by 300 units and he had absorbed the energy of the eye of Crudelis. His intelligence was increased by 200 units. He received the title of Blessed Ogre Crudelis. This title increases physical damage by 150% and magical damage by 300% against ogres. Standing on the street, the protagonist wondered who knows what other titles he could get that were not in the Awakens system. Standing next to him, Haley asked if he was not satisfied with their victory. Joe replied that this was far from all. Turning around, the protagonist said that other S-rank bosses had appeared in Gwangwalmun and they needed to hurry. The plot takes us to the main hall of the Blue Castle Guild building. Dust was flying around the room. The guy thrust his blade into the ground. Frowning, George said that they were surrounded. Ethan noted that they did not expect this. Looking at the boys, Ethan asked what all the top 10 guilds in the country were doing there. Megan, with a serious expression, said that they were aware of all their plans and they would pay for throwing away their fundamental obligations to the awakened of this country. Stunned, Ethan asked if this was her doing. An angry Megan replied that it was not so and that this trap was set by a person who was known as a thorn in their side. An enraged George thought that the protagonist was a fool. He saw Paul and asked how he could, noting that if they cooperated, they could destroy the Blue Castle and get everything they wanted. Paul's eyes lit up and he asked if George really thought he would trust fools who could betray at any moment. Turning around, he noted that the same went for the team at the back door. Megan and Agnes smiled and emphasized the fact that their song was done. The day before the Mega Outbreak, the protagonist stood in front of the guy and asked what about it, said that from now on he would give the Blue Castle exclusive rights to all of its products. Items appeared, and he added that including 3 types of existing bombs and identification scrolls. The protagonist, holding a flask in his hands, said that this time he would add a new product, the Glory Potion. It was written that all indicators would increase by 7% and the duration would be 2 hours. The guy frowned and asked what he was trying to lure them in. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that no, it was just a survival strategy. The protagonist spread his arms and said that he was giving them all a chance, to which the guy asked again. The protagonist grinned and said that it was a chance to get rid of 2 guilds committing crimes at once. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that it was impossible to get rid of 2 guilds, to which she asked that he wanted them to cooperate with him during the war. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was true. These 2 guilds would definitely ambush the Blue Castle during the Mega Outbreak, to which the girl added that it would be simple self-defense. She asks. The girl held onto her weapon and thought that thanks to Joe, she convinced all the other guilds. Standing still, she added that they would be able to gain control without major losses. The girl took a step forward and said that they also managed to subdue them without much loss, to which she was told that thanks for her help. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that however, they failed to catch Monica and John, who were also here. Monica frowned and said that they lost them too. Perhaps they used their guild members as bait and escaped at the very beginning. Looking straight ahead, Paul said that they should leave the search to them, to which the girls replied that it was fine, they were counting on him. Looking away, Megan said that they should help fight the outbreak now, the danger has not completely passed yet. The monster waved his hand at Gwangwalmun Square. The Karlon Ogre General Castan glared. Holding the weapon in her hands, the girl said that looking at him, she thought he was a simple warrior, but as it turned out, he was also a powerful mage, to which the guy replied that is expected of an S-rank boss, in addition. Looking at the monster, she added that another lord had appeared. Mila looked at the guy and asked that they could request help, to which he replied that the Mega Outbreak was happening all over the world. Harris frowned and said that it would be difficult to count on help from abroad therefore. The people stretched out their hands forward, hearing the mage's attack. Fireballs rushed forward. The ogre stretched his hand forward. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly. A bright flash appeared in front of the lord. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked what he could do even like that. Suddenly, he pointed his hand down. A portal appeared behind the lord. Suddenly, people fell to the ground. The ogre swung his hand, and someone shouted that he should trample him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Suddenly, the robot raised his hands up. A blue beam appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a blow flew at the ogre. The lord abruptly fell to the ground. The monster angrily clenched his teeth. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that his strength had weakened. Suddenly, she rushed forward and thought that now, the girl was rapidly approaching the monster. The girl swung her sword in front of her. Yellow beams suddenly appeared around. Stretching his hand forward, the lord asked what she was thinking. A purple glow appeared around the girl. The ogre used an attack on the girl. The lord angrily looked forward. A purple sphere appeared near his hand. Suddenly, he touched the robot's head. He squeezed his head tightly in his hand. The robot held the girl. Suddenly they rushed upward. The ogre abruptly applied an ice storm. A blue typhoon suddenly appeared. The girl looked away in surprise and thought that it couldn't be this magic. Ice spikes appeared. The guy grinned and thought that this was the power of magic and the golem. Taking a step forward, the man apologized for being late. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that he should let him recover a little. By the way, if this is the same bastard, then he will soon break out from under the ice. The hero frowned and asked that he could stall for a little time. Grinning, Harris replied that okay, he will try. A red particle appeared in the air. The protagonist rushed forward and said that okay, then he leaves it to him. The guy frowned angrily. The guy rushed straight and shouted that he was going. The guy looked at the ice crystals. The ogre abruptly extended his hand to the side. Suddenly the monster grabbed the weapon. The lord swung the weapon sharply. The guy deftly dodged the blow. The guy ducked and shouted that it was close. Harris clenched his fist fiercely. A bright glow appeared around him. The lord slid along the ground. The ogre angrily clenched his teeth. The guy frowned and thought that his attacks were not working. The lord swung his hand sharply. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that again. The lord made a sharp attack. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly and he used an anti-magic field. 5 minutes before arriving in Gwanghamun, the girl sat on the beast and said that it was probably too late, but she needed to tell him something, to which the protagonist asked what it was. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that if this was the same Ebenar, the lord of the Karlon ogres, as the system said, then he knew something. Joe looked away and asked what and what. Memories came up and she said that the thing is that at the end of the fight with Ebenar, the man left a deep scar on his neck, and he is also able to use secret arts to instantly attract distant targets to himself. The girl looked away and said that it is very important that he knows about this. The hero turned his gaze and asked what secret art is, by any chance, not magic, to which she replied that it is. The hero rushed forward and said that he understood. Thank you, if these secret arts are magic, then this is very useful information, to which the girl added that and more. Looking straight ahead, Brittany said that please, let him be careful, to which the hero responded approvingly. Suddenly, the protagonist used an anti-magic field. The guy looked in surprise and thought that his force of attraction had disappeared. The ogre looked straight ahead angrily. The guy flew up and thought that isn't this too dangerous. The protagonist flew above the monster and said that he shouldn't worry. Lightning appeared near the protagonist. Suddenly, the hero used a lightning arrow. Lightning appeared around the monster. Looking to the side, the monster said that he was a rat. Suddenly, the monster swung his weapon sharply. The guy landed on the ground. Harris looked straight ahead angrily. The guy looked at his fist and used stone skin. The ogre raised his head to the bright glow. Suddenly, he stomped his foot sharply. The guy swung furiously at the monster. Suddenly, the guy struck the monster. Looking to the side, he thought that now, thanks to Joe, he can calmly attack it. Striking the monster many times, he added that he needs to press it with force. A blow flew at the monster. The monster looked straight ahead furiously in pain. Bright rays appeared around. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought, what the hell? The monster took a step forward. His eyes glowed red. Suddenly, he put his hand on the guy's head. The guy looked forward in surprise. Suddenly, a purple beam appeared. Harris raised his head up and shouted. The ogre raised his head up. A poison arrow and a magic projectile were used. Green beams appeared in the air, and the monster asked what they thought, that they can continue to run from him. A black silhouette appeared. The monster extended his hand forward. The protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him and heard that the games were over. The protagonist looked down. The hand was lying on the ground. The guy slightly raised himself. Harris looked forward in fear. The girls looked straight ahead in surprise. Brittany looked away in amazement. The ogre pierced the protagonist through and through, and someone turned to him. Blood flowed from the hero's mouth. Looking straight ahead, the ogre said that he would finish him off. Suddenly, he abruptly extended his hand from the hero. The monster swung his hand furiously. The protagonist frowned. The protagonist looked at the purple glow. Suddenly, the lord struck the hero. The protagonist fell to the ground. The guy rushed furiously, and the ogre said that his life thread was quite strong. Looking at the guy, he added that however, Harris tried to escape from the monster. The guy flew sharply to the side. The ogre extended his hand forward. A purple glow appeared around the guy. The lord extended his hand right in front of him. Holding his head, the ogre asked that although he was tenacious, he could survive if his head was smashed. The monster tightly squeezed the guy's head in his hand. A bright light appeared behind the monster. The monster grinned. It was written that his stamina was equal to 1. The special skill Immortal was activated. The protagonist received the blessing of the angel. The protagonist closed his eyes. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes. A glow appeared in front of the hero. It was written that all stamina and magic power were restored. Negative effects were eliminated. The special skill Immortal was converted to the skill Mortal. The protagonist stood in front of the monster. The blessing of the angel was activated. The ogre grinned and asked what his power was. Joe frowned. For 10 minutes all stats were increased by 50%. all damage by 100%, and stamina and magic power were restored 50% faster. Looking at the hero, the monster said that a moment ago he thought he was a simple person who could use extraordinary magic, but now he had the same power as him. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that this time he would definitely finish him off. The protagonist held a gun in his hands. Suddenly, the protagonist used mana burning. Blue hands appeared around the monster. The protagonist grinned. All of Ebonar's magic power was absorbed. Now the user had this power. The monster furiously asked how and why he dared to steal his power. The monster swung his sword, and the hero used the Dimension Gate. Magic projectiles flew at the ogre. Suddenly, the protagonist used the Dimension Gate, the poison arrow. The monster struck, and the hero used the Dimension Gate. Suddenly, flashes appeared in front of the monster. The protagonist gritted his teeth angrily. Many clones of the hero appeared around. The ogre lowered his head down. The lord grinned slightly. Flying next to him, the protagonist thought that he had a chance while he was immobilized. Joe raised his weapon up. The monster furiously raised his head up. Purple rays began to emit from it. The protagonist abruptly rushed forward. The protagonist gritted his teeth angrily. The monster turned its head to the side. Suddenly, it swung its hand at the hero. The protagonist used armored stone skin. Purple rays hit the ground. The ogre stood in front of the protagonist. Red particles flew around the weapon. Looking straight ahead, the lord said that since he missed his chance, it was time to finish him off. The hero took up his weapon and asked if he really thought so. The protagonist suddenly flew up. Lowering his head, the ogre said that even using these clones would not help him defeat him. Joe extended his hand to the side and said that this was not something he should worry about and used the Dimension Gate. The hero frowned and said goodbye to him. Suddenly, a bright flame appeared in front of the hero. The flame quickly rushed to the ground. The fire was approaching the monster. The ogre raised his head in surprise. A bright light appeared around. Flashes suddenly appeared in front of the girl. A hole in the ground appeared. Triss clenched her teeth and asked that they finally won. Behind her, a voice was heard that yes, it was over. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that Ebonar was defeated. The hero, supporting the guy, said that he had problems, let them call a doctor. Looking straight ahead, Joe added that he trusted them with the rest. The girls rushed forward and turned to the hero. The Karlon Ogre Lord Ebonar was defeated. He received 4 spatial fragments. He received Ebonar's heart. Mokpo Porch. The guy looked to the side and shouted that they should search. They couldn't have gone far. They should keep their eyes peeled. The man was on the roof. They heard that they should find them. Walking straight, the girl asked what they should do. The guy turned his head and said that there was no point in staying here and hiding, hoping for the soul of the tree. Looking straight, he added that they needed the help of the Chinese guild. The girl frowned and asked again that the Chinese, they would really go that far. The guy frowned and said that they had no choice. The Tiwa guild under the command of the man would be able to provide them with protection. The man opened his eyes slightly. Looking at the ceiling, he wondered what it was. The hero looked to the side and wondered if it was a hospital. Looking around, he thought that he had never been here. Turning his head, Joe thought he understood. This is the medical center owned by the Blue Castle. The protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise. The girl closed her eyes and he turned to her. The girl came into the room and said that he should not wake her. She had been looking after him all this time, to which the hero asked again. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which the hero asked that they had not seen each other for a long time. She put down the fruits and said that it was a gift in honor of his recovery, asked how he was, to which the hero replied that yes, thank you for such first-class treatment. Turning his head, Joe asked what happened while he was sleeping. The girl frowned and replied that a lot of interesting things. Now she would tell him everything in order. The ogre leaned against the wall, and she said that firstly, Ebonar was defeated. Now his body was taken away by KBI. Harris was lying on the bed. It was said that the guy who fought him was alive and well. Monsters and a map appeared. It was said that China and Japan were currently facing the same situation. Even now they are in the midst of a large-scale battle in China. Since there were many simultaneous outbreaks throughout the country, it is said that the damage is quite serious. In comparison, there were no civilian casualties in their country. The guy stood in front of the people. It was heard that the surprise attack on the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds was successful and ended with both guilds being defeated, after which they fled. The guy gritted his teeth. It was said that Tree Soul is now in Mokpo. The guy and the girl looked straight ahead. It was heard that White Lotus fled to China. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl said that this is all that happened in these 3 days, to which the hero asked again. Leaning on the bed, the hero said that it was a pity that he could not catch all the leaders, to which the girl sighed. The hero looked at Gina and asked her why she woke up. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and turned to the hero. Suddenly, tears appeared in Gina's eyes. Suddenly, the girl threw herself into the hero's arms. The hero turned to her in surprise, and she said that she was so worried. Lowering her head, the girl said that she thought something had gone wrong. The protagonist grinned and thanked her for her concern. The girl picked up the phone and cleared her throat. Gina asked in surprise when she returned, to which she replied that she had been standing here for quite a long time. The girl grinned and said that the KBI representatives wanted to meet with him. Since he was busy, she could kick him out of everyone. The hero, looking straight, said that everything was fine, he was ready, to which the girl responded approvingly and said that then he would take him to them. At the same time, a secret apartment in Jilin province. An empty throne appeared. The people fell to the floor. Someone shouted that they were welcome. The girl frowned and said that they were. Suddenly, the man stepped forward. The man was sitting in a chair. George gritted his teeth when he heard his name. Looking straight ahead, Monica heard her name. The guy smirked and asked that they knew who he was. Looking at him, the guy said no, and Monica shouted that who was he to treat them like that. Standing in front of him, she added that she thought he would get away with it, they were protected. The girl shouted furiously about the guild master. The guy smirked and asked that they still didn't understand anything, said that the one who chose this place is their time phase and the one who made them investigate. The girl asked again in surprise, hearing that it was all him. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that in short, they were screwed. Monica screamed furiously that it couldn't be. He had no reason to betray them. Getting up from the throne, the guy said that he should think what he wanted. Taking a step forward, he added that he just had to do his job. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said, well. The guy looked at his hand in fear. Suddenly, red nails appeared. George screamed loudly in pain. Looking down, the guy said that he didn't have many memories of Joe. Looking at the bloody splashes, he added that he was a worthless person. Looking at him, Monica screamed that no. Morse looked away and asked what about her. When the hero woke up in the hospital, many questions were resolved. After the KBI studied Ebonar's corpse, it was handed over to him. He finally managed to get Ebonar's blood, as well as create a legendary rank spatial fragment. After his full recovery, he began to learn all the skills that were found for him. At the same time, Garo checked the trophies from the battle with Ebonar. It was written about the spatial fragment, analyzed fragments 12, additional damage dealt to the Carlon over 60%. Dungeons awaiting activation. Desmond B, Rentos A, Rentos B. The protagonist looked at the heart. User Joe absorbed the life force of the heart of Ebonar. Physical defense increased by 200 units. Magical defense increased by 200 units. He received the title of Spatial Guardian. 2 normal and 2 unique skills can be strengthened. He studied the Lord of the Carlon Ogres by absorbing the experience of Ebonar. The unique skill is an excellent passive skill of the magician. The effectiveness of his spells will increase depending on the level of his current intelligence. The cooldown of the skill is 10 seconds. The protagonist has gained a lot of knowledge recently. The hero's statistics were shown. A view of the Deus market opened up. The guy stretched out his hand forward and said that they had been waiting for this for a long time. He waved the tablecloth and added that there were some great items being sold today. Weapons were revealed, and it was heard that there were 5 unique weapons that Joe had put up for auction. There was a loud exclamation from the audience, and the guy said that the starting price was 80 billion won. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he was being spoken to. Walking straight ahead, the girl said that it had been a while since they had come here, to which the hero replied that it was true. During the last outbreak, he had acquired a few things that he wanted to get rid of now, but they were 5 unique items. Looking to the side, the girl said that his level was increasing every day. The protagonist looked at her and said that the starting price for weapons of this class usually starts at 100 billion, so yeah, she was probably right. The hero frowned, thinking that although he had made them with the introductory book on magic circles that he had gotten from Sir Berhart, and the spatial stones that he had gotten from Ebonar, the girl grinned and said that by the way, there was someone in this room who showed great interest in their things, to which the hero asked what and who it was. Laura looked to the side and said that he should look at that man sitting in the corner of the 3rd row on the left. Looking straight ahead, the people shouted 85 billion, 90 billion, 110 billion. Holding the microphone in his hands, the guy shouted that these were the amounts. Would anyone give more? The man extended his hand and said that he would give 650 billion won for all these weapons. A guy appeared in the crowd of people. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what she meant. Did she mean him? To which the girl asked what she thought. The protagonist frowned and said that he was on a completely different level than the other awakened ones present here. The guy grinned. It was said that he was right, because this was Urian, an awakened SS rank from Germany. Urian smiled slightly. The guy with the microphone said 650 billion won, whoever bids more. People were sitting in the hall, and it was heard that they were then declaring this auction closed. Looking at the hero, the girl asked that he was leaving now, then next time, maybe they could have a drink together, talk, to which the protagonist replied that well, until the serious clearing of the dungeon began, they could find time for that. Turning her head, the girl said, well, she was taking her word for it, she needed to tidy herself up, so she would go. Taking a step forward, the guy turned to the hero. Looking straight ahead, he asked that they could talk, said that they would drink some coffee. The can with the drink opened. Standing next to the hero, Urian asked that he knew how the whole world treated him, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he knew as a promising awakened one. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he became famous because of his scrolls, to which the guy said that the reason he came to Korea was to. Urian frowned and added that to warn him as the head of the WBI, to which Joe asked what WBI and why. Holding out his phone, the guy asked that he recognized this face. An image of the guy appeared, and he said that it was the head of the White Lotus Guild, George, to which the guy replied that it was true. His corpse was found a few hours ago. Putting his hand under his clothes, the guy said that it was the ant ghost who did it, and it seemed to have written his name on the list. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this is how he came to warn him about this. Frowning, the guy said that yes, so he needed to be on guard. Holding out his hand, Urian said that with this he would be able to contact him. If the ant ghost found him, then he should contact him immediately. Looking at him, the protagonist said that thank you, he will be careful, to which the guy thanked him. A view of the parking lot near the market opened up. The protagonist was walking to the car. Suddenly a bright beam appeared. Someone said that now. Several bright beams appeared in the sky. Shots flew at the protagonist. Suddenly gray smoke appeared around him. The guy swung his hand sharply. The protagonist opened his eyes in fear. The hero looked at the beam in surprise. Looking to the side, he clenched his teeth. The hero deftly dodged the blow. The beam hit the ground sharply. The protagonist jumped up. Looking at him, the guy said that now he would not be able to just dodge, let them attack. A pink glow appeared in front of the guy. The man in the mask rushed forward. The protagonist was surrounded from all sides. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist used infrared vision. Standing still, the protagonist thought that if you count those that are currently hidden, there are only 13 of them. A bright beam appeared. The hero used the dimension gate. Looking around, the guys thought that it had disappeared. Suddenly, the hero swung his hand at him. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the guy by the neck. Looking straight ahead, the hero used Disintegration, a 6th class spell, disintegrates one of the opponents. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. The people in front of him froze, and one of them asked what kind of spell this was to stop panicking. The guy grabbed his head and said that he was not able to constantly use these spells, he just wanted to scare them. The hero frowned and said that this voice. The guy looked straight ahead. The hero shouted that he was from the Tree Soul Guild, John. John gritted his teeth and said that he was a bastard, asked that he knew what he had experienced because of him. The hero frowned and said, wow, he came to him personally. He will spare him only if he calms down. It seems he really wants to die. Looking straight at him, the guy said that because of him he became the most wanted criminal. That's why he is going through such hellish times now. He was lucky to see him here at the auction. The guy's eyes lit up and he said that he will kill him for disrupting their plans. John pulled out his sword and shouted that they should go. Standing in front of them, the protagonist said that they can only blame themselves because they decided to attack another guild during a dangerous mega outbreak. Joe frowned and said that he asked for it. Suddenly, the hero used a fire arrow. It was written about a unique skill, transformation is used. Suddenly, fire arrows rushed forward. The protagonist froze. Suddenly, the protagonist used a mirror image. The guy gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell, he can't see anything because of this smoke. The hero looked to the side in surprise. An image of a man appeared in front of him. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. He looked in amazement towards the light. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought it couldn't be when he jumped for the first time. Glowing images appeared, and he added that he had found out the location of all the awakened. The guys looked around, hearing that this bastard knew all their positions, let them fight, covering each other. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the movements of these guys. Grinning, the hero thought that it was just in time. Suddenly, the protagonist used a grab. The guy crouched on the ground. It was written about a 3rd class spell. It holds all enemies within a radius of 5 meters for 20 seconds. The guy suddenly jumped forward. Standing in front of the hero, the guy shouted that he was attacking. Purple rays appeared in front of the protagonist. A flame appeared behind the hero. Suddenly, the hero swung his hand. The protagonist used a fire wall, a 4th class spell that creates a powerful wall of flame. The guys swung at the hero, and he used a shield. A barrier appeared around the protagonist. The guy rushed at him. Suddenly, he hit the barrier. John looked forward furiously. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Suddenly, the protagonist used Reflection, a 7th class spell that reflects an enemy's attack, consuming mana. Flames flew at the protagonist. A bright light appeared in front of the guy. Suddenly, the guy flew to the side. John fell to the ground. Looking up, he asked what he thought. If he died, then everything would be over. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said no. He understood that in the future it would only get worse because the more friends, the more enemies. The guy frowned and said that this was just the beginning, the time would come, and he would keep him company in hell. The protagonist lowered his head down. Looking at the guy, the hero said, of course. The hero stood next to the guy. The protagonist froze. Looking to the side, Joe said, so. A glow appeared around him and he added that someone wanted to continue. The guys looked at each other. The swords fell to the ground. Raising their hands up, the guys said that they surrendered. The girl running behind turned to the hero. Turning around, the hero said that he would leave the cleaning to her. The next day, the KBI branch in Seoul. Looking at the tablet, the guy said that this was all the information regarding yesterday's battle. The girl looked down and asked, "What did you mean John and his subordinates were dead?" Standing in front of her, the guy said that it was true and the 2 survivors were arrested by their people. He checked the CCTV cameras at the scene and found that the rank awakened, John, could not oppose him at all, to which the girl said that she was also looking through them now. Looking at the screen, the girl asked what he saw, how Mr. Joe was able to withstand one blow from John. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that yes, John's attack was quite successful, but it seemed to have returned to him. The girl frowned and turned to him. Sitting at the table, she said that they should keep the information about Mr. Joe's skills a secret. Nothing good would come of everyone finding out how his spells work. Looking at her, Harris asked but is that possible? Then he added that if Mr. Joe decides to leave the country, then it turns out that all their merits will go to someone else. Standing in front of the girl, Harris turned to her. He frowned and asked what really she was hiding something from him. Neela looked at him and asked that he trusted her. The girl frowned and said that if so, then let him focus on finding criminals from the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds and leave Joe to her. The guy answered approvingly. Neela looked to the side. WBI Korean headquarters KBI appeared. A view of a huge amusement park opened up. The main character stood in the middle of the crowd. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he didn't think that Gina would be the first to bring this topic up. The girl stood next to the hero and asked if he was free this week, to which the hero asked what yes and what. Gina smirked and said that in general. Holding an apple in her hand, she said that if he had time, then. Looking straight ahead, she asked what maybe they'll go somewhere. Taking a step forward, the girl asked if he had already arrived. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Gina put her hand on her chest. Looking straight ahead, she asked what she looked like. Looking at the girl, the hero said that she looked cool. If he knew, he would have dressed better too, to which she replied that everything was fine. Joe always looks cool, even now. The protagonist grinned and asked, "Well, shall we go?" The girl asked him to stop and took his hand. The protagonist looked at her. Gina looked up and asked if she could. The protagonist grinned slightly. Taking her hand, he said, "Sure." Looking away, Joe said that their schedule would only get busier in the future, so they would have a blast today. Looking at him, the girl said, yes. The protagonist and the girl were riding a roller coaster. The protagonist and Gina were riding the rides. The girl was drinking a drink, and the protagonist asked her if she was having fun. Looking at him, the girl said, yes, it was great to spend time leisurely like this, to which the protagonist asked that it seemed like they only rode the rides he liked. What about her? Does she want anything? Looking away, the girl said, well, an attraction appeared, and she said she wanted to go on the Ferris wheel. A view of the Ferris wheel opened up. The cabins were spinning in a circle. The protagonist was sitting opposite the girl. Gina looked away. Then she looked at the protagonist. Looking out the window, the protagonist said, what a beautiful view. Gina stretched her arms out in front of her. Raising her head, she thought that she should do it. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes in surprise. Gina looked at the protagonist in amazement. The protagonist and the girl looked around. The lights went out in the park. People were walking through the park, and the protagonist said that it seemed like the lights had been turned off in the entire amusement park. Looking away, Joe suggested that they wait calmly until everything was turned on. Looking at the girl, he asked what was wrong with her, to which she replied that nothing. The girl covered her face with her hand and thought about why this happened now. Looking down, she thought that she finally had this opportunity. The girl looked up. The protagonist used the light. Bright beams appeared around. Looking at her, the hero asked if she was feeling better, to which she asked again, what was he talking about? The girl shook her head, hearing that she lowered her head after the light was turned off, and he thought that she was afraid of the dark, to which she replied that no, everything was fine. The protagonist folded his arms and asked what happened then. Suddenly the light in the booth lit up. They heard that they apologized for the short-term power outage and the stoppage of the rides. They hoped that they would enjoy the rest of their time. The hero and the girl raised their heads up. The lights were on in all the booths. Sitting in front of the girl, the hero turned to her. Grinning, Gina said that it was okay, let her forget about it. After the attack of the killers last time, in order for him and Brittany to train, they had to move to a place with better security, and a large training room designed for them. The protagonist extended his hand forward and wondered if she was training now. Standing still, the protagonist turned to the girl. Suddenly, the cat rushed forward. The pet jumped on the hero's head. Looking at Rukini, the protagonist asked what was wrong, what happened. The cat extended her hand forward. The girl was lying next to the beast. She was unconscious. The protagonist crouched in front of her. Extending his hand forward, the protagonist thought that since he had raised the mechanic's level, He needed to improve it while there was time, and then said the name of the pets. 2 robots appeared in front of the hero. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist said that it was necessary to use the remaining components correctly. Blue windows appeared in front of the protagonist. A robot appeared, and the hero thought that first he needed to fix Akron. Akron is being repaired, 40% complete. The components appeared. The golem rose to the rank of Pain Golem. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he thought the drone should also be raised in rank. The drone was raised to the rank of Combat Drone. Suddenly, a blue beam appeared in front of the hero. The girl opened one eye. Brittany looked away. She was sitting next to her pet. Peeking out from around the corner, she turned to the hero. The protagonist stood in front of the smoke. Looking at him, the girl asked why he had not yet gone to bed, to which he asked again that she had woken up. The hero looked away and said that the effect of the relic allowed him to stay awake, to which she asked what he had been doing all night then. A robot appeared in the smoke. The Pain Golem Akron appeared. A view of the combat drone opened up. The protagonist put his hands out to the sides. The drones flew straight. Grinning, the protagonist asked how she felt. Looking at the robot, the girl said that she thought they looked much stronger and cooler than before. Brittany turned around. Hearing what she saw, she trained hard. Her magic power had definitely increased. The girl frowned and said that yes, she didn't even have time to rest because her revenge. The protagonist looked at his hand and said that after the last battle, including Desmond's B-rank dungeon, several places were revived. They would soon set off, so they needed to prepare. Looking straight ahead, the hero added that it was even more unknown whether they would be able to get anything like the last dungeon, to which she replied that it was good, she would train more. The protagonist stood in front of the girl. Taking the phone in his hands, the hero asked why she was calling him in the middle of the night. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked what she said. Joe asks her on the phone what she said. He says he understood and asks if he can just choose. The guy turns to Hayes. Joe, as soon as he decides, he will definitely contact her. She asks if something happened. He replied that he just received an order from the company to clear the dungeon. Hayes receives an offer to join him. The blue-haired girl happily agrees to the offer. Hayes makes a remark if they personally asked him to be a high-class awakened. Then this means that the dungeon is quite difficult, right? To which he replies that this is an unbalanced dungeon on the island. The blue-haired girl asks again. He says that everything is correct because unlike a normal dungeon, it has quite strict requirements. No more than 5 people with SS rank or higher can enter this dungeon. While the system says that this is an unbalanced dungeon, firstly, the number of participants is limited. Secondly, the participants must meet the rank requirements. And thirdly, there are rank restrictions. Hayes says okay and she should prepare for it, to which he clarifies that she only has a week. Until then, he suggests that they train together, focusing on their teamwork, to which she agrees and says that she will try. Gina picks up the phone. Someone says that it is already midnight in Korea. She thought that she would not pick up the phone, to which she receives in response that she simply could not fall asleep. Someone asks if this is true or because she is still not sleeping. She believes that the date did not go too well. The plot moves to England, London, where the red-haired girl says that this is how it all happened. The girl turns to Gina, to which she responds. The red-haired girl simply tells her not to be too upset and not to worry about things like the atmosphere or the meeting place and asks her to do only what she likes, to which she agrees. She adds that not all is lost yet, so just stay strong. The red-haired girl closes her eyes and says that she has a fight soon, so she hangs up. At parting, she says that she will wait for good news from her, to which the girl with a strand of hair agrees and thanks her interlocutor. She hangs up. The girl gets up and understands that her friend is right. She understands that she has enough of complicating everything. Joe writes to her asking if she is busy now. Gina is embarrassed when she sees his message. The plot comes a week ahead. Hayes looks inspired. She flies in a helicopter. She says that this is what the sea looks like. The blue-haired girl turns to Joe and continues that before this she had only seen it in pictures and understands that it is very beautiful. She looks to the side in bewilderment. She embarrassedly apologizes if when she was in the Empire she could not go too far, so now she is a little excited, to which he replies that she should stop because he has nothing to apologize for. The brunette continues that if it were not for the dungeon, he would also go look at the local attractions. Someone distracts them with the words that they are almost there. The guy asks again. He says that this is the kind of branch of the company on this island. The helicopter lands on the branch of the company on the island. The helicopter lands. Joe helps Hayes out. Someone greets them. Lily says that she is from the department of the company on this island and will be accompanying them today. She adds that the others have already arrived, to which the guy asks again if they are late. She gives negative answers if there is still half an hour before the start, to which he says that then okay. She invites them to follow them. Claire thanks for telling her this. She goes to Gina and says that she was just told that Joe will come soon. Gina is nervous. Claire clarifies if everything is okay with her, to which she replies that she is fine. The girl with pigtails says that since this unbalanced dungeon is more difficult than usual, the state of her body is very important. If she feels bad, they can start tomorrow. Gina says that everything is fine. Joe asks how long they have been waiting, to which the girl with a strand of hair hiccups. He notices that Gina looks different than last time. She looks away and says that she just grew her hair and changed her clothes. Claire grins. She says that since everyone is here, the girl asks if they can introduce themselves to each other. She introduces Greg to everyone because he will be fighting them. The guy grins. He says that it is nice to meet them. Joe says his name in response and says that it is nice too. The guy looks at him in surprise. The brunette says that he is quite tall, to which he receives in response that he is 2 meters tall. Claire notes that he is 39 years old and uses 2 battle axes in battle. She continues that he does it the same way as she does. He can deal physical and magical damage at the same time. Joe says that he looks older than him and asks to address him without formalities. The group moves forward. Joe and Greg frown. The guy recognizes something up ahead. He thinks that there is an imbalance in the dungeon ahead of them. Greg notes that he sees something so spacious for the first time, to which he receives in response that the relief of the dungeon changes depending on his rank. The brunette releases 2 drones. They fly to explore the territory. The red-haired man says that if he had one of these things, it would be easier for him to fight and who knows how long he can carry this body, to which the guy replies that he should stop because he is still at the peak of his abilities. He assumed that according to the search results within the drone's reach. Joe, they can't rest inside the canyon, so he suggests stopping here and preparing. The guy creates a protective barrier, looks surprised and says that Joe has an interesting buff and now it seems to him that he has risen a whole rank. Claire turns to Hayes with a request. Since she is a summoner, she should watch the rear and protect them, to which she agrees. The group moves forward. Evaporation is heard somewhere from the ground. The brunette calls the girl with pigtails to look up and that their back is completely on Hayes. He smelled something. Joe calls them to stop, to which Greg notes that he smells a strange smell. The guy thinks that this castle is quite familiar to him. The team looks around warily. Gina notices something. She says that the attack is coming from the front. They are attacked by exhausted rank criminals. Someone is distracting Joe. Hayes says that they are attacking from behind. Joe says that they are now going to clear the rear and calls on Greg and Gina to hold out for a bit. The girl blocks the attack with her shield. Multiple blows are delivered to it. The girl bares her teeth. Greg attacks from above with an axe. He throws the enemies back with a slashing blow. The red-haired man frowns. He notices that there are more and more of them. He throws the axe at them. The axe flies apart and chops everyone in turn. The guy catches the axe back. A larger monster appeared on the horizon. The red-haired man is taken aback. He looks at some kind of symbiosis of a monster behind him. The creature spews out some kind of liquid. More monsters appear from it. Greg prepares to attack. He doesn't understand how to kill this guy. Akron appears to help. The robot raises its hands, preparing to attack with flames. Its eyes glow. The robotic creature avoids a huge stream of flame. It flies right into the flames. The robot knocks the monster down. Irene is also on the horizon. Her robotic eye has spotted the target. She uses multiple laser beams to attack. These beams cover everything around. From the monster's side, it looks like multiple stars. Each of the monsters is hit with a targeted laser strike. Greg smiles and wonders if there should be fewer of them. The red-haired man is taken aback again. He thinks that he doesn't care about their attacks at all. The guy continues that this red thing is most likely his real body and notes that he is quickly recovering. Gina notes that the red object is most likely his weak point, which he receives in response, but it seems to him that this object has resistance to magical damage. The girl replies that she is using a golem to open the way and offers him to destroy this thing. She continues that when using the provocation skill, he should immediately attack. Joe gives the robots the command to protect the girl with the strand, to which they accept the order. The girl herself goes straight to the monsters. They are preparing to attack her. Akron goes to her aid. He strikes right behind her. Gina turns around, giving a signal that now is the time to attack the monster. She raises her shield and prepares to use the skill. The monster's eyes glow red. The girl gives the command to go forward. Greg, as ordered, goes to attack. He slows down near the monster. He is slowed down by multiple monster arms. The red-haired man notices that he is being attacked from underground. He realizes that he cannot move while he is entangled in the monster's pokies. A red robotic hand grabs him by the shoulder. It tears him out of the monster's clutches. Greg says it's great and asks to leave him. Irene says she accepts the order. She throws the red-haired man straight at the target. His eyes glow yellow. His axe grows in size and he flies into the attack. Greg calls him to death. A team member's axe reaches the red object. It delivers a slashing blow. The force field destroys everything around. The red-haired man frowns. Green is burning in the dungeon. Approaching this fire, the man in the cloak looks at the bowl of fire. The red object has been smashed into pieces. The creature notes that the toy he created was broken. Someone bursts in shouting that they have problems. This man continues that uninvited guests have appeared and are destroying their renegades placed in the canyon. The guy shouts that he must see this, to which he receives an answer for him to stop because he already knows everything. Odium asks if he is taking on too much here. He touches the guy, but what does he say? They can't just leave them. Odium grabs him by the face and asks if he has lost his fear. He continues that he does not need such cowardly and weak subordinates. He says that he will allow him to be reborn again. The guy falls face down on the ground. Odium orders him to be resurrected. Everything around lights up with green flame. Power waves emanate from it, cutting everything around. Otherworldly creatures crawl out from under the ground. The creature in the cloak gives the command to block all exits and eliminate the violators, because he will soon deal with them. It is raining outside the cave. Joe thinks that it is raining in the dungeon, and it is good that they quickly left the canyon. He continues that they do not have much food, and that is why. His thigh touches Jean's thigh. The girl wipes her hair and addresses him by name. She asks if they can talk. Joe and Gina are sitting by the fire. He asks if she has gone to bed yet. Gina replied that she cannot sleep. Joe smiles weakly and says that you have suffered the most in today's battle, so she should rest for a while. Gina replies dejectedly that it is not because of fatigue. She has wavered. Gina turns to Joe. She speaks shyly about what she wanted to tell him back then on the Ferris wheel. Joe asks her to continue. Gina frowns and asks Joe to go out. She holds her hand over her chest and asks him to go on a date with her. She is tense and embarrassed, waiting for an answer. Joe is stunned. He opens his mouth to answer Gina, but Claire calls out to them both, saying that she is back. Claire looks at the two and says that now it is their turn to get up in Caroline. Joe and Gina look at her silently, and she realizes that she has interrupted. The plot moves on to the next morning, the cave where the heroes spent the night, and it is said that when it got light, the rain miraculously stopped and the wind died down. Greg and Joe are fighting, and the plot continues that as teamwork improved, so did the speed of the cleanup. The living corpses went on the offensive, and the plot reports that the team was shocked that they were attacked by the dead bodies of the awakened who were here before them. Joe is glowing, and behind him are the defeated ones. He reports that they dealt with the dead quite calmly. Greg, Joe, and Gina look ahead, and the plot tells what they finally came to. In front of them is a gate with a green glow, and someone is talking out loud about what this is an entrance to some altar on the top of the mountain. Something green and bubbling is also spilled in front of them. Silhouettes of new enemies appeared from the liquid. Half-dead creatures say that they cannot allow the team and call their master Odium. Greg tells Joe that it seems that he is different from the other monsters because he just said something. Gina confirms his words and says that she heard it too. A group of people in cloaks, and Joe thinks about Odium, because that time when he cleared the dungeon to get D rank, he was the head priest of the temple, but after he was defeated, and now he is Wendell's subordinate. He looks forward seriously and continues that who would have thought that he would be the main boss of this dungeon. Gina calls out to Joe. Joe looks at Odious and reasons that it is surprising that a renegade can talk, but he does not think that he has anything valuable to say. They glow, and Joe suggests finishing off Odious. Together with him, 3 more half-dead behind. The team begins their attack. The undead team goes on a counterattack. Wolf Hayes and Gina attack head-on. Greg aggressively cuts through the enemies. Claire and Joe stand slightly behind. Something lights up. A glowing silhouette in a cloak stands in the center of the room. He laughs and says that he could not even hold them off. He turns to face Joe, takes off, and says that the beings from another world, are they going to kill me too or not? His eyes glow ominously, and he continues that so far everyone who has looked for me has come for my life, and of course they all went to hell and there is no salvation for them. Joe looks at him angrily and says that this time it will be different. Joe glows while the green one marvels at his courage and continues that he is different from those Joe saw earlier and asked if he was the one who killed Isaac. Joe confirms that it is him. The dark-haired one continues to listen. What do you mean you are the intruder who penetrated all the spatial rifts, and who is helping her? With your power it must be impossible. Joe angrily replies that the name of the one helping him is Deus, a being who intends to hinder all of them, the fucking bastards. A chessboard with figures of Joe and a green silhouette who continues that don't you know that for these creatures they are just pawns, and when they are no longer needed, they will simply get rid of us. Joe asks what he gets from this information. Green tells him that after Joe was left alone in this world, he had an idea. Approaching Green, and he continues that all this was a test, since Joe did not trust Mr. Wendell from the very beginning. Smoke remained from him. Joe looks at Green flying up and threatening to destroy them. His hand glows and he says that this is the only way he can return to his home world. The whole room is filled with green smoke. Green rays fall from above, under the words of Green tears of despair. Joe looks and identifies the ability. The certificate of ability says that tears of despair, negative impact. The ability applies a weakening effect, which reduces stamina by 100 units every 30 seconds, and if the target's stamina is less than 100 units. The encroachment effect is activated, in which all points will be transferred to Odium. Joe turns around and says that the team will act as they previously planned. Gina moves to the side. Odium says that he does not know what Joe is planning. Joe watches as Odium quickly distorts in the air. He appears right in front of Gina and says that she will not be able to escape. He looks at her with red eyes and orders her to die. Gina looks forward in fear. Odium reaches out and uses the ability. He launches a huge green stream at Gina. Odium stands in front of an empty, smoking place. Gina is called out by someone from the team. Joe holds Gina and asks her to wake up. She screams at him to watch out. Odium aims at them again and Gina runs away screaming to the side. Joe crosses his arms to form a shield against Odium's attack. Odium is in the air with green energy threads coming off of him. Gina crawls behind the shield and screams for Joe. Joe, wounded, screams at her not to worry about him and to just run. She runs away while Joe sits in an energy cage. Odium says he thinks Joe will let her. Gina runs while the threads follow her. Joe says the word absorb just before the threads grab Gina. The threads turn blue and purple as Gina runs away. Odium doesn't understand what happened. Joe uses his purple ability, approaching the glowing hand. Odium is surprised and says to think you're still blocking me. Joe glares at him and says that as long as Joe is alive he won't hurt anyone. The plot takes us to a moment a few minutes before the boss fight. Joe, Gina and Greg are walking along the inner corridors of the temple. Joe hears something further up the course. He turns around and asks the team to stop for a minute because he wants to tell them something before the boss fight. He says that I have some explanations about the fight with Odium. Greg asks him again for the name of the boss and asks if Joe means him. The dark-haired man answers positively and continues that he understands that you have many questions, but Joe will answer them later. The dark-haired man says against the background of a temple diagram that firstly, inside this temple there are 4 rooms. The devil icon indicates the room with the boss and Joe continues that they need to destroy the magic stones in the 3 rooms surrounding the boss and only then will they be able to defeat him. He begins his plan with Hayes and Claire. He sends them to go along a different path. Hayes and Claire quickly walk down the corridor and the dark-haired man continues that as soon as they get to the designated place, Golem next to the green stone, and Joe continues that there will be a magic stone containing magical power and it will be protected by stone statues and each statue has its own characteristic pattern. Golem, in the background dark-haired, distributes rooms. In the case of Hayes and Claire it is Rage. Golem dog, and Joe says that Jin has speed. Another golem for Greg is defensive power. Green stone glows and he continues that, and finally, if the stone is overflowing with magical power. The room is all on fire, and Joe says that all life within the temple will be destroyed. Serious face dark-haired, who completes the plan. They need to eliminate all these stones in order to prevent this. Odium goes on the attack. Joe uses the ability in the middle of the threads of Odium's ability. Dark-haired uses a power shot. Odium asks discontentedly, how long are you going to run? This brand is also incurable. Joe sits on one knee under the force barrier. A green brand forms on his cheek at the site of the cut. The ability to identify gives a certificate that this is the ability to heal with death, a brand. The principle of action is that this brand will remain on the victim for the rest of Odium's life, and any effect of restoring stamina is replaced by an effect of depleting stamina. Odium again dissolves in green smoke. He is about to attack Joe from the side and is surprised at how careless Joe is. A stream of blood. Odium's ability wounded the dark-haired man in the left shoulder. Joe frowns in pain. The creature in the cloak calmly stands with a hand on his shoulder and asks if he feels pain in his shoulder. A bunch of force beams are directed at Joe and Odium continues that you feel it because of your weak human body. Joe, gnashing his teeth, uses the ability Stone Skin. From all sides, the creature in the cloak attacks him with its ability. Odium says that let's see how much longer you can hold out. Joe frowns and thinks about the guys and mentally asks them to hurry with the statues. Odium turns into his own mark and does not understand what is happening. The beams disintegrate into green smoke. Odium asks why his magic is disappearing. He frowned and reasons that it is really so, but stone statues are not so easy to defeat. Joe grabbed the cloaked creature by the wrist and says that you have no idea how long Joe fought him in DEF. Odium is stunned and asks what he is talking about. The cloaked creature glows strongly green and Joe says that the time when your magic will begin to disappear. Joe angrily looks ahead and says that he has been waiting for this moment. He uses the ability Blazing Sun, filling the entire room with fire. Hayes and Claire are standing in another room where balls with a green glow are flying. They stand in front of the wolf and Hayes says that now that they have split so many stone statues, each of them has lost most of its power and it should be easy to approach the magic stone. Claire looks at her confidently and says that then Joe attacks and leaves the support to himself. Claire quickly heads towards the stone and the flying balls become aggressive. They emit red light and are ready to attack. They shoot at Claire, but she successfully dodges all the beams. She confidently walks forward. There is a large red ball in front of her. Hayes asks Lucchini to use the shield. Lucchini's shield protects Claire from the red ball. Something hits the floor, destroying it. The ball is defeated, and Claire jumps back. Claire ricochets along the walls and rushes straight to the top of the stone. She uses the bow. She uses her ability and shoots the stone. The arrow causes a huge fire in the room. The stone splits into a pile of fragments. Gina stands armed, and green beams surround her. Behind her stands a statue in armor, and she remembers the parting words, which say, "Gina, the statues she is about to fight are fast, but they have extremely weak defense." She prepares to attack and then remembers that, also, their attacks are predetermined in advance, so she just needs to know the trajectory of their movement, and then she can destroy them with one attack, even as a tank. The beams pass very close to her. She remembers the trajectory of their movement. The beam rushes at her back. She feels with the back of her head that something is approaching. She turns around sharply, block the beam with a sword. She holds on tensely. Yellow beam. Gina pierces the guard. She does not look at the explosion behind her. She frowns forward while the blast wave passes behind her. Cleaver full of energy. Greg goes to the guard of his hall. He frowns, remembering Joe's words about the statue. Greg will fight has high defense, so it will be difficult to destroy it. The Guardian looks at his opponent without a scratch. Greg swings his cleaver and thinks that if he attacks him with a combination of physical and magical attacks, then it is quite possible to win. Greg Globino kicks the ground so that it cracks. He went head-on at the Guardian with great speed. The Guardian received a cut to the chest. Greg makes a cross strike. The shockwave covers the Guardian. Greg stands with cleavers in different directions. The fire tornado that Joe made. Odious asks Joe why you continue this useless fight. Joe tensely answers that we'll see. Joe glows blue and rolls his eyes using the ability to enhance intelligence. He holds Odious by the wrist and the force field turns red when he uses the area damage enhancement. He moves his injured hand to the side and thinks that with this enhancement, Joe can move his hand again. The dark-haired one bares his teeth. He angrily reaches his hand towards Odious. He uses the fireball ability and fries Odious. Odious flies to the side as a green shadow. He breaks through the wall with his body. Joe is in a fighting stance and glows blue. Odious is sitting on the ruins of a statue, beaten and without a cloak. He smirks and indignantly states how dare Joe do such a thing. He raises his hands up and uses his ability. He sharply lowers them into the stone floor, breaking it. Joe watches from the side as green rays hatch from under the stones. With his ability, he shook the hall, and Joe thinks that he needs to get rid of him as quickly as possible before he does anything else. Joe stretches both hands forward and uses a force fireball. The ball rushes towards Odious. Odious makes a stone barrier for himself and protects himself from the fireball. The barrier turns out to be a stone hand emitting green smoke. He looks angrily and releases spikes from under the ground, saying that Joe wanted to enjoy how he suffers. Odious smiles madly and says it's time to end this. The spikes gather in the center. The overall structure deforms. Joe looks at what Odious is becoming. Joe thinks with the monster in the background that it looks like the renegades Joe saw earlier. He frowns. A glowing wall of skulls. A huge branching structure with skulls at the core. A huge seven-eyed monster has gathered and Joe says it's something different. The monster is about to attack Joe. It charges its fist with energy and tells Joe to prepare for his death. It punches the floor. The walls shake. Hayes and Claire are driving to Lucchini and Hayes asks what that was and Claire says it was probably a powerful surge of magic in the center. They need to hurry. Gina runs to Odious. Greg is heading there too. The monster is standing with its fist on the floor. Joe is out of frame. It raises its fist. There is no one under the fist. A lot of blue silhouettes in the smoke and the monster says that even if he tries to hide in this smoke. A villainous roar. He releases spikes at the silhouettes and continues that you will not be able to avoid my attacks. The scale of what is visible expands and he continues that you will die a miserable death because you simply angered me. The silhouette colors the green spike in the color of Joe's energy. The real Joe comes out of the blue portal behind the monster's head. He gathers a ball of energy and prepares to attack. He says, a light projectile and a power projectile. He flies to attack, and next to him are balls of energy and a yellow stream. A colossal explosion occurs in front of Joe. He looks ahead in horror. A huge number of monster arms reach out to him and he himself is under a protective barrier. The monster says that with this level of magic, he grabs Joe with all his hands and continues that you will not be able to break through my defense. He slams Joe into the floor with all his might. He presses all his arms against it and says he'll crush it like a bug. Joe grins through the pain and thinks he can't wait any longer. His ID ability tells him that your stamina has dropped by less than 10% due to bleeding. Greg commands to attack. He makes a cut across the monster's arms and yells that he'll cut off those nasty arms. Gina comes at the monster from behind, and he says he didn't expect them to appear so quickly. Gina prepares to use her ability. She hits his leg with her shield. The monster staggers. He falls to his knee with a thud. Gina yells at Joe that it's his turn. Joe looks at her. He frowns and looks away. With great speed he rushes to the lower limb of the monster. He runs up its leg. The monster sends several spikes after him. They explode. Joe turns around in surprise. Lucchini and Claire attack these spikes. Claire aimed her bow. Joe jumps. He flies to attack the monster in the face, and the monster tells him that no matter how much they fight, you have no chance to overcome my barrier. Gina throws her sword to Joe. Joe catches it. Joe catches it without even batting an eye. The sword lights up with the color of his magic and he uses the ability Enchanted Weapon. He hits the armor of the monster with the enchanted sword. The force field and the sword in close contact emit sparks. Joe was able to break through the barrier. He frowns. He holds in his hands a shard charged with his magic. The broken sword flies to the side, and a shard is placed on the forehead of the monster. Joe says that it is over. The monster explodes. Joe walks near the monster's corpse. He raises his eyebrows and thinks that it was quite dangerous. His identification ability confirms that due to the bleeding, your stamina has dropped by less than 5%. Greg praises the dark-haired man. Joe turns around and says that if they had arrived a little later, the consequences would have been terrible, to which Greg replies that they were very lucky Joe ran right after the statues were destroyed. Joe notes that he did not expect the guys to finish so quickly. Claire replies that it was all because you told us how to fight these statues. Greg adds that earlier you said that you would tell us how you were able to find out the way to win. Gina says that Joe did a good job. He praises her in return. He smiles softly, shows the broken sword and continues that you threw him the sword at the perfect moment, and although it became like this after Joe restored it. Gina sheepishly replies that she did so because she knew the monsters in the canyon were strong against magic. She looks closely at Joe and calls him by name. He has a brand on his face and she asks why it hasn't disappeared yet. Joe, shocked, asks the same question. The identification explained about the brand's death healing and that the brand will remain on the victim for the rest of Odium's life, and any stamina restoration effect is replaced by a stamina drain effect. Gina looks at the green cracks under Joe's feet. She reaches out to him and yells at him to watch out. She pushes him in the chest. He looks at the girl, dumbfounded. He falls backwards. The spikes pierce Jin in several places. Joe screams Jin's name in horror. He looks at her impaled body. Joe runs to her and her eyes close, thinking about Joe. Her eyelids are almost completely stuck together. A hospital building. The sun is shining brightly through the window. Gina lies in bed. She opens her eyes tiredly. She looks at the ceiling and thinks about being in the hospital. She asks how long she has been there. A voice from the outside tells her it has been 3 days. She turns around to see Joe standing next to her. She remembers the cracks in her eyes in horror. She jumps up and says she remembered the dungeon and asks what happened after that. Joe peels an apple and tells her you just woke up, so don't be nervous. He goes on to say that the attack that hit you was the bastard's final blow and they destroyed him right after that. He goes on to say that they took their loot and left. He hands her an apple slice and tells her to stop worrying and get some rest. She reaches out to take the apple slice on her fork. She eats as Joe calls out to her. He remembers the time he was hospitalized after fainting. The second memory is of her protecting him in the dungeon. He sits with a plate and says that Joe just keeps causing her trouble. She hands him a fork and he looks at it, surprised. Gina puts her hand in his and starts talking. She asks sheepishly if you can finally give him an answer to that question. Joe, dumbfounded, asks again about that question. He raises his eyebrows and remembers the scene by the fire. She calls out to him. Joe calls her by name. She looks dumbfounded at the dark-haired man, who apologizes. Joe says that he had no idea how she felt about him. He takes her hand in both his. He seriously says that he likes her and asks her to be his girlfriend. He is serious. She sits there, confused and pleased. She agrees. The scene takes us to the port of Mokpo. Tiffany looks at the night sky and says that it has been a long time since Joe came to Korea like this. Someone's feet are bare and bandaged. This someone comes up to Tiffany from behind. He looks at this person madly and says that if it weren't for you, a wanted criminal, everything would be so much easier. Carolina stands there with a pink haze while Tiffany asks her how it feels to return to her homeland after so many years. She opens her empty eyes while Tiffany calls her by name. Joe is sitting at the computer. He quickly presses the keys. Joe is looking for various materials and is outraged that they alone will cost him $1 trillion. He frowns and says that who knew that so many materials are used to produce Deus relics. He looks at the legendary quality space stone and thinks that by clearing the Odium dungeon, he got it. He also looks at the famous drone blueprint. He also looks at the legendary Odium ring he received. The identification ability gives a certificate about the Odium ring. It is legendary class. The characteristics of the ring are that it increases charisma by 400 units, increases magic power by 300 units, and increases intelligence by 200 units. Also, holy healing can fully restore the user's stamina, but the spell does not always work. The attractiveness scale and the power of the provocation skill are increased by 300%. There is also a passive forever judge of heretics, regardless of whether the black cross of the dark magician Wendell is disguised or not. They can still see all objects within a radius of 500 meters, and the last skill is healing by death. Now the speed of restoring your opponent's stamina will be equal to the speed of its loss. He looks thoughtfully at the ring and says that this is not the most important thing. Sparks come off Joe's hand. He looks at the spatial token, whose class is unable to determine its ability, and thinks that all the spatial stones I had were combined into a spatial token. He kneels next to the wounded Jean and remembers that this strange synthesis occurred immediately after Jean collapsed to the floor. He gritted his teeth and held the girl with the purple strand and thought that they were busy escaping, so Joe did not pay attention to it. Joe's ability then outputted information saying that the 20 spatial stones they possessed were combined into one spatial token, and since the dark energy gathering in the magic tower was dispersed, the door to the dark dimension was now locked and the Ordo dimension was liberated. The guy clicks the mouse and thinks that Joe never imagined that they would allow him to produce Deus class equipment, and now their biggest problem is related to one of the materials. A picture of a glowing heart, and he thinks that the heart of Azazel is the most important of these materials because the condition for obtaining it is to deal a fatal blow to the dungeon boss. Two of the Freedom Guild and the dark-haired one continues that in order to obtain it, Joe must go to the dungeon in Alaska, which is currently owned by the Freedom Guild. He calls Goyuri and says that since he has no idea how to do this, he will try to contact him. The American Guild building is free. Brox looks at the phone from which he is told that Joe spoke about many important things. Either they grant him the right to clear the dungeon, or he will join one of our attack teams. Brox replies that the Azazel dungeon is the place where they sent all their best warriors, and even then there were many casualties, and even Joe considered this dungeon insurmountable, and also why the dark-haired man was interested in it. The voice from the phone answered that Joe needs Azazel's heart. Brox crosses his arms over his chest and asks again. The voice from the phone continues that yes, and this is very strange, because it is known that this item gives its owner 1,000 units of endurance, but the catch is that Joe is a spellcaster. Brox frowned and replied that he was right, since if he was a magic caster, he would be interested in the Asura dungeon, which is located in China. The girl on the end of the line said that Brox was right, but Joe was being cunning and didn't tell her anything else. Brox turned around thoughtfully and thought that it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to see the guy's abilities. He frowned and thought that it was no secret that Joe was interested in him not only as a potential guild member, but as an awakened one. The girl asked what they would do. He says that he agrees to his terms and they will assemble an attack team and send them with him, but only under 2 conditions. The girl asks what those conditions are. In front of a pile of money, Brox says that the first condition is the rent for the rights to the Azazel dungeon, which is set at 300 billion won for each team member. Joe is in front of the magic rings, and Brox states the second condition, saying that before the attack, all team members will be assessed and must be accepted unanimously. Brox frowns at the phone and continues that if he fulfills these conditions, then Joe will take full responsibility and guarantee him Azazel's heart. Approaching Brox, and he says that however, tell him that I have absolutely no intention of cleaning up after him. The girl asks again, so they mean that he will have to survive on his own and will pass on his message. Brox thanks her. He smirks. He looks excitedly and thinks that this will be fun. Joe puts the phone on the table and says that he should rest since they said that they would inform him of their decision tomorrow. A screen materializes in front of him. He looks at the inscription about the end of the translation and asks if he wants to check, to which Joe says that the translation is really finished. Lately it was quite mediocre, so Joe has already stopped paying attention to it. The book glows and he asks if he even needs to check if it is a victory or a defeat. The book opens and the identification ability gives a certificate from the spatial amplification, which says that this book was created to amplify spatial energy, and in order to amplify spatial energy, it contains formulas in the language of the gods, which cannot be understood by humans. But if you follow the correct procedures and remove the sealed energy of the book at the specified place, then they will be able to use it for its intended purpose. Joe looks at the empty glowing book and thinks about the language of the gods and that he really does not see anything there. The memo tells Joe to go to the top of the nearest Deus spire and open the first page. The second memo, if the reward in each dungeon increases, then each awakened will also have their growth efficiency increased. The third memo asks to take this with him to the specified location to prepare for the appearance of the Dimension Gate. Joe looks displeased and says that it tells him to prepare for the Dimension Gate. In the background of his reasoning, Ebernerd and Joe thinks that most likely this means that another wave will appear soon, like with Ebernerd, and since it mentions the nearest spire, then there is only one place in mind. He thinks of the Deus Spire in Gwanghwanem, Seoul office branch of KBI. The girl is standing next to Joe and says that she did not think that Joe would ever decide to climb to the top of the Deus Spire, to which Joe replies that he has personal business there. She looks at him and says that even though KBI is on Joe's side, you will need permission from the WBI Korean branch director to access the top of the spire. Joe confirms that he knows this. She continues that since the director is coincidentally in their branch today, Joe has arranged a meeting for them. Joe asks if it will be a one-on-one meeting. The girl answers in the affirmative and says that if they want to be polite, it cannot be ruled out that it will be an interrogation. They walk together and look up. She stands near the door and says that they have arrived and the director is waiting for you inside. She opens the door and calls him by name. She frowns and warns him to cooperate with her, but not to say anything unnecessary. She looks at him seriously. He smirks and says sure. He frowns and says that he will only give him the information he needs. She goes inside and tells the director that she brought Joe to him. The director thanks the girl for her work. Joe looks at him and thinks that this man is the Korean branch director. The director says that he has heard a lot about Joe. He introduces himself as Lance and says that he is the director of the Korean branch of WBI. Lance's eyes light up and he asks the dark-haired man to sit down. Mila sits down next to Joe and Brock starts the conversation. Joe holds a book in his hands and Brock tells him that what they say is based on the books that they obtained themselves and asks if all Awakened can increase their efficiency and rewards by clearing dungeons. Joe grimly replies that it is true, not only Jamagu can do it, but all other Awakened. He seriously says that he needs to go to the top of the Deus Spire. Brock asks if Joe doesn't find this a little strange. He asks directly at the guy and continues that why all these things happen to you, to which Joe replies that I can only say that I learned about it when I identified the books found in the dungeon. Brock smirks and asks about identification again and emphasizes how amazing his ability is and that he wishes he had one. Joe smiles and says that everyone tells him that. Brock seriously says that let's end our conversation and get back to talking about the Deus Spire. He continues that you can only get to the top with a C rank. Silhouettes of people and Brock says that there are only two of them in Korea, him and Mila. Joe nods in agreement. Brock says that there is nothing good in this place, because if you provoke Deus anger, you can even say goodbye to your life. He smiles evilly and says that based on all this, he should check the book that Joe told him about. He reaches out his hand to the book and adds that this is all because Joe is now a significant figure on a national scale. Brock closes his eyes, smiles and continues that the dark-haired man must prevent future dangers that may happen to them. Joe copies Brock's facial expressions and says that he apologizes, but this book can only be used by those who identified it. Brock replies that this is the first time he has heard of such a thing. Mila adds that this situation also happens to them for the first time. Mila looks at Joe and says that legendary level spatial stones appeared not long ago. Approaching her, she continues that many other things happened before the 20th anniversary of the first wave. Brock agrees and tells Joe that let's look at the power of this spatial amplification, since there is no reason not to do so, since the effectiveness of all awakened ones will increase. The view from Brock's is back and he suggests heading to the spire. The plot takes us inside the Deus Spire. Brock says that they are there. In front of them is a carved door, which Brock identifies as the entrance to the upper floor of the spire. Brock tells Joe to go, and he and the branch manager will wait downstairs. Joe thanks him. A dark-haired guy enters the room. He walks forward. The guy looks around. He looks to the side and does not understand why he cannot see anything. Some kind of light appears in front of him. The sphere of light is surrounded by floating carvings. Joe walks up the ramp to the sphere. A spark appears in front of him and a notification appears telling him to open the first chapter of the spatial enhancement. He opens the book and various symbols float around. A beam of light bursts out of the book and a notification appears that the seal of the spatial enhancement has been removed. The beam spirals a stream of symbols. The book becomes a yellow sphere surrounded by floating elements and a notification comes that there are 5 minutes left until the full power of the spatial enhancement is activated and asks Joe to be ready. A voice is heard saying that it looks like someone was able to find the key. Joe looks up in shock and asks who is talking to him. The ceiling began to look like a cloudy sky and the voice says that Jolfa and the Omega of the Awakened system, beings called to start everything over, they also call me Deus. Joe, stunned, asks himself again. Deus says that he will allow him to ask one question, since he found one of the covered keys and encourages him to ask. Joe is lost in his memories and says that everything he has done up until now, has he chosen the right path. Deus replies from behind the clouds that they are right and superior to everyone else. He looks up, dumbfounded. He stands in front of the same sphere, and the cloudy sky has once again been replaced by emptiness. Joe clenches his fist and repeats Deus' words that he is right and superior to everyone else. He looks up excitedly and thinks that he still has a long way to go, so Joe must become stronger. He looks at the book and is notified that the power of spatial amplification has been fully activated. He reaches out to it and another notification says that the power has been spread throughout the world. A beam shoots into the sky. A beam of light shoots out from the top of Dea's tower. The book stops glowing. It lights up with the color of Joe's magic. New notification that the spatial amplifier has been converted into an 8th grade spellbook under M. Iron Skin. He looks at the book in his hands and thinks that he didn't expect this. A new notification says that a new class, Pathfinder, has been unlocked using spatial enhancement. Another notification says that user Joe gets a new class, Pathfinder, and receives Pathfinder's blessing. The dark-haired guy gets the skill Pioneer's Enlightenment, after receiving which the class level will be increased by 6 points. The information about the enhancement under Pathfinder's blessing says that if they cast this enhancement on their allies, their physical strength will be restored by 10 units every second. But they must be located within a radius of 10 meters from you. If they move away, the enhancement will disappear. Joe turns around, dumbfounded. Golden Gate. The ability gives a new certificate, which says that now in each country at the top of the Spire of Deus were created Golden Gates, and information about the Golden Gates will be distributed among all awakened within 5 days. Also, in addition about the Golden Gates, their status is sealed for the time for release is equal to 120 hours and the countdown has begun. The golden glow of the city in the windows. Joe reaches for the door handle and thinks that since he is near the office, he needs to pick up the books that T-Pun found. Approaching on the face, and he continues that it would be nice if among them there is a high-level spell book. He enters the office and sees a girl in a chair. He asks who she is. An ominous aura comes from the girl. He looks dumbfounded and does not believe his eyes. Carolina madly leans back in his chair. He looks at her and says that he clearly remembers that she escaped to China. Carolina gets up from the chair. Joe yells at her with a question about how she ended up here. Carolina smirks and attacks the dark-haired man. Joe stretches his arms forward and activates the shield. He frowns and holds the defense. She jumps, breaking the floor, and Joe thinks that Carolina is a C-rank awakened Guild White Lotus. She goes to attack him from above. Joe thinks that he should not let his guard down. The attack falls on the shield. Carolina was able to break the barrier. Carolina frowns. She uses her ability. Joe runs away, and Carolina goes on the attack. Joe concentrates magic in his hand. Carolina creates a cannon. Joe looks scared. Carolina looks with a mad gleam in her eyes. She fires the cannon. The projectile rushes at Joe, while he runs away and thinks that it was an unusual trajectory and a mixture of the spell of the natural laws of physics. He uses the dimensional gate in an attempt to escape from the projectile because he thinks that if he gets under it, everything will end badly. He stretches his hands to the gate. An explosion occurs. A shell pierces the panoramic windows of the building. The gate glows. Joe comes out of the gate. He finds himself outside the building. He uses the flight skill. He hovers near the place where the shell exploded. He looks at the building from where Carolina is already aiming at him. More shells are flying at him. He uses a shield in the air. He frowned. Carolina flies out of the smoke with 2 pistols. The crazy girl looks at Joe angrily. She attacks his shield with huge claws. Joe looks at her in shock. He prepares to counterattack. He points his hand at her and uses a power missile. Carolina fires. Their shells knock each other down. Joe frowns ahead. Carolina looks back at him, while Joe thinks that he is not afraid of all these attacks that are falling on him. A crowd of monsters, and Joe remembers that apparently last time he lost his ego with these guys. Both are preparing to attack again, and Joe continues to think that then the only thing he can do now is immobilize her. The dark-haired man creates a magic ring and uses a power missile, Ice Storm. He bares his teeth. The attacks spiral towards Carolina. She smiles madly and holds Joe at gunpoint. She ends up inside an ice block. Joe looks at a huge iceberg. He looks at Carolina in the ice and says that since you are not even human, there is no point in bothering you. He looks at her and says that he is leaving her with KBI. Joe's iceberg is flaunted behind the high rise. Tiffany looks at this picture and says that this is an enormous power. Carolina with red eyes, while Tiffany says that this is not enough. Carolina gets angry and Tiffany continues to think that she can't believe that they are trying to stop a former C-rank awakened who was also modified. He breaks out of the ice and attacks Joe. She creates a new cannon. She aims at the dark-haired man. Tiffany thinks that vanity, which makes her feel superior to her opponent. The barrel of the gun is aimed at Joe's chest. The gun is about to fire. Joe looks at it in horror, while Tiffany thinks that her vanity will lead to her death. The girl, frowning, thought that it was vanity that made him feel superior to his opponent. Then she hit the protagonist in the stomach with all her might. The gun began to heat up. The girl was preparing to shoot. A second later, Joe turned pale and she thought that this would lead to his death. A moment later, he flew down at great speed. She looked in his direction for a few seconds in silence. The protagonist was quickly approaching the ground. Then he flew down with great force. The girl slowly landed on the ground. She took a few steps towards him. Joe was lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. A moment later, the girl had a katana in her hands. She came close to him, and then swung to strike. Frowning her brows, she began to throw the sword. She looked menacingly in front of her. Her weapon quickly approached the protagonist's face. After a while, the crater was empty. A red portal appeared. Someone came out of it. The guy, looking menacingly ahead, asked if he had overestimated him. Looking at the girl, he added that he did not expect her to win. Then, looking in her direction, he turned to her. Suddenly, he saw the protagonist behind her. His skin became stone. He looked menacingly ahead. The guy was horrified to see him. Looking at him, a system message appeared in front of him that this is iron skin. It nullifies all physical damage. He thought that he withstood her last attack with this spell. Joe, getting to his feet, asked who he was, to which the guy sarcastically replied that he was a ghost ant. The protagonist stood up and answered that he really was, and suddenly the guy interrupted him, saying that he was, although he didn't know why people had given him that nickname. Joe clenched his fist menacingly and shouted what he needed. The guy turned around and replied that he thought they should start by choosing another place to talk, as there were plenty of prying eyes around. Hearing this, Joe shouted discontentedly that he thought he would follow him calmly like that. A second later, the guy raised his hand and a red sphere formed in it. It grew in size, and he replied that he didn't need to take other people's opinions into account. A few moments later, the red sphere completely absorbed Joe, and then they both disappeared. He looked ahead with displeasure. Looking around, he asked where they were. The guy slowly approached him, replying that it was a secret place he had created with a barrier spell. Smiling, he raised his hand, adding that he shouldn't worry so much. Then he extended his hand forward, adding that he was only here to talk to him. After which he looked menacingly in front of him. Looking at the protagonist, he asked how much he knew about the power he could receive. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that why was he so surprised? There was nothing special about it. The protagonist, frowning, thought that he had never mentioned this power before, after which he answered what exactly he needed from him and how much he knew about him. The guy raised his hand, answered that he knew that he was chosen to awaken the powers, because all the spells that he used against the girl were obtained thanks to her. Smiling maliciously, he added that, however, he thinks that this is far from all. The guy looked madly in front of himself, adding what else was given to him. A purple aura began to appear around him. Stepping forward, he added that he should tell him. To which Joe, frowning, replied that he would not. A moment later, the guy was next to him, telling him to think carefully. Frightened, the protagonist wondered when he had time. He saw his opponent go around from behind. Then the guy menacingly said that he saw how he was looking at him. It seemed that he was not ready to talk to him yet. Stepping aside, he added that, apparently, he came too early. Turning around, he said that for his sake he would even remove one of those who were watching him. Hearing this, Joe, putting his hand on his shoulder, asked who it was, to which the guy replied that he himself knew when the news of the Awakened would be turned on tomorrow. Imagining gears in his head, he continued to say that he meant that the world does not revolve around him, and he is just one of many gears. Hearing this, Joe replied with displeasure that he had never even thought of such a thing, to which the guy turned around and replied that he was wrong and that he shouldn't be so vain. The protagonist gritted his teeth with displeasure, and the guy added that he was not the only chosen one in this world and that he should remember that. A second later, he cut the space with his hand, telling Joe to think carefully about who he was, what his destiny was, and how awakened he had become. Frowning, he continued to say that until they met again. Joe tried to run after him, but the space began to collapse. He covered his face with his hands. We are transferred to the TV, where they say that yesterday at about 10 p.m. there was an explosion in the building. Fortunately, no one was hurt since the building was empty. An icy skyscraper appears on the screen, and they say that their reporter reports that after the explosion, a huge column of ice was discovered. Then the men in black suits appeared, and the reporter added that the incident was already being investigated. Joe, looking at the TV, thought that he was glad that there were no civilian casualties. The news anchor added that they would move on to the next news. A huge building appeared on the screen, and he continued to say that today at 3 a.m., a famous Awakened was found dead in a hotel and the authorities were already investigating. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled and shouted that the SS-ranked Awakened was dead. On TV, the anchor added that no signs of a break-in outside or inside the room were detected using CCTV cameras. Joe, looking at the screen, thought that this could not be. He remembered the guy who approached him yesterday and said that for his sake he would even eliminate one of those who were watching him. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the SS rank was far from an ordinary Awakened, but he killed him so easily. Suddenly, a girl approached him, saying that he was early, to which Joe replied, "What is she doing here?" Looking at her, he saw the guys behind the master, adding who those two were. The girl replied that after seeing the news, Her father assigned her some bodyguards. Closing her eyes, she added that she wondered if it was true that a C rank needed bodyguards. Joe, coming closer, replied that this was the first time he would be working together with her, to which the master replied that she was looking forward to the opportunity to go to the dungeon with him. It was incredibly exciting. Joe, imagining dark silhouettes in his mind, said that he was worried about whether he would be able to pass the test with his team. Stepping aside, she said that she thought he shouldn't worry about it, his skills would definitely satisfy them. Then, turning around, she addressed him, saying that they were heading to Alaska. We are transported to the Freedom Guild, to the Alaskan base, after which we appear in an underground training base. A guy surrounded by a strong aura looks at the crystal. He frowns and uses his power. The aura around him begins to increase several times, and then, swinging his fist, he hits the crystal hard. He silently looks ahead for a few seconds, thinking that this is still not enough. Then two guys approach him, saying that he is warming up, to which he replies that he did not expect them to arrive so quickly. A guy in a blue jacket appears in front of us. He says that he can't be late for such fun when he invited him to clear an SS rank dungeon. Another man in a blue tie stands next to him. He adds that he heard that he has unique abilities, they just want to look at his strength. The guy in the red shirt, approaching them, said that he has already voted for him. Smiling, he added that he didn't think he would do so well in a C rank dungeon. He held it out in his hands and said that they had done a great job of coming all the way, to which his comrade replied with displeasure that he hadn't tried to hug him. That was disgusting. The guy in the red shirt folded his arms and said that if he had received this buff, pointing his finger at the crystal, he added that he would be able to break it. For them it was just a measuring device, so it was unlikely. His friend replied that they could still count on his support because he was up to his rank. Suddenly, the man in black glasses said, coming closer, that they had arrived. The protagonist, looking at the three guys, thought that this was an unusual place. The master, walking forward, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy in the red shirt replied that she had matured a lot, and the guy standing next to him replied that he was not that old to call him uncle. Joe, looking at them, asked if she knew these people, to which the girl replied that she had met them when she was young, when she lived with her father in America, and they still kept in touch. The guy in the red shirt saw another girl nearby, saying that she was also here. Looking at the team, he added that it seemed like everyone was here. Smiling, he continued to say that as he had told them earlier, they needed the consent of 5 people to join, and he hoped that they had already made a decision. The master, raising her hand, replied that she had seen his skills with her own eyes, so she agreed. The girl, raising her hand, replied that she thought that ranking did not matter during the final attack. She agreed. Then, looking at the guys, she added that there were still 2 left. The guy with the blue tie lowered his hand, apologizing, saying that he had to check something. He cut the air with all his might, and then a moment later appeared behind the protagonist, after which he turned around in surprise. Joe was covered in stone skin. He asked what all this was, after which the guy stretched out his hands, formed a huge amount, saying that then he would not hold back. A moment later, they completely enveloped the protagonist. They began to squeeze him with all their might. Sparks fell from his armor. The guy pulled them with all his might. The girl, looking at this, thought that last time they did not have such a rule, how strong he became. After a while, smiling, the guy said that the skill that changes his body, he thinks it is amazing, to which Joe asked that he is satisfied. Stretching out his hand, the guy replied that he is more than willing for the protagonist to join them. They shook hands. The guy said that he was looking forward to their cooperation. The protagonist, turning around, saw another member of the team, from whom a strong aura emanated. He thought that he was the last one left. A moment later, his entire body was covered in flames, and he told him to take care of him. Joe, looking at the guy, asked that he wanted to fight him. He, frowning, answered that yes, he needed to make sure. The comrade in the red shirt, coming closer, shouted at him to wait, to which the guy answered discontentedly, "What is it?" His friend, looking at them, answered that although it was just a test, it was too dangerous for a B rank to fight a plus rank. The guy looked at the crystals, then said that instead, why doesn't he check the enhancement on the crystal? They are also interested in this ability. The guy, lowering his eyes, answered that he doesn't even know. The red shirt guy came closer and asked Joe if he could boost it, to which the guy waited. He swung his hand and then added that he would try it himself first. A second later, he summoned a huge, bright flame. In an instant, it completely engulfed the crystal. The protagonist was pushed back, thinking that this was an incredibly powerful inferno. After a while, the crystal was completely intact. The red shirt guy asked his comrade that he really thought he could do this. He then looked at the protagonist, saying that he could begin. Frowning, Joe used a huge number of boosts. A system message appeared in front of the burning guy that the mass boost was activated, increasing the radius by 10 meters, as well as the combat abilities of all team members by 250% for 2 minutes. During the rampage, mana is below 1 unit, and he will not be able to feel pain. The guy stared ahead silently for a few seconds. His flames increased several times. Then it completely absorbed him. He turned into a huge monster and then squeezed the crystal with his hand. The flames turned red. The walls of the base began to shake. The fire destroyed everything in its path. Joe watched what was happening with a smile. The two girls looked ahead in surprise. After a while, the guy saw that the crystal was destroyed and the walls of the base were broken. He looked ahead in surprise. "We are transferred to a corridor." The man sighs and then says that he did not expect it to break through the reinforced wall. Turning around, he added that the protagonist has nothing to apologize for. It's all because of that guy who got drunk on his power and could not control himself. After which the man put his hand on the blue button. It began to open, and Joe said that there were a lot of guards here, to which his comrade replied that as long as they were inside, they knew what would happen outside. Frowning, he continued to say that he now asked for their attention. Looking to the side, he added that they should remember that the protagonist must deliver the final blow. Then they entered the dungeon. 3 drones were flying above the forest. They were quickly approaching their target. Looking at the fog from below, someone said that it was difficult to see anything. Joe, smiling, said that they needed to stay alert, to which his comrade asked what they all heard. They can't relax. After all, this is an SS rank dungeon. No one can know what will happen. A moment later, several monsters appeared in front of them. One of them, hissing, said that they, humans, dare to trample this temple with their filthy feet. The guy hit one of them on the head with all his might, asking what he was even talking about. Another monster opened its mouth, preparing to shoot. The man pushed off the tree. He dashed forward at great speed towards his opponent, and then he hit him in the face with all his might. The monster's head flew back, causing a bright flash. His lifeless body began to fall down, and the man flew a few more meters in the air. Blue threads appeared, and a second later, the monster was tied up. The guy, frowning, used full restraint, to which his comrade replied with displeasure that it took him so long. A few seconds later, all the monsters were tied up, and the fire guy, passing by them, said that restraining so many monsters would probably take a long time. Then he stopped. He grabbed one of the threads. Then he snapped his fingers, saying that it was over, after which all the threads were covered in flames, burning the monsters. Then a strong explosion occurred, destroying them in a second. The protagonist, looking at this, frowned. He looked at his comrades and thought that so this is what the skills of the awakened SS rank are. The man, looking ahead, said that it was time for them to move on. The second day in the Ikazal dungeon, Ree furiously shouted that they were advancing again. The monsters were rapidly approaching. They jumped up to strike. The girl cut the air with bright strikes. The snake widened its eyes in shock. The girl's eyes glowed angrily. A magic beam flew towards the monster. Ree angrily looked ahead. The lizard's eyes glowed with fire. Their muzzles began to burn. Megan thought in shock when there were so many of them. She rushed forward and continued the thought that the first thing to do was to avoid this. Her body was wrapped in the tail of the lizard. Her gaze fell on the monster and flashed through her thoughts that it was still alive. Brox called out to someone. A voice said that he would figure it out. Bright flashes of the lizard's strike flew forward. Someone suddenly appeared in their path. The voice spoke a reflection spell. The hero reflected all the magic rays. The girl had a lizard tail around her and she called the protagonist. The voice shouted to take their shots back. The energy of the lizards began to return back. The crushing energy shook the entire space. The guy's eyes shone brightly. A hotel, somewhere in China. The girl was kneeling and screaming that she would never forgive him. She furiously continued that she would never forgive Joe for what he did to her. The energy around Tiffany swirled. Someone was standing in front of her. The girl's name flashed through Brittany's mind. She was kneeling in front of the master and asking how this was possible. She held the girl in her arms and said that he was going to leave Tiffany without treatment. Larson answered affirmatively and continued that with her current skills, she would never be able to defeat the protagonist. His eyes lit up and he continued that until she could draw out all of her inner strength, they needed to leave her anger towards Joe as it was. He continued that this ugly face would always remind her of that. The girl was lying on her friend's lap. The voice told Brittany to try to stir up that anger in her. The girl called out to Tiffany, who was sitting on her lap. Half of her face was disfigured and she called out to her friend. She then exclaimed that she didn't protect her. Brittany replied that they were on a battlefield. How did she think she would have been able to handle it if she had protected her? She frowned and continued that she was simply too weak. Brittany stood in front of her and told her that just giving up and running away like that was the right choice. Looking at the girl, she said that if only she could continue to live with this ugly face. Tiffany arched her back and screamed at her to stop making fun of her. The light in the windows was glowing red. She exclaimed that she thought she would stop there. She screamed that this time she would tear him apart with her own hands. The third day in the Ikazal dungeon. People were walking along a dimly lit street. Someone raised a fist and shouted for everyone to wait. Brox continued that they had entered a dangerous area. The guy chuckled and asked what again. The hero asked what kind of place it was. The guy replied that since it was his first time here, it would be faster. Sounds came from the thicket of the forest. Someone was visible in the distance. A man with a bandaged hand was holding a weapon. It was an rank monster, Caton. The voice said that this was a Caton colony. Brox adjusted his hair and said that in the past at this stage there weren't so many of them. Someone replied that it was a long time ago, so it was logical that there were more of them. The voice said that maybe they could just break through. The hero asked in shock and suggested just breaking through them. Brox asked how he was going to do it. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that he could ask them not to make sounds near the monsters. The guy replied that yes. Joe frowned and said that then there was one way. Then he cast a permanent invisibility spell, a 5th class spell. Permanent invisibility maintains the invisibility effect constantly, consistently consumes 100 units of mana. The girl exclaimed in surprise that it was permanent invisibility. The guy added that so this is how powerful the spells are. Joe smirked and replied that yes, this spell would protect them. He continued that, however, they would hope that the monsters did not have detection abilities. The people's bodies were translucent. The girls stayed close. The monsters scurried everywhere and did not see the people. They surrounded the translucent characters. A moment later, the invisibility magic began to disappear. Brock said that yeah, if they weren't smart, they'd only suffer. Someone told the protagonist that at first he thought his spells were just a show, but it exceeded all his expectations. Joe turned around and said he was glad they liked it. Brock said that they had passed the danger zone, so he suggested they speed up a bit. He continued that they didn't have much time left to get to the boss area. He suggested they rest and continue tomorrow. The stars lit up the dark sky. The guy sat next to the burning fire. The guy thought that it wouldn't be easy to recruit the protagonist because of Megan. He continued the thought that his abilities were too good to be treated with distrust. Structural parts flew in the air. The guy sat and thought that at least it was better to think about the Blue Castle Guild and only then about the Freedom Guild. Someone invisible stood nearby. A bright glow appeared in his place. The protagonist was rushing somewhere. He was flying and thinking that thanks to the Infinite Ring, he didn't want to sleep at all. Infinite Ring, class, unique, even if he didn't eat. He wouldn't feel hungry, he wouldn't get tired, even if he didn't sleep. Putting it on, he wouldn't be subject to impulsive or emotional desires. It flashed through his mind that Ikezella, a SS rank boss monster. He was flying and thinking that they were moving out tomorrow, but he needed to look around just in case. The guy raised his head and said what it was. He was standing in front of the building and said that he couldn't rest because the monsters called this place a temple, but now he saw that they were right. The protagonist's body was invisible. He was holding something in his hand and said in confusion that it was a spatial token. A bright sphere was flashing with lightning in the sky. The spatial token that Joe possesses creates a unique power and resonance emanating from the Temple of Despair. Transforms the user of Joe into a resonant state. The hero thought about the resonant state in shock. He turned around and opened his mouth. He asked in confusion if this was a trap. After a moment, he looked away. The resonance caused the spatial body of the fake Ikezella to stop functioning. The spatial body of Ikezella. Ikezella awakening. It flashed through the guy's mind that this was the same Ikezella they knew. The heart in the monster's chest glowed with energy. A silhouette began to form in front of the protagonist. Arms began to grow from the tendons. The body began to take shape. The monster's face came together as one. He said that he had been waiting for this for many years. The demon screwed up his eyes and continued that his name was Ikezella. The demon said that while wandering through the dimensions, God blessed him to be reborn in this place to protect him. He continued that he was waiting for him. The board said that Ikezella had awakened. The demon with wings stood tall. The hero's thoughts flashed that he would be able to get out of here if he was not caught. The demon extended his hand, began to create a magical sphere and said that he lost his eyes in the battle. His eyes were glowing red and he continued that but the eyes of the abyss will allow him to see more. He pulled out his weapon and said that so stop hiding and let him come out. Joe asked in surprise that he could see him. The guy answered with a smile that very well, human. He continued with a smirk that the real battle would begin now. He continued that if he won, he could take from him anything he wanted. The hero asked why. He said that he was waiting for him. The demon's eyes were glowing and he said that he resonated with his power, so his power would free him. The protagonist asked what his god told him. The man replied that he did and he had been waiting for this day. The demon continued that okay, enough of the chatter. The demon stretched out his arms to strike. The monster angrily said that he was finished. He rushed forward at the guy. He opened his mouth in shock. Joe cast a flight spell and jumped high into the air. The hero thought that he needed to deal with his attack first. A moment later, the guy cast a fireball spell. A bright flash appeared in front of the demon. Joe frowned. The demon said how warm it was. Lech cut through the space sharply. He flew a centimeter from the protagonist. Enormous energy cut through the air. The demon said to show everything a person is capable of. The protagonist bared his teeth in pain. Invisibility began to fade from his body. The demon rushed rapidly at Joe. His eyes burned with a furious flame. A beam of energy dug into the ground. Everything around began to tremble from the impact. The hero's body began to be enveloped in iron and he cast an iron skin spell. Ikezela pounced on the guy and he parried the blow with his fist. A bright flash was created from their collision. The hero's thoughts flashed that he was a fool when he asked an SS rank boss for a quest. He looked at the demon and continued the thought that he needed to give it his all from the very beginning. The hero cast an ice storm spell and a huge hurricane began to form. The demon's body was imprisoned in ice and he shouted that it was great. Waves of energy began to emanate from Ikezela. Beams cut the ice from all sides. He freed himself from the ice and shouted how long he had been waiting for such a duel. Ikezela flew towards the hero and he cast a healing him spell. Joe created a sphere and a buff spell. Special spell, Spatial Mage passive buff skill. The spell effect increases depending on the current amount of wisdom. Cooldown 10 seconds. The spell of fire arrows was cast and they suddenly appeared in the air. The protagonist pointed the weapon at the enemy. The demon began to dodge the blows. A moment later, he flashed energy around himself. The arrows hit his spell. Joe flew to the side. He frowned and extended his fist forward. The arrows flew again at Ikezela's back. He abruptly turned his gaze back. A crushing flash formed. Joe covered himself with his hand from a sharp blow. Someone's footsteps were heard in the distance. Ikezela was sitting on one knee and breathing heavily. Then he said discontentedly that a consistent increase in strength. Flashes of explosions were heard around. The demon continued that as well as all kinds of magic, Joe's clones were flying at the enemy. The demon stood up and said that however, he continued, as he had already said in advance. The hero was flying at Ikezela's back. He turned around and said that he had the eyes of the abyss. A sharp weapon flashed near the protagonist's face. He sharply cast a spatial gate spell. A protective barrier formed near the blade. The weapon entered the spatial gate. The demon bared his teeth furiously. He turned around and the hero flew past him. A moment later, the guy was on the other side of the demon. Joe stretched his hand forward and created a ball of magical energy. He sharply cast a lightning chain spell, and lightning filled the air. They were rapidly approaching the enemy. The demon's body became electrified and he fell onto a stone. Ikezela was pinned to a high cliff. The demon furiously said that he had never seen such different and fast magic. He looked at the hero and said that it was fun. The demon grinned. Then he said that now, let him show him his power, which he had accumulated here. The hero's thoughts flashed that his magic covered the entire sky. He looked at the magical waves above his head. He continued the thought that he was absorbing everything. A bright sphere hung in the air. A crushing wave of energy surrounded the demon. The enemy's body began to grow stone. A huge tail fell to the ground. Clawed paws shook the earth. The demon's body took on a second hypostasis. It flashed through his thoughts that all the magic that was in the air was concentrated in his body. He showed his true strength. A demon in his second hypostasis stood before him. The hero frowned and continued the thought that he looked at him and thought that his body could not resist magic and was gradually collapsing. Ikezela was angry. Ikezela entered the second phase of large scale. His health decreased by 0.3% every second. Ikezela pulled out a huge sword. He cut the air in front of him. With each second, he dealt more and more blows. They were rapidly approaching the protagonist. A portal formed between the cut space. The protagonist jumped out of another portal. A moment later, Ikezela pointed the sword at the hero. The blade was approaching Joe. The demon suddenly fell to the ground. The protagonist looked up in surprise. The demon grabbed the weapon tightly. The sword was stuck in the ground. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. The protagonist looked at the demon in fear. A bright beam appeared on the platform. It got dark outside. The guy looked to the side and wondered what kind of magic it was. The girl took a step forward and turned to him, to which he asked what happened. A sleeping bag appeared. Someone said that Joe was missing. Looking at the guy, she said that she hoped he did not leave first, to which he replied that it was impossible. How can you attack an SS rank boss alone? Standing in front of him, the girl said that then blue particles appeared, and she added that the master was already in the temple. Looking straight ahead, the robot said that he would protect him in accordance with the order of his master. Images of monsters appeared. The thought appeared that even if they were 100% confident in their skills, they still did not know what could happen inside the dungeon. Brox frowned and thought that he was risking his own life for some kind of excitement. The girl stretched out her hand forward and said that he should tell him where Joe was, to which he replied that his job was to protect them from danger. Looking straight ahead, the robot said that he could not take them to a dangerous place where the master was now. The guy said that then they would not be able to do anything, to which she responded approvingly. It was heard that they should prepare the rest as soon as possible and follow him. The guy rushed forward, and the robot said no, it was dangerous. The robot flew up. The robot said that he should follow the master's orders to protect the team members. The guy flew straight and thought that sacrificing himself, damn him. Multicolored flashes appeared. A sphere appeared in front of the demon and he said that he thought he still had his energy. Looking at what he had managed to accumulate so far, maybe there was a limit to this power. The protagonist extended his hand to the side and used a power missile. The red sword suddenly rushed forward. Blue beams flew straight. The attacks collided with each other. The protagonist looked straight. A blue area appeared under his hand. The protagonist jumped between the debris. The demon rushed towards the hero. The protagonist ran straight. Suddenly, the protagonist used acceleration. The demon watched as the hero used wind space. The protagonist ran away from the demon's attack. The protagonist found himself behind the villain. A green light appeared in front of Joe. The protagonist used the death mark. Turning around, Ikesella said that this skill, an image of a monster appeared, and he added that he dealt with him too. The demon grabbed the hero's hand. Looking at him, he said that he would take revenge on him for this. Red beams appeared around the demon. The protagonist frowned from his brow. The protagonist stood in front of the villain. The hero's hand was glowing, and the demon said that his resistance was pointless. The protagonist used the Hem of Healing. Healing particles flew around the demon and he asked what the hell he was doing. The particles changed to purple. It said about the mark of death, the effect of increasing the target's health changed to decreasing it. The demon spread his arms to the sides and shouted. The protagonist stood near the demon. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hand up. Joe jumped sharply to the side. The protagonist used restraint. Ikesella looked straight ahead. The protagonist stretched his hand upward. Eternal fetters appeared between the debris. A pentagram appeared on the ground. Suddenly, projectiles flew at the demon. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. A bright glow appeared on the debris. The debris rushed towards the demon. Ikesella raised his head up. Suddenly, the debris crushed him. The protagonist stood in the smoke. The protagonist watched angrily. Red beams appeared among the debris. Suddenly, they jumped up sharply. The attack rushed towards the hero. The demon approached the protagonist. The protagonist restrained his attack. Ikesella looked angrily at the hero. Red particles emitted from him. Red beams appeared around. The protagonist turned his head to the side. Blue portals appeared behind him. Drones suddenly appeared. A blue barrier appeared around the demon and the hero. Looking at the protagonist, Ikesella asked what the hell. The protagonist grinned and replied that it was the power of science. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. The beams flew into the barrier. A thought arose that the spell would not last long like this. The demon looked angrily at the hero. The hero flew up sharply. Suddenly, the barrier was destroyed by beams. The attack was flying straight at the hero. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Joe abruptly used a fireball. Red particles appeared in front of the flame. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that this battle would not end if he continued in the same spirit. The demon stood in the smoke. The hero and the demon looked straight ahead. A thought arose that he would have to take him out with one blow. A red and blue typhoon appeared in the sky. Red particles flew around the demon. The protagonist stretched his arms forward and used a large power rocket. The demon looked forward furiously. Ikesella abruptly rushed forward. A bright light appeared in front of the protagonist. The protagonist fired a shot. Red and blue beams rushed towards each other. Suddenly they collided. The protagonist grabbed the weapon tightly. Joe screamed furiously. A bright barrier appeared in front of the hero. Red beams flew at him. The hero squinted from the bright light. The demon stood in front of the glow. A devastating explosion occurred. A view of the pyramid opened up. Blue particles flew in the air. The protagonist sat on the ground. The protagonist froze after the fight. Lying next to the hero, the demon said that it was madness. Looking up, he added that just think, he defeated him. The protagonist turned his head and said that he also received many wounds from him, so it is not yet clear who is the winner here. A death mark appeared, and the demon said that when he put a death mark on him, he realized that his friend died at his hands. Looking at the villain, the protagonist heard that his plans were to absorb all his power and then get out of this dimension with this guy. The demon's eyes lit up and he said that he had lost. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that he too was now in danger of dying at his hands, to which he replied that he would not deny it. Images of people appeared, and the demon said that there were many more creatures who were also fighting in their dimensions. The demon summoned a sphere and said that he was not that strong compared to them. A red portal appeared behind them. A robot appeared, and Ikesella said that he should take this transcendental body with him and leave, to which the hero replied that the last time he saw it, it was a different size. The robot looked straight ahead, and the demon said that it had changed in accordance with his soul and magical power, but if a person appeared who did not match his size, the body would change to suit him. Grinning, the protagonist thanked him and said that he would use it wisely. Taking the sword in his hands, the demon said that now let him kill him with decades. Closing his eyes, he added that he wanted to rest in the warmth before his body cooled down. The protagonist took the sword and responded approvingly. Looking at him, the demon asked what his name was, his great opponent, to which the hero replied that it was Joe. The hero frowned, hearing that his last battle with him. Particles were emitted from the sword, and he added that it was beautiful. It was said that he cleared the dungeon. After defeating Ikezela, the others arrived and helped him get out of the dungeon. The hero was lying in a capsule after receiving intensive care. The hero woke up in a recovery room. The protagonist sat on the bed and thought that now he needed to check what he got after the battle with the demon. The hero's name was written, level 138, total level 138, and he added that firstly, he raised 3 levels. A blue sphere appeared, and the protagonist thought that this special skill had upgraded him to rank A. It was written about the active skill of a magic engineer. Consuming 75% of his health, it increases his magic power by 200% for 10 minutes, increases his mana recovery by 300% for 5 minutes. Upon reaching the 10th grade, the condition of consuming health will disappear, and he will receive Transcendent Enlightenment, which will permanently double his mana. The protagonist frowned and thought that his mana limit was currently around 3,000 units, but in order to deal with monsters that were more powerful than Ikezela, even though it consumed 75% of his health. The protagonist stretched out his hands, thinking that he needed to use a higher class of transcendent magic, and this spell would double his total mana. The items appeared, and the hero thought that and also the relics of Ikezela. It was written about the bracelet, the legendary class, an increase in physical strength by 400 units, an increase in wisdom by 100 units, an increase in agility by 50 units. A special skill, Sword of Ascension, secretes a fierce sword that condenses using large-scale force, a 30-second cooldown. Ikezela's earrings, a unique class, an increase in health by 300 units, an increase in magical power by 100 units, an increase in water magic by 100 units, an increase in wisdom by 50 units. A special skill, Sword Protection Magic, creates a thick protective layer using a condensed magic sword of enormous power, a 30-minute cooldown. A set of Ikezela accessories, bracelets of Ikezela 0 of 1, earrings of Ikezela 0 of 1. The effect of increasing the damage dealt by 400%, a special skill, Sword Protection Physical addition to the special skill Sword Protection Magic. The protagonist looked at the heart and thought that, and finally the heart of Ikezela, he fulfilled all the conditions for the ring. Composite material, Ikezela heart 1 of 1, spatial token 1 of 1, required set of characteristics, charisma 200 out of 200, he really wants to get the ring. The protagonist grinned and said that he worked so hard for this, of course he says yes. The creation was launched. The protagonist looked at the sphere and thought that this was kind of normal when creating a high-class ring. Suddenly, lightning appeared around the sphere. It was written that in order to create a ring, it is necessary to use spatial rifts. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. It was said that spatial energy begins to be released. Suddenly, black rays appeared. The protagonist asked again in surprise, seeing that in the planus dimension, it was possible to determine the source of the crack in the spatial imbalance. Cracks appeared in the planus dimension. A message is sent through the crack. They have found the source that drove them into the depths of destruction. Let him investigate. The Earth dimension is chosen as the destination. The protagonist was surprised and thought, what for? And the signal was interrupted. Suddenly the sphere began to glow brightly. The girl was lying on the bed. Looking to the side, she thought that she had just felt a large accumulation of magic. The girl slightly raised her leg. Megan put on a sweater. The protagonist covered his face. The creation was completed. User Joe received a ring. It was written that Deus was very pleased with the achievement of user Joe and assigned him a new status, to which the hero asked again. It was written that the status was F Implementation, F Enlightenment. English notation is automatically hidden. Upon reaching the SSS rank, the user will have the right to increase his status. The protagonist grabbed his head. Ring appeared. Deus class, increase health by 20%, increase water magic by 10%, increase magic power by 10%, increase physical strength by 300 units, increase endurance by 300 units, increase agility by 200 units, increase luck by 200 units. Deus blessing creates a force field equivalent to 200 amps, physical and magical power. 5-minute cooldown. Deus heat wave, the damage from fire spells increases 3 times. Deus transcendence. Normal spells of the 3rd class and below, as well as transcendental spells of the 2nd class and below do not consume mana. Deus Meteor Storm, let him acquire the Meteor Storm spell. Upon reaching the 9th class, he will turn into a Mega Meteor Storm. Deus Balance, increases experience gained by 20% for 10 awakened ones located near the user. Deus Teleport, he can immediately use spells. While consuming 300 units of health, he temporarily transferred to the ethereal world, disappearing from the physical and reappearing. Deus Enhancement, the skill will become available when the user reaches the SSS rank. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and wondered where so many effects were coming from. The hero looked at the door and wondered who it could be at such a time. The girl looked away and asked if he was okay, said that she felt some kind of magical energy from this room. So, sitting on the bed, the protagonist replied that most likely it was due to the experiment he had just conducted, to which she asked that it was all because of that ring. A red sphere appeared near his hand, and Joe said yes, it was. Suddenly cracks appeared. Claws began to appear. Suddenly a robot appeared. The protagonist looked at him. The robot turned to the girl and said that the target was confirmed. Megan frowned and told the hero to step back. The protagonist extended his hand to the side and said that he should stop. The robot looked straight ahead and said that he was searching for a target. The hero frowned and thought how something like a machine could appear out of thin air. The outlines of the hero and the girl appeared. The sight was aimed at the hero, and no risk factor was detected. The girl suddenly grabbed the sword. The sight was aimed at the girl, and no risk was detected either. Looking at the sword, the robot said that a surge of magical energy was detected. The risk factor was confirmed. Suddenly, weapons appeared, and the robot said that it was starting to eliminate it. The girl clenched her teeth furiously. The robot approached the girl. The protagonist looked down. Energy from an unusual dimension was detected. Red particles appeared, and the spatial crack began to close. The protagonist looked at the red lightning. A bright glow appeared in front of the hero. The hero looked at the ring. The spatial crack was closed. The girl looked forward in surprise. Artenia, the Motto Empire, in its center is a magic tower that rises into the sky like the Babylonian. She is the symbol of the Motto Empire and the Black Wizard. Meanwhile, inside the tower, the image of the Black Wizard appeared. Behind him, someone asked what about Sir Bill, to which he was told that he had gone to hear his words. Looking straight ahead, the magician asked what was like. Standing in front of him, the man said that he was just about to call him, but he had already arrived, to which he asked what he wanted. The magician said that he was the guardian of the outer altar. Morse frowned and asked what and what next. Standing in front of him, the magician said that he was in the most remote part of the empire, on Mount Musk, to which he replied that this was also annoying. The magician said that he should not forget that protecting the altar was their duty and sacred obligation. Standing in front of him, Morse asked what he meant by that. Purple particles appeared around him, and he said that it was he who ignored the existence of a transcendent being and neglected the protection of the altar. He warned them all so many times, but they did not listen. Looking straight ahead, the magician said that it was Sir Bill's decision. Let him not say that he doubted his words. The magician angrily clenched his teeth. Taking hold of the hood, Morse said that he would go there. A view of the Musk altar opened up. The girl lowered her head down. People were kneeling. A blue glow appeared in front of them. The girl rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she fell to the floor. Looking straight ahead, the magician asked that someone had fallen again, said that they were already starting to run out of slaves. Someone behind him asked how much this magic stone had already absorbed, to which he turned to him. The man said that it was 70% full. They asked him why so many. The voice said that they were absorbing mana even from the slaves, but half of them were already dead. The people were standing in front of the pedestal. The man said that they had no choice then. Someone called out to him. The hand reached forward. The man placed his hand on the stone and magical waves appeared from it. Energy quickly filled the space. The skeletons opened their mouths wide. The voice exclaimed what they were doing. The man directed the energy at the monsters. Morse said that now that his descent was near, if they continued to take care of the state of the slaves, there would be no end. A sphere was shining above his hand. He stretched his hand up and continued that they needed to collect some more mana to make the stone suitable for him. Morse said to drag all the remaining slaves here. He frowned and said that he would extract every last drop from them. If there were not enough, he would take care of it. The man asked if he had anything else to say, and was told no, nothing. He turned away and shouted that he would begin immediately, and thought that he could not delay any longer. He sat down on the throne and continued to think that it was unknown when this transcendental being would appear again and disturb them. He decided that he had to hurry while there was still time. The man frowned furiously and wondered what this overwhelming energy was. A red bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Morse thought that it could not be. There were two people hanging in the air. Brittany stood next to the protagonist and thought that he was already here. Morse continued to think that, well, that was even better. He could already imagine all his pain. The man thought angrily that this was his chance to deal with this being and win Brittany's favor. Joe frowned. After recuperating in Alaska, they returned to Korea, and in the meantime, Brittany was continuously increasing her strength with the help of the guild. And after spending some time in a peaceful environment, the dimension gate, as if in spite, opened in front of them. The one-time dimension gate was open. Joe turned his gaze to the girl. A moment later, she turned away. The board said that they had entered the dungeon of Desmond B. Only users Joe and Brittany can enter. Attention, unknown user attempted to enter forcibly using something. Access denied, entrance blocked. They stood opposite each other. The guy said that he did not expect the gate to appear so soon. Brittany replied that besides, someone else tried to enter here. Joe said that all this was strange. He He continued that, well, okay, suggested to focus on the current situation first. The girl replied that yes. The board said that he had found a Morse code of a nuclear cross. The protagonist's hand caught fire. He looked straight ahead. A moment later, the guy called Brittany. The girl opened her eyes in shock. Something was flying rapidly towards the people. A huge sphere began to form. Black energy came from it in waves. A giant hole appeared in space. The hero picked up the girl in his arms and flew into the air. Joe said that for now it was better to avoid the attack and not block them. Brittany asked what it was. The protagonist said that he thought they had entered his territory. The girl continued that he was from the Black Cross. An affirmative answer was heard. They hung in the air and Joe said that he did not know their location, so he thought he was trying to attack them from a distance. The girl frowned and asked what they should do then. The hero suggested going to the altar by the shortest route. An invisibility spell sounded and people's bodies began to be covered. Brittany asked if everything would be okay if they flew there. The hero said not to worry and that he thought that this bastard had prepared everything for a ground attack, so they quickly rushed forward, saying that he was unlikely to wait for them from the air. The girl opened her eyes in fear. People were walking around huge cages. Hundreds of people were locked in them. Brittany's mouth dropped open. She called Joe and told him to look. They were hanging in the air and looking down. The girl said that they were undead, priests and some slaves. She continued angrily that yes, and it seemed that they would be used as a sacrifice. Joe told the girl that he would take care of the Black Cross Mage. He continued that she should go and help those people for now. Brittany agreed. The protagonist asked if he should put her there. She said yes, that would be just right. A moment later, something flashed and the girl shouted for Joe to be careful. Then she frowned and told someone to go ahead. Rita the hawk opened its beak. Huge wings appeared on the girl's back. The sky above the people lit up. A devastating explosion thundered and the priests flew away. Voices shouted that the intruder, who it was. The girl with a smirk shouted to the guys to go ahead. She stretched out her hand forward. The animals stood behind her and the girl said that they needed to save these people. It flashed through his mind that he should hurry too. The man looked at the panoramic view and said that he wondered how things were going. He thought it was surprising that they knew the location of the altar. Morse frowned and continued to think that they were responding to his attacks using the power of the magic stone. Looking at the huge hole, he continued to think that why did they just disappear? Brittany frowned, thinking that now they were fighting to save the slaves. The man stood straight and thought that they could really hide their magical energy. From a sharp step, the ground began to crumble. Morse spread his arms wide. Then he shouted for the idiot to come out. He continued furiously that if he did not, his friend and all the slaves would be burned alive by his magic. A dispelling spell was cast. A huge sphere shone above Morse. He looked up. A spell of force missiles sounded. Explosions filled the space. Morse bared his teeth in a bright light. The explosion crushed and shook everything around. Joe stood straight and asked if he really wanted to see him so much. He continued with a grin that the boss monster was S-rank Morse. The crowd of undead moved forward viciously. They jumped on Hayes from all sides, who stubbornly stood with her legs apart. A flock of undead pounced on her, emitting red energy. The priests watched this, praised them and ordered them not to let down their guard. Circles emitting dark energy appeared above the undead, and one of the priests gave the order to attack. A huge stream hit Hayes right, surrounded by monsters. Energy spread around the cages with slaves. Suddenly, Hayes' light energy appeared through the crowd of undead. She pushed everyone back with her armor, stood in the dome and said that they were not bad. The girl smiled sweetly, and a cat and a fox were sitting on her shoulders. Hayes gave the order to attack Rita, who purposefully flew into the crowd of undead. The hawk spun them into an energy vortex. The girl stood alone, having dealt with the enemies. Hayes turned around tensely. The tortured slave with maddened eyes called her, "Your Highness." The plot again moves us to the altar of Musk. Morse, sitting on the ground, leaned on his leg and asked Joe if he had named his S-rank. He asked in surprise how he knew his name, when suddenly, the energy of the protagonist began to attract him. Joe held the energy flow that Morse was drawn into. The protagonist tensed up and crossed his arms, pulling his opponent towards him and holding a gun. Morse grinned and activated his own energy shield through the staff, with which he was able to move along the flow. Joe flew up and held the energy while Morse approached him. He looked aggressively at the protagonist and was able to break through the flow. Having flown out, Morse launched an energy projectile, and Joe hovered in the air, holding a gun in his hand. The blonde frowned and held the magic staff in front of him. He fired several dark arrows at the protagonist. Joe activated the teleporter and dodged a bunch of exploding arrows and ran forward. Morse was even more angry. He extended his staff forward and sparks came out of it. He activated dark lightning arrows that flew at Joe. The protagonist turned around and thought that, unlike the previous bosses, this Morse seemed to specialize in magic. He smiled, understanding what it meant. The tower emitted Morse's energy and an explosion occurred. The blonde was standing on the balcony again. looking forward and stretching out his hand to control the energy particles. He frowned and thought that Joe was not going to die. The floor began to crack under his feet and yellow sparks appeared. Morse was scared and was preparing to run. He was surrounded by transcendental lightning that Joe activated. The protagonist with a serious face hovered in the air and held out his hand holding a spell. He put his hand in front of him, frowned confidently, and thought about what would show him that he was different from all the magicians he knew. Morse spread his legs and slammed his staff on the floor, activating the Chaos Energy Shield. Joe's lightning pierced the shield. The blonde was very surprised and confused because he destroyed his shield with one blow. One huge lightning appeared, which caused an explosion. Morse's shield was completely destroyed. He bowed his head and crouched slightly, and lightning struck next to him. He jumped into the air, looked at Joe's spell, and thought that he did not expect his spells to reach such a distance. Is this all the power? When suddenly, he saw Joe running away quickly. He watched the protagonist run quickly and wondered why he appeared out of nowhere. He got angry, remembered how people prayed in front of the stone, and thought that maybe he was aiming at the magic stone. Morse quickly flew after him. Joe was flying at high speed, and the blonde was approaching him, trying to reach him with his hand and demanding that he stop. The protagonist felt an ominous look and was slightly scared, and Morse was reaching for him. Suddenly, Joe's fist flew straight into his stomach. He activated the sun power spell and hit him in the stomach with all his might, and the blonde bent forward in pain. Morse bared his teeth, holding back the pain. He looked at Joe, filled with energy, stretching his fist at him, and thought that he had never seen such magic before. The protagonist, striking, frowned and seriously thought about the fact that, like the previous altar, this one also had a magic stone that collected mana. It must be important for the Black Cross. A dark energy circle appeared on the floor. Joe threw Morse back with his blow and decided that he had no choice but to find the stone. The blonde used the Chain of Despair spell and many chains appeared around. They surrounded the confused Joe. The chains bound the protagonist into a dense glowing ball. Morse flew up, looked at the pile of chains, and said that even he could not free himself from this dark magic. Suddenly, Joe's fist appeared through the chains, breaking the chains. Morse was dumbfounded in shock and scared by what he saw. The protagonist emerged from the ball, breaking a path with one hand. He looked through the chains with an arrogant grin. A lion was standing near Hayes. She raised her head and asked Rita to find out what was happening to Joe. Rita began to fly away quickly. Pointing her finger, Hayes ordered Renge to break these bars. The joyful people said that they were saved. The guy came up to her and thanked her for saving him. He looked at Hayes and noted that he needed to tell her something. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the sky. Hayes said that it was dangerous there, so they should get out of there. The guy began to run away and replied that she was right. The plot takes us inside the altar of Musk. The protagonist ran quickly, enveloped in blue mana. Streams of purple mana flew behind him. Joe saw a door and mentally noted that he had found it. Purple mana was leaking from the door. The door was suddenly knocked down. Stopping, the protagonist wondered what it was. Looking at the purple streams of energy, Joe thought that this was what they had created by extracting all the mana from the environment, a magic stone. He seriously noted that if he destroyed this stone, it would disrupt all their plans. Looking to the side, the protagonist was suddenly surprised. He saw a portal in front of him. Morse turned his head and asked if the magic stone was damaged. Joe looked at him and asked what he had done to those people. Morse clarified what he was talking about. Pointing his hand at the corpses, Morse asked if Joe meant those fools. Looking at him, Morse stated that they did not have enough mana to dedicate to him, so he personally extracted the lives of these slaves as a source of mana. Spreading his arms, he emphasized that they sacrificed their lives to become his food. Morse smirked and asked if this was not the best thing they could do in their worthless lives. Moving his hand with the staff to the side, he noted that Joe, the one who was against him, should also accept his death. A cloud of dark mana appeared above Morse. The cloud of energy began to increase. A powerful beam was directed at the protagonist. A red aura enveloped Joe's body. He said with a serious expression about the wide shine. Magic circles appeared on the protagonist's fingers. He was able to reflect the beam flying at him. Morse was dumbfounded and asked in his mind what it was. He saw a purple flash. Morse was taken aback and stepped aside. A dark beam was shooting out of Joe's hand. His face was serious. As he moved away, Morse wondered if he had thrown back the death beam that destroyed everything in its path. Looking at the aura emanating from the protagonist, he noted that it was a huge magical force. A blue flash appeared behind Joe. Rita sat on his hand. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that if she flew to him, it meant that Hayes and those people had already gone far from this place. Hayes was heading with the freezing guys through the blizzard. Morse watched this and reasoned that he did not know what he was talking about with this bird, but now was the time to run away. Morse reached for the staff lying on the ground. He flew towards it. Grabbing the staff in his hands, he emphasized the fact that he would never be able to defeat an opponent who could withstand the death ray. Frowning, Morse noted that the most important thing now is to simply survive. The plot takes us over the altar of Musk. Morse came out of the portal. Looking at the tower, he thought that it was a waste of the mana he had spent so much time collecting, but he would surely forgive him if he got rid of this person who was against him. Morse imagined the diagram of the tower. Looking at the tower, he was surprised. Morse was dumbfounded and wondered where the guy's magical energy had gone. Joe appeared above his head. The boys began to look up at the sky and point. Hayes was taken aback and asked if it was Joe. The sky split. A huge meteorite was falling on the tower. Morse watched in horror. A bright light enveloped his face. A very strong explosion was heard. The story takes us to Artenia, the Motto Empire. A huge tower stood in the middle of the city. In the room, there were chairs around a round table. The priest placed his hand on the table and asked what happened to the altar of musk. Looking at the boys, the stranger said that Morse's spirit had not contacted him yet, so he went there himself, but as they could see, the altar had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the area, the boy noted that Morse's body had never been found. Sitting at the table, he said that he had also found traces of mana there. The old man opened his mouth and said that this was enough and there was no need to continue. He introduced Isaac and Morse and spoke about them. The old man with glowing blue eyes said that someone was trying to interfere with their plans. The plot introduces us to Bill. He imagined himself holding a chess piece in his hands and said that if you look at how he hid his identity and sent his servants on errands, his plans must not be complete yet. He imagined other towers and ordered to fortify the borders of all altars and not miss the slightest trace that this fool left. Bill emphasized the fact that they would only need one chance to get rid of him. The boys looked at him and cried out that they would do everything as he ordered. Holding a glass in his hands, Bill asked who would have thought that this would attract his interest. Bill's eyes lit up with a purple light and his body was covered in an aura. The protagonist came out of the red portal. He saw a guy kneeling. Standing in front of Hayes, he said that he never thought that he would meet her there. Sadly, Hayes asked the guy if he knew what happened to his grandfather. The guy looked up and said that the day Hayes left the Desmond Empire, his grandfather blamed himself for the rest of his days for not being able to protect her. The guy's face was serious. He remembered standing in front of his grandfather and telling him that until his last breath, he told him that if he met Hayes again, this time he would have to protect her. Looking at her, he said that he never thought that he would meet her like this. Listening to their conversation, Joe thought that of course he was surprised, because this was the same princess that his grandfather had been talking about for 50 years. Hayes looked at him and asked if it was right to take him along. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. He asked with a calm face if the dimension gate had let him through, noting that if he were weak, he wouldn't even be able to pass through the gate. The guy stood up and frowned. Covering Hayes with his hand, the guy asked who this person was. Rakis, with an angry look, asked why Joe was hanging around her. Hayes, with a serious look, said that she needed to talk to Rakis alone. Hayes started walking towards the protagonist. She stood next to him and noted that if Joe was there, Rakis would not believe her words. She asked with a sad face to leave them alone. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he would leave them alone and they could talk calmly. As he left, Joe said that he would be on the second floor so she could call him if anything happened. The protagonist had a towel on his head. He asked if he should check what Morse had given him for now. Looking at the ring, Joe wondered if a simple ring for an S-rank boss reward was enough. The protagonist saw a message that he did not meet the condition for acquiring the Chain of Despair. Joe, with an interested face, assumed that it was because of black magic. He lowered his gaze and noted that he would ask Berhard about this when he met him again. He was standing in the middle of the room. Rakis bowed his head and apologized for his rudeness. Joe stood in front of him, confused. Looking at Hayes, the protagonist wondered what they were talking about. Hayes winked at him with a smile on her face. Joe, with a happy expression, replied that everything was fine. Looking at Rakis, the protagonist asked if he could talk to him. Putting his fist on his chest, he cried out that from now on he would sacrifice his life to protect Hayes and help him. Following Joe, Rakis asked if he would help him quickly adapt to this world. Frowning, he stated that until the day he escorted Lady Hayes back to their country, he wanted to gain strength. Looking down, the protagonist asked if she had told him about this world. Rakis replied that they had not gone into detail. He introduced the city and noted that he could only say that this world was completely different from his. He introduced the guys and added that he also knew that there were awakened ones there who had special powers. Lady Hayes now had one too. Stretching out his hand, Joe asked if anything unusual had happened to him. The guy replied that if he thought about it, he saw a message in his native language. Rakis saw a message that he had become a user. He asked with an interested look what it was. Hayes approached him and told him that the rank is an indicator of the strength of the awakened. She assumed with a smile on her face that the system rated him highly. Surprised, Rakis asked about the system. Joe watched them with a satisfied expression and thought that Hayes looked so happy because she met a person who lived in the same world as her and he hoped that they would become friends. Looking at the phone, the protagonist wondered why he was being called at this hour. He brought the phone to his ear. The protagonist heard loud screams from the phone. The guy's phone was lying in a pool of blood. Joe's voice was heard from it, calling him. The night sky enveloped the building. Shin sat at the computer and thought that this was not bad. Looking at the red arrow, he noted that the income was indeed good. He understood that his money begets money, but frowning, Shin noted that he needed to be careful and focus. This was just the beginning. In the dark corridor, a light was shining from the room. He looked up and wondered in his mind who it could be at such a late hour. He saw a girl covered in a red aura. Shin grabbed the phone and thought that it was obvious that this person did not come there for a good purpose. He began to press the phone screen. The girl extended her hand. The red energy lifted Shin off the ground. The girl controlled him with magic. Shin fell to the floor. He was stunned by such power. The girl stood in front of him and asked if it was Joe. They began to beat Shin. He began to scream in pain. The girls heard the protagonist's voice on the phone. The girl's eye was glowing red. Joe held the phone to his ear and tried to call out to Shin. Brittany stepped on Shin and said that they had his friend and if he did not show up, he would die. She smirked and asked Joe to hurry. The protagonist frowned at this. Brittany looked at the phone with a smile on her face and asked why he was silent. Joe appeared behind them. He swung his fist and used a fatal blow. He hit Brittany in the back, who screamed in pain. Tiffany looked at him in surprise. She directed red mana at him and asked how he did it. She dropped the items on the protagonist. Tiffany was furious. Joe opened a portal behind her and took him to sit next to Shin. He began to heal Shin with green mana. Surprised, Shin said that the wound was on his leg. An angry Tiffany turned around. She created a vortex around them and screamed so that Joe would not dare to look down on her. Shin closed his eyes, thinking that they were finished. Many blows were heard in the vortex. Standing in front of Shin, Joe asked him not to be afraid. There was a barrier around them. Looking at Shin, the protagonist noted that he would take care of them and he should get out of here quickly. Shin entered the portal. Shin turned around and asked him to be careful. Joe frowned and said that it goes without saying. Blue energy enveloped the protagonist and he asked if they had time to write the will yet. Furious, Joe emphasized the fact that he was not joking at all. A message popped up that Mana Boost was a skill that increased mana but decreased stamina. Tiffany began to emit powerful red mana and she screamed for Joe to stop talking nonsense. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist set about breathing. Their energy flows collided. Tiffany was stunned by this. Joe watched her closely. Looking at the protagonist, Tiffany wondered if he had immobilized her. The protagonist struck her. Brittany watched this and called out to Tiffany. Tiffany's body began to crumble. Dark mana emanated from Joe's hand. Watching this, Brittany began to scream because of her sister's death. The protagonist asked her with a serious expression if she was ready to be next. Furious, Tiffany declared that he was finished. She created many blades above herself and rushed into battle. Joe watched her and created a barrier around himself. An ice block appeared on the floor. The protagonist was trapped in ice. Brittany stood in her armor in front of a huge ice block, taking a fighting stance. She relaxed, turned the blade back into her hand and said that no matter how strong Joe had become since last time, he still couldn't handle her ice. Then the girl felt something. Something was happening, but she didn't understand what. The protagonist was melting the ice from the inside. He cast the spell power of the sun. The guy burned like a phoenix, melting the block. Brittany noticed that it was still not enough to kill him and began to prepare new magic. She shot at the protagonist and he shot back. Fire collided with ice. Brittany felt the heat on her face. She looked at Joe, engulfed in flames. The boy summoned the sword Agates and took it in his hand. Then he distributed the fire power around it and swung. The protagonist cast the spell Ascension Sword and slashed the space in front of him. This magic consumes 500 mana and condenses the energy, forming a large crescent-shaped cut. The blow landed near Brittany's shoulder. Destruction followed. The girl had no idea that Joe could use a sword. She decided to respond in kind and created several ice swords, after which she dashed towards the protagonist. Brittany said that Joe's sword handling was clumsy compared to his other abilities and performed many lightning-fast sword attacks. The protagonist agreed with her because dark magic was not his strong point. He began to swirl the magic. The boy used sword defense and the girl had to gain distance. Brittany jumped back in a hurry. Joe, glowing with mana, noticed that she still had very useful skills. He urged her not to worry and smiled very unkindly. The guy folded his arms into a triangle and said that none of this mattered to him. He used the transcendent shield that enveloped him in a sphere of armor. Brittany looked at Joe and urged him not to make her laugh. She thought it wouldn't work. The girl called him an idiot at last. She wondered how he would cope with her icicle form with many spikes. The blows began to rain down on the sphere. It seemed as if it was cracking. Brittany watched all this carefully. She noticed a flame. A second later, a pillar of fire appeared. In the middle of it stood Joe, who was also sparkling with electricity. The protagonist released a chain of lightning at the enemy. The girl, struck by the current, could not believe that even the protagonist's lightning magic was stronger than her ice. She was scared and furious at the same time. Then, fireballs rained down on her, the embodiment of the spell Transcendent Firestorm. Brittany looked at the flames. The powerful fire blinded her. Joe had created incredible destruction. He himself stood slightly away, protected by the Transcendent Shield. The protagonist inspected the damage, cursed, and thought that he would have to find a new office. A majestic black spire representing the building of the Tiwa Guild, China. The girl who entered the office had a report to the master that Brittany and Tiffany were found dead. Tim asked what was wrong with Joe. Deputy Guild Master Alina reported that his office was destroyed, and according to their information, the protagonist came out of there without any injuries. The master stared at the shelves. He noticed that 2 awakened ranks were not enough to deal with the protagonist. Alina clarified what they would do. Tim thought that she should understand. He turned around and explained that their plan was to use Joe to get rid of the other 2. Guildmaster THWA thought they did the right thing by not intervening. Her deputy explained that the KBI side blamed Brittany and Tiffany for what happened since they were upset with the protagonist. But Tim didn't care what Korea thought since their guild controlled the Chinese awakened media. He concluded with a victorious smile that this was why everyone would only listen to them. The leader came up with a story that Joe convinced them both to return to Korea and then simply killed them. Alina put her hand on her hip and asked if they would believe them. Tim thought that would be enough. He promised to take care of it anyway. The girl closed her eyes and agreed. The man added that the 8 Korean guilds thought that peace had come after the disappearance of the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds, although this was just an illusion. Tim proudly declared that it was time for them to make their move. Deus's Spire Gwanghuman. The golden portal was sealed with chains. The system reported that there were 4 seconds left until it opened. The chains began to crumble. The message said that now the golden gates located on each Deus Spire in all countries would be opened. A golden beam shot into the sky. The golden gates allow one to enter the place where the essence of spatial energy is concentrated, from where people will be transferred to the virtual arena. Deus's spires stood in different countries, in China, in the USA, and Korea. Once in the golden portal, the awakened will be able to fight monsters and other civilizations. Lance read the message from the system that participants are allowed to steal weapons from fallen opponents. You can choose for yourself, strengthen yourself and destroy all the contenders, or unite and defeat a common enemy, the boss monster. Joe learned from the system that the maximum number of participants is 5. In the underground training ground of the Gyeongsang Guild, Greta, who was walking ahead, asked Greg if he knew why they were here. The guy did not know this since he had just received a message from the protagonist. The girl put her hand to her chin and thought that it had something to do with the Golden Gate. Greg admitted that he had seen the notification too. He summarized that this was a battle between dimensions and with the enemy's weapons at that. The guy noticed that he was still a B rank awakened, so he decided not to think too much about it. Greta walked silently next to him. She stood in front of the door and said that the meeting place was set here. The door in front of them both opened. Gina was sitting in the room, complaining that they did not have time to go on a date. The protagonist apologized to her for being swamped at work. The girl knew about it, but she took his hand and asked him to promise that when he came back, they would definitely go somewhere. The protagonist promised her. Gina settled her head on his shoulder. Greg, who was watching this, asked what time the meeting was. Greta answered that it was 10. The guy could not understand why he had come so early. The girl noticed with envy that it was somehow dull here. She turned to Greg and suggested that they wait in the rest room for now. The phone in Greg's pocket rang loudly. This attracted the attention of Joe and Gina, who was embarrassed that they had seen everything. The guy almost dropped the phone in surprise. Greta hesitantly greeted the lovers. Gina, who was sitting close to the protagonist, asked how long they had been there. Greta answered that they had just arrived. She clarified whether they were at the wrong time, and Gina blushed. While she was struggling with her embarrassment, Joe decided to get started since everyone was already there. He announced the start. Greta, surprised, asked what he had started. Joe laid out several artifacts on the floor in front of him. He explained to Greg and Greta that he had recently identified the relics found by the guild. The girl remarked that this was not bad. The guy immediately asked to look at them, and Joe had no reason to refuse. Greg sat down next to the items. The protagonist said that he had called them both to give them these artifacts. He smiled slightly and urged them to choose wisely. Greg and Greta were shocked. Joe kindly advised them not to worry. He explained that they were not for sale, so he did not need them. The guy believed that with them, the two would be able to clear dungeons of a higher level, dealing with more formidable monsters. The protagonist asked them to consider this an investment in the future. The perfect equipment was selected for Greg, Greta, and Jin. Gina was outraged and didn't think she could just accept it. Greta agreed with her and therefore wanted to pay for at least some of it. Joe was stunned. He said that he could just give them the relics in installments so that they could pay in parts. Greg and Greta unanimously agreed to this proposal. The protagonist allowed them to have fun for now and opened a portal. He said that he still had a lot of things to do, so he was about to leave. Gina called after him. She looked at him sweetly and asked him not to forget about his promise. The guy looked at her and assured her that he remembered about it. The door swung open. The man at the far table, Scott, waved at Joe and called him over. The protagonist, dressed in a suit, apologized for the wait. The interlocutor said that everything was fine. He was sure that the protagonist was a busy person, so he decided to get straight to the point. The man reported that this time he was able to find something about Garam using the D&F database and laid the papers on the table. He began to search through the documents for the one he needed, explaining along the way that the source was correspondence in a chat he once belonged to. Joe was surprised. Scott pointed out where he should look first. The protagonist read the papers carefully and thought that Hayes had already settled into this world quite well, and they had also met Rakis. He considered this a good result. However, Rakis knew information about spatial rifts and had also helped Berhard with his research. He said that, having received the power of the Awakener, he could unite the remaining resistance forces and lift the curse from the Imperial Palace. The protagonist asked what Desmond was doing about saving the Empire. Scott was just about to move on to the story. He said that deep under the palace there was a magical dark stone that was defiling the entire capital of the Empire and turning all its inhabitants into zombies. The stone was a glowing purple crystal. Scott thought that if he destroyed it or collapsed the basements, the city would be cleansed. Joe asked what was in the basements. His informant answered that the Dullahan was there. The man added that he lived in a dark sanctuary, and underneath it were the stone tombs of ancient kings. He said that if the protagonist could get there, he would receive resurrection, a secret spell passed down from generation to generation in the imperial family. Joe was shocked, being sure that this could not be. Scott assured that it was possible. He said that with this, the protagonist would be able to resurrect the Black Prince of the Empire, Arthas. The protagonist concluded for himself that if he killed the Dullahan, he would be able to revive Arthas. In addition, by destroying the magic stone, he could free the people in the capital. Joe imagined Arthas's face. The guy thought that with his arrival, the flame of rebirth would flare up again in the Desmond Empire. This, in turn, would be a huge plus in the fight against the altars of the Black Cross. The protagonist became very serious. He realized that the next raid would be extremely important. Scott asked his opinion, and Joe admitted that this was very useful information. The informant smiled. He was very glad that the protagonist listened so attentively to everything. The protagonist thanked him in return and asked him to let him know if he learned more. Scott stopped smiling and promised to do so immediately as soon as he learned anything. December 24th, 16. People went about their business as usual. Gina stood on the road, wrapped in a scarf. She looked sadly at her cold hands. The girl's face fell into the shadow. It was the shadow of Joe's umbrella, who approached her. He asked why she did not wait inside the store after it started snowing. Gina smiled slyly and replied that she thought he would be back soon, so she just waited here. The guy held an umbrella over them. He suggested that they go further. The girl gently took his hand with the umbrella. She was only glad. While they were walking, the snow stopped. They sat in a cafe, then went into a bar. The night of the day that Joe and Gina spent together came. They walked holding hands. The guy asked the girl how she was today. Gina took him by the elbow and replied that she liked it. She remembered that every time they went on dates, something got in the way, and so she was afraid that this time it would be the same and the day would be ruined. Joe sadly agreed that troubles seemed to follow him. Gina did not think that it was a problem. She blushed because she thought that it was thanks to this that they became even closer. The protagonist did not expect such words from her. She thanked him for this amazing day, smiling widely. Fireworks exploded behind her. Joe and Gina turned around and looked at them. The sky was painted in bright colors. The girl couldn't take her eyes off them. She turned her attention to the protagonist with a smile. The protagonist looked at the sky in admiration. Gina came closer and snuggled up to him. After the fireworks, Joe came to his car and offered Gina a ride since it was already late. The girl decided to say something. She very shyly asked the protagonist to spend the night together. The stars sparkled above the skyscraper where the protagonist's apartment was located. Joe and Gina awkwardly sat down next to each other on the bed. The blushing girl was glad that she dared to come here. However, she had no idea what to do next. Joe put his hand on hers and called her by name. Gina looked at the guy who hugged her with a smile. Then they kissed. The guy and the girl parted their lips. Gina looked into Joe's eyes, blushing. Joe looked at her with a smile. He pushed the girl onto the bed. Then he hovered over her. Gina looked away and asked him to wait a bit. She promised to take a shower and come back. The bathroom filled with steam. Gina was standing under the shower. Joe was sitting and waiting for her in a thoughtful pose. Unfortunately, his phone rang. The guy perked up. He grabbed the phone. An unknown number was calling him. The protagonist had no idea who it could be. Someone's voice came from the speaker. Gina washed herself and went into the room. There was a note on the bed. The girl noticed it and panicked, realizing that something had happened. 3 suspicious guys were standing in the parking lot, their hands in their pockets. The protagonist asked one of them if he was the one who called him. The guy in the blue sweatshirt noticed him and called him by name. The protagonist was tense because he was known here. He thought that these three looked strange, and indeed, their veins looked too distinct, their irises were black, and their pupils were red. The suspicious men loomed over Joe and accused him of taking up 2 parking spaces, and now they had no place to park their car, after which they demanded that he move his car. The protagonist thought that this was a far-fetched reason. He stood in front of the guys, not knowing what was going on. Joe seriously asked if they really called him for such a trifle. The guys thought that he was being too arrogant. They did not think that he needed to know why they called him. One of them approached Joe closely and said that they just did not like him. The bandit took out a knife. The protagonist noticed that his 2 comrades were also looking at him unkindly. The leader urged his guys not to be afraid and to do everything quickly, and they surrounded the protagonist. Joe gritted his teeth, finally realizing why they had called him. One had been defeated by a magic projectile, another by flaming hands, and a third by an ice storm. The hooded guy cursed. He thought Joe was another arrogant guy, but he was now on all fours, unable to get up. The protagonist, on the other hand, was standing with his foot on one of his comrades. He was amazed that they thought they could handle him with a crowd. The protagonist walked closer to the hooded guy and asked who sent them to kill him. The wounded guy looked at him with fear in his eyes. He said he didn't know anything. The guy admitted that they had only received a letter saying that they would get a lot of money and a lot of drugs if they killed him. At this time, 2 of his friends were about to attack Joe with knives from behind. The protagonist glanced behind him. A certain person used stigma. 1 blow and the attackers were gone. The protagonist looked at the bodies in front of him, wondering who else was there. He turned around and thanked the new character for helping him. There was a guy in a jacket and a cap with green eyes, Craig. He and Joe exchanged glances. The protagonist asked who he was. He assumed that since the guy helped him, he was not with those 3. Craig adjusted his cap and noticed that the protagonist did not know about the psycho potion. He explained that it was a potion that temporarily improved concentration and reaction speed. Craig pointed to one of the attackers and concluded that these poor guys were addicted to it. Joe admitted that he only knew that since the time of the guilds, a policy of combating this narcotic substance has been in place. Craig confirmed that this was the case in the beginning and said that after the intervention of the Tiwa Guild, the situation worsened and the drug accelerated its spread throughout Korea. He said that he was keeping an eye on the drug addicts. This was necessary in order to track down the remains that were going to be distributed throughout Seoul. Craig waved his hand and stated his confidence that their target was not Mr. Joe. Specially trained people came, and he promised to hand them over to KBI. The man said goodbye to the protagonist over his shoulder. The protagonist wished him good night. He doubted that this man was just connected to KBI. Craig, leaving, promised that they would meet again soon. Joe immediately teleported from there. Night had already fallen, and he returned to his apartment. The protagonist stood silently, looking at Jin, who was sitting on his bed. He noticed something. There was a scent in the air. The guy realized that this was the scent of excitement, which he saved just in case. The perfume bottle was a magical artifact that increases mutual attraction between 2 people of the opposite sex by 5 times and only works if the partners have sympathy for each other. Joe indignantly called the girl by name. Gina blushed very much. She turned to the protagonist and put her hand on his shoulder. The guy looked into her eyes. It was clear from her what she wanted. Joe began to give in to the same desire. They approached each other for a kiss. The girl jumped on the protagonist, knocking him down on the bed. She took off his shirt and said that their night was still ahead, somewhere in the mountains under the low clouds. Joe and Gina were walking through the forest together. The guy looked ahead in surprise. He did not expect to see a rift in such a place. The girl noticed that no one had come and offered to wait for them here. The protagonist heard a rustle in the bushes. The man with green ponytails was slightly surprised that they were already here. Joe immediately recognized him as Craig. The man raised his hand and confirmed. He was amazed that, although he was disguised yesterday, Joe recognized him the first time. He was glad to meet normally and asked to call him Craig. The man was an SS rank. He noticed that he and Gina had not seen each other for a long time and congratulated her on reaching B rank. The girl thanked him and admitted that she was still far from him. Craig smiled, believing that she had no reason to be modest. Gina thought that he was still the same. The man looked at his hand, not believing it. He thought that he had changed a lot after being abroad. Craig thought about something and looked away. He had not forgotten that he and Joe had met before. However, now, in the light of day, the protagonist seemed taller to him, and his body was very strong. The protagonist felt the strangeness of this compliment, raised an eyebrow and replied that it was just the way the light fell. The bushes stirred again. Megan apologized for being late. Ruby bowed and apologized for driving too slowly. Craig told them that everything was fine, and since everyone was gathered, he suggested that they move out. The system reported that they had entered a rift. Drones flew forward. Craig asked the protagonist what they were doing there. Gina walked behind. The man noted that their guild usually did not clear such rifts, and they did not take on rifts that they could not handle without the intervention of foreign guilds. Joe listened to him. Megan believed that this was not their level. However, this place belonged to their guild. The leader admitted to the protagonist that they had tried to clear this rift, but they were always short of people. She said with a smile that this had been the case until now. Megan was glad that the famous Joe was now with them. The protagonist smiled back at her. The girl said that this time they would cope, and they went on. She remembered what she had not been able to give to the protagonist earlier. Megan opened the suitcase and explained that these were the magical Denkart sneakers that she was going to exchange. They had a legendary rank, greatly increased magic, luck, and intelligence, and could also boast a unique ability. They allowed the owner to instantly jump over a distance of 15 meters. If the owner also acquired gloves with Denkart magic, this effect would be enhanced. The protagonist handed Megan the legendary sword he had prepared and hoped that she would like it. The monster pulled the bowstring with a tip dipped in a drug. Joe noticed this. He warned Craig about the danger, but he himself knew everything. The man believed that guests should be greeted more hospitably. A hail of homing arrows flew into the air. They all headed towards Craig. The man created a magic ring. He began to successfully reflect all the projectiles that flew at him. Soon everything was clear and only particles of magic remained in the air. Craig, tensing up, noticed that they had just entered. But at the same time, they were already surrounded by monsters. Joe wanted to help him, but the man stopped him with his hand and said that it was not necessary. He urged them to explore the territory better, as it seemed to him that this place was somewhat different than they imagined. Craig assured them that they could handle it and that there was no need to worry about them. The monsters rushed towards the group of people from all sides. Craig began to work magic. Huge hands seemed to trap the enemies, which then slammed shut. A series of explosions of blue magic occurred around them. Craig kept his hands closed. He turned around and shouted to Joe. The man hoped that he would not fail, and he rose into the air with one jump. The protagonist glanced at the ground. He realized that he was at a bird's eye view and did not understand what was happening at all. The guy looked around. It seemed to him that something was wrong here, and everything looked like another dimension. He saw something below. There, Gina was holding back the attacks of her opponents. Then a shadow fell on her. The girl looked at the reason for this. Someone stepped loudly in front. It was a giant monster twice as tall as the trees. The monster was smiling and its red eyes were shining. It was called the Giant and had an SS rank. Bianca and Ruby were dumbfounded. The giant was baring its teeth at them. It roared so loudly that the ground shook. Joe, who was hanging in the air, was amazed. He looked to the right with excitement. The sound of hooves could be heard there. It was the enemy cavalry, dressed in heavy armor. The protagonist recognized them as Black Knights, a rank monsters. Megan called the protagonist from the ground. She asked him to leave the giant to them and take care of the monsters behind him. The huge monster swung its fist. Joe smiled, finding Megan's idea excellent. Lightning formed above the giant. The protagonist said that it was a gift to him and launched several metal balls at it. He promised to deal with it later. The balls began to heat up as they approached the enemy. They created the effect of a blinding grenade. The giant was immobilized. Craig was spitting out magic. He looked at the enemy furiously. Then he struck a magical blow. Joe watched the developments for a few seconds. After that, he dashed in another direction. The protagonist decided to cut off the Black Knights from the giant first. He used Transcendence magic. His wall of fire formed in front of the monsters. The protagonist landed on the other side of it. He looked forward to see the result of the magic, but through the fire, he saw the glittering eyes of the monsters. Joe braced himself. The Black Knight ran through the flames and headed straight for the protagonist. The guy looked at him and couldn't believe it. He waved his hand and used restraint before it was too late. Rays pierced the air from everywhere. They pierced the body of the monster, who was about to pierce Joe with a spear. The protagonist looked confidently at the weapon that stopped an inch from his eye. Behind the first one, he noticed the rest of the Black Knights passing through the fire. The guy thought that there were quite a few of them. He took hold of the spear and used Transcendence again. The monster was engulfed in magical light. Then a chain of lightning overtook the Black Knights. This lightning was visible from everywhere. Craig noticed it and strongly doubted that this was a rank power. He watched Joe's monstrous magic and could not believe his eyes. The knights lay in front of the protagonist like a mountain of corpses. The guy frowned and thought that they would not be able to break through any further. He believed that even if they rose, they would need time to overcome this wall of fire. Joe decided to take the next step. Only those who jumped on him from above remained. The Black Knights dived straight at the protagonist. At this time, he was preparing a new magic. It was Eternal Darkness, a small dark ball. The ball quickly grew in size. The monsters were captured by the darkness. The protagonist was also in it. There was a flash. The void dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Joe cast the Transcendental Cloud Path, enveloping the knights. Then he closed them in the Transcendental Shield. And finally, he imprisoned the enemies in the Cloud Path prison. One of the knights realized that he was trapped. He reached out to the guy who was standing behind the barrier. All the protagonist's enemies melted under the influence of his magic, as if doused with acid. Joe finished them off. The Sinter's kingdom in the south of the Miraclum continent. 30 years ago, it faced a huge problem. Living dead appeared on the Lepland mountain range, which was a natural fortress and a source of minerals, and they became a threat to the kingdom's army. At this time, the Northern Empire of Sorcerers only watched from the sidelines and looked for a pretext to invade. The kingdom had to build high walls and create a huge fortress. It had to stop the living dead from climbing higher to the north. Guards stood on the walls. A guard asked another what he was looking at, and the guard called him to look. The man asked if anyone had told them that the royal mages would come to their aid, and the first soldier said that they had not received such a message. The second fighter did not understand why there were traces of magic there then, referring to Joe's lightning. He smiled, not understanding what was going on there. The first guard cursed. The commander leaned on the wall and decided to go check. The guard shouted at him, who jumped down, wishing him to be more careful. The giant held his smoking head. In rage, he prepared to attack with his fist. The ground exploded under him from the blow. The magical power began to reflect off the magical barrier. Gina tensed up and admitted that it was very strong. The monster roared. Ruby released red lightning from the tip of her weapon. The lightning flew towards the giant. Suddenly, a succubus appeared and blocked all the attacks. It was the effect of the devil's whisper, which protected the one who had already succumbed to the whisper from the spirit magic. Ruby shouted at Megan that her skills did not work at all on the giant. Megan told her that the monster was immune and that she should aim for its eyes. She jumped forward and then tried to cut the giant. The girl gritted her teeth. She noticed that the giant did not even move from this attack, which caused multiple wounds on his leg. The guild leader decided to use something more serious and took the sword with both hands. The swing cut the space in front of her. The monster's leg flew off, being cut off. The giant began to lose balance. Gina held the defense. The monster bared his teeth. Gina realized that something was wrong. She apologized to Megan for provoking him with her attack. The giant was about to slap the leader. He made a sweeping blow. The ground where the blow hit was dug up. Megan was protected by someone's barrier. She fell to her knees. Joe was standing in front of her with a protective spell activated. The guy turned around and urged her to heal her wounds for now. There was a call to come closer, and two beams of light appeared from behind the forest. A blue and a red robot flew in response to the call. They headed straight for the giant. The monster noticed them and switched his attention. He was about to grab them with his huge hand. The robots deftly flew around his palm. They aimed at his head. The red one was ready to kick, and the blue one with his hand. The blows hit the helmet that covered the monster's head. A wave of destruction followed. Joe watched this, amazed by their power. Megan was also watching the fight closely when suddenly a flash appeared where the protagonist had been. The robots jumped back from the giant. The monster screamed. He was already without a helmet. The protagonist, who had teleported away from Megan a few seconds ago, appeared in front of him. Joe and the giant looked at each other furiously. The guy pulled out and threw several balls decorated with skulls at the enemy. They exploded next to the monster's face. The protagonist had already prepared a huge ball lightning. It was thrown at the giant, and he began to suffer. The fireball fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose from under it. Akron and Irene hovered above Joe. He looks at the artifacts and thinks what dropped from the SS rank, while the system notifies him that they received a 7th level spell called Control of the Living Dead, as well as a diagram of an ultra-precise killer drone and Transcendence increased 5-fold, as well as a 7th class spell Control of the Living Dead described as something that completely subjugates the living dead that match the designated class and affects the following types of living dead such as a ghoul, zombie, skeleton archer, and other undead. The guy smiles and understands that he will need it. He continues that a drone appeared that he can use in the real world, and he was very lucky because they just entered the rift. The brunette hears something from the side. Gina screams that the giant was defeated and asks what they should do now. She receives the answer that at any moment they can leave from there, to which Simon asks to stay there for a little. Joe says that in this case the plan remains the same, only this time Akron and Irene will help them from the flanks. You also notice that he will take up air. Gina asks him to be careful. A beam of force hits the side. Joe looks at something from above. He says that he should be able to fully use the spell in such a huge place. Right above him, the sky cracks while he uses the meteor shower ability. Brock sees red sparks in the distance. Crowds of undead scream. Brock takes the sword out of its legs and goes to attack. He delivers a slash. Undead after undead die from his weapon. The blonde swings his sword leaving the battlefield. He looks up. Flaming drops fall from the sky, to which he asks what kind of magic is this. Brox thinks that the main magician of the kingdom has really arrived, and you realize that the main magician must be in the Empire of Sorcerers and does not understand what is happening at all. Joe is in the epicenter of the fiery rain. His team is ready to fight. The girl asks if he is really cool, to which Simon asks if she brought him. She adds that they have an agreement about that, to which he replies that until that day he thought he was pretty strong. The guy closes his eyes and says that he is a nobody compared to him, but the girl says that he shouldn't talk nonsense because Joe is simply going beyond the standards. Gina asks everyone to pay attention because they are approaching again. She raised her shield, preparing to attack the evil spirits. The sword lights up with a yellow light. She delivers a slash with the Aurora blade. The evil spirits burn dead from such a bright light. Gina tries to catch her breath. Ahead of her is a silhouette in a cloak. Brox asks who they are, to which she thinks that she doesn't understand this language and can't recognize it. Joe replies that they came from another world. The blonde says that he didn't know that they could use translation magic. He asks if they dealt with this army of undead. The brunette gives positive answers if they came there through the rift between dimensions, and he continues that the reason was the desire to hunt and these dead people immediately attack them. The blonde asks again if they came to hunt. He frowns and clarifies that they are not their target. Joe replies that they are pursuing the interests of the Empire and the man who is still from the continent is their enemy, to which he counters that the Desmond Empire is a forgotten state on the central continent. The brunette confirms that he is right. The blonde adds that this place is called the Northern Continent of Miracle. Their fortress is slightly higher in the north and they were mistaken. Joe replies that it is not quite so. Joe says that they came for the undead because their extermination will give them more strength. Brox says that they do not like strangers here. The blonde adds that this time he will turn a blind eye to their presence and asks them to return home in peace. He waves his sword and adds that next time he will regard them as enemies. The brunette's team arm themselves. The guy covers them with his hand, giving the command to lower the weapons. The girl is perplexed by what he is doing. He confidently looks back. Joe continues that they will not retreat now, but will return later. The blonde says that you will wait for them with impatience and puts the sword in its sheath. Brox turns away and continues that he is also a master magician from another dimension. The dark-haired man is patrolling. The blonde stops in front of him and he calls him commander. He asks if everything is okay and gets a positive answer. The private asks how it went. He replies that 5 aliens dressed in strange uniforms and speaking a different language came from another continent. He continues that they were not the ones who passed the open sea full of monsters of huge whirlpools. His wards note that it means, as I said, the one he killed, they really came from another dimension. The blonde says that this is true, but she warned them not to return anymore, to which he replies that he did everything as one would expect from a commander. He notes that the energy emanating from this paper with which he spoke was completely different from other companions. Brox notes that even when he was angry with him, he remained absolutely calm. The private says that it is because he does not know his strength. The blonde notes that the man will definitely return and then they will find out why he was so calm next to him. He turns around and adds that they should not forget to write down the incident today and send a message to the head mage, to which he accepts the command and says that he will do it right away. The system notifies that someone has returned. The plot moves to the guild waiting room. Simon says that it was a rift to another dimension, and the girl adds that she still cannot believe it. Joe says that it is probably because the advanced group of soldiers was destroyed by the living dead. The guy continues that they dealt with the giant after which a certain Brox appeared. The girl says that she learned about everything related to other dimensions and you understand that it was not a pleasant place. Joe agrees and continues that when it became known about other dimensions, it is obvious that someone penetrated there for their own benefit. He gets up and says that, however, he would like to lead a few more raids, to which someone objects that Brox warned them not to go there again. If they return again it will not be good. The brunette asks if the strongest does not win. Simon notes that there was just a misunderstanding between them. He continues that they thought that they were one of the monsters and they thought that they were enemies who came to seize their lands. Joe replies that he is right, he will talk to him and thinks that they can come to some kind of consensus. The brunette says that she is restless and another civilization of another dimension, to which the pink-haired girl says that they were surprised by third people and not monsters. The girl thinks that she agrees because she was also surprised for the first time when she saw another dimension. Gina frowns. She remembers herself attacking the giant and that they had a chance to counterattack if they had not only defended themselves but weakened his power at least a little. Gina continues that they need to train to deliver soft blows that could cause damage. Joe thinks that Gina is most likely remembering the last battle. He strokes her head. The guy says that she did a good job and was a good tank, to which she asks to stop because she was just unlucky. The guy insists that she is still great. Gina smiles and says that someday she will be able to get used to praise. The brunette interrupts them. She continues that they will prepare to go there 2 days in advance and then everyone can be free for today. Simon adds that he got interesting loot and that he suspects that it can improve their characteristics, to which the system gives a notification that this gives transcendence increase by 5 times and the expected market value is estimated at about 30 billion. The plot takes us somewhere in the center of the sea, approaching the floating base of the guards. The man with the mustache asks how long this weather has been going on, to which he receives in response that it has been more than a week. He thinks that it is a week and is perplexed. Lightning strikes the bow of the ship. Everyone on the deck staggers. The man with the mustache asks what is the matter, to which the second replies that a lightning bolt suddenly struck the deck. The red-haired man stands while someone wonders who would be standing on the deck in such weather. The mustachioed man asks what he is doing, says whether it is a ghost or not. He should quickly send the guards to get rid of this man, to which the second declares an emergency and gives the command to all the guards to go up to the deck and check. The guards go to the call, while one says that he had a good rest. They are perplexed by this man and ask him who he is. The sky is painted purple. Against the background of this man, everything around sparkles the color of the sky. His eyes also glow. The guy is surprised that he is dressed in their uniform, to which the second asks if he is the executioner from the first platoon. He disappears from sight while they ask him why he is there because he is on vacation. Everything around is covered in sparks. He stands against the background of rain. His eyes glow against the background of the storm. The man in the mask gives the command to kill them. He clarifies that he needs to kill uninvited guests who came from another dimension and stop his plan called Wendella. The plot brings us to Joe's house. Gina is stuck in her laptop while Joe looks at the system notifications. He says that they should start with this potion that he was able to get. The system notifies that this chemical compound is called the Stars of Arcturus and that 100 milliliters of the potion has increased, and the characteristics for 5 minutes after the effect ends, the ability will decrease by 20%. Every minute, while he thinks that then with the awakening of the divine spirit they will be able to enhance the effect, and reads the following explanation about a special potion called Transcendental Awakening of the Spirit of the first level. An active skill, the awakening of the spirit occurs at a maximum of up to the 20th level. Changes occur automatically, thousands of units of mana are spent, the ability of all team members increases threefold during the action, mana cannot fall below 1 unit. At the same time, physical magical powers are doubled. It can also be used again after 30 minutes, and that a special potion called Excessive Freedom of the first level. An active skill states that what is happening is a maximum of up to the 20th level. Changes occur automatically. 2,000 units of mana are spent in the performance of physical strength occurs at 100%, and when wounded at 50%. In case of consumption of 4,000 units of mana can fully restore physical strength when injured. The guy says that the potion that he used became stronger and there is still a benefit from the frequency of their use. He thinks that he has never seen a request for items compared to those he recently received. Joe continues that nothing has appeared on 2 other sites for a long time. He receives a yellow notification and he looks at it in surprise. It says that in order to facilitate the development of the user Joe, they have prepared the following for him. Using one fragment from another dimension, he will be able to get information about the rift where there are the items he needs. But there are conditions for using one fragment from another dimension has a 10% probability, and in case of failure, this single fragment will disappear. He smiles and says that they really think they can make it again. Choose death. He gets up and says that this time he also received fragments, to which the system tells him that he has as many as 10 of them. He thinks that he cannot not use them, to which the yellow notification says that he used one of them. The guy says that the necessary items are the 7th grade Thermin Flame, the 8th grade Simulacrum. The system is searching for this item. A bright yellow window lights up in front of him. He screams so that Gina is distracted. The guy says that this is simply incredible. The system says that Desmond asks that this is a rift where he can get the Thermin Flame and the simulator. The guy thinks that there are 5 more fragments left. The notification says that a high-class rift where Formido exists. Joe thinks that the Desmond Rift has been restored. Gina says that he screamed recently. She asks what's going on. The guy starts telling. The system says that user Joe can enter with his closest colleague or a person of the opposite sex, and use will be favorable to this person. Gina clarifies whether this is why he was upset. The girl with the strand of hair notes that it turns out that she can also go with him. The guy gives a negative answer because this rift is much more dangerous than the one they went into last time. He replies that he cannot take her to such a dangerous place because it may be damaged. He also adds that if the girl joins him, she will get stuck in this story that unfolded between the Black Cross and the Desmond Empire. Gina objects that she wants to go with him. She frowns and asks to test her. She continues that if she copes, she will go with him. She also says that if she fails, she will retreat. Joe replies that since she is so eager, he will agree. The plot moves to the underground training hall. The guy says that the test will be as follows. He explains that if she reflects his attacks and can touch him, then she will pass, and if she receives damage in the amount of 10%, then her armband will light up yellow, and this means that she has lost. Joe holds out a spider and says that he will attack with dragon spiders and asks her to get ready, and notes that she has only one chance. He asks if she is ready to start while she is warming up. The girl gives a positive answer. She frowns and gives the go-ahead to begin. The guy prepares to use his ability. He uses a power missile in her direction. The girl prepares to counterattack. Gina blocks a couple of streams with her shield. She deflects another one with her sword. There are a few more blue sparks in front of her. The blow hits the ground. There are clouds of dust around the guy. The girl stands with her shield raised and prepares to attack from above. The guy looks up, stunned. Gina delivers a slashing blow to her lover. He raises his hand and puts up a power barrier. The guy frowns and she bares her teeth and tries to break through the barrier. Hers breaks into pieces. The girl turns around and there is a spider behind her. A round cloud of black energy gathers around her. The spider gets cut along the vertical axis. Gina sees a bright flame in the distance. She looks at her broken sword, which is smoking. Gina thinks that her weapon is broken and she had a chance, but she failed and asks herself what to do. Joe points to the side and calls for a look. The girl is taken aback because the armband has turned yellow. Gina protests that she can continue fighting, to which he states that it seems to him that she did not understand because the test was not passed. Gina replies that she was never able to strike. The guy says that as he said earlier, she only needed to touch him and reflect his attacks, especially since the latter is more important for tanks. The brunette clarifies that, in addition, she was concentrated until the very end, fighting off all the spiders. The guy smiles and continues that it seems to him that this is enough. The system notifies that they have entered a rift in the Desmond dimension. Red sparks radiate from the portal in all directions. Joe asks what this place is. Hayes says that this is the tomb of the Queen of the Desmond Empire. He is again inundated with notifications. One of them says that he must get rid of the Fremido that protects this sanctuary and must receive resurrection magic, a time limit of 1 hour. If the limit is exceeded, the Dark Crusader Black Mage Wendell will detect the appearance of strangers. Joe says that he will go forward and leaves the flanks to Rakis and Jin. He adds that Hayes will be responsible for the air and rear, to which she agrees. Joe stands with his back to them and continues that they should do everything quickly to avoid meeting the Crusader and begins the operation. The team moves forward. Hayes turns to the girl with a strand. She thanks her for joining because she really appreciates it. Tank replies that it's all thanks to Joe. She turns around and adds that she still doesn't have enough strength, but nevertheless, she will try to do her best. The brunette notices something in front of him. Huge stone golems are standing ahead. One of them has red eyes. The team is preparing to fight back. All the guards are filled with energy. One of them is ready to swing at the team. They all hit at once, breaking the floor into splinters. Joe holds an energy barrier above them. He gives the command that it's time to begin. Around them, lasers penetrate the entire room. The girls are preparing to attack. The conscript on the wolf takes off the guard's head. The girls slow down against the background of falling stones. Hayes notes that she thinks they made a great team, to which Rakis agrees. The stones light up with red energy. The golems are gathering back from behind the fragments right behind them. The girls are taken aback. Someone uses the lightning chain ability. Everything around lights up with yellow light. Rakis is perplexed that they are recovering. Joe shouts for them not to stand there like a pillar and calls for them to run to him. Rakis apologizes, to which he asks them to hurry. The golems run after the team. The guy stops and gives the command for everyone to hide behind him. The guy is preparing to shoot something. A large blue laser comes out of his hands in their direction. Joe looks ahead gloomily. He gives the command to look there and just attack. The cores on the castration have not been restored. Rakis says that he will deal with this issue. The weapon with a blue backlight was sent towards the cores of the guards. The brunette notes that she noticed the cores, although not the first time, to which she apologizes. The guy asks her to be more careful next time. Joe is taken aback and looks at the blue glow. Something purple breaks out from under the ground. Each of the team falls underground with a scream. Joe looks ahead. He sees the floor below and someone's silhouette. The armor of the creature below glows purple. The headless horseman attacks with purple sparks. Everything around envelops the brunette. He uses the Transcendence ability. From above, he also throws a shield. Duplac and hits the shield right. The guy bares his teeth and holds it with all his might. The brunette is tense. He flies up. Gina tries to catch him with a scream. Hayes calls Rukini for help. The team members are gathered in bubbles. They land. Gina tries to bring Joe to his senses. She screams his name. The headless horseman kicks. Gina grins. The metal knight comes closer. He says the word death and notices that it is a pleasant whisper. The horseman materializes a weapon in his hand. He hits the ground with it. Duplac calls the killer who came for him to get up. The entire floor cracks and becomes covered with red cracks. The team waits to see what will happen next. The hands of the evil spirits burst out from under the ground. Rakis looks around. The evil spirits are preparing to attack the group. Rakis says that she did not think that the ancestors would greet them like this. Hayes asks her to be more serious and concentrate. Gina says that she needs to protect Joe. The guy replies that he is fine because he came to his senses, to which she counters that his wound is serious. His hand glows. He uses the ability of maximum healing. Duplakan notes that he is quite persistent and gives the command to his soldiers to go forward. The guy says that he will take on the boss and asks the others to take care of the undead. He gives the command to counterattack. He uses abilities and says words of power and speed. The Headless Horseman says that he has interesting abilities. Gina activates a provocative shout. The evil spirit's eyes light up red. Someone kicks the ground. Joe jumps. Duplakan continues that they should listen to the call of the dead. The guy asks what he thinks about him falling for the same trick twice. Joe blocks the attack and asks if that's all. The brunette attacks him and asks to try it. The knight turns around. Black tentacles entangle him. The guy does not understand whether it worked or not. The Headless Horseman attacks with the ability of chains with spikes. Everything around is covered with a web in the form of chains. Joe protects himself with a barrier. He frowns and watches the enemy's next moves. Duplakan insists that he stop and then he will become an offering for him. The guy dodges the attack to the side at the last moment. The spinning attack goes somewhere to the side. The silhouette in the blue suit grins. The stone trace asks if this is a trap. Joe uses the explosion ability. An explosion is heard behind the Headless Horseman. The evil spirits give a loud roar. Hayes calls for an attack. She calls the creatures to help. Each attacks its part of the evil spirits. The skeleton is preparing to stab one of the objects of her summoning. The girl turns to attack from the side. Gina covers her with her shield. She screams and blocks it. The blow hits right on the surface of the shield. The girl counterattacks and parries the blow. His weapon flies to the side while he is perplexed. Gina asks the girl to bend down. She herself is preparing to block another blow. The evil spirits crowded around them while she kills them all with a spinning blow. There is a circle of blood around the girls. Gina notes that the undead can be of high rank, to which she thanks her. Some kind of purple slime has gathered around them. The slime begins to grow exponentially. It gathers into one large creature. It transforms into an evil spirit with a bunch of heads. The heads keep growing and growing from all sides. A fiery blow is heard behind the Headless Horseman. He himself is covered in flames. Joe uses his breath. A huge purple funnel emanates from it. Duplakan is perplexed. Joe says that this is the first time his head has been so far from his body, right? His eyes glow with malice. He uses a power missile and a fireball against the Headless Horseman. Everything around is covered in red flames. The guy is preparing to use another ability. Joe uses a chain of lightning. Each of the lightning bolts is preparing to finish off its opponent below. The Headless Horseman, from whom only his head remains, screams. He creates a barrier and protects himself from the lightning. He calls on the evil spirits to listen to the call of the dead. Joe jumps out of the portal, while he notices that he is running away as fast as a rat. Black energy gathers around the flying head. Joe dives behind it. Duplakan calls him to be careful. The guy turns around and watches carefully. The Headless Horseman is preparing to use some strange ability. Joe notices that this is a door to another dimension. A portal forms under the head. He half immerses himself in it. The guy clenches his fist and gives the command to the portal to close. The top of the helmet remains in this dimension. The portal is closed. A piece of the jaw remains lying on the floor. Again, clouds of black flame rise, but something here notes that this is his last attack. Something monstrous is gathering again. A black ball of energy emanates from it. He delivers a slashing blow to the surface in front. The blow almost reaches Joe. The guy uses the blue disc. He uses the reverse of transcendence and gives the command to turn everything back. The evil spirits reach out to him with multiple hands. They all reach for the girl with the shield. Multiple laser beams cut their hands. Gina and Joe say that they are finished. A beam of light comes out of the portal straight to the girl's offenders. The system notifies him that he has destroyed the boss monsters called the Headless Horseman. I have defeated the horseman. The user named Joe receives the following ability called Mental Isolation. Also that the Blade of the Corpse of the 7th class and the Simulacrum of the 8th class have been mastered. The plot takes us to the 3rd floor of this dungeon where the guy notices that it is different from the 2nd. The guy continues that they need to go back soon, so he urges them to quickly use the magic of revival. The system gives a request for him to name the name of the one he wants to revive, and the choice is limited to individuals entered into the system. Hayes is perplexed. The guy says that he wants to revive. A yellow ball of light lights up in front of him. In it, the silhouette of a certain person is visible. The person has white eyes and blue hair. Hayes cries and recognizes him in the silhouette of his brother. He looks ahead with empty eyes. Arkines walks towards them. He opens his eyes. The girl calls him by name. The brother, stunned, asks how she ended up there and asks again if she died and how it happened. Hai, with tears in her eyes, runs to her brother. She hugs the blue-haired guy. Hayes gives a negative answer, saying that Joe resurrected him. Arkines smiles. Rakis says that she is very happy for Hayes. The guy says that he is the one he fought then. Joe says that he is right and asks if they met in the past. He hands him an amulet, saying that he gave it to him, while the notification says that this is the revival of Desmond Rift, a unique one that increases intelligence by 100 units of strength and gives immunity to skills that reduce the user's abilities by 100 units. Awakens remembers that he entrusted his subjects to him. He asks how he was able to resurrect him, to which he receives in response that they used the magic of revival that was hidden in this place. Awakens has no arm suit and says that he is in great debt to him. The guy hands him some weapon, saying that even though it is not much, he asks to accept it. The system gives a characteristic to this item called the Sword Censure. Its rank is legendary. The description says that the sword keeps the fighting spirit of the holy knight named Jackal. If you hit it exactly in a vital organ, you can easily take the life of the Dark Crusader. Every time I take away in the life of the Dark Crusader, a new option is added to me, and Censure More is temporarily taking the form of a key that can open all rooms of the magic tower except for the main room. Awakens explains that this is the sword that the Holy Knight Jackal used, and he did not have a chance to use it, but it can be useful to him. The system says that they have 5 minutes and 3 seconds left. Gina says that they are almost out of time. Joe agrees and says that time is running out. Hayes turns to the brunette and says that she will never forget the time she spent with him. She continues that thanks to them she is alive, and now they were able to resurrect her brother, and even if not for long, she was very happy. The blue-haired girl states that she did everything possible to take revenge on Wendell and his followers to revive the Empire, while Rakis adds that she will give her life for him, and Awakens offers to meet him again. Joe agrees and goes back. The system notifies that the Desmond Rift has been cleared. Sparks diverge from all sides of the portal. Joe and Gina come out of there. They look around. The girl states that while she lived with Hayes and Rakis, she did not imagine that without them this house would be so big. They look at some symbols on paper. The girl with a strand of hair, or rather, is he sad? Joe replies that he is fine and those two have returned to where they should be. He adds that, moreover, they need to think about what this will lead to. The three continue walking down the corridor. The brunette states that he thinks they will be fine. Gina looks down and states that everything will be fine, but if he is sad, then. The brunette asks if she wants to offer them to live together, to which she replies that she agrees if he does not mind. Joe smiles and suggests that they live together. Gina says that in that case, he will bring his things right away, to which he stops her with a request to rest because it is late. The morning sun illuminates the office. On the papers it is written that Rakis, Hayes, and Awakens, having parted with him, are observing the ancient territories of the Desmond Empire, becoming infected for the day when the Empire can be reborn. Who is it that goes to put pen to paper saying that this is the end of Awakens' story? He continues that all that remains is to finish with Berhard. He says that the dark heir of Awakens and the Headless Horseman and the executioner Berhard are all ready. Someone on the phone asks if he is working on something, gives a negative answer because he recently finished and decided to rest, asks if they will go somewhere together. Someone answers that it would be nice to get some fresh air and asks if he said that the man would also come, to which he receives a positive answer that he said that he finished, so he will also come and they will eat together. Someone says goodbye to him until the evening. The brunette says that they will see each other again and that he hangs up. The chandelier on the ceiling goes out. A portal opens. Something looks at the notebook and pen. He opens it and turns the pages. The system notifies that he has entered the Rentis Rift. Sparks are heard from the portal. Gina says that this place is so different from the past and there are so many alleys, to which Joe agrees and adds that he does not feel a single monster in the area. The system explains that a special quest is launched, a call to meet with Berhard, and after he confirms his appearance, if he can talk to him, then a new quest will open for him. The reward: they will manage one shard from another dimension. The time limit: they have 1 hour. The girl says that since this is a quest, then this is definitely not a monster hunt. She adds that there is also a time limit, to which the guy is perplexed who it is. He looks at the blonde and realizes that he is completely different from the Berhard he knows. Joe thinks that apparently in the quest Berhard is still young, and then maybe this moment from the past. He continues that he does not know what Deus wants to change by sending him here, but first they should find Berhard. The guy suggests going slowly, to which Gina says that she found the man from the quest. The brunette asks again, to which she says that this is the one who is being beaten and asks to look at it. A group of people beat the guy. Joe looks at him stunned. The blonde covers his head with his hands. Joe orders them to stop because they have business with this man, to which he is asked who they are. The guy tells them that he cannot stand rudeness, so he better disappear right now. Berhard asks himself what kind of people these are. The guy asks him who he is, what kind of girl is with him. He turns around and adds that he is such a weakling, next to him is just a beauty. The man suggests that Gina leave this loser and go with him, to which he gets a fist in the face. He is thrown back. The other two stand in front of a man flying into the wall of a building. Gina says that she is annoyed by him insulting Joe. The brunette asks them what to do with them. Annie runs away and Berhard remains lying down. Joe asks if he is okay, to which the blonde asks again who they are. Joe replies that people are looking at them and offer to leave first and he will explain everything later. He uses a teleport. The system explains that they should listen to his story and help him solve his problems. The quest is limited to 2 hours. The reward is estimated at 4 fragments from another dimension, and if they do not meet the time limit, the task will be completed, they will return back. The 3 fly somewhere. Bernhardt clarifies whether it is true that they met him from the future. Joe says that apparently he still does not believe them, to which he declares that he is right and that this is nonsense. The blonde notes that despite this, if they can save his beloved Mary, he will believe any of their lies. Joe agrees to the condition while Gina says that a red flag is visible. The blonde says that this is Fresco and his guys' camp and that they are all scumbags there. Joe asks what and where his beloved is. The blonde adds that she is probably in the dungeon in that house. The bald man walks while he continues that not only she is being held there but also many other girls. He says that these bastards kidnap people and demand ransom for them. Joe says that in that case he will go with him. He asks the girl after they enter if she can detain the bandits and agrees to something. The brunette announces the beginning of the operation. 2 guards are standing near the gate. One of them says that this is all so pointless and the second agrees. He continues that this is Fresco's lair and he can handle a 3,000 strong army alone and who is invading here anyway. A flame breaks out behind the gate. The guard is perplexed. He looks up. All the territory is striped with laser beams. The man takes off his hood and realizes that this cannot be. A huge blue beam appears right behind him. He sits on his knees and is perplexed. Akron looks at him menacingly. His eyes glow blue. Joe says that this is a chance for Bernhard, to which he agrees to go. The blonde calls for him to follow him. Joe realizes something. He apologizes to him and uses invisibility. An explosion occurs. The man with the ponytail screams asking who did this. Fresco asks again who dared to invade his domain. He gives the command to this man to show himself. Joe realizes that he is the boss. He looks at him and understands that if so, then he will show himself, to which he asks if he did it. Fresco asks how he dared to invade his domain. The brunette looks away in displeasure. Joe appears right above him. Red and blue magic meet face to face. Someone asks if they came for them, to which the second says that she hopes so. The bald man commands them to shut up because there is no one who has come here to save them and who can stand up to Mr. Fresco. He commands them to calm down while a flame appears behind him. Bernhard attacks him with flame. The blonde is out of breath. He runs up to the bars and says that they are safe and they have come to save them. Mary asks if it is really him while he opens the cage. The guy hugs her saying that he was incredibly worried about her. The girl asks what is going on and why there are so many soldiers here, the robber king Fresco, to which they ask her not to worry because there is a man who has come to help him. He says that there definitely are. Fresco asks him to show him more magic. Joe uses his abilities to resist him. Bernhard continues that he can handle him. Joe receives a slashing blow to the chest. The man confidently looked at the hero. Joe watched his actions with incomprehension. The man skillfully controlled the weapon. His gaze was full of bewilderment, and he himself answered that everything had become much more complicated. The heroes began to fight. The girl stood with 2 guys who were trying to kill her. The man offered her to just surrender. The hero shouted at the girl not to repeat the fate of her friend who had died. Gina asked the man with bewilderment what he was saying. The hero thought that he was holding the guy's head, asking if she could see it herself. A bright light passed through the territory. An explosion occurred. The hero looked away with anger. The man looked around, wondering where he really was. The guy confidently jumped on the hero. Joe answered that it was impossible to lose him. Defragmentation began across the territory. Joe looked at the floor with a smile on his face. People looked at the main hero with fear, seeing how he turned the boss into powder with one blow. The warriors quickly ran away. After exterminating the bandit squad, the heroes returned all the kidnapped girls home. Joe and Gina looked away. One of the heroines asked everyone to listen. The girl calmly thanked the guy with Gina for their help. The heroine began to carefully hold out one thing, giving it to the guy. Joe began to say discontentedly that this pendant was a message that was transmitted from the future. The girl began to stand calmly with the pendant in her hands. A bright light began to appear across the territory. The heroine covered her eyes. Everything became clear to the girl. The hero thought with incomprehension whether he could praise his present self. Joe said that it was all over. The quest for the guys was over. All the heroes prayed for the guys. The guys began to receive the energy of blessing through the prayer of these 2 dimensions. User Joe increased his level to the next rank. Gina also became 1 step higher. A reward was added for the heroine. She received the Tiger Crusader shield. Gina looked away in fear. The heroine did not understand what was happening. Joe congratulated the girl on her rank increase. The girl called the guys. The guy asked her with interest if she was happy. The hero hoped that everything would be fine with Joe in the future. The protagonist noticed that the guy's eyes lit up. After a while, their hands were shaken. Time passed. The guild. The girl asked the master if he called her. The hero held onto the folder. Bruno asked the girl if he knew why he called her. Alina answered that it was all because of the unsuccessful attack on the Buddha statue rift. The girl asked the master what he wanted to get her to ask Joe's Korean team to deal with this. Bruno told the girl that she knew him so she could deal with it. The master asked Alina if Joe was really that incredible. The girl calmly said that his abilities were truly incredible. The master asked the girl if his team would be able to attack the Buddha statue rift. The heroine was silent. Alina said that she had no data on the team. The girl understood that the hero himself was strong, but he couldn't cope alone. But despite this, the only member of his team that she knew was himself, and the rest were unknown awakened. The master laughed, understanding that he had to be involved first. Bruno understood that through the guy they would get information about the rift, and with its help they would be able to prepare the next attack. The building. The hero understood that he had received a special spell for the achievement. Now Joe had enough spells for attacks, so he needed to collect spells for defense. The system window showed special spells. The hero understood that there was only one life, so he had to be careful. Joe decided to disassemble the last items that he had received in the last rift. The heroes came to the guy. Joe asked them to go through. The guy asked Joe with confusion why he had called him if they had time before the next rift. Joe said that he had learned from the guild that they had said something about the rift of the Buddha statue. The guys were looking at the planets. Gina was thinking about something. One of the girls started to find information about the rifts. The heroine answered that the Buddha statue rift is known among the awakened as the most ancient rift, which cannot be conquered for 20 years. The complexity of the terrain, as it is too complex. It is difficult for heroes to reveal their abilities and characteristics. And also in the Buddha statue rift, teamwork is very important. This place is cruel to unorganized groups, and the rift can be called a kind of cemetery for the carelessness of the awakened. This place is very dangerous, as even one of the guilds could not master it. The guy asked fearfully about the fact that they were offered to go there. All the guys understood that it was very important for the guild. The most ancient rift is overflowing with energy from another dimension. Because of this, the level of difficulty of the rift is high, but the reward will be appropriate. One guy from the American Guild Freedom leads this raid. Everyone says it's because he was the first to clear the rift, which was actually one of the oldest. Gina knew she'd heard it somewhere before. The girl replied that Alina wasn't a guild employee, but she was one of the key figures. Gina knew that the authority to attack the oldest rift was usually not transferred outside. Despite all this, they were asking for help. Their goal could simply be to clear the rift, or the guys wanted to use them to learn more about the rift. The guy couldn't understand why they were getting it. The guys decided to ask about it. Joe understood that he couldn't decide for everyone. The protagonist replied that they could handle it, and besides, he was very interested in what the reward would be. Gina said that she wanted to try too. The girl understood that they needed to plan everything and practice on other rifts since their teamwork had to be perfect. All the guys supported the girl's words. Joe replied that he would ask the guild for official documents. The guy said that they would definitely succeed in this attack. Cave. A loud thunder arose. The man was creating something out of stone. The hammer hit the statue. The hero noticed some rustling sounds. The man replied that he did not have long left and he would be able to get out of the rift in which he had been locked for 20 years. The hero was waiting for the day when the walls of this rift would collapse. The man replied that he would definitely find the people because of whom his peaceful life with his little sister was destroyed. The man asked him to wait. A stone played on his head. The hero approached the equipment. The mask was put on his head. A statue of Buddha stood neatly in front. Everyone looked at it. The heroes did nothing. The statue was gaining strength. The monster asked everyone to wake up. The warriors looked at the statue. Everyone continued to gain strength. Lightning flew in different directions. The power continued to show. Somewhere to the side a golem was rising and being created. A huge stone monster began to rise. Someone's legs were in the sky. The statue asked its servants to kill everyone who dared to enter its territory. The heroes quickly walked forward. There was fog in the forest. The girl with a smile on her face said that she had never seen such a drone. The heroine laughed, answering that this was their first meeting and each time Joe had some new toy. The girl suggested meeting in a quiet place next time. Clara, with a smile on her face, began to answer that she knew a great restaurant in Japan where they only let you in by invitation. Joe suggested that they sort things out here first. The girl agreed, answering that they needed to rest a little. Joe, not listening to the heroine, read the system window. The guy was very worried, despite the fact that everything was fine. The sword quickly flew forward. Something began to shine brightly. Black magic hit the girl's shield. The heroine confidently looked forward. Her eyes were scared. A veil began to appear across the territory. Magic was all over the area. Sticks appeared from the abilities. All the heroes covered themselves with shields. Golems were walking ahead. All of them were negatively disposed. Joe realized that these were metal golems, so the drone's thermal imager did not detect them. The boss confidently walked towards the heroes. The monster looked away with displeasure. All of them confidently headed towards the guys. The monsters began to shout at the guys to feel the punishment of heaven. The force confidently directed at the heroes. Joe began to use force. Magic spiders walked across the territory. A violent fire began. Explosions all over the territory. The monsters screamed loudly, not understanding what to do. Magic quickly began to be created. All the monsters confidently held a sword in their hands. Joe ran at the monsters, not afraid of anything. The heroes fought each other. Gina noticed that the boss was strong in a one-on-one fight. However, his attacks were sweeping and could be avoided. The girl ran with a shield in her hands. Her eyes confidently looked forward. A fight began between the heroes. One of the golems screamed that he could not lose. Magic continued to be created. All the guys began to fight among themselves. The golem looked away in confusion. The monsters screamed at the guys. Explosions passed through the territory. No one could understand what was happening. Gina screamed to everyone that she would try to take the golem to the north. The heroine began to teleport from side to side. The cross glowed brightly. A provocative howl began. The monster decided to get rid of everyone quickly. The golem confidently raised its weapon up. The earth began to rupture. All the shields were quickly worn down. Jenna gritted her teeth. The heroes tried to save the situation. The three guys confidently walked forward. Joe and his heroes looked at the monsters, thinking how to destroy them. The main golem looked away with displeasure. New magic and power began to happen all over the territory. With new shields, explosions began. Weapons began to fly from one golem to the guy. The girls confidently dealt with the monsters using their power. Explosions passed through the entire territory. Huge swords from the monsters fell on the guys. Gina fought with one of the monsters. All the lines of magic passed along the ground. The hero confidently looked away, thinking about his actions. The power became more and more powerful. The guy smiled, realizing that this was his team. The hero regretted that he left the guild and joined another. Greg regretted that there were threats, attacks on people, blackmail. The guy noticed that they were only worried about money. Greg understood that everything was different in this team, so he had to give it his all. He knew he could handle it. The hero decided to show the whole point of his departure. Joe asked the guy with bewilderment what happened and why he sat down. Greg confidently suggested moving forward. The guys walked calmly, not afraid of anything. Joe began to laugh, answering that they had finally arrived. Zone B, this was the limit of their guild, so there would be no stone golems in this place. Joe said that Zone B was connected to Zone C, so they had to clear it as quickly as possible in a certain amount of time. The girl said that the boss of Zone C could go wild, so Zone B could collapse. The heroine replied that they also needed to prepare for battle, and for this they needed to act quickly. The guys understood that they were working for speed. The monster laughed, answering that the lost ones had appeared in front of him again. The hero decided to personally show them the way. Magic balls were heading towards the sky. Hands of power were appearing from them. They were all moving forward quickly. The monster was thinking with a smile on his face about what he could do with them. The hero was trying to kill everyone, not knowing if they could survive that. The boss was shouting at them to accept their fate. Joe was thinking about how much longer Jin could hold back his attack. The guy knew that the monster didn't know about his spell, so now was the best time. The monster kept shouting for everyone to be killed. The weapons were pointing at the heroes. Everything was burning with a bright flame. Joe looked away with confidence. The power forbade him to do anything. Joe started to turn on the freeze. The boss was looking forward carefully. The monster started thinking about the freeze in a clear mind. A bright light started to burn across the area. It was a spear of horror. All of it started to emit flames with fire. The monster was moving its head, shouting that it was very painful. The body was starting to break. Joe didn't understand if the boss could recover. The red flame continued to move quickly. Gina tiredly answered that the entire attack had stopped. The heroine looked away, not understanding what was happening to the guy. Greg confidently ran to help. All the boss's power had been changed. Joe looked around. Everything began to burn brightly with a bright flame. The hands continued to break the powerful shield in which the main character was. Joe tried to hold onto it as hard as possible. The boss continued to create magic. The weapons quickly flew at the hero. All this prevented the shield from holding. Joe clenched his teeth in confusion, not knowing what to do. Huge hands began to urge Joe to go to them. The hero looked at the power and fear being in the shield, clenching his teeth. Red light began to pass everywhere. The guy's frightened eyes began to look away, not knowing what to do. The magician held onto the shield and, looking at the hands that were clenching it, shouted to Greg, who was with his back to the guy. Greg looked confidently forward, blood flowing from his mouth. The guy looked at the silhouette that was near the building. He was saying that Greg had finally decided to go on his way. A smile played on the monster's face. He began to say that Greg could not worry, since others who had lost their way would also soon follow him. A smile played on Greg's face too. The monster looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding why he was laughing. The shield in which Joe was located was squeezed by huge hands. The heroine aimed the firearm, aiming and looking forward. The girl began to touch the trigger, saying that this would be a fatal shot. A strong flame of fire began to pass forward, heading towards the hands. Greg watched as the flame quickly passed him, going further forward. The bullet quickly rushed to the hands of the demon, who controlled the other hands that were squeezing the shield. The demon placed his hands next to each other so that they accumulated all the power from the bullets. In the palms of the demon was a huge fireball, which was accumulating in size. The fireball began to shoot to the side, quickly heading back to the demon. A stream of power began to hit the demon's body. He began to scream that it hurt a lot. The monster's face began to double, saying that it hurt. The flame penetrated further and further, going through the monster. The demon's face began to disintegrate into small pieces. The monster did not understand what was happening. Surprise was red in the demon's eyes. Melissa and the girl looked askance forward, holding weapons. The hands began to disappear, and the demon himself said that he did not expect that they would use the first attack as bait and attack from the side. There was only ash on the ground. A system window appeared, which began to say that the SS rank monster was destroyed. Joe was seriously collecting a huge ball of power, which was called maximum extraction. Someone's golden silhouette appeared behind the guy. The light began to fall on the monster's body. All the power began to penetrate into one small crack in the stomach. Joe started looking at Gina, telling her that even though he had gotten the treatment so quickly, the guy still couldn't come because of the bleeding. Gina looked at the guy, telling him that they had time, so they could get ready. The girls started talking about checking the entrance. Joe thought about it and decided that it really was a rift that they couldn't clean for 20 years. The guy looked at the system window, realizing that he needed to be more focused. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy started to notice something. The world started to disappear and break. A red system window appeared, saying that emergency changes were happening in the rift. Huge and strong thunderstorms with lightning were breaking all objects in the world. The window said that the rifts of zones B and C were closing due to the detection of an unknown force. Gina and Joe watched everything that was happening, and Greg was lying next to them. The system window started to say that the boss monster Great Buddha had left Zone C. Joe calmly looked ahead. The hero began to notice something out of the corner of his eye. Melissa and the girl looked up in fear. The monster was pointing an angry and furious fist, trying to hit. The devil raised his staff, shouting that they had all destroyed everything he had built. The monster's eyes were full of anger. He shouted and said that he would destroy them and create this place anew. The monster hit his fist with all his might, raising dust and dirt. The world was slowly disappearing and breaking. The demon sat, watching everything that was happening. The monster stood to the side. The demon's eyes showed anger and rage. Joe began to direct the shield, covering all the people. The guy looked at the demon with anger. Gina held the shield, preparing to attack. The monster raised his leg, shouting that he would destroy them and they would disappear. A portal began to open near the demon. Many portals began to appear in the world. The demon knocked with his staff. A flower began to appear on the ground. The flower looked at many portals. A lot of power began to appear from it, which was the release of mana. Joe was in the sky, taking in magic, which was a transcendental force. A huge ball of power was accumulating in the guy's hands, which was an increase in dominance. The system window began to show an increase in reason. Joe raised his hand high, creating a magical field and shouting that this was transcendence. With angry eyes, the hero looked forward, shouting that he would make a meteor storm. The monster began to slowly disappear and crack. The demon looked at his robot with confusion. A huge amount of flame began to rise from the air. Meteors were quickly heading towards the monster. Fireballs began to destroy everything around. With the help of his hands, the guy began to direct all the fire power in the form of balls. Joe loudly shouted with anger that this was the best fire spell he could create. An incredibly large flame was directed straight into the ground. A group of people were in the shield. Greg looked at the guy, telling Ree that this was Joe's spell. The girl began to say in surprise that the story of the meteorite falling was not just the story of their movie or novel. Melissa looked at the guys in surprise, asking if they would help the hero. Gina looked at the guy, realizing that this spell was taking a lot of his strength. Everyone looked at the tired Joe, realizing that he had gone a little overboard. Gina turned to the guys, saying that they should prepare for the worst. The guy started to approach the monster. As the guy thought, the 9th class transcendence spell was too burdensome for the guy's body. Joe looked at the monster without fear, hoping that this would be the end. Suddenly, the guy started to look at something with fear. The broken stones began to rise. A whole army of monsters gathered from the stones, looking at the guy. In the middle of the army was a demon. The monster looked at Joe, asking him if he wanted to experience this again. Joe started to look at the state of the statues. The guy looked askance, noticing that they were all at their limit. Joe started to gain strength in his hands, telling himself that he had to deal with it before it recovered. The stones began to fall to the ground, raising a strong wind. Joe looked at all this in surprise. Gina and Greg exchanged glances, realizing that they could not allow the guy's magic to be wasted on the statues. The room stood next to the guy, asking him to clear the way for them. Greg's and the girl's swords began to connect. Beams of magic began to go all over the territory. Joe began to jump, flying at the demon. The monster was squatting, looking at the hero. Larger objects of parts began to appear from the body. The demon looked forward confidently. Huge hands appeared from the monster's back, pointing weapons at Joe. The demon's eyes showed confidence in victory. Sharp weapons were directed at the team. Joe looked up, seeing all these blades. The hero began to run quickly, including a power rocket. Joe began to run towards the demon, who was covered by explosions that saved him and made him safe. The guy's gaze began to confidently look forward. The weapons were trying to kill the hero. With incredible speed, the guy quickly rushed through all the monster's obstacles. The demon began to point his huge fist at the guy, shouting at him to try to block this too. The monster began to quickly fly away. All the demon's power was directed at the guy. The monster's gaze was full of confidence. Joe turned into a huge monster, putting on iron skin. The guy came very close to the demon, spraying poison on him. Joe had poison in his hands. All the pollen was sucked into the demon's body. The guy began to touch the monster's body, including the poison arrow. The demon's face began to radiate fear. The guy noticed the boss core on the demon's chest. Something golden began to fly into the guy's hands. Joe began to direct a power rocket and a spear of horror at the monster. With great force, the guy directed the spear of power straight into the demon's chest. The guy's face radiated anger. The entire area was covered in blue flames. The whole day was covered in blue. Nature. The girl was sitting next to the boy, who was lying and asking him about him sleeping again. The girl wanted the boy to make her a toy. The girl was angry, shouting at the boy to get up. The hand reached for the sky. Joe looked away, asking if he had come to his senses. The body asked the guy how he knew their language. The hero looked at the body, saying that it was all because of the spells. The body slowly opened its mouth and said that it did not want to be here and did not want to be imprisoned. Joe looked away, listening to the body, which said that it did not want to kill the people who came here. The core glowed brightly. The body said that it was only gradually captured by the core's voice. Joe looked at the floor, saying that he had already met people like it. The body began to look at the guy, saying that those who were not of their own free will ended up here and lived, suffering alone. The body looked askance at the guy, asking him who he was. Joe began to look away, telling the body that he was looking for the one who created this hell. The man looked at the hero, telling him that this was an unusual name that did not at all suit the century in which he lived. The guy's hand began to reach out to Joe, asking if he could ask something. The guy's magic began to accumulate in his hand. The body began to tell the guy that if he suddenly met his little sister, he needed to give her a wooden doll. The little girl was sleeping sweetly, not distracted by anything. The body was saying that he had bad handwriting, so his sister would understand him right away. Joe bowed to the guy, saying that he would definitely give it to her. The man closed his eyes, trying to say something else. The guy was silent, watching the body. Joe began to look at the green light in surprise. The little girl began to open her eyes. The man's sister was very small in size. The girl turned to the already dead body. The little sister kissed him on the cheek, saying sweet dreams. Joe calmly watched the fairy and her actions. The little sister turned to Joe and began to ask if he would remember his brother. The guy said that he would. The girl looked at the guy with a smile, calming him down and telling him good night. The guy was standing next to Greg. The Japanese rift that no one had been able to clear for 20 years had been passed by Joe's team. Everyone was waiting to see what else the team could achieve. The guy was gritting his teeth in anger and rage. The hero pointed at the door. Rocks started falling from somewhere. The guild master began to say angrily that the guy had left, betraying their guild to suck up to Joe. Someone started knocking on the door. The guy's assistant began to say that this girl was the deputy guild master. The guy began to look askance ahead, not understanding that this had come from China. Someone started knocking on the door. The guy waved his hand, saying that all this had to be put back and that he had no time to talk now. Questions began to be heard from the door about what to do with this guest. There were many beams on the door. The door opened and a girl came out. The heroine calmly looked at the guy, not paying attention to him. The guy quickly jumped up from the table and angrily began to ask what she was doing. Hero. He looked at the girl with disdain, asking her about the Chinese guild having no manners at all. The girl looked ahead, saying that she did not expect a warm welcome. The heroine walked towards the guy, telling them that they had greeted her coldly. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, not knowing what to tell her. She began to slowly approach them, saying that they were very incompetent. One of the heroes began to look at the girl very frightened. She began to walk, asking about whether his subordinates were leaving. The hero looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she was saying. The hero came very close to the girl, asking her to repeat it again. There were shards on the table, The girl answered that the guy was too impulsive and unrestrained. The heroine began to look at him with anger, saying that because of this they would not be able to defeat Joe. The guy's body began to turn into a huge monster. He was angry. The heroine began to take something out of her jacket. In her hands was an envelope. The girl looked at the guy, holding the envelope, and said that this was the decree of the guild master on the support and sponsorship of all the guilds of the Republic of Korea. There was some confidence in the heroine's eyes. The girl looked at the guy, telling him that one of the conditions is that the Jangpalan Guild is subordinate to the Tiwa Guild. The heroine began to smile madly, saying that not only now, but after all this, they will be able to climb to the top in the Republic of Korea. Greg walked through the building, saying that he would never get used to this place. It was the underground training hall of the Cheongsong Guild. The guy began to look ahead, calling someone. Joe began to angrily and loudly shout at the hero to be careful. A huge object began to fly at Greg. The guy began to look at it in fear and surprise. The object immediately fell on Greg, creating dust. The hero began to hold a huge part of the column from which steam was coming. Greg began to look at something out of the corner of his eye. The guy looked at the column, not understanding what kind of fists these were. Joe began to run up to Greg, asking if he was okay. Greg answered that everything was fine since he managed to block. The guy looked at the object, asking Joe what kind of training this was. The hero answered that he was testing the spell that he received in the last rift. The hero clenched his fists, saying that if he checked everything in advance, he could use it in the right situation. The little girl began to smile, saying that she would heal Greg's wounds. The guy looked ahead in fear, not understanding what the girl would do. Greg's mouth began to slowly open. The hero looked at Joe, asking if it wasn't amazing. The fairy smiled, saying to entrust her with the healing. The system window began to show all the data about this girl. Joe held his hands on his chest, asking Greg what brought him here this morning. The guy began to take something out of his jacket. There was a paper in the hero's hand. The guy told her to look at it. Joe read the paper in surprise. The guy looked at it, saying that before contacting her, the Jangpalan Guild was there, and after hearing the news about the Rift of the Holy Buddha, they sent a message for Greg to come back. The guy looked ahead, saying that he was responsible for a lot of things in that guild. The hero began to look at Joe, saying that he was responsible for all the documentation. Joe interrupted Greg, telling him that on the outside he looked like an ordinary handsome guy. Greg touched the bridge of his nose, telling everyone that this was too much, and if you look at it like that, you can see that he is the main brain of the team. Joe looked at the hero with incomprehension, wondering from which side this was. Joe looked ahead, saying that this is all strange, since it would be faster to conduct a new recruitment than to drag the guy again. The hero looked at Greg, saying that he will find out everything personally today. Joe squeezed the paper, saying that if he has important information of the guild, they will probably want to kill him. Greg replied that this is still not enough. The guy began to smile slyly, saying that they should get ahead of him. There was a foggy night on the streets. Greg walked along the sidewalk. Someone was looking at the guy from the roof, telling him that the target was confirmed and moving. Another guy was looking at Greg, telling him that he was still watching and that he had everything clear now. The guys were looking at Greg with smiles, not understanding why he was going where he couldn't hide. The guy started to enter the warehouse. One of the spies started to look at the guy angrily, asking what they should do. The man was looking at the warehouse, telling the guy that he didn't know how Greg had prepared, but that he had to go. The hero was standing and looking forward, with a spy behind the guy asking him how things were going. The hero turned to the guy, telling him that it hadn't even been a day since he'd received the letter. The deputy guild master was smiling, asking the guy what was wrong with him, since they'd known each other for a long time. Greg turned around, telling him that as soon as he left the guild, they had all stopped having anything in common. The hero was asking why they needed him. The deputy looked at the guy, saying that the boss was annoyed that the guy knew a lot. The spy's face spread into a sly grin. He began to say that they came to calm him down. One of the guys began to tell his assistant to come to him. The deputy went around all the buildings, but saw nothing. The guy's frightened face began to ask where everyone went. Greg asked the guy that something was wrong. The guy smiled, asking the spy that he did not expect this. Joe, with a smile on his face, told the guy that they were trapped from the very beginning and they knew that they would be followed, so they lured them to the warehouse. The guy, frightened, asked Joe who he was and what he wanted. A light began to burn between Joe's fingers. The light blinded the spy, who clenched his teeth in anger. Joe was in the air, and near the guy were his assistants in the web. The people were neutralized. Joe said that he caught everyone except him. The guy looked at the spy, telling him to surrender. The spy angrily understood that he wanted to deal with Joe after he dealt with Greg. The guy was holding the phone in his hands and saying that he needed to call the guild for help. Shards of glass began to fly out of the window. Joe looked at the shards that were flying at him. The glass stood near the cockins with the spy's assistants. All the shards began to pass through. Greg was in the shield, looking at all this. The guy began to scream angrily about what he was doing. Greg began to look forward in fear. The huge guy was holding the hero by the head. The guy in fear began to ask to be saved. There was a silhouette in Greg's eyes. The guy watched as the hero lay on the ground. One of the main spies began to look at Greg, saying that the target was confirmed. The hero confidently walked forward. His gaze was full of anger. Greg looked at the veins on his face with confusion. The hero quickly approached from behind the hero. Magic began to accumulate. The hero looked away with confusion. There was a rift in the robot. The hero quickly broke Akron. Chains of lightning began to appear across the area. The entire area began to glow brightly. Greg looked away with confusion, thinking that he had become stronger due to his experience in that rift. Joe began to call his assistant. The hero asked him to take Greg and lead him away from this place. The robot began to call the guy. The hero continued to run away quickly with all his might. Greg answered Joe that all the magic did not last long, and if the battle dragged on, it would be possible to defeat him. The main hero began to understand that because of all this, he felt mana like from those guys. Joe understood that different people were behind different guilds. The hero thanked the robot. A few seconds later, Greg began to fly away with him. The man looked at the assistant, realizing that he could not miss the target and he had to block everything. The hero confidently rushed forward. The villains screamed loudly, opening their mouths wide. Punches began to hit the territory. All this created new power and magic. The robot began to recheck the escape route. After that, acceleration began. Sparks flew in different directions, creating a bright blinding light. The strip from the robot began to rush high into the sky. Joe looked at all this, glad that everyone had managed to get away. The hero decided to start attacking at full strength. Joe decided to use a power rocket. The man confidently ran at the guy, starting to use his power. Everything exploded. The hero's shield tried to barely resist. Joe, gritting his teeth, tried to hold it as long as possible. The hero looked away with displeasure. Joe was in the shield, which was completely possessed by the hero's magic. The guy understood that he could not use a spell on a wide area, since then he would touch bodies that could become evidence. Joe knew that if the fight dragged on, there was a chance that everyone would run away. The hero understood that he had no choice but to take those guys to prove the connection of the guilds. Joe turned on the magic gaze. The hero did not understand why the man decided to destroy the barricade. For the guy, this was his last chance. Joe understood that he would definitely kill him. The villain's magic confidently connected with Joe's power, creating an explosion. The hero looked away. The man did not answer, deciding to use a destructive fist. The villain asked Joe with confusion how he was able to read his attack. For the guy, it was very simple. Joe calmly answered that he saw everything from above. The hero decided to direct the hold at the villain. Joe was glad that he was able to capture him. The man could not move. The villain angrily answered that his mission had failed. A few seconds later, the man began to disappear, answering that the effort to prove had begun. Joe did not know what it was. The villain angrily shouted at the guy that he was waiting for him in hell. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Explosions were flying everywhere. The girl stood on the roof, watching all of this. She didn't know if it was too much for the doll, enhanced by the psychedelic potion. The heroine understood that the amount of magical power was much higher than the others. The hero directed the snowstorm. Everything around the area began to spin. Everyone around slowly turned to ice, starting to disappear. Joe covered the evidence with spells. The police were flying quickly on the road. The girl looked away in fear. There were legs near the car. Mila confidently said that she had come all the way here for a reason. Joe heard the heroine answer with incomprehension that she had given up the guild. Joe, gritting his teeth, shouted that he would not give up. One hero began to shout at the girl to be careful, since at such a distance this power could not be handled. The girl confidently answered that first of all she wanted to test the guy's skills. The heroine could not retreat now. The girl understood that she would not leave the guys alone. Night, Ellie. The hero quickly ran away from the smoke from the explosion. His body was burning with magic, and there was a blood stain near him. For the guy, these things were completely incomprehensible. The hero asked to save him, answering that he would give everything he had. The villain pointed his foot at his head, saying that he could not leave the witness alive. The guy laughed evilly. The hero began to answer that there were many names on his list that he wanted to kill one way or another. All the information began to update for the villain. The guy looked away. The hero thought that first he needed to clear the territory and only then go to Korea. The guys calmly walked forward. Joe asked Gina if she liked everything. The heroine looked away with displeasure. The main character asked the girl in surprise what happened. Gina calmly answered that her father had become very demanding, so she had to develop her skills further. Joe was surprised that the girl's father decided everything for her himself. The heroine answered that if her father found out that Joe was communicating with her, he would be very furious. The heroine understood that she could not hide the truth from him. Joe stroked the girl's head, asking her not to worry. The hero laughed, answering that he would be next to her. The little fairy said that there was nothing wrong with emotions. The girl thanked everyone for such support. Her foot stepped on the ground. The villain answered the guy that he had to cope, whether he wanted it or not. The monster laughed, asking if he still doubted. The guys understood that the tactics should remain the same. Joe noticed something off to the side. A bright, blinding light began to burn in the sky. One of the rays quickly flashed into the distance. The hero began to use the aura blade. Joe, gritting his teeth, looked away. An explosion began in one of the places, which raised sand. The hero answered that he had warned everyone. His legs ran forward quickly. The guy answered that if everyone showed up again, he would consider him his enemy. The hero answered Joe that he was giving him a chance to leave, which he should use in a good way. The main character looked away, answering that the Legion of Undead was fertilizer for their magical growth. Joe answered that he was going to kill him with his dagger. The villain proudly said that all this was unrealistic. The guy answered that his goal was to protect the land on which he stood. He answered that Joe was a stranger who should not even knock his foot here. For the main character, this was useless talk. Two magics quickly mixed into one, starting to create something new. The knight held the sword, telling everyone that he could not believe the words. They had to protect all the lands. The guy raised the sword up, which emitted light and said that an alien had invaded them. Joe looked at the guy with anger, telling him that there was no point in continuing the conversation. The two forces began to collide with each other. Joe began to observe the phenomenon when magic mixed into one. The knight from the air began to jump and run to Joe, who was holding the force in his hands. The guy began to throw a flash at the knight at high speed. A long fire began to pass forward to the guy. The knight looked forward in surprise, not believing that he was using spells without pronouncing them. The hero began to quickly rush at the guy, who was holding the sword tightly. Joe hit the guy's sword and, gritting his teeth, turned on the power rocket. Several flashes began to rush towards the knight. The guy quickly threw them in different directions with his sword. Suddenly, the hero began to look at the fog, not understanding where Joe could have gone. The guy looked away in surprise. Out of the corner of his eye, Joe noticed something. There were many silhouettes of the guy in the sky. The knight said that this was nonsense. The lands and map of the demons of Kresha, the continent of Miraclellum, the northern front of the Kingdom of Cinders. The silhouette stood near a huge magic field. It was a magic circle for moving to the northern part of the Kingdom of Cinders. The man smiled. Looking at the magic circle, there was a man behind him. Rakis began to shout to Belton about where he was going. Belton looked askance at the guy, telling him that he was going to meet the guy that Duke Smellock had spoken about. The guy looked at the man, asking him if he believed in the talk about a guy from another dimension. Belton looked at the guy, asking him if he had ever talked about Berhard, who came from the central continent. Many monsters came out of the sea. The guy said that wasn't he one of the few who had crossed the Magnum Sea in the last 100 years. Belton looked at Rakis, saying that when he was doing research with him, he would repeat the same words until his tongue got calluses. Berhard looked at the people, saying that if they met Joe, they should definitely listen to him. Belton told Rakis that he was living proof of the fatal weaknesses and gaps in their dimensional research. The man looked, telling Rakis to pretend to be him while he went south for a while. Rakis asked the boy if it was such a big deal. The man stood, saying that he was really curious about this man. Rakis bowed to the boy, saying that he would try his best, pretending to be a man. The boy bowed to the man, who slowly disappeared into the magic circles. Many versions of Joe were heading towards the knight. The boy held a weapon in his hands, glaring at the boy. The knight began to quickly create webs from his power to catch the real boy. The hero looked down with a smile on his face, saying that this was pretty good. The beams of power quickly went to the sky. The guy realized that instead of releasing the aura, the guy collected it in the sword and expanded the range. The guy, gritting his teeth in anger, killed the clones, forgetting about his defense. As soon as Brox cut the clones, the silhouettes disappeared. The guy angrily stood near the bodies of the clones, saying that such jokes are not funny. The hero began to be blinded by blue light. Joe sent a snowstorm at the guy. Brox took his power, throwing it into the snowstorm. Angrily, his face looked forward, thinking that if these bodies were definitely illusions. Joe stood behind Brox, pointing a fire arrow at him. The surprised guy began to look away. The guy began to throw a terrifying spear and a fire arrow towards the hero. The guy stood in the fire, screaming loudly. Joe stood in a magic ball, saying that it was excellent. The hero's huge blue arrow was directed at Brox. It was a crushing blow. The guy's eyes looked away in surprise. The guy's shield began to close itself off from Joe's magic. The knight's face was very tired. He didn't understand what to do. Brox began to open his mouth wide, screaming that he couldn't be broken. The guy's body began to emit light. Brox quickly stood up, holding a weapon in his hands. Joe began to look at the guy in surprise. The guy began to scream, looking at the hero, pointing the blade of aura at him. The guy's power began to quickly go to Joe's power, preventing him from being wounded. The hero looked at Brox, screaming loudly. The guy's magic flow quickly went to the ground next to which Brox stood. The guy began to look forward in fear. The fog quickly passed along the street. A huge hand began to touch something. Belton confidently looked forward. The man began to look at the guys, asking them if they could take a break since it didn't look like Brox was trying to kill Sir Brave. Joe looked towards Belton, wondering who he was, as the man was able to make the Sword of the Aura of Reflection disappear in an instant. Brox looked at the man in surprise, asking how he got here. Belton started talking about how he came to stop this fight. The man said that they forgot how Joe did something to the Legion of the Undead that appeared through the crack of dimensions. A lot of people are also afraid of the appearance of the Legion. Belton looked at the sky, saying that it is better not to allow this and not to act so hostile. Joe looked at the men, saying that if they want to talk about everything, he will stop too. Belton looked at the guy, thanking him and asking him if he knows Berhard. The man said that he heard that 20 years ago he was helped by a man who did not look like a young guy. Joe looked at the man, saying that for him it happened a few days ago and he helped him save Miss. The man looked at the boy, telling him that his name was Belton and that he and Berhard were studying the dimensional crack. Berhard told the boy that the person who left this world was Miss Mary, then the future changed. Belton began to look at the boy, telling him that judging by his face, the past and present were different from those familiar to the boy. Joe replied that he was interfering with their past and present, changing the world. The boy was in a circle of light. Joe replied that the chosen one by God was endowed with the right to change the flow of space and time. Belton began to say that the boy was a messenger sent by God himself. Joe looked at the man with suspicion. The man began to hand the boy a communication stone, saying that if he wanted to talk, he could use it. Belton looked at the guy, telling him to solve this problem, since many people know about his existence now, and there is nothing good in it. Joe looked at the man, saying that this time was very useful. The guy began to slowly leave. Belton did not want to let him go as an enemy, so the man decided to leave him as a man with good intentions. After that, the guy and his team hunted monsters all day long. Joe looked at the sky, seeing huge giants. Since the further they moved south, the more and more giants they met on the way, which were difficult to approach. The guys said goodbye to each other and returned to the dungeon. The next day in the house, Joe saw someone's silhouette in the building, asking him who it was. One of the girls was in a cloak, greeting the guy. The guy with incomprehension began to ask the girl what she was doing here. The heroine looked at the guy and apologized for what appeared in the morning. The girl started asking if she could come in because they needed to talk. Gina started approaching them and started asking the guy what was going on. The girl's frightened face started looking at Mila. The coffee was on the table and the girl was telling the guy that she had come right after the meeting because of some important news. The girl looked at the smiling Gina and said that she didn't know that they were living together. Joe looked ahead and said that it hadn't been long since he had met Gina. The guy looked down, saying that there were many aspects, so they were living together. Joe was surprised and started asking Mila why she had come so early. The girl looked at Joe, asking if he knew about the opening of the Golden Gate. Joe remembered the sky and said that he knew about it, including the management of the Awakened from each country. A web was running around the world. The guy said that he had heard about an attempt to conquer the best guilds. Joe looked away, saying that he was also interested in it. Behind the flashes of the gate stood people who smiled sweetly. The guy opened his mouth, saying that their capture was successful. The girl told the guy that during all this, 3 out of 4 teams failed. Mila looked at Joe, saying that everything ended with the destruction of enemies and found relics, except for the legendary Dimension Stone. The girl was angry and said that one person did not even think about mourning the dead, and the head manager calls him a new circle of virtue of the best awakened, in which the awakened of their country are involved, so he wants to turn everyone who does not follow him into scapegoats. Joe thought about it, saying that he is also among the others. The girl told the guy that this is exactly how it is. The guy looked at the girl, who began to ask him to refuse the offer of the head manager. The house began to shake. The guy began to ask the girl in fear what it was. All things shook and broke. Mila stood there in fear, hearing the guy telling her to stay put. The guy was running around the house fast. Joe turned around, wondering how many percent. The guy was looking at the hole in the wall, from which something was coming out. Many blades were landing on the ground. The monster started yelling at everyone to calmly kneel down. The monster was holding a flamethrower, which the monster could use if they didn't listen to him. Joe was looking at the monster, listening to him yelling at him to kneel down. The monster started shooting the flamethrower at the guy. There was fire all over the place. Joe started touching the flames with his hands. He stretched out his hands. The hero started to put out the fire. The guy started looking calmly at the monster, telling him that it looked like there was a misunderstanding. The monster started jumping at the guy, telling him that it was useless to listen to what the man was saying. Joe looked at the monster in surprise, saying that he looked weak, but at the same time he had a similar technique. The monster began to shoot bullets, directing them at Joe. The hero began to create a dimension door with his hands. The monster's own bullet began to fall on him. The guy watched as a huge explosion began to happen in which the monster was. Fog and dust began to spread throughout the entire territory. The men began to tell each other that he was strong, but everyone decided not to give up, since having visited several dimensions they had become stronger. Joe began to look away in fear. Latte and Terry began to look out through the fog. Joe folded his arms across his chest and began to ask why they had attacked him. Terry began to say that it was useless to pretend and that they had tracked the person who had created the crack to hear. The animals began to run angrily at the guy, telling him that because of him they had arrived in the cracks between dimensions 30 years ago. Terry and Latte began to run quickly. The cat held the weapon, looking at the many snakes. The guy looked at the cat, telling him that there was a misunderstanding and he did not want to fight. The cat angrily shouted that they would not give up. Terry held the gun, saying that this was normal resistance. Suddenly the cat's gaze changed. Joe held a huge fireball in his hand. The guy began to smile, asking the animals if they could sit down and talk calmly. The cat and the mouse lowered their weapons. Terry and Latte began to talk about how they were an ordinary cat and mouse and got into a crack in dimensions before the experiment of the magician they met. Joe, surprised, began to ask the animals what they were doing there. The cat began to hold his chest. Latte tried to say something, but the cat calmed him down and said that there was no need to make noise, and then the cat began to ask his assistant to get the dimension stone. Latte began to look at the keyboard, saying that he still had a spare one. Joe calmly watched the animals, looking into the dimension. The cat began to look at the mouse, shouting at him. Joe started throwing a stone to Terry, telling the cat to try it. The cat, with a smile on his face, started talking about how it was a pure blue mineral and how it passed through dimensions. He had never seen anything like it. Joe smiled, asking Terry if it was good. The cat realized that the guy would not give it away for free and needed something in return. The guy looked away, saying that he did not want anything. The guy looked at the shell they arrived in and said that it was very interesting. The cat started talking about how they would then remain under the guy's protection and would tell him about different relics. Terry started smiling, saying that despite their appearance, they were arms dealers and engineers, so they could help the guy. Joe smiled, saying that he would protect them and provide them with a peaceful life. The guy extended his paw to the cat, saying that in return they would cooperate with him. Everyone agreed to the terms. Gina and the girl started approaching the guy, asking him if everything was okay. Joe sat next to the cat and said that he was fine. Terry was surprised that the girl smelled nice. The cat began to look askance at the girls, asking the guy who these people were and whether the guy lived with them. Gina approached the cat, asking who it was. The girl picked up the cat and began to look at the guy. Joe smiled and said that these were Terry and Latte, and a little later the guy would explain how they got there. Mila began to look at the guy. The guy began to offer the girl to move away and talk. Gina watched with a sad look as the guy with Mila began to move away. There was a sad look on the girl's face. Mila looked at the guy, telling him that he constantly began to amaze her. The girl looked askance, saying that she knew a lot about all this. Mila stood and said that she would like to hear Joe's answer. The guy began to calmly say that he would challenge the Golden Gates. The girl did not understand why. Joe looked at Mila, saying that first of all it was because of his desire. Joe looked away, saying that it was necessary for his growth. The guy began to confidently look away, saying that he wanted to lure out the organizer hiding behind his back. Joe confidently recalled the man with the black silhouette behind him. Joe, looking ahead, said that it was necessary for his growth. Frowning, he added that secondly, he wanted to lure out the organizer hiding behind the high-ranking official. Imagining him in his head, he narrowed his eyes. The girl, looking at him, asked if everything would be okay. To which Joe, imagining the man, replied that if they did so, the pressure would become even greater. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that he was ready. The girl, looking at him, replied that if he said so, then good. Lowering her head, she said that they were not able to help him normally. The protagonist smiled and replied that he would be fine even under someone else's control. He frowned and imagined the man, adding that if they disappeared, all obstacles would fall under someone else's influence. The girl frowned and replied that she understood. They would investigate everything related to him on their own, and that Joe should take care of himself. The protagonist called on the phone. He thought that after that day he accepted the offer and immediately contacted his teammates. He imagined a huge yellow sphere, thinking that only 5 team members would enter the Golden Gate. Remembering his comrades, he continued to think that at the moment it was him and his friends. Remembering the girl with red hair, he thought that he could have called her, who was busy in Europe. We are transferred to an international airport. Someone is dragging a suitcase along the floor. The girl with red hair stops. She fixes her hair, looking around in surprise. And then, looking ahead, she says that she was told that someone should see her off. Suddenly, a car drove up to her at high speed. The protagonist, smiling, looked at her and asked how long she had been waiting. To which the girl, getting into the car, replied that she thought he would meet her through the teleporter. She did not expect this from him. Joe, grabbing the steering wheel with his hands, replied that since he had to meet her, he decided to take a walk at the same time. The girl smiled and answered how he was doing with his friend. They were dating. The protagonist frowned and answered that she had just arrived. Why so soon? Then they suddenly stopped at a red light. Turning around, he asked in surprise how she knew about it. She had been in Europe. The girl fixed her hair and answered that her friend had asked her about him last year. Her cheeks blushed and she added that she had even given her some good advice. Looking down, she continued to say that if they were doing well, it was thanks to her. Then, smiling broadly, she shouted that she had done so much for them. Would he treat her? The protagonist asked what she wanted to eat. The girl closed her eyes and answered that since she had returned to Korea, she wanted Korean food, and it would be nice to visit a famous Korean restaurant. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that he was very tired today. All the team members had just gathered in the conference room. Hearing this, the girl shouted discontentedly that she had just arrived in Korea and she already had to go to meet him. Wasn't he being too harsh with her? We are transferred to the Magic Tower. He sits at the table, looking ahead. Frowning, he says that in the Imperial Palace there is a portal of gold dimensions. They sent advanced teams that checked it from the inside. That they were supposed to meet with intelligent beings from another dimension. One of the magicians in a black cloak replied that in that case, weren't they one step closer to establishing contact with the dungeon they were studying? The old man imagined a screaming guy in his head and replied that it was true, but it would not be possible to receive a blow from the enemy through the killers of the minds of these creatures. Looking at his comrades, he added that since they only receive instructions from him, only they can cope. A second later, one of the mages stood up abruptly and, slamming his hands on the table, replied that of course. Then he knelt down, saying that his trusty sword would follow him. The old man approached him and replied that it was necessary for him to step forward himself. Looking at his subordinate, he added that even if he did not intervene, there were many people who could replace him. He replied that there was no place where he would not recognize his enemy. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that therefore he would go, the most capable among them. The old man, narrowing his eyes, asked who he would take with him then. The guy, kneeling, replied that 4 people would be enough for him. Deception and chaos and even disguise of subordinates is natural in everything. Imagining a portal, he added that there were exactly 5 of them. The old man, squeezing the chair in his hand, replied that fine, let him eliminate the enemy, absorb all their knowledge and return. He looked away and added that it would be better if they captured that place and captured the enemies alive. The guy replied that his order would be carried out. We are transported to Korea in front of the Golden Gate. A guy in a black suit approaches the protagonist and says that during the successful conquest, their organization gave each person a reward of 10 billion won. The man smiled and added that he sincerely hoped for their team's success and safe return. The protagonist shook his hand and said that he was grateful that they were worried about them, to which he replied that they should do their best. Joe then entered the portal with his team. Suddenly, a small fairy appeared on his shoulder. A moment later, they appeared in a forest that was surrounded by a barrier. They looked around in surprise. A system message appeared in front of them, saying that until 5 participants from the enemy side were confirmed, they should not go beyond the limited area and wait inside the barrier until the barrier falls. They will not be able to receive serious physical damage. The girl, looking menacingly ahead, said that it was amazing that there was an instruction in the system. Her friend replied that, roughly speaking, it was like a game. Joe, looking ahead, thought that a game, in addition to it, an awakening system was created. You can consider these as similar things. A system message appeared that 5 participants from the enemy side were confirmed. The barrier was destroyed. The protagonist, looking ahead, said that they should not relax. Frowning, he and his team walked forward. Guys in dark cloaks appeared in front of them. Joe, stopping, said that they need to go. The guy in the dark cloak ordered his men to move forward. A huge plant monster appeared. The girl, waving her weapon, rushed at it. She quickly approached it. The guy threw several shurikens forward, and the girl with yellow hair shot a strong beam. The girl with red hair looked menacingly ahead. She aimed at the buds that were on the monster's trunk. Suddenly, a bright flame poured out. It began to devour everything in its path. But the girl, quickly moving forward, was able to dodge it. Then she stopped, examining the situation, after which she made a strong jump upward. She swung her scythe behind the flower, and then with one blow she cut it into 2 parts. She looked menacingly ahead, and then the monster fell to the ground. The protagonist approached her, saying that she did well, to which she replied that she imagined what kind of monsters would be inside the Golden Gate, but they turned out to be weak. The girl behind, crossing her arms, replied that the other team's monsters were more dangerous than these, to which her friend replied that she did not think it was worth worrying too much, since the monsters were of such a level. The red-haired girl replied with displeasure that it would be easier if they were hostile like monsters and approached. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that the enemy was trying to be friendly to them in order to approach and catch them off guard. A system message appeared in front of him that the judge's independence, a passive skill, whether they have camouflage or not. The Black Cross and the Dark Mage can be detected within a radius of 500 meters. A member of the Black Cross was detected. Hearing this, Joe looked at the ring in surprise, asked that this was an accident, to which his friend replied that what was the matter. The protagonist looked at his comrades and asked what about getting together. Approaching them, he added that he urgently needed to prepare something. The girl, looking ahead in surprise, asked that he appoints her as the team leader, why all of a sudden. His comrade, approaching the protagonist, asked why he made such a decision. Joe replied that he had a relic that could recognize enemies and that the effect had just worked. Looking at him in surprise, she asked if it was because he had decided to change the leader. The protagonist replied that from now on, he would play the role of a porter who lacked a level. Extending his hand into the blue dimension, he added that everyone should address him as a porter so that the enemies would be distracted. Placing his hand on his chest, he added that he thought she was very suitable for the role of the group's leader if they acted as usual, simply attacking monsters. The enemy would quickly relax. Hearing this, the red-haired girl replied that she could hear him scolding her like that now. The protagonist, putting on his hood, replied that this was not the case. Looking at his comrades, he added that they should pretend to be believable. We are transferred to a field. The girl steps forward. Suddenly, a huge worm appears from the ground in front of her. She stretches her hand back and shouts for everyone to dodge. A second later, the worm hits the ground. She, frowning, shouts that they need to go there. A second later, the protagonist uses a magic missile and wraps the worm in chains. He looks ahead in fear. Suddenly, someone stretches out their hand and uses a fireball. Such flames hit the monster, and it explodes a second later. Someone slowly approaches Joe. The protagonist, frowning, turns around, wondering what he looks like. Lowering his head, he continues to think about what is in front or using a deceptive psychological attack. Suddenly, someone stretches out a hand towards him. It turned out to be a mage. He asked if Joe was okay, to which he thanked him for his help. A new leader of the squad approached them, saying that the youngest of their team had caused them trouble, to which the mage replied that it was nothing serious. The girl, discontentedly running up to the protagonist, shouted that he had taken them there. Then, turning away, she added that the leader should not interfere, they needed to go this way, to which the girl replied that then she would kill the youngest, let him be careful. The mage, smiling, replied that before going to the dungeon master, he would like to introduce himself. Smiling, he replied that he was a mage, and these were his subordinates. The leader, turning around, said that she was glad to meet him, and that she was the head of this team. The mage, looking ahead, replied that they had little time, but he would like them to be kind to him. The girl said that together they would do everything possible. One of the subordinates, looking at his master, asked what he would do, to which he replied that the old man warned that an unexpected guest might appear. Frowning, he added that even his appearance had changed in order to distract them, let them limit their strength and help in the hunt. Looking at the protagonist, he added that the porter could hide his strength. Stepping forward, he thought that he would watch him closely. Joe, turning around, thought that he would make him nervous. He imagined the fight in his head, continuing to think that their caution and ink had destroyed the kingdom, so he would always be careful. Smiling, he thought that they would see who of them could last longer. A monster appeared in the forest. The protagonist began to run away from it in fear. Suddenly, it threw him up with its huge tentacle. The mage, standing behind Joe, thought that he knew it would be so useless. A dagger appeared behind him and he continued to think that he shouldn't waste his time on it anymore. He looked at his comrades. The protagonist peeked out from behind the corner. What he saw shocked him. A three-headed hydra appeared in front of them and he shouted that he had found the boss. The leader of the squad, looking ahead, told them to cover her. Suddenly, someone interrupted her, saying that they would start first. The mage, swinging his sword with all his might, struck in front of him. All the other members of the team looked ahead in fear. Mac, looking ahead menacingly, told them to kill them. His comrades immediately jumped up, stretching their daggers forward. Suddenly, a blue aura appeared around them. Someone said capture person. The mage's subordinates looked ahead in fear, saying that they cannot move. The mage continued to look ahead silently. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in front of his face. The girl, looking at it, said that she hoped that it would protect her. Adjusting her mask, she added that she did not want anyone to approach her with a knife again. The magician, looking forward, wondered why it was still intact. A second later, there was a bright flash and a strong blow to him. The magician was thrown back. The protagonist, kneeling, said that he was able to free himself from the spell. The magician, frowning, shouted that he knew about him. Joe, smiling, replied that of course he knew who he was. Throwing off his cloak, he added that he was a black cross. A moment later, a blue aura appeared around him and he added excellent spiritualism. The magician, looking menacingly ahead, replied that he did not think that when the old man mentioned an unexpected guest, he was talking about a porter. Summoning strong energy around himself, he shouted that he would kill him on the spot. A second later, he teleported. The protagonist turned around and shouted loudly that he personally received him, so he is responsible for each person. With lightning speed, he rushed past everyone. The magician swung his weapon to strike. He looked at his opponent and shouted that he thought even better that he flew to the sky. Suddenly, Joe sent many beams to the ground using a power rocket. The magician began to reflect these blows, saying that this is trivial magic. His sword increased in strength several times, and he said that it is useless in front of his magic sword. He looked menacingly in front of himself, and then released a huge sphere at the protagonist. He looked ahead in fear, thinking that if such a charge of electric current even slightly touched his body, he would be torn apart. After which he used a strong attack, directing it at the magic ball. A blue aura appeared around him, and he, like lightning, broke through the attack using transcendent defense. A system message appeared in front of him, saying that this protection is given for 14 seconds. The owner gets 99% protection from an attack of an element of one property. Flying forward, he thought that the electric current of an ordinary magic sword, into which an aura was not invested, would not be a problem for him. Swinging his hand, he thought that he needed to use the power of this current. The magician looked up in fear, asked that this was really the lightning of his sword. A huge yellow sphere appeared in front of him. Looking at it, the magician thought that it was concentrated in one place. Joe, smiling, replied that he was saying that this was trivial magic. He raised his hand, a huge thunderstorm lightning appeared above him, and he told him to repeat it again. A second later, he released a deadly beam. The whole sky was lit up with a bright flash. The magician swung his sword, but the lightning was able to pierce his attack. It hit the ground at great speed. Joe flew up. Suddenly he saw a hydra approaching him. He wondered if the boss monster had started moving. Looking at it, the protagonist continued to think that he did not know if the mage would survive, but the monster worried him a lot. Suddenly, the hydra opened its mouths, in which 3 spheres of different elements appeared. A second later, someone cut the monster's body, telling Joe not to worry about the boss. In just an instant, he pierced the hydra's body. The mage, looking menacingly ahead, said that he would kill him. The mage calmly stood next to the dead hydra. He thrust his sword into the ground, and a second later, an eye appeared in front of him, which he told it to absorb. A very strong aura emanated from it. The protagonist, seeing this, put out his hand, using a spell, thinking that something ominous, and he must stop it. He released several fireballs. His opponent looked menacingly ahead. A second later, a powerful explosion occurred at the place where he stood. The dust began to disperse slowly, and in the smoke, a magician surrounded by wings began to be seen. A second later, he opened them, releasing all his power. He took out his magic sword, and then he looked menacingly in front of him. He made a quick dash forward, and swung his weapon at the protagonist. Joe was able to defend himself from the blow. The weapons clashed. He released a blast wave, using the sword protection spell. Seeing this, Max shouted in displeasure that where did he get this technique from. Making a dash forward, he added that how he uses it. Several drones appeared near Joe, and he replied that he did not need to know about it. Then a blue sphere appeared in the sky, and he used the 4th level count reversal spell. The magician covered his body with wings. He began to return around himself at great speed. Suddenly, one of the drones flew up to him. The robot stretched out his leg, but at the last second, the magician was able to reflect it. He protected his body from blows from all sides. Suddenly, Joe appeared in front of him, who pulled out his sword. Mac, seeing this, clenched his teeth in displeasure. Suddenly, he released a strong energy wave. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him. He frowned. The magician exhaled smoke from his mouth, smiled. A second later, Joe turned pale. The magician released a huge energy wave right in front of him. It hit Joe at great speed. He stared in front of him for a few seconds in silence. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist appeared, surrounded by a barrier. A fairy flew up to him, healing his wounds. A system message appeared in front of him that this was a fiery support. He chooses all allies for everyone. In connection with this, physical strength, health recovery, and speed increased by 500%. Seeing this, the magician answered with displeasure that this was a useless fight. The drones aimed at him. At one point, they fired a volley. The mage calmly dodged these shots, heading towards the protagonist. Looking ahead with displeasure, he shouted that such an attack would not work anymore. Smiling, Joe replied that he knew, after which he swung his sword, saying that she had lowered his guard. 2 robots behind him aimed their guns at him. The protagonist thought about what he was saying. Such physical force was enough to pierce his body. Swinging his sword, Joe menacingly told him not to look around. He struck with all his might in front of him. He caused an energy wave, using the victory sword spell. A second later, the mage's hand was cut off, and he screamed loudly. Frowning his brows, his eyes turned green. He released a cloud of green smoke, and then began to quickly run away. He headed towards the red crater. The protagonist, seeing this, smiled and replied that the poison did not affect him. Looking at the crater on the ground, he used transcendence. Stretching out his hand, he said flame strike. A moment later, a huge column of fire headed towards the ground. It almost instantly incinerated the magician. The flames continued to mercilessly destroy his body. The protagonist approached the crater. Stretching out his hand, he thought that after killing the magician, he left only one of his subordinates alive. Looking at his enemy, he thought that he made him blind in both eyes as a sign of warning to send him back to the old man. Entering the portal, he thought that after this, having received the trophy of the Golden Gate, they returned home. We are transported to the Magic Tower. The old man, looking at his subordinate, says that his student died, but he miraculously managed to return alive. The guy, kneeling, apologizes and asks to spare him. Hearing this, the old man menacingly replies that he was not allowed to appear before him alive, after which he pulls the soul out of the guy. Looking at it, he adds that now he is ready to talk to him, let him say what he saw there. The guy's soul replied that, according to the magician, the real identity of that man is Joe. He is also the killer of their master. The old man, hearing this, shouted at him to tell in detail what magic or technique he used. The guy lowered his head and, remembering the battle, replied that he did not see it. They were fighting with his subordinates, and the magician was with him in the sky. A second later, the old man incinerated his soul, saying that he was a useless worm. Then he stood up from the throne. He remembered his comrades, thinking that this was an unusual coincidence. Frowning, he continued to think that in order to block his plan, a vile traitor was looking after Joy. A dark aura appeared around him, and he shouted in displeasure, after which the entire Magic Tower was covered in this aura, and he forcefully transmitted a message that all the Magic Tower's mages today from now on, the primary target is a man named Joe. Let him find his dimensions. Looking menacingly in front of him, he thought that they needed to hurry and collect all the dark energy of the altar. We are transferred to the girl. After conquering the Golden Gate, she smiles and tells him to call her at any time. There are still many dungeons in which she can go with him. The protagonist, looking at her, replied that he was grateful that she flew in. He thought that she would fly in immediately to capture the next dungeon. So now she returned to her guild in the UK, remembering his friend. He thought that she received a secret promotion, and his comrade asked for a rest to recover from what happened in the Golden Gate. We are transported to the underground training ground. Joe looks at the system message. Several magic items appear in front of him: the 5th class spell Burning Blood, the 8th class spell Withering, and a magic sword. Looking at his rings, he thought that now there are 2 rings to replace. He looked at their characteristics, and then, frowning, he said that he took a good trophy from him. Then he looked at the cat, asking what he was doing. He, turning around, answered that the result of his automatic production was not pleasing, so he decided to improve it. He imagined a flask in his head, saying that he designed it so that it would be possible to seal a prepared container in which he had poured the decoction in advance. The protagonist approached him and, putting his hand on his head, said that he was an excellent engineer, to which the cat replied that for him it was as easy as pie. He smiled and added that since he was indebted to him for allowing him to live here, shouldn't he do it? Hearing this, the protagonist crossed his arms and thought that he had also created a mechanical robot before if he was so skilled. He added in his hand that he would be able to repair it. The cat asked what exactly he needed. Let him show him. Then a broken magical robot appeared in front of them. The protagonist, looking at it, said that he wanted to entrust the improvement of the robot to him. The cat beamed with happiness and then shouted that it was a robot. It was simply amazing. Climbing onto its head, he shouted that it was as if he was touching an incredible creation of a high-class civilization. The magical circuitry on the outside also looked very detailed. It was truly amazing. Looking at Joe, he asked that it looked like there might be a person inside. Was he the one controlling this robot? The protagonist replied that no, he couldn't because of the power of the dimension. The cat smiled and replied that it was one of his comrades then. The protagonist, looking straight ahead, replied that it was, which is why he asked for his help. Frowning, he added that he believed he had the strength to do it. The cat jumped to the ground and then replied that Joe should trust him. Smiling, he added that for the sake of his comrade, he would improve the robot so that it could be used easily. If he could, then let him prepare many legendary level dimensional stones. Then a girl appeared in front of them, who asked in surprise that they had called her. Seeing her, the cat immediately extended his paws to her with a smile, looking straight ahead. Hugging him, the girl asked what he was doing all of a sudden. The cat, beaming with happiness, shouted that he would definitely create some charming thing for her. We are transported to skyscrapers. A man is standing in the middle of the room. This is the head of the Korean branch. He lowered his head and said that he was grateful that they had gathered at such a late hour. 2 guild leaders and guards of an international criminal organization appeared in front of him. One of the guild leaders said that it had been a long time since their last meeting, to which the chief replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. He extended his hand and asked that the last time they met was at a restaurant. The alcohol was very tasty, to which the guy replied that it cost no more than several tens of millions of won. He wanted to try it again. The guy with the piercing suddenly interrupted them, saying that they had not gathered now for simple conversations. Looking at the chief, he added that they needed to get to the main point right away. He imagined several containers in his head, saying that the preparations for sending X to the guards were completely finished. The volume was significant, but if the merchants interfered in the middle, they would find themselves in a difficult situation. The chief, lowering his head, replied that, of course, the preparations for sending the goods to Korea were in the final stage. He looked at his comrade and then asked if everything would be on time, to which he replied yes. He then imagined 3 guys in his head, saying that a separate squad sent through Busan would join them. The man frowned and replied that preparations for the invasion of Seoul had begun. The hero replied that the squad sent by the master had joined them. The guy with a serious face said that preparations for the capture of Seoul had been completed. All the heroes understood that there were only a few guys left, since the director had 2 subordinates who could make life miserable. One of the guys said that he could figure everything out. After all, it was not necessary to take people's lives and there were many ways to get them out of the way. The hero decided not to worry and move on to the next step. The villainous calmly replied that as soon as everything was established, a reliable supply line in Korea would begin to ensure an uninterrupted supply, but if something went wrong, everyone present would have to answer. The guy asked no one to worry since everything was under control. The heroes decided to meet another day. The dungeon, the girl shouted at the guy to be careful. Joe looked away in surprise. The monster directed magic at the hero with an evil look. The entire flow of power was directed at the shield. The hero, being in the shield, understood that the dragon's breath could not be so weak and there was definitely something wrong here. The guy thought about what it was. The shield was broken, and the hero answered that it was a dispel. Joe told the girl that this was a simple hallucination or a space of illusions created on the basis of this principle, but at a higher level. The hero understood that everything they saw was not real. Joe thought that their main master did it. Bernard answered with a smile on his face that he had long thought about who could break through his barrier. Joe and Gina smiled, asking the man how he was doing. The hero answered that 20 years had passed since he was already 40, so he and the heroine had a son. He was already 17 and studying hard at the Rentis Magic Academy, which was ranked first. Bernard apologized for chatting too much. There was a mug on the table. The man offered to have some tea. Joe understood that this was a very important moment for the hero. Gina thought that today's quest was of great importance to him. Bernard apologized for the time, saying that he was looking for a map. Joe did not know anything yet. The hero offered to spend exactly the time that the gods had intended for this conversation. The man replied that he was continuing his research in the field of dimensions as before. Gina did not understand what had happened to the hero. Bernard began to answer that in order to conduct the experiment and simultaneously solve the measurement equations, he needed a high-power magic stone, and only a stone obtained from a black dragon could withstand the load. The man saw that Gina began to give him a stone, which unfortunately did not help him. Bernard understood that he needed a high-power magic stone in its original form. The hero began to say that he hoped that Gina would someday return to this world. Du agreed to Bernard get the stone he needed. The man replied that he had already found out the boundaries of the black dragon's domain. Joe understood that dragons, as a rule, do not spare those who dared to enter their lair. Everyone understood that in order to take the stone, it was necessary to lure the monsters out. Joe knew that he would do this. The main character replied that he would distract him while the others tried to penetrate the lair. Bernard screamed in fear, saying that the monster was very obsessed with the lair and that he would not leave it just like that. Everyone understood that the monster remembered the location and name of everything in his head, so he would never tolerate uninvited guests. Joe stood at the borders of the dragon's domain. His feet bounced off the ground. The hero clenched his teeth, saying that he was on his territory, where the monster could appear at any moment. A monster appeared in the sky. Joe looked at the huge monster. A few seconds later, the dragon quickly hit the ground. The hero tried to defend himself, covering his face with his hands. The monster began to think that an insect had come to him, daring to penetrate the lair. The dragon confidently looked away. The monster was to the side, looking at Joe. The hero, with a smile on his face, answered the dragon that he was waiting for him. Joe decided to immediately use the dimensional gate. For some reason, the spell could not be activated. The hero looked at the dragon in fear. The monster screamed loudly. Joe was in the sky, trying to figure out what to do. The dragon's huge paw rose in front of the hero. A stream of power passed into the ground, creating a hole. The dragon continued to look forward. Joe did not understand what it was. The monster opened its mouth in surprise, looking at the magic. Magic arrows calmly passed through the territory. The monster's gaze was full of incomprehension. The rays quickly passed through the dragon's power. The beast only began to scream more and more. Joe was very surprised that the spells dissipated, did not even touch him. The hero looked away in incomprehension. The guy began to notice that the spell released behind him did not disappear. Now the hero understood why the dimensional gates did not activate. All this was blocked by the spells in his field of vision. The dragon looked at the guy, loudly screaming that no matter what spells he used, everything would be powerless before his dispel. The magic continued to rush quickly. Joe looked at all this with incomprehension, not knowing how to react. The stream went quickly into the ground. The monster opened his mouth wide, looking away. In front of the black dragon's lair, the guys said that they were almost there. Bernard and Gina did not understand what was happening. A bright stream of light and power was shown in the distance. Gina confidently answered that the guy would definitely be fine. The heroine understood that they should hurry. Bernard also decided to hurry. The guys decided to go to the lair to find what they needed. The dragon looked ahead with confusion, asking the hero what he was doing. The monster asked the guy what he thought, that he would just leave like that. Joe understood that he should not waste mana on using high-level magic several times in a row. The guy understood that he needed to wait for the dragon to let him out of sight so that he could deliver one crushing blow. The dragon confidently flew in the sky. Joe directed the power of the Spear of Terror and Chain Lightning at the monster. The spears quickly flew forward, straight at the dragon. The monster clenched his teeth. After a few seconds, the beast began to look away. The dragon's magic combined with the guy's magic. The beast looked at Joe, not understanding why this was all he could do. The hero smiled. The guy's power, in the form of a portal, was directed at the beast. Lightning began to sparkle brightly. Joe was curious if they had succeeded. The dragon was also curious. The beast was surprised that the guy had found a way to bypass the dispel. The dragon asked the guy to show Joe what he could do. The monster did not want to let the guy just die. Joe asked the dragon what he was talking about. The guy decided to run away from the flow of the dragon's power. The protagonist realized that he had to teach the monster a lesson. Magic circles and various powers appeared in the guy's hand. The dragon said without interest that it was very boring to just attack head-on. The beast began to take his new power, the dispel. Joe rose into the sky with his magic circles. The monster looked away in surprise, realizing that his dispel was no longer working. Joe asked the guy with a smile on his face what happened. The protagonist asked the dragon that he didn't even know why it didn't work. The guy laughed, answering that the hero's mind was even more primitive than that of an insect. The monster looked at the guy confidently, saying that he was an insignificant boy. A meteor shower passed through the territory. In the game, summoning spells are immune to dispel. A meteor shower is just such a spell. Joe understood that dragons are powerless against the peculiarities of his spells. The hero screamed loudly, looking away. The power quickly passed through the territory. It began to slowly envelop the dragon. Light filled the entire territory. One of the rays of magic quickly went to the monster. The body touched the monster confidently. Pieces of the dragon's body quickly fell apart, falling to the ground. The lair. The hero screamed that he needed to wait a little longer. Bernard was practicing magic. The very thing that the hero needed most in the world was starting to form in the lair. Something sharp was flying quickly at Bernard. Gina noticed it right away. With the help of the girl's shield and sword, she confidently got rid of it all. A few seconds later, the girl calmly looked at the lying robots. More groups of the same began to emerge from the wilderness. Gina began to remember that this was a black dragon golem, which was very difficult to deal with. The robot looked at the girl. Bernard shouted at Gina to hold out a little longer since he had already figured out this technique. The hero understood that now he only had to wait for the moment to disperse. The girl ran from the monster, holding a shield in her hands to defend herself. The magic dome covered Bernard so that he was not visible. Something began to shine very brightly on the hero, blinding his eyes. Bernard looked at the small stone, glad that he finally had it. For a second, the man was in another dimension. The black dragon golem began to notice a man off to the side. Gina understood that he should not get to Bernard. The heroine decided to use absolute provocation. The look was full of confidence. The shield protected the heroine from the golem's power. Bernard sat on the ground with his eyes closed in confusion. Meanwhile, the robot tried to quickly crawl to the man. The girl understood that this skill did not just attract monsters. The golem could not stand still. Gina knew that her skill attracted all the enemies around. The heroine quickly slipped between the monsters. The girl's body confidently flew at the golem. With quick and confident movements, Gina flew down. Having fallen on the golem, blood began to drip in a fast stream. Bernard rubbed his eyes in confusion. Gina stood calmly on the ground. The heroine told the man that Joe had been waiting for them for a long time. There was a fire in the forest. The dragon could not understand why his power did not work. Joe, with a smile on his face, answered to catch him for such information. The hero understood in his head that he and the guys had done it. Limited Wish, an unusual spell that grants the wish of the caster. Despite this, the conditions are very strict and it does not grant any wish just like that. If you do not formulate the wish precisely, its area of action is limited to the guy as a spellcaster, and the wish itself, dictated by greed, can turn into a real disaster against the hero, so you need to be careful. The hero quickly ran forward. Joe noticed something through the flames. Sharp weapons confidently flew at the hero. The sledgehammer was very sharp. The dragon looked at Joe, saying that even running away can be considered completion. The guy decided to use the wish. Bright stripes of light passed through the territory. Something very large, similar to a meteorite, fell to the ground. The dragon, thinking what had changed, looked ahead. His gaze was full of anger. The monster told the guy that it would never forgive him. The forest near Bernard's house. The heroes stood on the magic circle. The man was surprised that they were not near the house now. Joe sat on the ground, saying he was just dizzy from the sudden depletion of his mana. Bernard wondered how the hero had managed to escape. Joe replied that he had used a wish-granting spell, even though it had limitations. Bernard responded in surprise that he had never heard of such magic. The man was glad the boy had gotten out of there alive. The guys shook hands. Joe looked at the system window in surprise. The windows showed that all the black dragons had appointed the guy number 1. The hero began to laugh. Bernard calmly replied that thanks to them, he could resume his research of the dimension using the magic stone that they had mined today. Joe hoped that everything would go well. The man decided that he had to do everything possible. Bernard smiled, answering Joe that in addition to the stone, they had mined something else very interesting. It was a folio of the great magician of Cateria and an ancient dictionary of the dragon language. Joe thanked for all this in surprise. The guys realized that it was time for Jesus to return. Their bodies were filled with strength. A few seconds later, only blue light was visible from the heroes. Bernard hoped that Joe would not be able to stand still, but would only improve. The hero began to understand that in order to get to the Guardians unnoticed, he needed to hide his face, which would not attract attention. The guy did not understand who to choose. The news was on the phone. The girl answered that recently there had been an increase in the number of murders of awakened people all over the world. The Japanese Disaster Bureau had lost a promising awakened person, and they began to claim that an alien was behind it. The guy answered discontentedly that everyone was leaking information about him. The hero had made up his mind. His hands touched his face, starting to do something with it. The man, already in the mask, did not understand why they needed to eliminate promising awakened people in such a turbulent time. He did not think that this was just revenge. The guy thought that most likely they were looking for Joe. The hero decided to warn him. Now the guy had a lot of things to do. The hand emitted magic. Joe threw black flames across the entire territory. The main character smiled, glad that he could really use black magic. The hero understood that due to the huge consumption of mana, it was difficult to use it often, but it could be quite useful as a trump card. The guy was glad that more types of scrolls were now available to him. Gina asked the hero with displeasure that he was going to the dungeon again. The girl answered that he had just returned from the dungeon, so there was no need to overexert himself. Joe answered that he was looking at the flowers. The heroine said that the guy had not had dinner yet. Gina offered the guy to have dinner outside the house. Night had fallen. A restaurant. There was a lot of different food on the tables. Joe laughed, answering that he did not think that the heroine would offer him to eat chicken so late. Gina said that if she had been training, she would have refused. The heroes decided to have a good meal. Joe asked the heroes what happened to the girl. Gina calmly answered that she had reached S rank. Joe answered with surprise, how could she have achieved this? Gina knew she had found a growth potion in the Black Dragon's lair, so as soon as they returned, she drank it and her rank increased. Joe calmly replied that if he had known about it, he would have thrown a party in her honor. The heroine laughed, saying that she was happy just to be near the hero. Joe smiled, thinking that she was very cute. Suddenly, the phone rang quickly. It contained a message that it was the killer of the awakened. He said that Joe could be the next target. The protagonist looked at the hand that touched the chair. Joe answered discontentedly that this was his companion's seat. The killer looked at the hero with a smile on his face, answering that he always wanted to meet him. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.